Chapter 1 The listening system is activated. Who said he is useless? Classmate Chu Lang, marry me. On the school playground, Chu Lang took a little Kira's to do pull ups crazily in the equipment area. A little loli with blue and pink hair and two small magnetic monster hair accessories on it came in front of Chu Lang. Every time Chu Lang fell, he almost kissed the girl in front of him. Every time he rose, he would accidentally see the bright spring light of Snow White. Chu Lang, I'm serious, marry me. The girl Kisha squinted her crescent eyes and looked at Chu Lang. Your initial elf is the quasi-god young Kira's. Even if you work hard, it will be difficult for him to grow up. Why not make a baby marriage with me? I'll ask my dad to get you a better qualified electric belly frog. The electric belly frog is super cute. Seeing this panel, Chu Lang finally understood that young Kira's would be pressed to the ground by the trumpet bud who could do tai chi. Chu Lang always thought that young Kira's was weak because of his parents' weak alliance, but now it seems that these SI parameters are not the credit of his parents but more like being cursed by the god, and all SI individual values are 2 point. You can't get such a low individual value by catching a magi carp at random, and the Taijing attribute is as ordinary as his individual value. Chu Lang walked over and touched Bang Ila's, converting his Taijing attribute into a ghost attribute. Okay, continue cooking. Huo. Young Kira's touched his head and felt a little change in his body and ran back to the kitchen happily. Chu Lang sat at the door and stared at the 3 bees flying around. How can I get Bang Ila's and myself to get reliable advice and trigger the system's task again? After thinking for a while, Chu Lang took out his mobile phone and opened Douyin and uploaded a miserable photo of young Kira's being beaten by the trumpet bud. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click the NET page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. The comments below the video are still going on. The netizens' suggestions are still going on, but Chu Lang has no mood to read them. This system is so powerful that it can actually let his young Kira's master the cliff sword. Except for flying elves, other elves will basically be killed instantly by this skill. However, the current young Kira's obviously can't lift 1,000-pound boulders, so he can only wait until he is stronger in the future to practice this. Continue to read the netizens' suggestion. The following message was folded and turned into an ellipsis. The previous suggestions were all for young Kira. Seeing this suggestion for himself, Chu Lang was happy again. Finally, I've waited for you. Chu Lang quickly clicked on the ellipsis to see what advice this netizen gave. Is it to get into a top university or to climb down the cliff to get a top secret treasure? When he clicked on it, Chu Lang's face turned black. Chu Lang was about to reply, I don't eat free food. Suddenly the system's voice sounded in his ears. After posting this, Chu Lang waited for young Kira's to finish eating the gravel and quickly put the bowl aside. Young Kira's, don't eat it yet. The remaining stones will be useful. Do you see the 3 bees in the sky? Use stones to hit them and practice your shooting skills. Roar. Young Kira's was stunned for a moment, and the meaning was very clear. What if you make them angry? How can you live in the future? The 3 bees flying in the sky were also stunned. Whose shooting skills are practiced like this? Hearing young Kira's reminder, Chu Lang stretched out his hands and bowed to the 3 bees in the sky. 3 bees, brothers, bear with it today. I will buy more saplings tomorrow to collect nectar for everyone. Thank you. A female 3 bees pondered for a moment and nodded. They live on the farm, so they have to give Chu Lang the farmer some face. Anyway, this young Kira's grew up under their watch, so hitting him doesn't hurt at all. Young Kira's, go ahead. Chu Lang nodded to young Kira's and then added, take the smallest stone and use half the strength. Young Kira's nodded and did as Chu Lang said. Chu Lang was very confident in young Kira's. Ever since he met this young Kira's after traveling through time, young Kira's has been very obedient and even helped Chu Lang cook for him, which is completely different from other elves. At first Chu Lang was not used to young Kira's almost flattering behavior, but later he got used to it. After all, he had paid a lot for young Kira's in the past few years. Young Kira's found a small stone, shook it in his hand and was about to throw it out, but the 3 bees were not happy. Buzz buzz buzz. Chu Lang was stunned, not knowing what the 3 bees said. Just then the system's voice sounded inapplicably. Looking at the panel, Chu Lang was silent for a moment. System, are you kidding me? How can individual values be so neat? Also, I've seen that trumpet bud use a vine whip before. The system was silent. Don't pretend to be broken. When I looked at other elf, the skills and individual values displayed were all correct. Chu Lang, changing the subject, right? If it was just a suspicion just now, Chu Lang is now sure that the system must recognize this trumpet bud. Chu Lang did not hesitate, ran to the side of young Kira's and helped him up and helped young Kira's massage the swollen area a few times. They lived in poverty and had no conditions to buy medicine for injuries, so they could only rely on massage to heal their injuries. After massaging for a while, young Kira's stood up crying and was about to make the bed for Chu Lang. Chu Lang held young Kira's down. You are so injured. Why are you always thinking about working? You rest first. I will make a small bed for you. Young Kira's nodded and looked at the direction where the trumpet bud went away with confidence. Buzzer bud, wait for me to lick the little master. It's useless for you to lick the old master. Soon Chu Lang, who had made the bed, walked out of the room, carried young Kira's back to the room and turned on his mobile phone to see if there were any good suggestions from the daytime video. A dozen. As soon as he opened Douyin, Chu Lang was bombarded by numerous cell phone notification sounds. He quickly set his cell phone to silent mode and read them one by one. Insect catcher, good friend with strange strength. Chu Lang took a look and skipped it for the time being. What he wanted was the more outrageous advice. Only in this way could a high-level task appear. Although 3 years is acceptable, it is really a bit low. He chose the difficult path of raising a quasi-god. In the early stage he needed to consume a lot of resources to allow the young Kiras to grow normally. You must be admitted to a top university, otherwise you can only eat gigolos. And to be admitted to a top university he must upgrade to level 20 before the college entrance examination to have hope. It took him 3 years to upgrade little Kiras to level 10. In the NET 2 months it is difficult to upgrade little Kiras from level 10 to level 20. There must be more powerful suggestion. Thinking so, Chu Lang continued to swipe his phone. Soon a suggestion appeared in Chu Lang's eyes, making his eyes light up. Bald big wave. The moment Chu Lang saw bald big wave suggestion, 2 sounds rang in his mind. Level 12. Chu Lang was a little surprised. The system's tasks were really powerful. It actually upgraded young Kiras by 2 levels at once. More listening tasks need to be triggered. Thinking of this, Chu Lang looked at Kishu, who was still blushing. Kishu, I'll just call you Kishu. It's a bit weird to keep adding the word classmate. Is there any way to make my young Kiras level up faster? This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading the exciting content. I want to get into a good university on my own. Kishu thought for a while and said, your young Kiras has been trained well. What he lacks now is nutrition. If you want to get into a good university within 2 months, your young Kiras must be upgraded to level 20, but this is a bit difficult unless your young Kiras eats customized food all the time to supplement nutrition. Another way is to master the skills and drive his own attribute power to improve, which may also make up for his missing nutrition. Skills are extremely important for elves, especially elves like you who are not very qualified. His level cap will not be very high. If you want to master powerful combat power, you must practice your skills well. Prestigious schools select students not only based on level but also on combat power. Hearing the voice of the system, Chu Lang was a little happy. Kishu is really his lucky star. In just one day he brought him 3D level suggestions, all of which can be completed in a short time. When these 3 tasks are completed, his strength will reach a terrifying level, surpassing most of the senior high school students in one fell swoop. As for the qualification, Chu Lang was not worried at all. With the instance of the listening to advice task, he will definitely be able to maw out young Kiras's individual defense value before the college entrance examination. Chapter 7, Redefining Territorial Awareness. After sending away the strange tree, Chu Lang also asked young Kiras to stop falling from the roof for training. Although this method of improvement is rapid, it will also cause young Kiras's body to suffer hidden injuries, and it is not suitable for continuous training. Young Kiras, don't hopscotch today. I'll try to raise some money to customize your rations and buy some medicine for injuries. Otherwise I'm afraid that you will be defeated by the disease before you defeat your competitors in the college entrance examination. Young Kiras, okay, take some stones from the yard and hit the bird passing by in the sky. Remember not to kill them. Also remember not to hit these 2 kinds of birds, otherwise we will be beaten again. As he said, Chu Lang searched for pictures of Pidgeot and Toucan on his mobile phone and asked young Kiras to remember them firmly. Seeing that young Kiras nodded, Chu Lang took back his phone with confidence and picked up a few stones to hand over. Young Kiras, practice hitting the trunk of the big tree in the distance. First practice your accuracy and hit the bird passing by. Young Kiras nodded, took the small stone and hit the tree trunk in the distance. At the beginning his stone only had power but no accuracy at all. The error of hitting a big tree 20 meters away could be 10 meters. Fortunately young Kiras had good perseverance and was not discouraged. He still persisted. After an hour his accuracy could accurately hit the big tree with a 100% hit rate. At this time a butterfly flew through the sky, aiming directly at the flowers on the trees in Chu Lang's farm. Chu Lang activated the elf eye and saw that butterfly was only level 10 and should have just evolved. Completely worthy of provocation. Young Kiras, it's him. Young Kiras had a resolute look in his eyes, holding a small stone in his hand and throwing it towards the sky. Ha! The stone hit accurately and butterfly swayed and fell on the tree branch, his eyes rolling in circles. Well done! Chu Lang and young Kiras clapped their hands and continued to look for other target. That butterfly will not be in danger. The elves outside the secret realm are relatively harmonious. There are fights but few elves will kill other elves. Chu Lang continued to look for target for young Kiras. He was close to the beach and very close to the secret realm of Zahai City. A large number of elves often flew in the sky, and the most most of them were long-winged gulls. It was not even noon yet and young Kira's shoot-down mission had been completed by 1/3. At this efficiency young Kira's will soon be able to master the skill of shooting down. Chu Lang became more and more excited. He traveled through 3 years and young Kira's always used only one collision skill. The other elves are likely to start learning skills at level 5 and elves with high qualifications may even have skills at birth. When using skills elves can extremely great power and the effect is also very gorgeous. In the past Chu Lang was extremely envious when he saw other people's elves spitting fire, spitting water and thundering. Now his young Kira's is finally about to learn skills. Young Kira's can also feel that the rock energy in his body is becoming more and more restless and he has an unprecedented strong feeling. Therefore even if his arms are sore he doesn't feel a bit bitter or tired. Young Kira's, you work harder and try to learn the shooting skill today. The 3 bees on the side were buzzing and flying, cleverly hiding behind the tree, not entering the attack range of the 2 of them. These 2 guys started to go crazy intermittently again, so it's better not to provoke them. But there are also brave ones. Chu Lang saw 2 wild 3 bees at level 15 flying net to young Kira's. Buzz buzz. After the 2 3 bees finished calling young Kira's through stones more fiercely, Chu Lang couldn't help but be curious and asked young Kira's what did they say. Young Kira's stopped, gestured with his hands and feet and then pointed in the direction of the hive. Chu Lang guessed they said that skills are not practiced in this way. If you can learn it they will give you all the honey they collected this month. Young Kira's pouted and nodded full of anger. Chu Lang was happy. Young Kira's asked them if they have other 3 bees to bet and I will also raise the bet. Didn't you promise them to buy new saplings yesterday? If we lose I will add a sapling for every 3 bees on the other side who participate in the bet. Chu Lang was just thinking about how to get the startup funds to buy customized rations and medicine for young Kira's, but he didn't expect the money to be delivered to his door. The nectar of 3 bees is not only edible but also has medical and cultivation effect. It is a relatively precious material. With these nectars Chu Lang will not lack money to buy medicine for young Kira's for the time being. Soon dozens of 3 bees came to Chu Lang. They never expected such a good thing. They could get dozens of trees for free. The children of their tribe will have a good life in the future. Chu Lang did not refuse any of these 3 bees. He even brought a big bowl and poured them a glass of water. His treatment was second only to Miss Kishu. These are all gods of wealth. We cannot neglect them. After the 3 bees watched Chu Lang became bolder and no longer looked at them, Chu Lang was not only concerned with the long-winged gull and the butterfree but also noticed the flying sparrow. The elf encyclopedia introduced the sparrow as a creature with strong territoriality. Everything it saw would be included in its attack range. Today Chu Lang planned to challenge the sparrow that once pressed Jie to the ground in the anime to see how territorial they were. It was afternoon now and there were quite a few elves flying in the sky. Soon a sparrow broke into Chu Lang's farm. Chu Lang narrowed his eyes and saw that the sparrow was level 13. Young Kira's knocked this sparrow down. Young Kira's nodded and took action decisively. His main feature was his strong mobility. Whoosh! The rock flew into the sky with a whistling sound and accurately hit the wings of the sparrow. The sparrow felt its wings soar and fell straight down from the sky, hitting the soft ground. A sharp look flashed in the sparrow's eyes and it was about to attack young Kira's. At this moment he suddenly felt countless interested eyes on him. More than 33 bee colonies. The slarks were stunned for a moment then stood up and left decisively. Isn't it just that he was beaten in the territory? At worst he can change his territory. There can only be one bird in my territory. Chapter 8. Who says fruit farmers can't be doctors? Ha ha ha. Seeing the slarks being defeated, Chu Lang couldn't help laughing. He had tried to grow corn before but it was all eaten by these slarks. It was not until he planted fruit trees that the 3 bee colony helped him to protect his home. Today not only did the 3 bee colony come to deliver precious honey but the slarks' great hatred was finally avenged and young Kira's was about to learn his first real skill. 3 good things. Chu Lang squatted behind young Kira's and massaged his shoulders and legs to prevent his muscles from stiffening. Young Kira's, there are still 12 times left. Try to master this skill before dinner. Roar! Young Kira's patted his chest and threw the stone in his hand wildly. The master didn't even have lunch so he must not delay his soft dinner. Time passed very quickly. After the 3 bees drank 2 large bowls of water a dark yellow light flashed on young Kira's body. At the same time the voice of the system sounded in Chu Lang's mind. The search page turned and a full screen of ad quickly appeared. Chu Lang, what is the purpose of buying this to experience the feeling of death? Tianwei Pharmacy sells strength enhancing potions. You only need to take them for 998 months and your strength will be unmatched. Indeed 998 months is equal to 83 years and no one can be a match for an old man of this age. Then Chu Lang flipped through more than 100 pages, finally filtered out all the advertisements and began to check the serious content. Baiko Iong Pharmacy launched a new drug. This new drug contains contains berry fruit ingredients which can restore physical strength and effectively treat burns. Aaron Pharmacy launched a new drug. This drug contains special orange fruit and is cultivated by a master-level breeder. Buy one get one free. After browsing a few pages, Chu Lang suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. These medicines are all made by breeders using tree fruit. Can he also make them? Who said that fruit farmers can't be doctors? But this kind of thing is definitely not allowed on Douyin. There is no fun and no netizens will comment. After thinking for a while, Chu Lang immediately found the forum of the Weak Bar and posted a message. Chapter 9 Medicine Breeder. The Weak Bar is not a place for a group of idiots but a place where a group of people who like to have fun and poet gather. Chu Lang's target this time is the people who like to have fun in the Weak Bar. I believe they will definitely give very unreasonable suggestions. Sure enough, Chu Lang soon received the first comment. Just when Chu Lang was speechless, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Looking at this task, Chu Lang was a little surprised. It seems that he is only one ice elf away from being a professional breeder of medicine. Potion purification, a very simple but terrifying function. With this suggestion, Chu Lang can purify a bottle of medicine into a higher level medicine. A bottle of ordinary medicine can play a more terrifying role in his hands. Those medicines that are already terrifying in themselves may even play unimaginable roles in his hands. However, this ability is temporarily useless before he becomes stronger. He can use it himself, but he cannot use it to make money. Although the Dragon Kingdom is under the rule of Qingming, there may still be some bad guys. After his ability is posed, he will definitely be caught by the bad guys and put in a small dark room and used as a human assembly line. At this moment, Chu Lang is more looking forward to the NET suggestion from the retard bar. If he gets the ability to refine medicine, it will be even more perfect. After all, medicine purification still requires medicine. Without medicine, everything is useless. The number of people in the retard bar is obviously much less than that of Douyin users. It was not until Chu Lang finished his meal that a new comment was refreshed. Seeing this comment, Chu Lang knew it was safe. The system would adopt such an outrageous suggestion as the refrigerator, not to mention this kind of suggestion that look very reasonable. Ha ha ha, I'm a pharmacist. Chu Lang couldn't help laughing, took a fruit from outside, ran into the kitchen and pushed young Kira's aside. The fruit was stuffed into the stove and Chu Lang stared at the time on his phone. When the 49 seconds were up, Chu Lang quickly reached in and took out the fruit inside. Looking at the charred fruit, young Kira's and Chu Lang fell silent at the same time. Several dozen worth of stuff just gone. The only difference from being robbed by the trumpet buds was that young Kira's didn't get beaten up. Young Kira's was silent for a moment, put the ribs he had stewed for Chu Lang into a bowl and silently picked up the burnt fruit peels. Chu Lang snatched the burnt fruit from young Kira's hand and put the ribs in front of young Kira's. No, let me try it, I haven't been willing to eat the fruit yet. After saying that, Chu Lang grunted and stuffed the burnt fruit into his mouth without feeling any healing effect. It seems that it is necessary to use the spirit's flame to calcine for 7,749 seconds according to the system's requirement. As a result, a new problem appeared in front of Chu Lang. If he wants to become a pharmacist in the breeding family, he must have a pet that can release fire skills. It is best if this pet also has ice skills and can purify potions. It's not that the refrigerator is not easy to use, but Chu Lang is reluctant to buy it. Now he is too short of money and wants to spend every penny. Raising a quasi-god is not as beautiful as in novels and animation. It is definitely a nightmare for the poor. If this poor person is more loyal, it will be a nightmare in a nightmare. Young Kira's, it would be great if you were a round land shark. You can learn both ice and fire skills. Hearing the three words round land shark, young Kira's shuddered and rarely refuted. After young Kira's finished eating the rib and his spirit rations, Chu Lang took a look at the sky. The sun had just begun to set and magnificent clouds of fire were floating in the west. Let's go, young Kira's, let's go out for a night run. By the way, let's go to the pharmacy in the city and buy you some medicine for your injuries. You can't keep training with injuries like this. Roar. Young Kira's rubbed Chu Lang's clothes and finally walked out of the shadow of the three words round land shark. He condensed a few large stones and carried them on his back and followed Chu Lang out of the room. After confirming that the babblers were not waiting for them, the two of them bent over and walked out of the room and began to run with weights along the way down the mountain into the city. This is also a task given by the system to listen to advice. Go out for a 10-kilometer run with weights every day and increase the individual speed value a little bit a month. After Chu Lang left for a while, the key ring hanging in the room shook for a while and he followed helplessly. This little guy, why does he always forget to bring the key? Compared with the old master, his awareness of saving his life is much worse. This name is not well chosen and there is no level. Too frivolous. Chapter 10 Lottery. It was evening and there were many trainers who took their Pokemon out for a night run, but most of them were fighting type trainers. It was very rare for Chu Lang to take young Kira's out for a run. It was for this this reason that Chu Lang was a well-known figure in the running circle of Sahai City. Hey, Chu Lang is out again. Your young Kiraz seems to have made great progress and has even started to carry weight. Not bad, Chu Lang. I originally thought that your young Kiraz was too slow. I didn't expect that he could run at such a speed even with weight. I am superficial. Chu Lang responded to these people's words one by one. At the same time he sighed a little. There were still too many good people in this world. It would be great if these people could be sarcastic to him. He liked to be ridiculed. Soon Chu Lang arrived at the Caterpie breeding house in Sahai City with young Kiraz. The Catty Dog breeding house is the largest chain breeding house in Longguo. It even has chain stores in some western countries outside Longguo. The owner of the breeding house is the world's richest man. Even the official Pokemon Center in Longguo has much less stuff than the Catty Dog breeding house, especially high-quality items and Pokemon. Someone once rumored that you can buy Pokemons with champion qualifications in the Catty Dog breeding house. When Chu Lang was running, the images in those advertisements kept flashing in his mind. In order to prevent young Kiraz from being deceived by the advertisements of unscrupulous doctors, it would be better to choose the Catty Dog breeding house. It is rumored that the adult and the mistress of the Catty Dog breeding house 300 years ago had a good memory in Sahai City for a period of time, so the Catty Dog breeding house in Sahai City was built very grandly. The entire Catty Dog breeding house is about more than 200 meters high, which is considered the largest building in Sahai City. There are two huge sculptures at the entrance. The sculpture on the left is a very ferocious-looking land shark riding on wind speed with his right hand inserted into his chest, looking very sturdy. The sculpture on the right is a round land shark hanging on wind speed's tail, looking very cute. It is rumored that this is the original elf of that adult and the mistress of the Caterpillar breeding house at that time. The first time Chu Lang came to the Caterpillar breeding house, he was a little stunned. How can the initial form of an elf be so funny but the final form is so terrible? It's hard to believe, but that adult quasi-god must have suffered a lot when he started, and he will definitely rise in the future. Let's go, young Kiraz. Will go buy you some medicine for your injuries. If the money is enough, we'll order some rations by the way. As he said, Chu Lang picked up young Kiraz and took him into the breeding house. As soon as he reached the door, two beautiful reception ladies opened the door for Chu Lang. Hello sir, welcome. Okay. Chu Lang nodded and ran into the breeding house as if escaping. No wonder they have such a big business. The receptionist at the door is prettier than the young lady Chu Lang saw in the foot massage shop in his previous life. After entering, Chu Lang was stunned by the endless breeding house. After entering the room, a huge forest came into view. The rich oxygen in it made Chu Lang want to breathe more. In that forest there were countless cute and docile walking grasses, cauliflower monkeys, etc., wandering around and occasionally jumping on the heads of passing trainers. Damn, they are so good at doing business. If Chu Lang hadn't had no money in his pocket, he would have wanted to take one away. Chu Lang forcibly withdrew his eyes from those Pokemon. Just as he was about to leave, the sweet-looking sales lady came over. Hello sir, is there no Pokemon you like here? Why don't you go to our egg betting area? The cheapest Pokemon egg there is only 30,000 yuan. Someone once bet on a quasi-god there. The sales lady glanced at Chu Lang's young Kiraz. As a graduate of the breeding department, she could see at a glance that the young Kiraz was malnourished and had poor qualifications, but Chu Lang still chose to breed it. Therefore she perfectly controlled Chu Lang's weakness, liking quasi-god, and no one who likes quasi-god can escape his rhetoric. After all, 30,000 yuan is not expensive and basically any trainer can afford it, but she underestimated Chu Lang's poverty. It is true that Chu Lang has nectar worth 30,000 yuan and he even has 2,000 yuan in savings, but he also bought sapling. If he can't pay when the big mouth goal comes to deliver the goods, he will be beaten. I'm sorry, I don't plan to raise other elves for the time being. Where is the medicine area? I want to buy some medicine. The sales lady was stunned and began to doubt her life. Is she no longer attractive, or is her rhetoric useless, or is the quasi-god completely unattractive? While the sales lady was stunned, young Kiraz pointed to the left and Chu Lang walked to the left with young Kiraz in his arms. Chu Lang didn't think much about it, just thinking that young Kiraz saw something he wanted, but after turning a corner Chu Lang was stunned. Young Kiraz, how do you know where the medicine area is? Young Kiraz's pupils shrank and then he looked confused, spread his hands and shook his head. Chu Lang, did you come here when you didn't know me? Hearing Chu Lang's imagination, young Kiraz nodded frantically. Yes, that's it, just use your imagination. Soon the two sold the nectar of the 3 bees and then bought 50 bottles of the lowest top-level medicine at the price of 200 yuan per bottle. If these medicines are used sparingly, they will be enough for young Kiraz to use until the eve of the college entrance examination. At that time he can find other ways to buy medicine. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. After selling the nectar he got 30,000 yuan. After deducting the money for buying the saplings on the online shopping platform plus the 200-300 yuan that Chu Lang had saved, he still had 17,000 yuan to customize elf rations for young Kiras. The remaining 300 yuan was used to buy instant noodles to support him until the fruit of the tree matures net month. It is very stable. Just then the loudspeaker of the Caterpie breeding house suddenly rang. Please go to the front desk area with your shopping receipts to draw a lottery. The first prize is free of receipts, the second prize can get a low-level elf attribute evolution stone, and the third prize can choose an elf worth less than 100,000 yuan. Hearing this voice, Chu Lang's eyes lit up. You can actually use receipts to draw prizes when buying things. Fortunately, I didn't go to a small pharmacy. What if I win a second prize? Wouldn't it be a direct success? The probability of winning this prize may be a little small for others, but for Chu Lang, it's totally doable. Thinking of this, Chu Lang looked around at the people around him and finally saw a bald, strong man who walked out of the gambling hall and looked very bad. Hey brother, I want to ask you a question. How can I win the prize with a receipt? The bald brother's face was furious and he glared at Chu Lang. What are you arguing about? Just walk over and slap your receipt on their table and you can win the prize. Got it. At the same time the system's voice sounded. It's a good deal, too good a deal. Just now the sales lady said that the eggs here only cost 50,000 yuan, but you can buy a large milk tank worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. More importantly, Chu Lang got the 100,000 yuan for free. Chu Lang remembered the location of the large milk tank and planned to find the location of the king elf first. If the king elf can't spend the remaining money, he will take the large milk tank away. Chu Lang smiled at the sales lady and said, "Take me for a walk, I want to choose." The sales lady nodded. As long as you choose, the transaction may be completed. I'm afraid that the customer will not choose. Under the guidance of the sales lady, Chu Lang walked in the gambling area. 5 minutes later, Chu Lang knew why Lu Fei was so angry when he first walked out of the gambling area. The elves here are not as beautiful as Chu Lang imagined. The big milk can he saw at the beginning is already the best in the gambling area. Most of the eggs are green caterpillars, unicorns, hairballs and other elf that can be seen on the roadside. If you want to catch these elves outside, you only need to prepare a 50 yuan alloy net bag and put it in the gambling area to get 1,000 times profit. The dealer of the catty dog breeding house is too profitable. This also made Chu Lang determined that he and pornography and gambling are irreconcilable. As for not saying poison, it is because he is afraid that he will say too much and touch it later. To the poison type king level elf. Continuing to search, Chu Lang soon encountered another small saw crocodile, but it was only elite level, so he passed it decisively. Although Chu Lang's system can change the individual value of the elves, it is also very difficult. If possible, the starting point is as high as possible. Unless it is a particularly congenial elf, Chu Lang can pay for him regardless of the price. 20 minutes later, Chu Lang had looked through the 50,000 yuan gambling area but still did not find the king level elf and could not help shaking his head. Lu Fei saw Chu Lang's reaction and became a little uneasy. He followed for so long just to see Chu Lang's reaction after 100,000 yuan went down the drain. How could he shake his head? Lu Fei patted Chu Lang on the shoulder. Brother, it doesn't matter if you don't like this place, let's go and see the 100,000 yuan area. Chu Lang did not hesitate and followed Lu Fei. The two egg gambling areas were net to each other, separated by only a door. After arriving at the 100,000 yuan egg area, it was obvious that there was a huge difference between the eggs on both sides. The eggs in the 50,000 yuan area were spread out on hundreds of huge tables placed in a mess, while here were exquisite shelves. Moreover, the egg area here was all lingering with light, and there was a huge hatching lamp above the head so that the elves in this egg area could grow safely. At the same time, Chu Lang also found that the eggs here were the kind that could be hatched very quickly, and basically there was no need to wait for a long time. No wonder it is called gambling eggs, so that the results can be obtained quickly, just like gambling on stones in the previous life. Chu Lang looked at the elves here and they were indeed much better than the egg area of 50,000 yuan. After just looking at two shelves, Chu Lang saw a starter Pokemon, a new starter Pokemon produced in Jizhong City, New Leaf Cat. This Pokemon has a grass attribute, and after evolving to the final form it has a very good attribute combination which is considered to be more valuable among the starter Pokemon. And this Pokemon has a very strong hidden characteristic: it can change freely. As introduced in the TET book, most Pokemon have multiple characteristics which are divided into implicit characteristic and hidden characteristic. The hidden characteristic of New Leaf Cat is that it can change into the same attribute as the move it uses, but the effect is slightly worse than that of Koga Greninja, and it can only change once. The Greninja in Vermilion can also only change once, and the Greninja in this game refers to the previous version and can change infinitely. It's just that this new Leaf Cat's qualifications are not very high, and it is not the king level that the system said. Put it temporarily and continue to look for the king level Pokemon. After searching for a while, Chu Lang finished looking at this egg area, but still I didn't find the king level elf. Chu Lang looked at the sales lady with some doubts. My lady, do you have other eggs here? I don't like any of them. Just when the sales lady was about to answer no, a big man walked in with a big bow in his hand. The big man walked into the egg gambling area and said to the sales lady, Lu Xingning, are you busy? Another batch of broken eggs came from the secret realm. The elves inside are unknown whether they are alive or dead, and their qualifications are completely unknown. Just sell them. The sales lady left Chu Lang and the others uneasily and ran to the big man. Put these in the 100,000 area first. Most of them can survive if there is energy supply. Looking at the eggs posed in the big bow, Chu Lang's eyes lit up. He saw the elves he liked. Chu Lang hurried over to help move the bow. Yes, miss, can I buy the elves in this bow? The young lady sorted out a cabinet and put the elves in the bow into the cabinet, saying, you can buy them, but most of the elves here are not very talented or are seriously injured. You must treat them well when you buy them back, or recycle them for us after hatching and never throw them away. Chu Lang picked up the young Kiras. Don't worry, my young Kiras can't even beat a trumpet bud, but I still raised him for 3 years. I won't give up the elf. Young Kiras. Master, I feel you are not polite at all. Hearing Chu Lang's words, the sales lady named Lu Xingning nodded with a smile. Then go pick another elf first and I'll give you one of the elves here as a gift later. Chapter 13, Flashing Elf. When Chu Lang walked back to the 50,000 area, Lu Fei was still chattering beside him. Why go back to the 50,000 zone? Go to the 100,000 zone and gamble. You should listen to me. You can get better elves there. Chu Lang smiled and shook his head. Now that there are young Kiras and the broken egg elves, he can't afford to raise new Leaf Meow at all. It's better to take a big milk tank. Soon Chu Lang returned to the 100,000 zone with the egg of the big milk tank and came to Lu Xingning. Miss Lu Xingning, I want this. Please give me a ticket. Okay, Lu Xingning said while taking care of the new broken egg. Choose one here and I'll give you a gift ticket. Chu Lang nodded repeatedly and looked at the king level elf in the broken egg. The egg should have been affected by the battle of other elves. There was frost that didn't melt on it, and there were some tiny cracks. Race Shining Lolulus Superpower Fairy. Training suggestions. Currently seriously injured. Please treat as soon as possible. Flash Seed Lolulus. These two things are extremely precious even if separated, and they are even more precious when put together. There are definitely no more than 3 in the entire blue star. Seeing Chu Lang choose this frost-covered egg, Lu Xingning was stunned for a moment. Sir, you'd better not choose this egg. It looks like he's badly injured. You may not be able to keep him alive. Chu Lang was a little surprised. This Lolulus was actually so seriously injured. Then is there any way to cure him? Chu Lang asked. Later he added, I mean, if I take him back to raise him, how do you suggest I treat him? Lu Xingning saw that Chu Lang really liked this elf, so he said solemnly, the breeding house may apply the juice of limu fruit on his eggshell every day. As for other methods, there may be, but the breeding house may not pay such a high price. If you take it back, it will take a lot of thought. With the photo of young Kiras and the hundreds of fans that Chu Lang accumulated yesterday, comments quickly appeared under the short video. Chu Lang's eyes lit up, clicked on the person's comment and replied. Soon the other side replied, this is not simple, just let him slide a few times, right? On the other side of the phone, a man with glasses curled his lips. He was just teasing Chu Lang. Although there are a lot of braided sheep, there are not many with good qualifications. It is impossible to learn the simple skill of turning into a circle, let alone the green grass slide. Let the person who posted the video waste his energy. Chu Lang said thank you to the comment and returned to the farm with half a bamboo basket of grass. Hey braided sheep, don't eat it yet. I'll spread out the grass and you can slide on it first. The braided sheep didn't understand but still cooperated and stepped aside. Soon Chu Lang let the braided sheep slide on the grass. Haha, so fast. Chu Lang was a little surprised and couldn't help wanting to find someone to share his joy. Soon Chu Lang reposted a video and tagged the netizen named I don't wear glasses. Soon the netizens in the video were stunned. Is the grass slide skill really so easy to learn? Especially the man with glasses. He felt that he might have made some great discovery and ran madly towards the Caterpie breeding house in their city. Ha ha ha, I've decided I want to be a grass type trainer in the future, and the grass type gym leader must be me. Chu Lang opened the sheepfold of the braided sheep and let him go out to play. He ran to the room to prepare food for young Kiras. After walking a few steps, Chu Lang was stunned. There was a big bow at the door of his room with a pile of instant noodles inside. There was also a small hole on the big bow, which was obviously caused by the beak of the toucan. Did the big bird really go to make instant noodles for him? Chu Lang shook his head and didn't think much about about it. He just thought that the trumpet bud felt that young Kira's was too weak and added some difficulty to himself. Soon Chu Lang made a bowl of noodles and came out with young Kira's customized rations and medicine. Don't practice young Kira's anymore. Prepare to practice skills after dinner. Roar. Young Kira's nodded and jumped down to Chu Lang's side. It can be seen that this height is not much of a challenge for young Kira's and he can consider increasing the height later. Young Kira's first gulped down the medicine and then started to eat the hard customized rations. Hearing the voice in his mind, Chu Lang was delighted. It seems that young Kira's is talented. The qualitative improvement is quite obvious. This time I even learned a skill after upgrading. This rock slide skill is a rock skill like shoot down. It is slightly more powerful without the shoot down effect. It seems that today's skill training will be more substantial. When young Kira's had almost finished eating, Chu Lang couldn't wait to take him to the yard. Young Kira's use rock slide on braided sheep. Young Kira's braided sheep. Chapter 16, How to practice rock slide. Seeing the shocked look of the two elves, Chu Lang scratched his head. Don't be afraid, braided sheep. You have learned the grass slide skill and you just need to practice dodging. Young Kira's newly learned rock slide skill is also a skill with a relatively low hit rate. It's just right for you two to complement each other. Meh. The braided sheep was still a little resistant. Chu Lang squatted down and began to brainwash. Yang, think about it. Who in the farm wouldn't want to have a bite of your fat mouthful of meat? Look at the bird flying in the sky. Which one doesn't drool when looking at you? But as long as your brother young Kira's grows up and becomes a master in the elf world, no one will dare to bully you even if you are far away in the farm. You have to look at the owner when beating a dog, not to mention that you are young Kira's brother. The braided sheep was confused and finally nodded. Okay, young Kira's use rockfall. The braided sheep hair stood up instantly and he slid to the side and moved 2 meters away in an instant. Ha! A stone the size of a human head fell from the sky and hit the place where the braided sheep had just stood. Chu Lang, this kind of powerful rockfall might not even kill him but only half kill him. Of course this is also related to his persistence in exercise. His physique is still very strong. Young Kira's, you should practice shooting down skills with the passing birds in the sky first. I'll check the information to see how to make your rockfall skill more powerful. After that, Chu Lang found a very small stone from the side and filmed it in the video. Thanks for everyone's suggestions. Now my young Kira's has successfully mastered the rockfall and shooting down skills, but why is the power of this rockfall skill so small? The video was released and soon received crazy comments. Since Chu Lang uploaded the video of young Kira's and the braided sheep, his fans have exceeded 1,500 in just 2 days, but in the real world the mastery level of these skills is divided into more levels. According to the introduction of the system, after mastering the rock collapse skill, a crushing effect will be added. This effect sounds like it will increase the power of the skill. I wonder what effect young Kira's rock collapse skill can cause now. Chu Lang held up his phone with some anticipation and pointed the camera at young Kira's. Young Kira's used the rock slide skill on the big rock in front. Chapter 17, Arena. 2 days later, it was sunny. Chu Lang lay comfortably on the steps watching young Kira's and braided sheep training each other with a mini version of the big milk tank following him. Chu Lang touched the head of the big milk tank with one hand while browsing his phone. Since he found out that he earned 5 yuan after his fans exceeded 1,000 the day before yesterday, Chu Lang has insisted on posting videos every day. His videos in the past few days are all about recording young Kira's rock slide skill. From the first day when only 1 rock fell to now there are 3 rocks falling, and every time a rock falls on the target there will be a shattering effect similar to a small explosion, and the power is many times stronger than at the beginning. In Chu Lang's last video, young Kira's used the rock slide skill to smash a 1 meter square boulder into pieces. If this skill is used on a person, it will definitely not be as simple as a serious injury. Young Kira's, stop training for now. Come here and let me see how you have changed in the past few days of hopscotch. Then let's go to school today to get the Taijingzu, and then you can start to exercise the power of Taijing. Taijing is an extremely powerful force. The combat power of elves with Taijing and elves without Taijing is very different. A professional scholar once said that a matching Taijing attribute can make the combat power of an elf comparable to an elf 10 levels higher than him. Hearing Chu Lang's words, young Kira's came over happily. He has been eager for Taijing for a long time. If he has Taijing, he will definitely be able to press that trumpet bud to the ground and rub it. It will definitely work this time. Haha. Chu Lang smiled and touched young Kira's head and took a look at his attributes with the elf eye. Race young Kira's rock ground. Training suggestions. S level listening task: lift a 1,000-pound boulder 1,000 times a day, and after 1 year young Kira's will master the cliff sword. D level listening task: persistent training, run 10 kilometers with weights every day and reward speed, individual value +1 every month. A level listening task: let young Kira's fall from a high altitude, which can quickly train young Kira's Kira's defense. It has only been 3 days since the training started and Chu Lang's young Kira's defense individual value has reached 10 points. 10 points of individual value is already terrifying for a quasi-god. As a quasi-god, the defense of young Kira's has surpassed most of the same level elf. The speed individual value has not changed and it is still 3 points. From this we can also see the gap between A-level tasks and D-level tasks. However, this defense training task will become more and more difficult in the later stage. Since yesterday young Kira's has no longer felt stronger when jumping off the roof and began to choose to fall from the tree trunk. Later the speed of increasing the defense individual value of young Kira's will definitely slow down. Chu Lang casually posted a video. This time young Kira's was knocked down by a jump of the newly hatched milk tank. Young Kira's on the side was confused and frantically gestured his arms. The meaning was very obvious. Master, this is me being knocked down only when I am exhausted from training. If you post this I will not be alive. Chu Lang blinked pretending not to understand and continued to upload. Copy all powerful netizens. My little Kira's listened to your advice a few days ago and now he has mastered the falling rock skill well, but his body is still weak. What can I do? It was noon and Chu Lang's video had a lot of views. The short video platform noticed that Chu Lang's account was extremely high quality and even started to promote it. The video playback volume quickly exceeded 10,000 and in just 5 minutes it had a trend of breaking 100,000. Every time it was refreshed a large number of comments would appear. Cat Apostle hahaha, I was still worried. This young Kira's has risen and his combat power exceed that of my new leaf cat. Now it seems that I thought too much. Chu Lang quickly passed these people looking for the comments he wanted. Soon Chu Lang locked a comment. When seeing this comment the system prompt sound started. C-level advice. Chu Lang hesitated. As you can see from the suggestion of running this C-level suggestion will not bring a particularly rapid improvement to young Kira's. D-level tasks improve a little bit a month and this C-level task can only improve a little bit in half a month at most. More importantly, the arena costs money 200 yuan each time. After thinking for a while Chu Lang decided to give it a try first. The purpose of making money is to improve the elf. If you hide the money it will be inferior. Young Kira's, anyway you have to go to school to get the Taijingzi today. Let's go to the arena of the elf center today to test your strength. I have been training for nearly 3 years and I have to see the result. Young Kira's was a little tempted. Since he followed Chu Lang he has not had a real battle. Bull Bud doesn't count, that guy is too violent. Roar. Young Kira's nodded, frantically ran back to the room to get the kettle for Chu Lang and at the same time jumped up to take off the key, took the stone for weight and followed Chu Lang happily. After instructing the 3 bees and the braided sheep to help take care of the Pokemon eggs of Milkykin and Ralts, Chu Lang and little Kira's observed at the door and left quickly. As soon as the two of them went out the bell sprout jumped in along the wall and squatted by the window of Ralts to bask in the sun. By the way, wait for little Kira's to finish school. Chapter 18. The Powerful Tire. Meow. Soon Chu Lang took little Kira's to the Pokemon Center in Zhai City. Compared to the Caterpie breeding house, the facilities here look much simpler. The whole building is an ordinary 10-story building with a large room like a pokeball on top. That large room is the goal that Chu Lang came to this time, the arena. After entering the Pokemon Center, Chu Lang took little Kira's to run straight to the top floor. It's not that there is no elevator, but climbing stairs can exercise your body. After arriving at the arena you can see that it is already crowded with people. These are basically high school students who come to participate in the battle. Chu Lang found the front desk. Hello, I want to take my elves to the battle. How can I pay? Although the receptionist here is not as pretty as the one at the Caterpie breeding house, she has a heroic air. Hearing Chu Lang's question, the lady handed Chu Lang a tablet. Check the elf level above the required battle environment and the payment mode, and then you can directly enter the battle after matching with your opponent without queuing. Chu Lang took a rough look at the tablet. The elf levels ranged from 10 to 50 and the ones above could not be checked. It should be that the arena here could not support that kind of battle. Each 10 levels corresponded to a price, and a battle of more than 10 levels of elves cost 200 yuan. As for those battle environments, they all required additional money and Chu Lang chose not to. Hello, I've chosen. Chu Lang handed the tablet back. Seeing Chu Lang so polite, the lady at the front desk also had some good feelings for Chu Lang. Little brother, the opponents in this period of time may be stronger, so you should be careful with your Pokemon. By the way, you chose the wrong payment mode. This is a gambling mode. If you lose you need to pay double the price. Chu Lang was stunned. He really didn't pay attention to this matter. He asked the receptionist, what if I win? Of course you don't need to pay. Chu Lang immediately became interested. Then I won't change it. The receptionist wanted to persuade him, but seeing Chu Lang's firm look she didn't say anything. Anyway, it's just an extra 200 yuan, which shouldn't be a big deal for these trainer kids. While Chu Lang was waiting, a well-dressed little fat trainer walked walked into the arena. Behind him was a new leaf cat's evolved form Dire Meow. The Dire Mo's fur was extremely smooth and looked extremely well trained. Not only that, she was wearing a prop on her feet, thick-soled boot. This item can reduce the impact of traps on Pokemon, and at the same time it can be unaffected by ice and other ground surfaces. Looking around, the trainer was a little surprised. His name is Jia Zhen, from a grass-type family in Jizhong City. He came to Zhai City in advance because he heard some news. There are a lot of people today. I can finally take a good look at the strength of these trainers in Zhai City. I hope this time Zhai Hiken can make me feel some pressure so that I can be interested in the new university. Jia Zhen didn't waste too much time and soon arrived at the front desk. Miss, I want to play the ordinary gambling mode. The Pokemon level is 16. He likes this mode more not because he can't take out the money but because the trainers in this mode fight more seriously. In his opinion, the trainers in Zhai City are too bad and only those in the gambling mode are slightly better. Soon the horn sounded. Arena. Chu Lang, who was teaching young Kiras, heard his name being called from the loudspeaker and hurried to arena number 3. After he entered the arena, the door behind him slowly closed, leaving only the referee and the 2 fighting trainers. Chu Lang looked at the facilities of the arena. The red and white ground was obviously made of alloy. There were some seats around but they were empty. No wonder the battle cost money. If the Pokemon accidentally damages this place, the repair of the venue alone will be a huge e-pen. Chu Lang spoke softly but the trainer Jia Zhen on the opposite side heard it clearly. Don't worry, our battle won't damage the venue. Your young Kiras will be killed instantly by my Dire Meow. Chu Lang glanced at Jia Zhen, who was extremely proud, and said nothing. His young Kiras was indeed at a disadvantage against the grass-type Pokemon, but he would still go all out. The eye of the Pokemon was activated and Chu Lang first checked the opponent's skills and levels to avoid being caught off guard during the battle. Race Dire Meow Grass. After seeing the attributes of this Pokemon, Chu Lang's heart couldn't help but rise. Young Kiras, this opponent is very powerful. You have to be careful. Gym Master level qualifications and also mastered the enhanced skills of the proficient level. This battle will be extremely difficult, but Chu Lang didn't worry about anything. If he lost, he lost. Anyway, being hit can increase his individual values, so he won't lose anyway. The referee of both sides is a gym level trainer and a slowpoke is lying net to him. Psychic type Pokemon have always been the most suitable Pokemon to be referees. Their abilities can quickly pull apart the trainers on both sides who are fighting with real fire to avoid casualties. Seeing that Chu Lang and Jia Zhen were ready for battle, the referee began to read out the rules of the battle. Please take your positions, trainers on both sides, and your battle will begin immediately. In this competition, it is strictly forbidden to kill the opponent's Pokemon. You can attack the opponent's trainer, but it is also strictly forbidden to kill. Your Pokemon skills are not allowed to fly to the audience seat. If you fly to the audience seats, you will be directly judged as a loser. Net summon your Pokemon and start fighting. New Leaf Cat, please give me a picture of Tiley Cat. I can't find it. Chapter 19. Never back down. Young Kiras, come on. Hearing Chu Lang's voice, young Kiras patted his chest and walked onto the battlefield. The referee and Jia Zhen were a little confused, and finally Jia Zhen asked, "Hey, are you sure you don't want to change an elf? Your elf is too suppressed by Tiley Cat and it doesn't show the strength of my elf at all. As a member of the Jia family, I will never take advantage of others. I'll give you a chance to change an elf." The referee blew the whistle and interrupted Jia Zhen's word. "My classmate, this is a one-on-one competition. If you need to change an elf, you have to pay the fee again." Jia Zhen was silent for a while, then took out an ID card. "My father Jia Fu, can I let him change an elf?" Jia Fu, the king of Jizhong City. Hearing Jia Zhen's words, the referee shut up decisively and pretended not to see what happened on the field. Chu Lang became curious about Jia Zhen. Judging from the referee's appearance, the Jia Fu mentioned by this opponent must be very terrifying. "That I only have one elf. I'm sorry to have failed you." Jia Zhen didn't hesitate. "Then let's start. Dire Meow, kill him in seconds." As soon as Jia Zhen finished speaking, his Dire Meow rushed into the battle area in one step. Meow. Dire Meow jumped high and a leaf appeared in his hand at the same time. The leaf issued a sharp breath and looked extremely heavy. Swoosh. The leaf flew towards Chu Lang's young Kiras and it flew to the half-court position in just an instant. Young Kiras used shoot down on the leaf. Hearing Chu Lang's words, a trace of determination flashed in young Kiras's eyes and the yellow energy in his hand condensed and was thrown out quickly. Under the gazes of Chu Lang and the other two, young Kiras's strike collided with the leaves of Dire Meow and the rock was instantly penetrated and cut into two pieces. Jia Zhen's mouth curled up, but before he could completely curl up, he saw the leaves of Dire Meow falling to the ground. How could it be possible? Yes, even if Chu Lang is a quasi-god, it is impossible to use rock-type skills to knock down grass-type skills. This effect may be achieved by the quasi-god in the final form, but it is absolutely impossible for the first form form of young Kira's to complete it. But soon a possibility flashed through Jia Zhen's mind. You young Kiras have mastered the skill of knocking down at the proficient level? Hearing Jia Zhen's question, Chu Lang nodded. As expected of someone who can scare the referee, his knowledge is too sharp. Just a face-to-face the details of young Kira's skills can be seen. Young Kiras continue to fight, use collision. This time Chu Lang chose to use the collision skill. After the attack, individual value of young Kiras reaches the minimum value. Close combat is definitely the most popular. Seeing Chu Lang's reaction, Jia Zhen smiled a little. Want a close combat? Then I'll play with you. Today I'm going to tell you that quasi-gods are not invincible. You people from small places are so inferior in both combat and breeding. While he was speaking, his Tire Meow crossed his hands and had already used the claw sharpening skill. With the bonus of the skill, Tire Meow's claws looked metallic and each claw was extremely sharp. Meow. Tire Meow jumped up and took the lead in attacking young Kira's. Shoot down. Chu Lang's battle command was very brief. He knew that his elf training was not as good as that of Tire Meow, so he could only take shortcuts in battle. Young Kira's condensed a stone in his hand and threw it quickly, knocking Jia Zhen's Tire Meow to the ground. At the same time, Chu Lang's voice appeared again. Rock collapse. Crash. 3 stones of irregular sizes and shapes appeared out of thin air above Tire Meow and smashed down fiercely below. Dealy Meow, stand up and use the most powerful leaf. Meow. Dealy Meow rolled over and dodged 3 stones and used the leaf skill on young Kira's without thinking. She was serious now, but the net moment she suddenly felt an explosive shock wave behind her and her whole body was pushed by this wave and couldn't stand steadily. The leaf skill deviated to the alloy ground on one side and inserted directly into it. Seeing this, Chu Lang's pupils shrank. After using the claw skill, Dealamo's attack power became higher. According to the 4-fold restraint of the grass type on young Kira's, it only takes 1 hit to send young Kira's away. Jia Zhen on the opposite side was also extremely solemn. He had heard at home that the trainers in Zhai City were extremely rubbish, so he looked down on Chu Lang at first, but now he just wanted to fly back quickly and slap his friends twice. Rubbish? Whose Pokemon can master 2 skilled skills before reaching the elite level? If this is also called trash, who is called awesome? Those talents of the top schools are awesome. After complaining for a few words, Jia Zhen continued to look at the battlefield. Delay Meow, stand up and fight quickly, otherwise you may be overturned. Chu Lang also issued an order to young Kira's. Young Kira's, knock Delay Meow down immediately, otherwise he will kite you to death. This is the real world, not the turn-based game. After the speed attribute is brought to the E-Tream, it is very likely to take away other elves without injury. If it weren't for Chu Lang's young Kira's, who had comprehended the proficient level of rock collapse skills, it is very likely that he would have been taken away by a wave now. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. Both elves started to move, one chasing the other fleeing, but Delay Meow had just stood up after all and her body was unstable and she was knocked to the ground by young Kira's roar. Young Kira's roared and 3 irregular rocks appeared on his head and fell down fiercely. A sharp leaf appeared in Tire Meow's hand again and it shot directly at young Kira's. Bang! The falling rock hit Tire Meow and he plotted, raising countless debris nearby, making it difficult for Chu Lang and the others to see the scene inside. Soon the debris dispersed and the figures of young Kira's and Tire Meow appeared in front of Chu Lang and the others. At this time, blood was flowing from the corners of Tire Meow's mouth and he weakly supported himself with his hands. Young Kira's was even worse. A large wound was torn on his stomach by Tire Meow's leaf skill and the blood inside could not be covered. Although he was still standing, he was obviously unable to use any skills and could only stagger towards Tire Meow. Jia Zhen on the opposite side was almost doubting his life. He met a trainer in Zhai City at random and his Pokemon had such a strong fighting will. In the future, whoever dares to say that the Pokemon trainers in Zhai City are weak chickens, he will fight to the death. Chu Lang, stop your young Kira's. You have already lost. Jia Zhen looked at the miserable appearance of young Kira's and felt a little sorry. With his injury, he will definitely not be able to get to the front of Dire Meow. He will definitely fall first. Chu Lang also shouted to young Kira's nervously, young Kira's, come down. You have done a great job today. But young Kira's had no intention of retreating at all. He retreated for such a long time and now he can't even beat a trumpet, but in the future he will always stand in front of his master. Chapter 20, Ghost Taijing. In the sight of Chu Lang and the other two, his young Kira's staggered toward Dire Meow and finally smashed his body hard on Dire Meow. The referee immediately made a decision on the outcome, fearing that the two elves would get into trouble in their arena. He couldn't afford to offend that Jia family kid at all. Chu Lang's young Kira's won. Do you need treatment? Roar. The young Kira's, who overwhelmed Dire Meow, let out a loud roar and his fighting spirit was extremely strong. This time he didn't embarrass his master. The most important thing is that he saved the master's 400 yuan and the master doesn't have to eat instant instant noodles this week. Chu Lang and Jia Zhen rushed out at the same time, picked up their elves respectively and looked at the referee in unison. Hurry, we need treatment. Hearing the master say that he needed treatment, Chu Lang's young Kiras covered his stomach and patted Chu Lang's hand, indicating that he didn't need it. Treatment is so expensive. Chu Lang with tears in his eyes choked up and said, don't worry little Kiras, our family is rich and it won't cost much to treat you. After hearing Chu Lang's word, Jia Zhen and the referee on the side fell silent. This little Kiras just tried so hard to win just to save some money. This is too outrageous. This kind of fighting spirit is enough to save the world just to save 400 yuan. Jia Zhen saw Chu Lang's dilemma and handed his ID card to the referee. All the treatment costs for both sides will be deducted from my card. This battle is very important to my tire Meow. I believe he can become stronger in the future. Soon a Jigglypuff appeared with a cart and started on-site treatment for the two elves. While the elves were being treated, Jia Zhen looked at Chu Lang. If you are really short of money, you can consider coming to our Jizhong University, where the scholarship mechanism is very complete. As long as your elves are well trained and complete some tasks, you can become a top powerhouse just by relying on credit. After saying that, he looked at Chu Lang deeply. You really have this potential. Chu Lang nodded. Thank you, I will consider it. While they were talking, the elves of the two had been treated almost and they all fell into the arms of their respective masters. The medical treatment in the elf world is very advanced. As long as the injury is not caused by the powerful elves, it can be treated quickly. Chu Lang hugged the young Kiras tightly, touched his head and left the arena. These trainers who come to the arena to train are too perverted. We will never come here again. On the other side, Jia Zhen also walked out of the Pokemon Center holding his tire Meow. The trainers in Zahai City are so perverted. They can beat you up like this with any student they meet. We can't come to Zahai City to hang out in the future. Let's go home first and let our father train you well. When the college entrance examination comes, we will also come to Zahai City to take the EM. After buying some snack for young Kiras, Chu Lang carried him to the direction of the school. NET is the highlight of the day and also the most important event in Chu Lang's life. Get the Taijingzu. When Chu Lang arrived, the school was already crowded with senior high school students. Whether they were still in class studying in the gym or studying abroad, they all returned to school from all over the world today. People in this world must be educated in school, otherwise they will not be able to get the Taijingzu. This is also to strictly control the number of Taijingzu to prevent them from falling into the hands of evil organizations or the Western Alliance. In order to prevent students from leaking the Taijing pearls out of ignorance, the first lesson in high school in every school is the history of elves. The people of the Dragon Kingdom Alliance had experienced hundreds of years of oppression. If it weren't for the adult who rescued Dragon Kingdom from the Western Alliance 300 years ago, people now would have to spend 100,000 to buy a caterpillar. Poor families like Chu Lang have no chance to become trainers. Want to catch elves by yourself? Before you catch the elf, the Western Alliance has already taken you to the Public Security Bureau. Chu Lang shook his head, stopped thinking about those distant things and walked towards the direction of the class. When he arrived, the people in the class had almost received the Taijing pearls. Those who received the Taijing pearls were experimenting with their elves with interest, turning their elves into Taijing attributes and curiously touching the Taijing crown that appeared on the elf head. Hey, my caterpillar has become a dragon. Will it become the legendary Rayquaza? Tisk, if your caterpillar can become Rayquaza, then Chu Lang's young Kiras can evolve into Banguilas. Hearing this, Zhongqing the teacher on the podium frowned. Did I tell you? Don't laugh at other students. Chu Lang has made such remarkable progress in the past 2 years. Who among you can do it? The combat power of his young Kiras has probably surpassed most of the people here. Under Zhongqing's reprimand, all the students quieted down and dared not disobey. In the world of elves, strong people don't necessarily become teachers, but teachers must be strong. At this time, Chu Lang just walked into the classroom door. Seeing Chu Lang coming in, Zhongqing waved at Chu Lang. He called out, "Come and get your Taijing bead quickly. The classmates have almost all received them. You can try to see if there are any problems after you receive them." My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. If there is no problem, I will return the remaining Taijing bead. Chu Lang walked up to the podium and took the Taijing beads from Zhongqing. The Taijing beads are round beads which look very similar to his Taijing modifier, but without such fancy colorful light. Young Kira's Taijing. Chu Lang smiled and looked at young Kira's a little excited. After 3 years of traveling, I finally waited for this moment. Chu Lang threw the Taijing beads at young Kira's and a brilliant light suddenly appeared on the top of young Kira's head. Everyone cast their eyes over, wanting to see what Taijing attributes Chu Lang's young Kira's would have. The NET moment, a huge dark purple ghost appeared floating above young Kira's head. Ghost Taijing. Seeing this scene, everyone opened their mouths wide and their contempt for Chu Lang was swept away. Originally, all the systems of young Hylas had attributes that were restrained by 4 times, which was also the biggest pain of the Bang Hylas race. But the ghost attribute Taejing directly solved this problem perfectly. Recalling the scene where Chu Lang made the elf punch the ground some time ago, the classmates in the class couldn't help but take a breath. Chu Lang, the garbage elf famous throughout the school, seemed to be going to be extraordinary. Looking at the appearance of the classmates, Chu Lang and young Hylas felt extremely happy. 3 years of hard work finally paid off. This feeling of pretending to be cool with actions is really cool. Just then a soft and sticky voice appeared, making the classmates in the class envious to the extreme. Chu Lang, do you want to go to the playground for a walk? Chapter 21 Cool Blue Fire. Chu Lang looked up and saw Chi Shu standing at the door of the classroom holding her electric belly frog in her hands and followed by a motorcycle lizard with a dragon crystal on its head. Okay, let's go out for a walk. Chu Lang picked up the young Kira, said goodbye to his classmates and walked towards the playground with Chi Shu. After he left the classroom, all the students began to wail. How did Chu Lang suddenly change his luck? Not only did his young Kiras awaken the ghost crystal, but his brain also opened up and he actually followed Chi Shu. A righteous man with glasses stepped on a stool with one leg. Classmate, don't envy him. In the future he can only experience a life with endless money and endless love from rich women. A life without setbacks is imperfect. Chu Lang and Chi Shu walked side by side on the playground, circling around a huge black dragon statue on the playground. The black dragon statue looked like a human figure, but it had a dragon head, dragon wings and a dragon tail. It is unknown what material this statue is made of, but just looking at it makes people feel a little nervous. Chu Lang was a little curious. Kishu, when did you get this statue? Why don't I have any impression of it? Kishu took a look at the statue and said, Dad just spent a lot of money to get it. Because the gym couldn't put it, he put it here yesterday. It is said that it is a statue of the god of electricity which can protect my gym. Chu Lang secretly smacked his lips. Worthy of being a wealthy family, he could even get such a big statue of a god. A small family like him doesn't even know what the god looked like or what his name is. Seeing Chu Lang silent, Kishu stuffed the electric belly frog into Chu Lang's arms, picked up his little Kiras and began to change the subject. Chu Lang, how is your little Kiras recently? Has he eaten the customized rations? If not, how about we go and customize a few months for him later? Little Kiras looked at Kishu eagerly and pulled Chu Lang's trouser leg. He really wanted his master to obey Kishu. It must be said that the taste of customized rations is better than or. No, I have already bought him customized rations. Chu Lang waved his hand to refuse, still staring at the black statue. He always felt that this statue seemed to have some connection with him, but he couldn't tell what it was specifically. A weird feeling. Can I touch this statue? Kishu said nothing and pulled Chu Lang towards the black dragon statue in the center of the playground. This statue is placed here because it is strong. My father tried it. It can't be broken even with the 100,000 volts of the gym level elves, and it can't be broken by the iron tail. It is said that this statue came from a secret realm and remained intact in the battle between 2 king level elves. So my father said that no matter who can touch it, let alone. Kishu blushed a little and his voice became smaller. Not to mention you. Hearing Kishu's words, Chu Lang was completely relieved. Since that's the explanation, then feel free to study it boldly. Soon Chu Lang and Chi Shu walked to the side of the black dragon statue and Chu Lang reached out and touched the tail of the black dragon statue. Chu Lang could feel that the black dragon's tail was the part that attracted him the most. Touch. The moment he touched the black dragon's tail, Chu Lang's mind plotted. He seemed to have entered the perspective of the black dragon and his whole body was floating in the sky, participating in an extremely powerful battle. One of the main forces of the two sides in the battle was Noda, a huge red Pokemon that can be seen in full view, and another one is a white and brown human-shaped Pokemon with no wings and a big tail. Behind the big-tailed Pokemon followed a fish, a black dragon that he was in, and 2 other dragons. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Lang's consciousness returned with a bang. When he opened his eyes, he suddenly found that a lot of blue light was coming out of his body. Those blue lights were like flames and kept jumping on his body. Kishu fluttered at Chu Lang's body in panic. Chu Lang, you are on fire. Chu Lang, young Kira's mistress, the master is fine. Chu Lang also nodded, yes, I'm fine, I don't feel any pain in my body. But soon Chu Lang realized that something was wrong. The only people present were him and Kishu. Kishu didn't speak, so who was speaking? Young Kira's also looked at Chu Lang with a confused face. Could Chu Lang understand what he said? Young Kira's, did you speak just now? Young Kira's nodded and roared softly. It's true that I spoke, but more importantly you seem to have mutated, master. Chu Lang. This ability to talk to elves was something he had never heard of, but it was a good thing anyway. With the ability to talk to elves, he could know the elf thoughts, which would be twice the result with half the effort for elves breeding and training. I just don't know if this ability is controllable or not. It would be fun if he always had blue flames on his body when he went out on the the street. Chu Lang concentrated his energy and tried to take the blue flames back into his body to avoid being treated as a monster. The net moment, boom, flames burst out from Chu Lang's body, even affecting the black dragon statue. Crack! The tail of the black dragon statue broke in response, and a strange wave came out from the tail of the black dragon. The surrounding grass touched the wave and disappeared instantly. Damn it! Chu Lang grabbed Chi Shu and jumped onto the motorcycle lizard. Motorcycle lizard, run! The motorcycle lizard nodded, instantly transformed into a motorcycle and ran in the opposite direction of the black dragon statue. Fortunately, it was already evening when they came, and now there were only two of them on the playground. The range of the wave continued to expand and soon occupied a radius of more than 10 meters, forming a huge circle of light. Chu Lang hid at the entrance of the playground with Chi Shu in his arms, looking at the broken black dragon statue in the distance. He smiled bitterly and said, Kishu, you just said that your father spent a lot of money to get this black dragon statue. How much did it cost? Tell me, I have a bottom line in my heart, and see how many years it will take to pay off the debt. Chi Shu blinked and also didn't know how to explain to her parent. Why don't you go first, Chu Lang? I'll tell my dad that it was me who did it. I'm the only daughter in the family, he can't kill me. Chu Lang shook his head and refused. Such a big thing, I must take responsibility. There's no reason for a man to hide behind a woman. Kishu was about to continue to persuade Chu Lang when he saw a self-destructing magnetron with electric light flashing all over his body appear in the distance. Dad, why are you here? The trainer on the self-destructing magnetron landed and looked at Kishu with a cold face. It is said that girls are outgoing. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems to be true. If I don't come, you will give away my gem. Chapter 22. The secret realm arrives. Seeing her father coming, Kishu bit her lip and lowered her head, not daring to speak. Chu Lang looked at Kishu's father embarrassedly. I'm sorry, uncle, I broke this big statue. I'll pay you whatever you want. Don't blame Kishu. Can you afford it? Kishu's father narrowed his eyes. Also, you hugged my daughter in front of me. Are you polite? Chu Lang then realized that the two of them were still riding on the motorcycle lizard and he was holding Kishu's waist tightly. The posture seemed a little ambiguous. He quickly let go of Kishu and apologized to Kishu's father. I'm sorry, uncle, I let you see something you shouldn't see. Kishu's father was speechless for a while and looked at Chu Lang with a scrutinizing look. You hugged me, kid, and broke my things. Get married after you finish college. This statue will be my family's gift. Chu Lang was shocked. Gift? Kishu's father raised his eyebrows. What's wrong with the gift? I heard from Kishu that you have no father or mother. When the children are born, one will be named Chi and the other will be named Chu. Isn't that great? At this point, Kishu's father narrowed his eyes again. Or do you want to pay compensation? That's fine. Give me this young Kira's as interest first. No, that's not what I mean. Chu Lang waved his hands and explained. It would be a lie to say that I don't like Kishu. After all, she is so cute and kind. But if you didn't agree before, I'm afraid Kishu would have a hard time. After all, you know something about my family conditions. Kishu's father laughed. Of course I know your family conditions. The wife of the master of the Zahai City Electric Gym 20 years later. Chu Lang. Okay, go home first. Remember not to tell anyone about your today. Smash this statue, otherwise many people will covet you. Wait a few days, uncle will take you to get some benefits, then your strength will usher in a wave of rapid growth. Then this time you get into a better university. In the college entrance examination, no one will laugh at you for being a gigolo. Kishu nodded on the side. Yes, my father has helped you. Periment. Chu Lang. No wonder Kishu's father doesn't seem to resist him. Could it be that he sees his shadow in him? Then thank you, uncle. I'll go home first and I'll make an appointment with Xiaoshu when I'm not busy in a few days. Kishu's father smiled and waved his hand. Okay, trainers, still focus on strength. Don't forget that I will find you in a few days. Maybe there will be great benefit. Watching Chu Lang go away, Kishu's father couldn't hold it anymore. Ha 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 ha, Ikiwen has this day. It's really God's eyes. I got a son-in-law who controls the power of Wave Guide. I might be the father-in-law of the king in the future. Ha ha ha. Kishu, don't tell anyone what happened to Xiao Lang today. I will tell my teacher and let him decide. The legendary controller of the power of Wave Guide, our Chi family, is going to fly. From now on my grandson will be called Chi Fei. Haha. Although my Kiwen's strength is a little lacking, my vision is invincible. Kishu looked at the crazy Kiwen and couldn't help rolling his eyes. This old man clearly warned me not to be fooled yesterday, but now he has a good eye. The net morning, Chu Lang and young Kira's got up early and continued to exercise for the day. After young Kira's experience that deadly battle yesterday, his defense individual value increased a little again and his whole body felt tough. Now he won't be hurt if he falls from the tallest pine tree on the farm. He can just stand up and continue climbing the tree. The braided sheep also took charge of the grass cutting task for him and the big milk tank. After eating, he brought back a basket of grass for the big milk tank, allowing Chu Lang to be a hands-off boss again. Chu Lang was doing push-ups on the side to train his body. He always believed except that if he wanted the elves to obey him he had to. You must lead by example. Even if you are not as strong as the elves you should at least train with the elf. Only in this way can the elves not think that the master is a waste. After doing 500 push-ups, Chu Lang was a little confused. Usually he would sweat all over after doing 500 push-ups, but he didn't feel that way today. Strange. Did the blue fire yesterday make him stronger? After this guess, Chu Lang couldn't help but look towards the roof. Now that his body has become so much stronger, jumping from the 5-meter high roof shouldn't cause muscle strain, right? As soon as he said it, Chu Lang drank a sip of water and climbed up the ladder directly. The 3 bees around hurriedly flew away from the house, fearing that they would be splashed with blood. Chu Lang stood on the roof for a while and jumped decisively. Hop! Chu Lang fell to the ground, creating a human shape hit on the ground. What happened? After finally digging himself out of the pit, Chu Lang was stunned. He had jumped off the house last time and this situation should not have happened. How come in just a few days he created a big pit on the ground like young Kira's? Young Kira's can create a big pit because his body is small but his own weight is very large. Could it be that his body density has also increased? My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Thinking of this, Chu Lang tried to punch a stone on the ground. Bang! When the fist collided with the stone, a small crack appeared on the stone. Although the fist was painful, it was completely within the tolerable range. Chu Lang was shocked. He seemed to know why Uncle Kiwen didn't let him tell others about this yesterday. Now he is completely like a human-shaped elf. Although it is far inferior to the young Kira's and yesterday's tire meow, it is definitely much better than the big milk tank at home. Chu Lang stared at his fist and tried to make the blue fire in his body appear again. Just then he felt a burst of explosion in his mind. The NET moment, a ball of blue flame appeared on his fist. That kind of power reappeared. At the same time, the buzzing sounds of the 3 bees around him turned into human words in Chu Lang's ears. Damn, after the young Kira's, this Chu Lang seems to have gone crazy. Why did he start to hopscotch? Is it because he can't fly and has become crazy? The other head of the 3 bees also echoed, I feel heartbroken when I think about how we lost so much honey to these 2 guys with bumps on their heads a few days ago. The last head interrupted them. Oh, don't worry about such trivial matters. When you 2 were sleeping yesterday, I heard from the queen that a secret realm seemed to have descended on this city right on the playground of that middle school. I don't know if we will be affected. Hearing the words of the 3 bees, Chu Lang was stunned. Secret realm playground. He touched the black dragon statue yesterday and he actually found a secret realm. Chapter 23, Training of Wave Power. Listen, after hearing the news from the 3 bees, Chu Lang was completely upset. He didn't expect that his unintentional action would actually create a secret realm. The secret realm is a unique product in this world. Since the elves merged into this world countless years ago, various secret realms have often come to the world. Most of these secret realms are not very friendly to humans. The elves there have not experienced the purification of the rules of the Blue Star world and generally have great hostility toward humans. Until there are trainers who forcibly suppress them and purify the rules of the world, these secret realms will become treasures that trainers flock to. It is said that 300 years ago the EC city not far away was almost destroyed by the secret realm elves, and the magic city 500 years ago was also almost destroyed by the secret realm elves. It can be said that most of the secret realms brought disasters to humans at the beginning, especially the secret realms that appeared in the city. Of course there are exceptions. In the past few hundred years a very unusual secret realm has often appeared on the land of Dragon Country, the Trial Secret Realm. There are usually not many elves in this kind of secret realm, and these elves will not cause much harm to humans but appear for the purpose of inheritance. However, this kind of secret realm is so rare that ordinary people may not encounter it once in their lifetime. It's bad if this secret realm is opened. I will be the sinner of Zahai City. Chu Lang was a little uneasy. Since he came to this world he has never left Zahai City and has a deep affection for this city. If this city suffered a disaster because of him, he would feel so guilty that he wanted to die. Chu Lang did not hesitate too much and directly called Kishu. Zayashu, did I summon a secret realm yesterday? I want to contribute. Can you tell uncle to take me with you when the secret realm is pacified? Kishu was a little surprised when he heard Chu Lang's word. The news of this secret realm has not been leaked. Who told you about it? Chu Lang casually said, I felt that the aperture was strange yesterday, so I checked it online after I went back. Zayashu, please tell uncle that I caused this trouble. Although I don't have the ability to solve it independently now, I also want to help. After a while the voice of Kiwen was replaced on the other end of the phone. Xiao Lang, you are very good. Uncle likes responsible men. Chu Lang, fathers are afraid that their cabbages will be eaten by pig. Why does Kishu's father always want to make him responsible? Although I am a little handsome at the average level of tomato readers in my previous life, I am not so handsome that I can attract all men, right? Kiwen's voice continued continued on the other end of the phone. But before that there will be an official person to evaluate the secret realm. Uncle will call you then. Wait for the news these days. Ayeshu has been training with me in the gym these days. Do you want to come? Uncle will give you 2 special training. Chu Lang quickly refused. If Qiwen saw his weird training method he would definitely slice him up. After confirming that he would go to the secret realm in a while, Chu Lang planned to continue to seize the time to improve his strength. Because Qiwen said that his affairs should not be disclosed to others this time, Chu Lang did not focus on netizens but looked at the 3 bees flying in the sky. Hey 3 bees, stop working first. I want to ask you something. If I want to improve my physical fitness, how should I exercise? The 3 bees made a casual buzzing sound. In their opinion, Chu Lang could not understand what they were saying anyway. But this buzzing sound changed in Chu Lang's ears and became the words spoken by humans. You only become stronger after you emit blue fires, so just keep your blue fire state. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Chu Lang clenched his fist tightly. He never expected that he would trigger such a powerful effect. As long as you keep the power called wave power out, you can get an improvement. But if you think about it carefully, this advice is not too far away from science. After all, the saying practice makes perfect has always existed in the long river of human history. It's just that after being strengthened by the system, the effect of practice makes perfect has been infinitely strengthened by the system. Then start practicing. Blue light lingered in Chu Lang's hand, trying to control his wave power. Since the power can increase endlessly, he just needs to practice the skills of controlling this power. The first thing is to send and receive this power freely so as not to be unable to control it when using it. Young Kiraz, come down and practice your skills. Stop jumping on trees. Chu Lang called young Kiraz down and asked him to finish today's rations. He also ate the instant noodles sent by Toucan and the two began to practice together. Young Kiraz, today's training project is still the rockfall skill. The hit rate of this skill is relatively low, so you need to practice well. Young Kiraz nodded and raised his little fist. Don't worry, master. Young Kiraz, let's let the braided sheep rest for a day today and I will practice with you. You hit me with a small rockfall and then I will resist your rockfall with my fist. Young Kiraz was stunned and began to shake wildly. Head. This chapter is not over yet. Please click the NET page to continue reading. Smash the master. He is crazy. Even if the master does not hold a grudge, he will be beaten to death by that guy named Trumpet Sprout. He was beaten at 11 o'clock last night. Listen to me, follow me. Chu Lang attached the wave power to his hands and jumped up towards young Kiraz. Young Kiraz dodged and a fist-sized stone fell from the sky, hitting Chu Lang's head. Young Kiraz was stunned and he swore to the sky that he was aiming at Chu Lang's fist. It's a pity that he hit it a little off. Chu Lang touched the big bump on his head and felt a little dizzy. I wonder if the wave power has a healing effect. Chu Lang controlled the wave power to be transmitted to his head and then felt that he felt the pain more clearly. He quickly removed the wave power attached to his head and dared not continue the exploration ability is indeed risky. If it weren't for his strong character, I'm afraid the severe pain just now could have made him faint. Chu Lang took a deep breath for a while and felt that the pain in his mind was relieved a little. He continued to rush towards young Kiraz. Young Kiraz was afraid that he would accidentally hurt Chu Lang, so he could only control the accuracy of his skills desperately for fear of hitting Chu Lang's head again. 5 minutes later, young Kiraz could accurately hit Chu Lang's hand with the rock collapse skill, and Chu Lang could also break the fist-sized minimum power rock collapse skill. Then Chu Lang called for a stop and the two of them sat on the ground and began to rest. It was impossible not to rest. The battery life of the two of them was too short. Whether it was Chu Lang's wave power or young Kiraz's rock energy, it was all empty at this time. Taking advantage of the rest time, Chu Lang picked up his mobile phone again. His battery life problem had been solved a little by the 3 Bs. I wonder if netizens can help solve young Kira's battery life problem. Chapter 24, Buying Supplement. Chu Lang carefully searched for the videos he usually took for a while and wanted to find one that was more in line with the topic to post. After seeing the 5 yuan cash withdrawal from his Douyin account, Chu Lang has decided to change from a hobby to a professional blogger. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find a suitable video. There is no way. Although there are many scenes of the hornbud beating the young Kiraz, there are even various postures to choose from, but they are all killed in 1 second, which does not reflect the problem of the young Kiraz's endurance at all. Chu Lang thought for a while, looked at the braided sheep eating grass, and an idea came to his mind. Braided sheep, come here and help me take a video. Soon Chu Lang uploaded a video in which the young Kiraz chased the braided sheep madly, throwing half a fist-sized stone from time to time, sweating all over. On the other hand, the braided sheep was at ease and could accurately dodge the skills of the young Kiraz every time. Attached copy. Why is my young Kiraz so weak? He couldn't catch up with a braided sheep today. Is it because of his bad kidneys? In less than 10 days, Chu Lang's fans have EC 3000 000. Seeing Chu Lang upload the video, some fanatical fans clicked it immediately and started to comment. Seeing this comment, Chu Lang curled his lips indifferently. He will be young Kira's big brother in this life. Master Devourer, impossible. When seeing this comment, the system prompt sound appeared instantly. Chu Lang's eyes lit up. This task is good. Although it also cost money, it is much cheaper than directly buying medicines for elves to restore energy. A tube of energy potion cost 200 yuan, just like the wound medicine, but for Zhuwei Dai Huang pill. Chu Lang opened the shopping platform and searched. A bow of 360 pills only cost 29 yuan. Buying 5 bow es together is even cheaper, only 100 yuan. 100 yuan buying 1/800 Zhuwei Dai Huang pills. Even if the effect is a little worse, it is still a good deal. I wonder if his wave power can be restored in this way. If it can, the growth rate of his wave power will definitely be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Chu Lang clicked on the comment of the netizen named Huang Chaoju and replied. Soon the netizen named Huang Chaoju replied to the comment, take medicine together. He did it right away. Chu Lang pulled up young Kira's and ran out of the farm. Let's go to the pharmacy. It's a good opportunity to complete today's running task. When we come back, we will continue to practice our skills. Roar. Young Kira's was dragged on the ground a little and Master, you haven't eaten yet. Eat first to grow up. Chu Lang didn't even turn his head, locked the door directly and disappeared on the mountain road with young Kira's. Now that the wave power was exhausted, he couldn't understand what young Kira's was saying. I was too lazy to guess. The man and the elf were very familiar with the way to Zahai City and soon arrived at the pharmacy. Chu Lang opened the door and saw that the clerk of the pharmacy was a sweet-looking young lady. Just as the young lady was about to say welcome, Chu Lang had already closed the door for her and walked out. We must change to another one. How can we buy this kind of medicine in front of the young lady? There are still many pharmacies in Longwo, otherwise there would not be 100 pages of advertisements when Chu Lang searched for medicines last time. After walking about 50 meters, Chu Lang came to the NET pharmacy. From the window he saw that the salesperson was an old man in a white coat, so Chu Lang pushed the door open and walked in. Hello, do you have Zhuwei Dai Huang pills? Zhuwei Dai Huang pills? The old doctor frowned. Young man, why are you buying this at such a young age? I think you are not old enough to get married yet, so you should be more restrained when doing that kind of thing. Chu Lang blushed and pulled out the young Kira's, who was curled up on the ground. It's not me who wants it, it's him who wants it. The old man looked at young Kira's and then at Chu Lang. Do you think I believe it? Oh, forget it, I'm just a medicine seller. I can't control what you want to do. 1 bow is 30 and there is a promotion for buying 5 bow es together, only 101. How many bow es do you want? 5 bow es. Chu Lang took out 110 yuan, put the medicine in his pocket and was about to leave. Just then Chu Lang suddenly heard the voice of Qi Shu behind him. Her voice was a little surprised. Chu Lang, why did you come to the city today? When Chu Lang saw Qi Shu, he felt that something was wrong at the first time. If Qi saw the medicine he bought, he would definitely be misunderstood. Chu Lang handed the bag of medicine to Yujila's, walked quickly to Qi and pulled her arm to walk out. I'm here to eat, let's go eat together. I know there's a spicy hot pot on this street that's delicious. Seeing Qi and Hulang going to eat the 12 yuan spicy hot pot at the corner of the street, he thought about Hulang's feat of buying 5 bow es at once. He is simply not a human. The old man made up his mind and planned to expose Hulang's secret. He couldn't let such a lovely girl be ruined by such a scumbag. Little girl he just bought, whose young Jilas is biting my pants. Chapter 25. Young Jilas who protects his master in the drugstore. Young Jilas looked fierce and pulled the old man's white pant. There were 4 big holes on the white pants which matched the teeth marks of young Jilas perfectly. The old man huddled in the counter, trembling with fear, holding the bird in his hand. I advise you not to do anything rash. Elves are forbidden to attack humans in the city. Young Kira sneered at the old man. Isn't it just that they can't attack humans? Do you really think that young Kira's has no other options? As long as it is to protect Chu Lang, he can think of any way. Young Kira's jumped to the old man's waist, opened his poke ball, and a confused turtle appeared on the ground. Before the turtle could react, young Kira's rock glide skill had already fallen, knocking the turtle to the ground. Young Kira's threw a 9-flavor Remania pill into his mouth and walked away. The old man picked up the turtle, pulled up his pants and looked at young Kira's back in a mess. Is there really anyone who buys 9-flavor Remania pills for elf? When young Kira's found Chu Lang and Qi Shu had almost finished eating young Kira's this way. Chu Lang waved at the young Kira's who appeared at the door, took out a newly bought bowl and put the spicy hot pot ordered for him in it. The electric belly frog and motor lizard on the side were eating the elf food they brought. Ordinary elves usually don't eat human food, but this young Kira's is a little unusual. Not only does he often eat instant noodles with him, but he also likes to sit on the steps and drink while looking at the stars. I don't know where he learned this habit, but Chu Lang usually doesn't allow him to drink so as not to make his fragile body worse. Looking at young Kira's eating on the ground, Chu Lang turned his head and looked at Qi Shu. Xiao Shu, has your father told you when the evaluation results will be released? Chu Lang has always been a little worried about that secret realm. If it is the worst low-level secret realm, it's okay. If it is a mid-level secret realm, the people of the entire Zhai city may have to move because of this. If that happens, he will feel guilty to death. Seeing Chu Lang's worried look, Qi Shu leaned on Chu Lang's arm and comforted him. Don't worry, the Eper seemed to be very concerned after my father reported it, and they have arrived in Zhai city this morning. If nothing goes wrong, the results will be available before tonight. Their efficiency is still very high. Chu Lang nodded. Then contact me when the time comes. Okay, let's go out for a walk first. When Chu Lang and young Kira's returned to the farm from Zhai city, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chu Lang likes this state very much. The two of them work hard to change their destiny together and then go to a higher place. Although there is less companionship for the time being, the future is better. After confirming that Bellsprout was not there today, young Kira's happily ran back to eat a few mouthfuls of elf food to replenish nutrition, then ran back to the yard and continued training with Chu Lang. Young Kira's, let practice the shooting skills today, and I will also practice my wave power. Roar. This time young Kira's rushed directly to Chu Lang and he chased while Chu Lang ran. Chu Lang's hands and feet were covered with wave power. While running away, he used his fist to hit the stones thrown by young Kira's at his side. After 5 minutes, Chu Lang's wave power and young Kira's rock power were used up again. Young Kira's, take out your 9 flavor remania pills. Young Kira's nodded, took out the 9 flavor remania pills from his prop space and stuffed them into his mouth. After beating the biting turtle today, he had tested the effect of the 9 flavor remania pills, and it can indeed restore energy. Chu Lang also took the 9 flavor remania pills and tried to stuff one into his mouth. Soon he felt that the wave power that had been empty in his body had recovered a little and his body became stronger. According to Chu Lang's estimation, this bottle of Zhuwei Dai Huang pills can fully restore his wave power twice. Compared to those potions that restore energy, it is simply too cost-effective. With this, he can also use potions like those rich young men to greatly increase the training time and rapidly improve the skill proficiency of the elf. Of course, the recovery speed is not too fast. It is definitely much slower than the consumption speed, and it is impossible to use this small pill as a perpetual motion machine. Young Kira's, let's rest for 10 minutes and then continue training. Time passed quickly, and at o'clock in the evening, Chu Lang was almost exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Today he has jumped off the roof countless times, done hundreds of push-up and run 10 kilometers with weight. After doing all this, he also practiced the wave power for a day. Even some elves find it difficult to have such training intensity. Under this high-intensity training, even with the wave power to transform his body, Chu Lang still felt extremely difficult. However, the results were also gratifying. He could feel that his strength and endurance were growing visibly. After just 1 day of training, the time he could continuously use the wave power had increased from less than 5 minutes to exactly 5 minutes. Young Kira's was fine. His physical fitness was much better than Chu Lang, who had just experienced his first training. He had already run to the kitchen to make dinner for Chu Lang. Bang bang bang. Chu Lang heard the sound of young Kira's knocking on the window and turned his head over. Young Kira's was standing on the windowsill holding an egg and looking at Chu Lang. It meant to ask Chu Lang how many eggs he wanted to eat today. Chu Lang smiled. I want 3 eggs. All of them are runny. I'm too tired today. Also, when you are free, help me get my phone. I think Kisha will call to talk about the secret realm. Chapter 26, Trial Secret Realm. Hoo. The master is calling. Just as young Kira's put the phone in Chu Lang's hand, Chu Lang's phone rang. Chu Lang looked and saw that it was Kisha's call. Xiaoshu, is there any results? Xiao Lang, it's me. A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. Chu Lang quickly sat up from the ground. Hello uncle, I thought it was Qi Shu. You called me in person. Is there a result? Qi Wen's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Well, there is a result. You don't have to worry. The secret realm opened. This time is a trial secret realm. Originally the higher-ups were trying to open it, but they didn't eject the key to be on that statue. You accidentally opened the secret realm this time. Not only did you not cause any trouble, but you also made a contribution. This training secret realm is not simple. It should be able to greatly improve the strength of our Zhai city trainers, especially the strength of electric and dragon trainers. Chu Lang was a little surprised. Yes, what kind of training secrets can ordinary trainers go in? Of course I can go in, otherwise I won't be so happy. High school students and college students go. If you can't solve it, you will be a surprise with the low-level elf. Chu Lang was a little surprised. We are actually the first batch. It means that the probability of getting the treasure is the most likely. It is not simple. Some people have obtained the secret treasures higher than the treasure, and some people have obtained the extremely huge props that have disappeared in it. The trainer who got the Iron Thorn Cub won the position of the rock gym leader in Jizhong City with just that one Pokemon and became famous all over the country. The laughter from Kiwen continued. It's not you guys, it's you and Kishu. This secret realm is because of the god sculpture of my electric gym. It is not open, so this time the secret realm will be opened by the people of my electric gym. You and Kishu are the best choices, haha. If you get the resources this time, you two will not have to worry about your life. Hearing his father-in-law's words, Chu Lang almost couldn't help jumping up. If he had known that free food was so delicious, he would not have worked hard. A newly opened trial secret realm is something that all trainers in the country are eager to get, and now he has the right to enter first. 10 days ago he was still a weak trainer who was worried about how to feed young Kira's. Backing is so important. Okay Xiao Lang, come to my house tomorrow and I will take you and Kishu to the secret realm. Now it has been blocked by the people brought by the E-Pert group. You two will definitely not be able to get in without me. Also there may be many old friends here tomorrow. You should dress up and let them see that my daughter has found a handsome boy. Chu Lang, okay uncle, I will. Until he hung up the phone, Chu Lang still felt unreal. Young Kira's no training tonight. Hurry up and have a good rest. I will take you to do something big tomorrow morning. When he heard about doing something big, young Kira's eyes lit up. He has been here for 3 years and finally has a chance to do something big. Do you remember the black dragon with a broken tail last night? It was so ugly. When Chu Lang was halfway through his words, young Kira's jumped and covered Chu Lang's mouth. Then he reacted for a while and suddenly felt that there was no need, and he nestled in Chu Lang's arms again. If the master said that he was ugly, he would not necessarily be angry. Roar! I accidentally jumped over my master. Chu Lang patted young Kira's, not taking his words seriously, and continued. If the two of us really pass this secret realm, you may get a little brother with good qualifications, or you may get a treasure that can improve your strength. Hearing about improving strength, young Kira's nodded with expectation. He likes to improve his strength the most. With strength he doesn't have to be beaten and he can protect his master well. Putting young Kira's down on the bed, Chu Lang leaned against the head of the bed and played with his mobile phone. Whenever a trial secret realm appears, either elite trainers are selected to break through the secret realm or the secret realm maintenance fee is collected. No matter from the identity or money, he has never been qualified to enter the trial secret realm before, and therefore he has not done much to understand it. He just heard from others about the horror of the first wave of rewards in the trial secret realm. I will enter the trial secret realm tomorrow and I have to check it carefully to see. Let's see how to pass the trial secret realm. Chu Lang opened the search platform, thought about it and closed it directly. The 100 pages of ads are really scary. Although he won't be fooled, it's not okay to waste electricity. It's still more reliable to search in Douyin. After all, it's a platform that can make him money. He likes it. My dear, there is more after this chapter. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. Chu Lang entered the 4 words trial secret realm in the search bar and a large number of videos came out soon. Chu Lang directly clicked on the one with the highest number of views. There was a young man with a big back hair who was greeting the camera. Hello everyone, I am your brother Baboon. Welcome to Brother Baboon's Secret Realm program. I'm in Jizhong City now. I just got off the plane and came to help you shoot this secret realm where the Iron Thorns once appeared. Okay, let's not talk too much, let's go straight into the secret realm. After that, the internet celebrity named Brother Baboon paid 20,000 yuan and entered the secret realm with a Pockeys. Damn it, Pockeys, damn rich man. Chu Lang complained. This Pockeys is the evolution of Pockeys. Pockeys is relatively rare, plus the light stone can only be said to be rich. After they entered the secret realm, Chu Lang instantly understood why the trial secret realm was charged. In the video, the staff actually put a piece of unprocessed Taijing in. That's the raw material for making Taijing bead. Not only is the 20,000 yuan not expensive, but it's too little. After entering, Brother Baboon was still introducing. Brothers, there are many types of trial secret realms. The secret realm we entered this time is the second most difficult one, fighting with the replica. Then Chu Lang understood how difficult this trial secret realm was. A Pockeys exactly like his appeared opposite Brother Baboon and attacked his Pockeys. The Pockeys that appeared had a strong fighting consciousness and quickly defeated Brother Baboon's Pockeys. Seeing this, Chu Lang became a little worried. As a big internet celebrity, Brother Baboon is also a gym leader level trainer. Since Brother Baboon was defeated, his young Kiras will probably suffer tomorrow. Good night, young Kiras. I hope tomorrow's secret realm is not difficult. Also, I hope the treasures in the secret realm are a little more powerful. Chapter 27, Entering the Secret Realm. The NET morning, Chu Lang took young Kiras straight to Chi Shu's home, which is the Zhai City Electric Gym. The gym is a 3-story building with a lightning sign on the roof. The overall looked luxurious and majestic. A Mercedes-Benz car was parked at the entrance of the gym, and Qiwen and Kishu were already sitting in the car waiting for Chu Lang. Sorry I'm late, Chu Lang said, a little embarrassedly, opened the car door and sat in the back seat with Kishu. Qiwen smiled and said, it's okay, it's not late, it's just past 7 o'clock, you must be tired after running here. Qiwen handed Chu Lang a bottle of water and Kishu took out a few buns. Qiwen said, this is made by your aunt, it tastes very good, eat it quickly, I'll drive in front. In fact, Qiwen said yesterday that he would drive to pick up Chu Lang or let Kishu's motorcycle lizard pick up Chu Lang, but Chu Lang refused. The reason is simple, running training cannot be interrupted. It may not be a big deal if other elf training is interrupted for a day, but I don't know if the task of listening to advice of young Kiras will be interrupted. Chu Lang dare not gamble. If the gamble is wrong, the first half of the month will be wasted. Qiwen controlled the speed of the car very well. When Chu Lang finished eating the buns, the three of them just arrived at the school. There were no students in the school at this time. The outside had been blocked by the military to prevent Western spies from breaking into the secret realm and taking away the treasures. Over the years, the Western Alliance has been thinking about regaining control of the Dragon Alliance every moment, and therefore has always coveted these treasures on the land of Dragon. For this reason, Dragon even set up many large and small legions. The most famous of them are the Gyarados Legion in Jizhong City and the Ninja Frog Legion in Donghai City. One of these two legions is invincible in frontal combat and the other has never failed in revenge, which makes the West tremble with fear. The army of Zahai City is a Rentgen Cat Legion which has a great suppressive power on the local water and flying elf. Of course, there are only a few Rentgen Cats in the army and most of them are the unevolved form of Rentgen Cat's Lek Cat. Seeing the pass on Qiwen's car, the soldiers who blocked the scene did not stop the car and chose to let it go directly. Although the gym and the military are two different systems, the two sides have a close relationship. Whenever a secret realm comes, these gym owners will always go to the military to help, so they are familiar with each other. Except for those soldiers who did not return overnight, Qiwen was the first to come. After 8 o'clock, other talents entered the school gate one after another. Qiwen introduced them to Chu Lang one by one, which was also a foundation for Chu Lang's future. Xiao Lang, this person who just came here, is also the gym owner of our Zahai City, the water gym owner Zhao Ziyo. Chu Lang greeted Zhao Ziyo politely. Hello Uncle Zhao, I am a student of the electric gym. Today I represent all the gyms and bring disciples here. To be the gym owner of the water gym in Zahai City, it can be seen how extraordinary Zhao Ziyo is. Since the Dragon Kingdom lifted the ban on all aspects of elves 300 years ago, powerful trainers have emerged like mushrooms after rain. Now the gyms are also divided into two types: provincial gyms and municipal gyms. City level gyms are led by gym master level trainers, while provincial level gyms are generally led by superstars. Of course, some provincial level gyms are led by some extremely powerful gym master level trainers, such as the Iron Thorn trainer in Jizhong City, the provincial capital. Chu Lang guessed that Zhao Ziyo's strength should be comparable to that of the Iron Thorn trainer. Zahai City is a coastal city, a holy place for water trainers. Zhao Ziyo nodded to Chu Lang, which was considered a greeting. Qiwen didn't care either. This guy has always been cold, not that he didn't give Chu Lang and him face. Then Qiwen pulled over a fat middle-aged man and introduced him to Chu Lang. This is Chen Chizan, the gym master of our Zahai City Pokemon Center, who is in charge of most of our Zahai City's affairs. The gym master of the Pokemon Center in this world is equivalent to the city lord in ancient time. It is usually held by a powerful official and serves the Dragon Country Alliance. As for the gym leaders, they are more like officially recognized non-governmental organizations. Behind each of them are several young people who are good seedlings selected by other gyms and the Elf Center. If Chu Lang and Qi Shu can't handle this secret realm, they will take action. Finally, Qiwen introduced a man in military uniform. This is Wang Hai, the commander of our Zahai City Rentgen Cat Corps. You can just call him Uncle Wang. It can be seen that the two people should be in frequent contact and look much more familiar than others. Chu Lang hurriedly called out uncle and then stood back beside Qiwen. Seeing that everyone was there, the head of the Elf Center Chen took the lead and walked towards the playground looking quite uneasy. Okay Lao Zhang, Lao Qi and Lao Wang, let's go to the secret realm and see what the levels are like. The higher ups only gave us half a month. If we can't break through the levels in this half month, geniuses from other cities will have to come and break through the levels. Net we will follow the rules. This secret realm appeared because of Qiwen. Let their people break through it for 1 day. If we can't break it in these 3 days, we will replace these elite students behind us, and the net 12 days will be open to all senior high school students in Zahai City. After half a month there will be basically nothing for us to do. But let me say this first. No matter who break through this secret realm, they will eventually give some benefits to brother Qiwen. For what Chen Guanzi said, Qiwen did not shirk. The rules have always been like this. If he shirked, it would seem hypocritical. Okay Xiaoshu and Xiao Lang, you two go in first. Chu Lang was stunned. Can we go in together? He knew very little about the trial secret realm, but he also saw that the trial secret realm in the video was entered by one person. He went patiently explained there will be some elves blocking the way when you enter the trial secret realm for the first time. It is not easy to deal with it alone. Wait until the end of the level and you two can challenge it separately. Remember to protect Ayesha, she is too reckless. Don't worry uncle, I will protect Ayesha. Chu Lang nodded, took the young Kiras and followed Kishu into the secret realm. Trial secret realm, here he come. Chapter 28 The qualification of the pavilion master buzzing bat. After touching the entrance aperture of the secret realm, Chu Lang felt dizzy and everything in front of him became a chaotic rotating object. When he regained consciousness, he had already arrived in a dense jungle. Kishu's electric belly frog and young Kiras were looking around vigilantly while Kishu's motor lizard was protecting the two. The forest here was lush with branches and leaves and the range of vision was greatly affected. Even things 10 meters away could not be seen clearly. Chu Lang looked around and released the power of waveguide at the first time. Although his waveguide power could not spread over a long distance, now it was still a 360-degree eye with no blind spot, and with this level of use Chu Lang could do it for a long time without worrying about the endurance problem. The forest was very quiet and Chu Lang could only hear the rustling sound of the leaves in the wind. Ayesha, be careful, let's go ahead. Chu Lang reminded, took Kishu's hand and walked along the path under his feet into the depths of the dense forest. After walking about 20 meters, Chu Lang suddenly heard a sound different from the wind blowing the leaves and hurriedly hugged Kishu and took a step back. The net moment, a yellow spider with a ball of white spider silk wrapped around its back landed in front of Chishu's face. If Chu Lang hadn't pulled Chishu back a step, the two of them would have been in close contact. Ah, Tuan Zuzu's so scary. Tuan Zuzu was also frightened by Chishu's cry and frantically fiddled with the harness on his body, trying to quickly climb back to the tree. This elf he had never seen before made him dizzy with just a cry skill. If they really fought, he might not be able to defeat it. Young Kiras, shoot it down. Chu Lang reacted quickly and asked young Kiras to shoot and knock down the Tuan Zuzu. It was so hard to find someone to question, so he couldn't let him go. Ha! Tuan Zuzu was knocked to the ground by young Kiras's knockdown skill, and the motorcycle lizard net to him swung its tail and slapped Tuan Zuzu's face with its tail, knocking him out. Seeing that the electric belly frog was about to attack, Chu Lang quickly stopped him. Stop it or he will faint. Comfort your master first, he is very scared. As he said that, Chu Lang lifted up the electric belly frog and stuffed it into Chishu's arms while he squatted down and lifted up the badly abused Tuan Zuzu. I ask you, where are the elves in this secret realm? Why haven't we met any of them? Kishu was speechless when he saw Chu Lang asking Tuan Zuzu. Chu Lang, he is just an elf. Even if he told you the story, we wouldn't understand it. Tuan Zuzu heard it and struggled to the ground and started drawing on the ground. Chu Lang looked back at Chishu, who had recovered from the shock, and explained with a smile, it doesn't matter, I can understand it. It has been like this since the blue fire came out of his body the day before yesterday. Kishu and his father were at the scene when the power of waveguide was activated the day before yesterday, so Chu Lang didn't plan to hide it. Hearing Chu Lang's words, Tuan Zuzu, who was painting with 8 legs, was stunned for a moment. If you could understand, you should have said it earlier. I've already finished the painting. There are many buzzing bats in this secret realm. We insects can only hide. They usually sleep in the cave at this time, so you didn't see them. Hearing the word buzzing bat, Chu Lang instantly realized that something was wrong. Xiao Shu, the largest elf group in this secret realm, is the buzzing bat group. Their hearing is very sharp. I'm afraid they have heard your cry just now. Let's hide for the time being and see if the other side has a sound wave dragon. The sound wave dragon is the evolved elf of the buzz bat, and each one is above the level of the gym owner. If there is a sound wave dragon in the buzz bat group here, then this secret realm is unsolvable. It's simply a dream for an elf below level 20 to defeat a sound wave dragon that is at least level 48. Chu Lang hid in a tree hole with Chishu and stuffed Tuan Zuzu in to prevent him from telling on them. If we can win in a while, young Kiras, you will be responsible for long range attack. Electric frog, you will be responsible for status, and motor lizard will be responsible for sealing the cave entrance with wide area destruction skills, and don't let the opponent break in. Elves like Buzz Bat have both flying and dragon attribute. Both rock and dragon skills can restrain them and deal a lot of damage. After hearing Chu Lang's arrangement, Electric Frog and Motor Lizard looked up at Chishu and asked for Chishu's opinion. Generally speaking, elves will only listen to their masters and rarely listen to other people's opinions unless the master people agreed. Kishu nodded. Just listen to Chu Lang, everyone will do this in the future. While they were discussing the tactic, there was a sudden sound of a large number of wings flapping in the sky. The buzzing bats are coming. Chu Lang held Kishu in his arms and tried to reduce the target as much as possible. Both of them held their breath and watched the movement in the sky quietly. If there was a sound wave dragon, their mission mission would be considered a failure and they could only go back and mobilize a large number of trainers to fight this guy. Buzzing bat. About a dozen buzzing bats broke through the leaves in the dense forest and fell to the place where Chu Lang and Kishu had just encountered the spider, which made Chu Lang's scalp numb. The hearing of these elves was so powerful that they could actually lock their positions with hearing from such a distance. Let's see if we can beat them first. Thinking of this, Chu Lang used the elf eye on the dozen buzzing bats. Soon the attributes of those buzzing bats appeared in Chu Lang's eyes one by one. These elves were all below level 20 and they were probably suppressed by the rules of this secret realm. After looking at a few buzzing bats, Chu Lang patted his chest and felt relieved. Chu Lang, you hit the wrong person. Sorry. Just then Chu Lang's eyes suddenly lit up and he saw a very different buzzing bat. That buzzing bat was wearing glasses and had very good qualifications. Buzzing bat level 20 flying dragon. Although the individual values of this buzzing bat are a little skewed, it is also a genuine gym master level qualification and it can evolve into a powerful sonic dragon in the future. It can just be regarded as a reward from Qi Shu and his daughter for allowing him to enter the trial secret realm. Thinking of this, Chu Lang patted his chest again. Xiao Shu, did you bring the poke ball? Chapter 29 Soundwave Dragon. Kishu blushed and took away Chu Lang's restless hand, nodding shyly. I didn't take much, just 9 Lu Yuri balls. Dad said there might be some elves with good qualifications in this secret realm, we can capture them then. I didn't take much. 9 Lu Yuri balls. Hearing this, Chu Lang felt the powerlessness of a poor man again. He had spent a lot of money this time and only brought 5 ordinary red and white balls which cost 1,000 yuan. Putting this thought out of his mind, Chu Lang put his attention back on the group of buzzing bat. We will sneak attack them later and then you use the elf ball to catch the buzzing bat with glasses. He is so special, his qualifications should be very good. Put away your motorcycle lizard first and I will ask you to throw it later. Kishu was a little stunned, not knowing what Hulang meant. Hulang planed again, throw your motor lizard directly into the pile of buzz bats, later the effect may be better. Hulang also got this idea from Zuzi in the Pokemon game. In that work, the trainer controlled by the player can throw the poke ball directly to sneak attack those unprepared Pokemon. I think it can also be operated in reality, but it may be a bit wasteful of poke balls, which is just right for rich players like Kishu. After hearing Hulang's word, Kishu's eyes lit up as if the door to a new world was opened. Hulang quickly added, in this case it can only be used for sneak attacks, otherwise your Pokemon will be besieged with a confused face. Okay, collect him first. As he said, Chu Lang gave orders to his young Kiras. Young Kiras, wait until they all gather together and then use the most powerful rock collapse skill. The net moment young Kiras waved his hands and a large piece of rock suddenly fell from the sky above the buzzing bat, catching the buzzing bat standing on the ground to check the situation off guard. They wanted to fly up and escape, but they were completely unable to get into the air and were hit hard by the rocks falling from the sky. As flying plus dragon elf, the rock system has a very obvious attribute restraint on them. Although young Kiras's level is slightly lower than theirs, now only level 15, the attribute restraint can completely make up for this gap. Roar. Accompanied by young Kiras's roar, the rock suddenly plotted. The strange tree and the buzzing bats were all in surprise and they couldn't believe that young Kiras actually mastered the skills of the proficient level. Kishu, throw him out, use wide area destruction. Oh okay. According to Chu Lang's command, Kishu smashed the motorcycle lizard poke ball in his hand and landed in the middle of those buzzing bats. Before the buzzing bats could react, the poke ball had already glowed red, releasing the motorcycle lizard. Motorcycle. After the motorcycle lizard appeared, it suddenly swung its tail 360 degrees, bringing all the buzzing bats into its attack range. Hit by this equally effective attack, the buzzing bats almost lost their combat effectiveness. All Pokemon go up and finish off. The net battle did not need Chu Lang's command. The 3 Pokemons rushed up all at once and killed those. All the buzz bats were defeated. A small team sent by a buzz bat tribe was completely wiped out. Chu Lang was the first to run up and picked up the buzz bat with glasses from the pile of buzz bats. Xiao Shu quickly subdued him. His qualifications must be very high. He just held on to the last wave of attack. Qi Shu nodded through the poke ball directly and took the gym leader level buzz bat that had completely lost the power to resist. Chu Lang took off a thick-soled black boot from the foot of a buzz bat and laughed. Props, another prop. Just less than 10 minutes after entering, I got a gym leader level buzz bat and 2 treasures. This time the secret realm is worth the price. Treasures are a kind of treasure that can increase the combat effectiveness of elf. They are divided into ordinary treasures and secret treasures. Even ordinary treasures are worth between 50 and 1 million according to their rarity and scope of application. Secret treasures are worth more than 10 million and they are still in short supply. It can be said that with this thick-soled boot, which is an ordinary treasure, Chu Lang and his elves no longer need to worry about money for a long time. Young Kiras, you wear it first. We will sell it directly after after we go back, and then you will always eat customized rations. Also we will buy more cows and sheep after we go back to enrich the farm." Young Kira's nodded excitedly. He had already imagined the happy life of Chu Lang and his friends as big farmers. "Let's go, let's keep going forward and see if there are any other treasures." Chu Lang hugged young Kira's with one hand and held the strange tree with the other hand and continued to move forward. As a trial secret realm, the scope of this secret realm is not large. After walking for about 10 minutes, Chu Lang and his friends have arrived at the entrance of a cave. Chu Lang's face was a little solemn. This should be the nest of those buzzing bats. They just defeated so many buzzing bats. Now they will have a fierce battle when they meet their tribesmen. Young Kira's, be prepared for battle, don't get ambushed. It will be hard for us to see things in the cave, but the vision of the buzzing bats will not be affected. They rely on ultrasonic waves to judge the surrounding environment. Of course it is better to lure them out. Although this will alert the enemy, at least they will not enter an environment that is not conducive to our battle. As he said, Chu Lang picked up a stone from the ground and threw it into the cave. Ka 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 ka. There was a particularly hollow echo in the cave, and the space inside should be very large. Chu Lang held a thick branch in his hand and hid at the door with young Kira's on the left and right, which made Chi Shu helpless. Until now she seemed to understand the significance of Chu Lang's insistence on training for the past 3 years. If the number is not enough, use trainers to make up. Buzz. The sound of the elves came from the cave, making Chu Lang and Chi Shu extremely nervous. This cave is the lair of the buzz bat. It is very likely that a boss will come out of it, or it is possible that a group of buzz bat plus a boss will come out of it. No matter which situation it is, it must be extremely dangerous. Buzz. The sound in the cave came again. This time the sound was closer to Chu Lang and his team, and it seemed to have reached the cave entrance. Chu Lang winked at young Helas, and Chi Shu raised his stick high and was ready to attack at any time. Just then a huge Pokemon flew out of the cave. This Pokemon was purple and green with 2 ears like big trumpets on its head. Soundwave Dragon. Chapter 30. King Level Washing Green Soroa. The moment he saw the Soundwave Dragon, Chu Lang immediately threw down his stick and dragged young Helas and Chi Shu, who was holding the electric belly frog, to the Motor Lizard. Motor Lizard Run. The lowest level of Pokemon like Soundwave Dragon is 48, which is definitely not something that weak chickens like them who have just entered the field of trainers can deal with. Level 48 and level May 20th not seem to have much difference, but their combat power is definitely different. A level 20 elf can only demolish a house with all its strength, but if it is a gym owner elf, it can instantly destroy a department store without the check and balance of other gym owner elf. Even if Chi Shu's father comes in, he may be defeated by the Soundwave Dragon. The moment he jumped on the Motor Lizard, Chu Lang felt relieved. Although this Soundwave Dragon is very powerful, its flying speed is not outstanding. The speed of the Motor Lizard is as high as 120 km per hour. As long as you avoid the first few attacks of the Soundwave Dragon, you can escape from this secret realm. Let the Dragon Kingdom Alliance officials figure out the rest. Anyway, he and Chi Shu will definitely not come in again. Just then Chu Lang suddenly felt a chill on his back, and his entire upper body was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Young Kira's, use the strike behind me. At the same time he rolled over and jumped off the Motor Lizard while holding Chi Shu and rolled on the ground for several circles. When he reacted, he saw that the Soundwave Dragon had been smashed to the ground by the young Kira's. Chu Lang did not continue to run away, but looked at the Soundwave Dragon with the eyes of the elf. This Soundwave Dragon is not right. Just now it actually used the ghost type shadow sneak attack skill. According to Chu Lang's memory, the Soundwave Dragon should not know this skill. Zoro level 20 General Ghost. The moment Chu Lang saw this panel, he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. King level qualification. After Gardevoir, he encountered another Pokemon with King level qualification, and it was Greenwashed Zoroark. Now Greenwashed has long disappeared in the long river of history. The rarity of this Pokemon is no less than that of shiny Gardevoir. Not only can she transform into other Pokemon like Zoroark, but she is also different from ordinary Zoroark with a powerful attribute ratio of normal plus ghost. This attribute ratio allows her to have only one restrained attribute and the rest are all resistant. In addition, she can also be immune to skills of the 3 attributes of normal, fighting and ghost, which gives her a great advantage innately. Young Helas, use Rock Slide to catch him. Kishu, let your Pokemon help. This Pokemon is very rare. Kishu nodded, and just as he was about to ask his Pokemon to help, there was a sudden wave of vibration in the space. When Chu Lang reacted, Kishu had disappeared from his side, leaving only him and young Helas and Zoroya, who was staring at him. What's going on? Where's Kishu? Chu Lang was a little worried about Kishu, afraid that Kishu would be scared by the Soundwave Dragon that Zoroya turned into. Just then a mysterious voice suddenly sounded in the secret realm. Don't be afraid, you have triggered the trial. Just challenge one by one, and group fights are not allowed in the trial secret realm. Chu Lang nodded and stopped worrying. The trial secret realm is generally left by the big guys to help the younger trainers grow, and there will not be too much danger. Since this voice said so, there must be no problem. Chu Lang focused all his attention on Zoroark in front of him. He must not miss this elf. With this elf, after waiting for Lolulus to hatch with 2 elves of the king level, it is a sure thing for him to enter the top university. Young Kira's used the knockdown skill on him. Chu Lang did not know much about Zoroark. He only knew that this elf could transform into the appearance he wanted at will. Facing his own elf, the effect of this ability should be infinitely weakened. Just then something unexpected happened. The sound wave dragon that Zoroark turned into actually shot a dragon claw skill at the knockdown skill of young Kira's. Chu Lang's pupils trembled and he was a little confused about what happened. He was very sure that the energy on the claws of the sound wave dragon, which symbolized the noble purple, was absolutely the supreme dragon energy. According to common sense, Zoroark should only be able to change his appearance after the change using the skills of other elves is something that the legendary phantom Pokemon ancestor Mew can do. Could it be the effect of the dark stone in his toolbar? Young Kira's used the rock slide skill. I want to see what trick he has. Young Kira's nodded and used the rock slide skill, dragging his small body towards the Zoroark. He also saw that this was not a real sonic dragon and its combat power was not as terrifying as he imagined. Just then the Zoroark suddenly disappeared in the sky and turned into a long shadow. Shadow sneak attack skill. Young Kira's get out of the way. While saying this, Chu Lang rolled to the right at the same time to prevent the Zoroark from targeting him. This was not a small competition that prohibited attacking trainers. Not to mention whether he would be injured if he was hit by him. Failure in the level was inevitable. At the moment of rolling, Chu Lang heard the ground he had just stepped on was broken. This guy's target was indeed himself. Chu Lang hurriedly ran towards young Kira's to avoid giving the Zoroark an opportunity. Young Kira's, don't be too far away from me, just use the knockdown skill on him. Roar. Young Kira's threw a huge stone at Zoro and the stone flashed with earth yellow energy, obviously exerting the greatest power. At the same time, young Kira's leaned close to Chu Lang, not daring to leave a step for fear that Zoro would sneak attack his trainer again. Just then Zoro suddenly stopped dodging young Kira's skills and rushed towards young Kira's. Young Kira's was stunned at first, then happy, and also used the collision skill on Zoro. As a desert tyrant cub and a cub with full individual strength values, young Kira's is not afraid of head-on confrontation. But before he rushed out a few steps, the joy on his face suddenly turned into panic. That Zoro turned into a trumpet bud that often beat him. Chapter 31 Outrageous Suggestion. The moment he saw Zoro in this form, Chu Lang secretly thought it was not good. He understood what this secret realm test was about. It made the challenger face the thing he feared most in his heart. This test was definitely more terrifying than the secret realm in Jizhong City that produced Iron Thorn. That secret realm only made the challenger face himself. Although it was not easy to win, it would not be too bad to lose. However, the Saraya in this secret realm could see into people's hearts and then transform into the thing that challengers feared most. While Chu Lang was thinking that Saraya, the transformed trumpet sprout, had collided with young Kira's, leaped onto young Kira's shoulder and threw young Kira's to the ground. Before young Kira's could react, a close-range dragon claw took young Kira's away. After doing all this, that Soroya returned to his original form and glanced at Chu Lang with his peach blossom eyes. The net moment Soroya's figure swelled to 17 meters, turning into a pot-bellied woman with a big gold chain around her neck and a big cigar in her right hand. That guy turned into the famous rich woman in Chu Lang's previous life. Saraya looked at Chu Lang coldly, waving her left hand high, and was about to slap Chu Lang. Chu Lang, what he feared most was this thing. After a brief shock, Chu Lang instantly entered a fighting posture and a ball of blue flames burst out from his body. Now it is possible to attach the wave power to a certain part to enhance its durability, but it is not used skillfully now, which will lead to a decrease in overall power. Now in combat you can only attach the wave power to your whole body. In the shocked eyes of Zoroya, Chu Lang took the lead to slap her in the face. Then Chu Lang leaned close and hit Zoroya hard in his arms, trying to defeat this Zoroya with the moves of Bajiquan. Zoroya grinned, revealing a mouthful of big gold teeth, and laughed. Chu Lang realized that he was not facing the rich woman in his previous life but a real elf. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom! Chu Lang was slapped to the ground by Zoroya. His eyes were dull. In the future he will fight anyone who says that the rich woman is good. After both young Kira's and Chu Lang were defeated, a feeling of dizziness appeared and Chu Lang had returned to the entrance of the cave at the beginning. A minute later Kishu also appeared beside Chu Lang. His eyes were dull and he looked like he had suffered even more horrible damage than Chu Lang. Zayasha, what happened to you? Chu Lang hurriedly hugged Kishu to prevent her from falling to the ground. Didn't you bring 3 elves? All 3 elves couldn't beat that guy. Kishu curled her lips. That guy turned into a bug. My problem is that he attacked me before the elf even made a move. What should we do now? Chu Lang. Should we continue or go out to prepare? Chu Lang pondered for a moment. He actually wanted to stay. On the one hand he really wanted to catch this Soraya, and on the other hand he wanted to take the opportunity to let young Kiraz overcome his fear of the trumpet bud. Although the trumpet bud at home had never had any bad intentions towards young Kiraz and himself, and even helped to repel the toucan tribe, the toucan that was beaten still brings him food every day. But he was not bad, and Chu Lang didn't want young Kiraz to have such a terrifying instant. According to Chu Lang's summary, whether an elf can fight or not has a lot to do with his own beliefs. Just like the day when young Kiraz fought against Tyre Meow, if it weren't for young Kiraz's incomparably strong fighting belief, he wouldn't have been able to tie with Tyre Meow. With the instance of the trumpet bud, young Kiraz's belief would definitely be discounted. Habit is a terrible thing. Once young Kiraz gets used to losing, it will be difficult to establish an invincible belief. Just like when Chu Lang faced the rich woman just now, he only knew that the rich woman was not that scary and even smelled good. After accepting Kisha, the little rich woman, from fearing the rich woman to accepting the rich woman, Chu Lang is even thinking about knocking the rich woman down now. This is progress. I'd better not go out first. Don't we have 3 days? I plan to stay here all the time. During this period young Kiraz and I will continue to challenge that guy. Seeing Chu Lang's confident look, Kisha's eyes smiled as cute as crescent moon. She liked Chu Lang's hard-working attitude, which was very much like the young father in her mother's word. Then I'll go outside and tell my father and bring you some food. Okay. After sending Chi Shu to the entrance of the secret realm, Chu Lang returned to the place where he first encountered the group of spiders. He was willing to work hard, but he didn't mind using eternal forces. Only with the help of the system's power could he solve the problem of Zoroya as quickly as possible and catch him. Hey! Chu Lang shook the group of spiders a few times and the group of spiders fell down helplessly, pulling the spider silk, looking at Chu Lang with some fear, not knowing what this guy wanted to do. In his eyes, since Chu Lang defeated the dominant tribe in the secret realm, he was the new overlord. Chu Lang held the young Kiraz in front of Tuan Zuzu and said, "Let me ask you something. My young Kiraz is particularly afraid of a trumpet bud. Do you have any way to make young Kiraz no longer afraid of the trumpet bud? By the way, that trumpet bud is quite powerful." Tuan Zuzu looked at Chu Lang, then at young Kiraz, shrank his neck and dared not speak. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. In his opinion, Chu Lang was probably teasing him. Just now he saw the performance of young Kiraz. He used an incredibly powerful skill to kill a group of powerful dragon-type elves. Buzz bat. Would an elf of this strength be afraid of a small trumpet bud? I'm afraid he was waiting for him to speak and then beat him to death on the grounds that his upper lip left his lower lip first occupy his tree. Chu Lang. He knew that no one would believe this kind of thing. Fortunately, he usually took a video. Chu Lang took out his mobile phone and showed the video of young Kiraz to Tuan Zuzu. Tuan Zuzu's small eyes were full of doubt. This thing is actually real. Tuan Zuzu pondered for a moment and ran to Chu Lang in a somewhat servile manner. This trainer, I don't know whether I should say something or not. Although I haven't thought of how to make this young Kiraz no longer afraid of the trumpet fang for the time being, I thought of something else. Such a powerful trumpet bud, if you catch him and then sell trumpet bud training courses. Hearing Tuan Zuzu's words, Chu Lang and young Kiraz looked at each other, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Especially young Kiraz, now his eyes are full of desire for money. Where is there any fear? At the same time, the voice of the system sounded in Chu Lang's mind. Chu Lang was shocked and shook his head quickly. His dream after coming to this world was not to work even as a civil servant. Zhao Ziyu also had an idea and looked at Chen Chizun with a sarcastic face. Good old Chen, you cheated us in front of us, right? You obviously want to pull this good seedling to your elf center, and you also say that you will be assigned a job after graduation. I don't believe you. Little brother, listen to me and just be a son-in-law of the old Qi family. If his electric gym can't afford you and your elves are 18 gyms will help you raise them together. As the first gym owner in Zhai City, Zhao Ziyu's words were quite domineering. Leader Wang Hai saw the two gym owners hugging together and walked to Chen Chizun with narrowed eyes. You guys are too shameless. No matter what dirty work you encounter, you always ask our military. Now that you have a good seedling, you don't even ask me. Hearing Wang Hai's words, Zhao Ziyu's old face turned red and he stopped talking. The military's suffering and fatigue are real. Just like after this secret realm appeared, the military has been guarding here for 2 days and 2 nights. They can squeeze Chen Chizun without any psychological burden, but they can't squeeze Wang Hai. Seeing that everyone stopped talking, Wang Hai looked at Chu Lang with a smile. Little guy, our military has found a mine with very rich rock elements along the beach. Do you want it? If you want it, uncle will give it to you. Chu Lang blinked, didn't say anything but looked at Kiwen. He had heard from Chen Chizun's words that these things were probably not taken for nothing. The mine is good, but you still have to listen to your father-in-law's opinion. Seeing Chu Lang's reaction, Kiwen Kiwen laughed. What's wrong with the mine? What's wrong with the position of the owner of the elf center? No one is as good as his own daughter. The other three people also saw that Chu Lang wanted Kiwen to give an opinion, and they were all a little envious, especially Chen Shizhen. His eyes were almost red with anger. Isn't it just that he has a beautiful daughter, as if no one has one? My cousin's second aunt's granddaughter's neighbor is also very beautiful. How about I introduce her to you? Wang Hai's face turned green. The first am the neighbor of your cousin's second aunt's granddaughter, Chen Shizhen. Okay, stop arguing. Qi Wen interrupted the two and pulled Chu Lang in front of the four people, saying earnestly, Xiao Lang, you can ignore this guy Chen Shizhen, but accept the mine of Captain Wang Hai Jun. Whether you accept it or not, I always hope that you can stand up when the city is in danger and contribute to Longguo. Chu Lang quickly agreed. Definitely. He already regarded Zhai City as his home. Perhaps influenced by his hometown in his previous life, he has a serious sense of family and country. If Zhai City is in trouble, he will go there without anyone telling him, just like Lord Kongsheng 300 years ago. Okay, then it's settled. When the matter is over, I will immediately let someone take you to take over the mine. As a soldier, Wang Hai has a swift and decisive temper and made a decision immediately. Okay, everyone else get ready and line up to enter the secret realm trial. Although the elves in the secret realm have been brought out, the trial effect still is, and the secret realm will regenerate the phantom of the trial. Something big may happen in our Zhai City in a while. This is an opportunity for all of you, so you must seize it. The trial cost for this half-month will all be borne by the elf center. After that, Wang Hai left a dozen soldiers guarding the secret realm and took the others away. Looking at Wang Hai's back, Chen Shizhen smiled and shook his head. This guy is still so resolute and has said everything I, the owner of the elf center, have said. Using the resources of my elf center to pretend to be the military, how abominable. Let's go, let's buy you two a drink. Today's event is worth celebrating. Zhao Ziyu immediately broke the show. Last time your Yan Zi moved, you set up a table, you just love to drink. Go away, get out of the way. When will you change your face giving temper? Chen Shizhen dragged Zhao Ziyu and Kiwen to the car and looked back at Chu Lang. Xiao Lang, why don't you go have a drink with the three of us brothers? Chu Lang shook his head quickly. It was too restrictive to be with them. No, I have to wait for Ziyasha to come back. You three can go. Hearing Chu Lang's words, Chen Shizhen and Zhao Ziyu couldn't laugh for a moment. Loud Chi, you are so unkind. Chu Lang waited for Kisha to come back and went back to the farm after dinner. Today the training of young Kiras has not been completed and the training plan of Soroya has not been formulated. The college entrance examination is approaching and there is not enough time. Chapter 35 Special Transformation Ideal Power. On the way back to the farm, Chu Lang and young Kiras still chose to run just in time to complete today's running exercise task. Zoroya turned into his original form for a while, running around Chu Lang and young Kiras. Then he turned into a sound wave dragon to scare away the large-mouthed gulls that were delivering e-press in the sky and was full of curiosity about everything in this world. Chu Lang teased Zoroya while running with young Kira. Zoroya, what other forms can you turn into? Change one for the master. Hearing Chu Lang's call, Zoroya stopped for a while and then turned into a trumpet bud. Young Kiras, who was running wildly, braked and his upper body suddenly fell down and hit the ground hard. Roar. Young Kiras, who stood up, complained about Zoroya, crazily accusing him of not being a martial artist. It's so scary to turn into a trumpet bud again, it's so hateful. Chu Lang smiled. It seems that their team will become lively after adding a new member. Although the life of only the two of them was interesting before, it was quite boring. Zoroya, come to me, don't scare young Kiras, let him train. Zoroya covered his mouth to suppress his smile, stuck out his tongue at young Kiras, then jumped up and landed accurately on Chu Lang's shoulder. The moment the two came into contact, the smile on Chu Lang's face gradually solidified. He looked at Zoroya on his body with some surprise and touched him in disbelief. Damn it, what he touched was not Zoroya but a real trumpet bud. According to Chu Lang's understanding, Zoroya's transformation was just an illusion. How could it really feel like a trumpet bud? Chu Lang touched it a few more times in disbelief and it was still the touch of a trumpet bud. Try to transform into a sonic dragon, Zoroya. Zoroya nodded, left Chu Lang's shoulder and turned into a sonic dragon. It can't be an illusion this time, right? Chu Lang touched the sonic dragon that Zoroya turned into. Thick scales and hard claws. Chu Lang didn't know if this was the touch of a sonic dragon, but he was sure it wasn't. Zoro, are you trying to use the dragon claw skill? Zoro, who turned into a sonic dragon, waved his claws and a ball of rich purple energy covered his claws, smashing a big hole in the ground. Chu Lang fell silent. He originally thought that the secret realm was not simple, but he didn't expect that this Zoro seemed to be very simple. Not only can it really transform into other elves, but it can also use the power of other elves. In this world, clutting the dream that doesn't know whether it is the elf that can transform or only Ditto and Zoro, and these two elves have their own shortcomings. Although Ditto can completely change and even master the opponent's moves, his own combat power is a flaw. When used by others it is a dragon star group, and when used by Ditto it may be a small stone falling from the sky. Although Zoro has good combat power, her transformation is more like an illusion and she will be discovered if she is not careful. But Chu Lang's Zoro is different. It perfectly combines the advantages of Ditto and Zoro. It has combat power and can transform perfectly, and it seems that he can master some other move. He is simply a natural assassin. Chu Lang uses the eye of the elf to carefully check Zoro's panel, trying to find out what is different about this guy. The race is just an ordinary Zoro. There is no training suggestion at present. It should not be affected by the system. There is no problem with the individual value and there is nothing special about the skills. After looking for a while, Chu Lang's eyes stayed on the dark stone carried by Zoro. Since there is no problem with Zoro, the problem can only appear in this object. Dark stone. Chu Lang's mind is running wildly trying to find information about this stone. He is very sure that the dark stone does not appear in the high school TET book, and the dark stone has never appeared in the magazines he usually read. At this moment a long-forgotten memory suddenly emerged in Chu Lang's mind, a memory of playing games in his previous life, and the appearance of the Black Dragon. He suddenly remembered everything. The Black Dragon was not an electric god at all, but the ideal dragon in the Pokemon game Black and White. Only the power of the ideal dragon can allow Zoroark to have such a nearly magical ability, and the battle scene after touching the ideal dragon that day was clearly the Mutuo and the Gigantama Infinite in the game he had played in his previous life. Thinking of the brutality of Infinite and Mutuo, Chu Lang couldn't help but feel a little bit of liver pain. Never expected that these gods actually exist in this world. Mutuo plus Infinite, the people in this world are so happy. He tolerated the damn system sending him to the elf world, but why was it such an extreme world? Chu Lang grabbed the newly joined Zoroark and the excitement in his heart was reduced by half. It was originally a good thing to get such a strong Zoroark, but I didn't expect that there was a god behind it. After a short period of depression, Chu Lang cheered up again. Let's go home quickly, we must hurry up and become stronger. This world is not over yet, everything can still turn around. He still has the system. Easy to say failure is not Chu Lang's style. As long as he work hard enough, he may not be defeated by the beast in the future. Train well, young Kiras. When you reach the physical fitness, we will start training the cliff sword. Chapter 36. Lazy Girl Soroya. Early the NET morning, Chu Lang slept until the sun rose. After knowing that those gods really exist, he trained until very late yesterday, but he didn't expect to delay the morning training. Chu Lang rubbed his eyes and was about to climb out of the quilt when he suddenly felt an indescribable touch on his body. So smooth, it looks like Chi Shu's hand. Chu Lang opened the quilt and looked at the little loli with blue and pink hair in the quilt. He was stunned. What's going on? Why did Chi Shu get into his quilt? And the position of the hand was too dishonest. Chu Lang picked up the quilt and jumped out of bed, then saw a white patch in front of him and quickly closed his eyes and wrapped the quilt around Chi Shu. At this moment Kishu suddenly opened his eyes in confusion and hugged Chu Lang. Yaya, master, why did you get up so early? Yaya. Hearing Soroya's voice, Chu Lang immediately understood what was going on. This is not Kishu, it's a Qi Soroya who turned into. Chu Lang grabbed Soroya's tail and pulled her off the bed. You little guy dared to play with me on the first day, you want me to spank you, right? Soraya scratched Chu Lang a few times, gritted her teeth and turned into her original form. I'm 300 years old, what's wrong with having a habit of sleepwalking and transforming? Woo, bad master, it's not even noon yet and you won't let me sleep. And outside someone has been hitting the ground, it's so noisy. Seeing Soroya's crazy look, Chu Lang smiled and rubbed Soroya's head, holding her in his arms, and walked outside. He started Pua while walking. It's different now than in the secret realm. You can't improve your strength in the secret realm, but you can outside. When you become stronger, no one will dare to wake you up from your sleep, right? Soraya was not fully awake yet and looked at Chu Lang in astonishment, feeling that his CPU was a little slow. When did you need strength to sleep? Master, you are lying. You don't need strength to sleep. Chu Lang didn't explain but just walked out of the door holding Soroya. Duan. The young Kiras just jumped off the big pine tree and sank into the ground fiercely. Then he patted the dirt on his body as if nothing had happened and used the energy of the ground system to restore the big pit and climbed towards the big pine tree again. Soraya shrank fiercely in Chu Lang's arms, covering his eyes in fear. They actually called this thing size. This is obviously self-mutilation. Soraya thought that this young Kiras was a coward before, but now he saw that it was clearly a pervert. Which coward dares to play like this? Chu Lang patted the stunned Soraya and said with a smile, look at how young Kiras has been training in this way. If you can't beat him, can't you just let him wake you up every morning? Soraya thought about it and it was true. It is imperative to defeat young Kiras, but that doesn't require training. Yaya. Soraya hooked at young Kiras and wanted to fight with young Kiras now. Young Kiras narrowed his eyes and was also full of fighting spirit. As Chu Chu Lang's first elf, he also wanted to take advantage of this battle to establish his position as the boss. Even if he can't be the boss, at least he can't let this guy always turn into a trumpet bud to scare him in the future. It will scare people to death. Since you all want to fight, let's have a fight first. Chu Lang did not refuse the two elves' request for competition. In his opinion, Soraya's strength in the secret realm should be enhanced by the secret realm. He needed to understand Soraya's true strength in the battle. Only in this way could he make a targeted training plan. But you must remember to stop at the right time and not to cause any trouble. After Chu Lang reminded him, he walked aside to make room for the two little guys and prepared medicine to prevent the two little guys from causing any trouble. Seeing Chu Lang leave the battle area, Zoraya instantly transformed into a sonic dragon and flew towards the young Kiras not far away. Her claws glowed with purple light and she directly used the dragon claw skill of the dragon system. With the power of the dark stone, she used the skill of the ideal dragon. Young Kira's eyes were full of fighting spirit and a ball of dark yellow rock energy condensed in his hands. This energy condensed more and more tightly and finally formed a stone the size of a human head, which was thrown at Zoraya, who had turned into a sonic dragon. Zoraya and young Kiras had fought many times and directly lowered his body in anticipation, avoiding the attack of young Kiras this time. The distance between them is less than 5 meters. This distance sounds far, but it is nothing for the elves in battle. Zoraya raised the dragon claw skill in his hand high and slapped it hard at young Kiras. Young Kiras was also unwilling to be outdone and used the collision skill directly on Zoraya. Since his attack individual value was filled up by Chu Lang's system, he rarely suffered losses in head-on collisions. Bang! The elves collided with each other and young Kira's body was torn apart by Zoroya's dragon claw skill, while Zoraya was knocked away by young Kira's roar. The injured young Kiras did not hesitate at all and let out a violent roar, summoning a group of rocks above Zoraya. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading the e-citing content. E-Perienced rock slide skill. The speed of the rock falling is much faster than the ordinary rock slide skill and it hit Zoraya hard. Zoraya retreated violently to avoid the subsequent explosion damage of young Kira's rock slide skill. Both elves are very familiar with each other's skills and it is difficult for the other party to catch the opportunity. Seeing Zoraya retreat, young Kiras did not intend to chase but summoned a group of rocks again and used the knockdown skill on Zoraya. As a quasi-god, although young Kiras's racial value is not advantageous in the early stage, his skill ratio and some characteristics are definitely the best among all elves. Even though he is a melee elf, his ranged skills are not inferior to those of Zoraya, who possesses the dark orb. Zoraya fell into the rhythm of the battle with young Kiras, but she did not panic but grinned. Then she quickly transformed into her true form. The shadow behind her stretched out and she used the shadow sneak attack skill. Young Kiras turned around and punched behind him, predicting the attack on Zoraya, who was about to appear. But the NET moment young Kiras was stunned. His attack missed. Young Kiras realized that Zoraya had ghost attributes and was immune to general attack. He wanted to release the rock fall skill but it was too late. Zoraya swung the claws in his hand and hit young Kiras in the face. Okay, stop fighting. If Zoraya had used the claw sharpening skill just now, you would have lost now. Chu Lang stopped the fight between the two of them and looked at Zoraya with some surprise. This Zoraya's fighting instinct was simply terrifying. From the moment she transformed into a sonic dragon, young Kiras had already fallen into the trap set by Zoro. Chu Lang and the others had already tested it before. No matter how Zoro transformed, her own attributes would not change. That is to say, Zoro was knocked away by young Kiras at the beginning as a trap just for this final blow. Zoraya stuck out his tongue at young Kiras and jumped back on Chu Lang. Big dinosaur, you are not allowed to jump around in the morning from now on. Young Kiras looked at Chu Lang aggrievedly, wanting Chu Lang to help him get back his training right. Chu Lang patted young Kiras's head. Okay, don't be aggrieved. I will make a new training plan for you later. From now on you will fight every day. Isn't it more efficient than your hopscotch? Also, we will take over the mine NET time. Your strength will be improved again. Don't be discouraged. Hearing Chu Lang's words, young Kira's eyes lit up. Yes, he still has a mountain to eat. Just Zoraya wait until he finishes eating that mountain and he can be destroyed in a snap. Chapter 37 Video Challenge. After the battle, Chu Lang asked young Kiras to continue practicing shooting down skills with passing birds and then sat on the ground to review. There was not much change in young Kira's training plan. Although young Kiras could not continue to hopscotch in the morning to increase his defense individual value, but with Zoroya's beating plus the beating of the trumpet, but it can completely replace the arena task. The speed of his defense individual value improvement will not slow down and it will even become faster. The beating of the trumpet bud is an unstable factor, but he can arrange Zoraya to beat young Kiras every day, right? There is also the mine promised by Captain Wang Haijun. He plans to take it over in a while and then young Kiras's level and defense defense power will have a great improvement. At that time young Kiras can practice the cliff sword, a skill belonging to God, and his strength will usher in a wave of super improvement. The improvement of other individual values can be put aside for now. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Wait until the level of young Kiras reaches the bottleneck and then improve it. As for Zoroya, Chu Lang plans to train her into an assassin-type elf. Assassin-type elves are definitely the most terrifying in the elf world. It is rumored that when the Western Alliance still is 300 years ago, an extremely powerful Greenangia even killed the Alliance headquarters, making the kings of the Western Alliance dare not even go home. Zoroya has mastered so many transformation abilities and has the Dark Pearl by her side. As long as she is trained a little, she should not be much weaker than that Greenangia. In this case, let's practice the claw sharpening skill first. The claw sharpening skill is a blessing skill that is adding buff. With the improvement of skill proficiency, the elf can EERT the blessing power faster, and in the later stage it can even make this power last longer on her claw. Thinking of this, Chu Lang looked up at the 3Bs who had just finished watching the excitement and were about to work. Hey 3Bs, can I ask you something? If I want to train Zoro's claw sharpening skill and want her skill to be released faster, is there any good way? Going crazy again? 3Bs glanced at Chu Lang, patted their butts and left. They themselves don't know how to sharpen claws, so asking them to instruct others is a dream. Hehe. Chu Lang laughed dryly. It seems that he can't pin his hopes on the 3Bs this time. We have to rely on the omnipotent netizen. Zoroya, you practice the claw sharpening skill first. Try to release it faster. I will find a strategy to help you improve it quickly. Zoroya nodded and then ran to the side to sleep. Chu Lang, is this the scumbag girl in the elf world? No initiative, no rejection, and no training. Chu Lang was not discouraged. When he found a way to quickly improve Zoroya's strength, he didn't believe that Zoroya could resist the temptation to become stronger. Chu Lang picked up his mobile phone, took a photo of Zoroya sleeping on the side, and then added a filter that looked miserable. After a few days of research, his photo editing skills are very good now. A photo taken casually has a heartbreaking feeling. Attached copy. He is very sure that this sentence can definitely arouse the rebellious psychology of netizens. After leaving this comment, Chu Lang directly closed the Douyin platform. Young Kiras, you practice first. I'll prepare the meal for you. Zoroya, come and see what you want to eat. I have braised beef, fresh shrimp, fish cake, braised lamb soup, rib, and other instant noodles of various flavors. Zoroya. Chu Lang laughed and said, let's just eat something simple. After eating we will accept the mine sent by Captain Wang Haijun. When you want to eat something good, I will buy it for you. Chapter 38. The sudden appearance of the Rumble Stone Leader. After eating, Chu Lang asked Zoroya to transform into a sound wave dragon, and he transformed into a dragon knight. Although he may have ridden it last night, Chu Lang still had a strange feeling today. After 3 years of traveling, he finally flew with the power of his elves. Zoroya, fly forward, cross the developed beach and fly about 10 kilometers to our mine. Yeah. Zoroya shouted and her body accelerated suddenly. She was very familiar with the transformation of the sound wave dragon, and flying had already become an instinct. In the appearance of the sound wave dragon, all the flying elves around avoided Chu Lang from a distance, fearing that they would be affected by this powerful elf. Ha ha ha, it's so refreshing. If only we could become real gym leader level trainers sooner. Roar. The young Kiras on the dragon's back also looked at the sky yearningly and echoed. Soon they passed by the beach not far from Chu Lang's home, and all the tourists on the beach pointed at Chu Lang. Wow, a dragon gym leader trainer so strong. That trainer is so handsome, so young, and already has a dragon Pokemon. It's incredible. Listening to the shouts below, Chu Lang felt a little embarrassed. If he was really a genuine gym leader level trainer it would be fine, but now he is just a novice. Zoroya, can you fly faster? This is too embarrassing. Zoroya pouted. Eating instant noodles can't fly fast. Chu Lang was speechless for a while. It seems that not all Pokemon are as easy to deal with as young Kiras. When we come back I will take you to customize Pokemon rations and then buy you a big milk tank to drink moo moo milk. Yeah. Zoroya shouted excitedly and accelerated again. In less than 5 minutes Zoroark had already flown Chu Lang over a 10-kilometer range and landed in a continuous mountain range. Although Zahai City is a coastal city, its north side is surrounded by mountains and there are many rock-type elves on it, but this mountain is nothing compared to the vast ocean, so few people mention it. Chu Lang's target this time is one of the peaks which has been given to Chu Lang by Wang Hai. When Zoroark landed, a dozen soldiers riding rock snakes quickly swam in front of Chu Lang. Who are you? Show your identity. This area is full of mines, each of which is extremely valuable. Generally speaking, no trainer is allowed to explore here. Chu Lang stayed where he was and shouted to the soldiers in the distance. Everyone, it was Captain Wang Haijun who asked me to come here. He said he wanted to give me a mine with rich rock element. Hearing Wang Hai's name, a captain-like man waved to the soldiers behind him. Don't act rashly. The deputy commander seemed to have explained this matter matter yesterday. I'll go over and take a look. The captain drove the rock snake close to Chu Lang and his elves and looked at the sound wave dragon that Zoroya turned into with caution, keeping a safe distance. I heard from our deputy commander that the person who came to take over the mine had a young Kiraz and a green-washed Zoroya. Where is your Zoroya? His words were somewhat scrutinizing and he did not completely believe Chu Lang. Chu Lang was not angry. After all, he was a soldier and it was normal to be more vigilant. He called Wang Hai directly and under Wang Hai's instructions the captain decisively chose to let him go. Little brother, just walk inside. There are mine staff inside. You just take my token and choose a mine. At that time they will tell you the types and concentrations of elements contained in each mine. You just choose the appropriate one. Thank you, brother. Chu Lang thanked him and walked inside. After 3 years of hardship with young Kiraz, Chu Lang understood the principle of being sweet-mouthed. Sometimes a simple thank you can save him a lot of trouble. Sure enough, after hearing Chu Lang's words the captain also smiled. Although you know Captain Wang Haijun, he doesn't come here often. If you have something to say, mention my name. My name is Guan Xiang. With that, Guan Xiang drove away directly on the rock snake and took the soldiers to patrol elsewhere. Chu Lang continued to walk inside the mine. According to Guan Xiang, he was still a long way from the inside. This time Chu Lang did not choose to fly. Although there were often military patrols in this mountain range, they would not completely eliminate the elves in the area. At most they would only defeat those elves who were extremely hostile to humans and would maliciously walk out of the mountains to kill humans. But the remaining elf was not very hostile to humans, which did not necessarily mean that it was all kind. Some elves had a very strong sense of territory. Little Kiraz has no hostility towards those flying elves, but he also smashed all the elves passing over the farm. When Zoroya saw Chu Lang was about to walk, she immediately transformed into her original form and lay on Chu Lang's shoulder. After just 2 days together, she was already familiar with this position. Comfortable and warm, this position will belong to her in the future. Little Kiraz made a fierce e-pression and stood in front of Chu Lang to prevent other elves from running over to attack Chu Lang. Chu Lang felt a little warm in his heart. This partner who had been with him for 3 years was indeed reliable. Don't worry, little Kiraz, I will definitely help you become the strongest elf. Little Kiraz in front waved his little fist, indicating that he was also very confident. Just then a rumbling sound suddenly came from the right side of the mountain road. The sound collided on both sides of the mountain road, causing a huge echo. Chu Lang and the 2 elves immediately raised their head and looked at the mountain wall on the right. A round stone rolled down from the mountain wall, smashing down towards Chu Lang and the others with unrivaled momentum. It was the evolution of Guadud Rumble, and it was also a giant leader-level Pokemon. Compared to ordinary Pokemon, this Pokemon usually has a larger body and stronger attributes, making it difficult to deal with. Some more outrageous leader-level Pokemon even lead a tribe. After seeing the Pokemon coming, Chu Lang's eyes became a little solemn. Rumble is a Pokemon that Guadud evolves after level 25. It likes to roll around on the mountain road and rarely looks at the road. The 2 elves are level 15 and level 20 respectively. It should be difficult for them to face this guy. Young Kiraz used the knockdown skill to hit him first to limit his speed. Zoroya used the claw sharpening skill first, then turn into a sonic dragon and wait to use the dragon claw. Chapter 39 Evolution Stone. Young Kiraz nodded, his eyes locked on the rumble stone rolling down from the sky. His right hand condensed dark yellow rock energy and a large ball of rock appeared in his hand, which was twice as big as when he was sparring with Zoroya. Young Kiraz used the skilled knockdown skill with all his strength. Chu Lang also opened the elf eye immediately to check the skills and attributes of the rumble stone. After seeing the panel of the rumble stone, Chu Lang couldn't help licking his lips. This guy is very powerful. He actually mastered the mastery level skills above the proficiency level skills. It seems that he should roll around on the mountain road every day. But this is not the most surprising thing for Chu Lang. Chu Lang was most surprised that he actually carried an evolution stone. Evolution stone, a magical stone. After carrying it, the defense and special defense of the elf that can evolve will be improved. Although this thing is not a secret treasure, it can still be sold at a high price of millions because it is much rarer than those props that enhance various attribute attack. It's a pity that it is not a secret treasure. If it is an evolution stone secret treasure that can greatly improve defense and special defense, it is worth hundreds of millions. Young Kiraz, throw it more accurately. Don't let this guy run away. He has valuable things on him. Hearing Chu Lang's words, young Kiraz looked at the thick-soled boots under his feet and became excited. The master said that this thing can buy a lot of big milk cans and braided sheep. If they get one, their farm will make a lot of money in the future. Young Kiraz roared and the stone in his hand became a little bigger again. Isn't it just an elf that looks scary? Is it scarier than being poor? Fuck him. The big stone in young Kiraz's hand flew out of his hand and landed accurately on the place where the rumbling stone rolled down. Because of the stone thrown by young Kira's. The mountain wall that Longshi rolled down was no longer flat, and the strong inertia made him fly directly. Longshi felt himself flying in the air and opened his eyes in surprise. He used the skill of changing into a circle to increase his defense, fearing that he would be thrown to death on the mountain road. At the same time he was puzzled. He had rolled on this mountain road for more than 1,000 times. Why did a stone suddenly appear today? Longshi looked around and finally locked his target on Chu Lang and his group at the bottom of the mountain. These guys must have hindered his rolling, which was unforgivable. Longshi in the air once again hugged his short limbs and shrunk himself into a ball, smashing Chu Lang and his group fiercely. But he was in a flying position now and he could not control his direction at all and could not accurately hit Chu Lang and his group. Chu Lang knew that this attack was his biggest chance. Once Longshi fell to the ground and regained control of the direction, he would be at a disadvantage. Young Kira's continue to attack him with the knockdown skill and see if you can make him hit the ground hard. Zoroya, take young Kira's to the sky. Now you are too far away from the rumble stone. Not only will the skill hit rate be affected, but also the frequency of skill release will be affected. Zoroya did not take off immediately but looked at Chu Lang with some doubt. What about you, master? She was afraid that Chu Lang would become their weakness after being left alone. In that case, even if the two of them tried hard, it would be useless. Chu Lang laughed. Blue flames came out of his hands and he punched the surrounding mountain wall. A huge hole was instantly punched by Chu Lang. Of course I'm waiting below to fight him. Facing the rock type elves, I'm the trump card. He has mastered the power of wave for a few days now and he exercises almost every day. He has also had several actual battles with Zoroya and his control over the power of wave has long been much better. In the past few days he also understood that the power of wave is a kind of power similar to the fighting elves. It can restrain 5 types of Pokemon: General, Rock, Hard, Ice and Evil. With the 3 years of training he can definitely become the MVP today. Seeing Chu Lang's strength, Zoroya didn't think much and flew into the sky with young Kira's on his back. Young Kira's condensed the knockdown skill in his right hand and kept hitting the flying rumble rock. In his left hand he held a bottle of Jiwei Dai Huang pills and poured them into his mouth, frantically trying to make his endurance last longer. Under young Kira's crazy smash, rumble rock felt for the first time in his life that those flying Pokemon passing by were punished by them. He could clearly feel his weight getting heavier and heavier. Almost it fell down almost completely out of control, and the speed of the fall was getting faster and faster, and it even felt weightless. He swore to the sky that he would never beat up those passing bird elves again. Chu Lang looked up at the sky, predicted the location where the rumble stone would probably fall, and ran towards it. When this guy landed he would give him a beating as soon as possible. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. Boom! Under the dual influence of young Kira's knockdown skill and the gravity of Blue Star, the rumble stone hit the ground hard and the entire elf was completely submerged in the ground. Chu Lang couldn't help but smack his lips. What the rumble stone did was too dangerous. Fortunately it hit him. If it hit the flowers and plants, wouldn't it smash the flowers and plant? And if he and young Kira's were touched by this guy, they would definitely die. Longshi, I'll teach you a lesson today. Chu Lang shouted at the big hole under him and he activated the wave power all over his body and jumped down without hesitation. Bang! Along. The screams of Longshi and the sound of rocks breaking continued to be heard from the ground. Do you dare to roll around? Do you dare not treat other people's lives as your own? Have you changed? Chu Lang beat him more and more vigorously, scolding him while beating him, and soon beat Longshi to his knees and begging for mercy. I dare not, I swear I will never dare again. Chu Lang had no intention of stopping and continued to punch. You are begging for mercy so soon, it must not be sincere. I think you still deserve a beating. Longshi. He stopped talking. 2 minutes later Chu Lang scolded again. I said you were not sincere, right? I beat you for so long and you didn't continue to beg for mercy. Longshi cried out. After the fight was almost over, Chu Lang dragged the bruised and swollen rumble with big holes all over its body to the ground. At this moment the rumble that had been crying stopped crying and looked at Chu Lang with a grin, and the surrounding mountain roads were full of small guedud. Chapter 40 Abnormalities in the mountainous area. Arriving at the Mining Research Institute, young Kira's and Zoroya looked at the small gueduds around them nervously, as if they were facing a great enemy. Fighting a Pokemon one-on-one and being beaten up by a group of Pokemons are two completely different battle scenes. The former has a hope of turning the tables even when facing a strong Pokemon, but it is different when facing a group of Pokemon. These Pokemons all have long-range attack skills and only need a round of volleys to send Chu Lang and his group away. Roar! Young Kira's small body blocked Chu Lang in front of him and protested to the small gueduds in front of him. Zoroya also came to Chu Lang's side, ready to take Chu Lang away at any time with his speed. The bruised and battered rumble stone raised its head and looked at Chu Lang in a demonstrative manner together with one eye looking up at the sky and the other looking at Chu Lang, looking extremely unruly. The Gueduds in the distance also raised their muscular arms as if they were ready to fight if they disagreed, as if they were sure to defeat Chu Lang. Chu Lang touched the young Kiras standing in front of him and suddenly laughed out loud. Rumblestone, you don't think you can defeat the three of us, do you? Now you are in our hands and you still dare to be so arrogant. As he said this, Chu Lang covered his hand with the power of Wave Guide and punched Rumblestone. Rumblestone was stunned instantly after this punch. He couldn't understand why Chu Lang dared to attack him when all his people came here. Chu Lang blinked and took out a pokeball from his pocket. Then he looked at a female Rumblestone who was also a leader on the mountain wall and said with a smile, "Madam, you don't want to lose your husband, do you?" The little Gueduds on the mountain wall were silent for a moment, and young Kiras and Zoroark were also speechless. They thought that they might be defeated in the bloody battle, and they also thought that they might escape with their master Chu Lang, but they never thought that Chu Lang would take the Rumblestone leader as a hostage. When the female Rumblestone leader saw the ball in Chu Lang's hand, she quickly stopped the little Gueduds around her, not letting them take action for fear that her husband would be captured. When the Rumblestone leader who was being pinched by Chu Lang saw the poke ball, his arrogant Zion disappeared instantly and he pouted and cried, "Rumble, my lord, let me go, I have really changed." Chu Lang punched Longshi again. "Don't cry, I still like your rebellious look just now. Now I don't feel any sense of accomplishment when I bully you. Listen to me, be rebellious again or I will catch you." Longshi pouted and couldn't be rebellious at all. Chu Lang saw that Longshi was almost bullied and almost on the verge of collapse, so he stretched out his right hand to Longshi. Longshi subconsciously wanted to hide, but he missed. Chu Lang's hand did not hit him but stopped in front of him. "Do you have a strange stone on you? Give it to you and I won't beat you today." Longshi was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly, took out a stone and handed it to Chu Lang, fearing that he would be beaten again if he was slow to take it out. Chu Lang took a look at the stone. The stone was not round but a shape close to a diamond, and the whole body was purple. It was definitely an evolution stone. "Be good, I'll let you go when you follow me to my mine. Please be my bodyguards along the way." After the incident with the Guedud tribe, Chu Lang also realized that they were weak. At their level they were just small shrimps in a place where there were elves. If they had not encountered this wantonly rolling rumble at the beginning but the entire tribe, I am afraid they would be finished now. It is necessary to ask these good friends to help protect them, otherwise Chu Lang would not be assured of the road ahead. Hearing Chu Lang's words, Rumble and his wife all nodded repeatedly. They are not ordinary elves. If ordinary elves followed a powerful trainer, it would be a good thing. It is not easy for them to be born as a leader. Isn't it nice to be the big brother in the mountain? As long as they are not caught, they can do anything. Seeing that Rumble agreed, Chu Lang did not treat Rumble but grabbed his arm with one hand and walked towards the direction of the mine. A group of Guedud and those Rumble followed from a distance on the mountain wall, always protecting Chu Lang's safety. The elves he encountered along the way were much more than Chu Lang had imagined. In Chu Lang's imagination, no matter how many wild elves there were here, they should not be as many as those in the secret realm. However, the elves he encountered were much more than those in the secret realm he usually saw on the internet. There were even powerful elves such as Kadara and City Guardian, which looked extremely strange. Fortunately, Chu Lang was followed by a group of small Gueduds, otherwise there would be many twists and turns on the way. With their protection, Chu Lang's road behind was much easier. Even if he encountered some elf, he didn't have to worry about it at all. He just walked past them. If these local elves were not convinced, the falling rocks of the small Gueduds would teach them a lesson. 10 minutes later, Chu Lang had seen a small house built in the basin from a distance. The small house was engraved with the logo of Sahai City and the flag of the Rentgen Cat Legion. It was obvious that the staff in charge of the mine here mentioned by Guanxiang were inside. "Brother Longshi, I'm sorry to bother you along the way." Chu Lang handed a bottle of medicine to the hijacked Rumble and then stuffed several meals of Guedud rations into it. "Give these rations back to your son or brother, they will definitely like them. If we have a chance to meet again in the future, I will bring them back for you." Rumble took the medicine and Guedud rations and looked at Chu Lang's back with a frustrated look. Damn, he was forced to take things from others. He didn't want these, he wanted to hit someone. Chapter 41 To Mine. Knock knock knock. Chu Lang put away the conspicuous washed green Zoroark with the pokeball, walked to the door of the Mining Research Institute with young Kiras and knocked gently on the door. "Hello, can I come in?" No one responded from inside, only an inapplicable gasp. There was also a disgusting voice of a middle-aged man. "Xiaomei, I won't allow your husband to touch you this month. Can you do it?" Chu Lang patiently knocked on the door again. "Hello, I'm here to claim the mine. May I come in?" "Why are you knocking?" "You're asking for my life." A man's impatient voice came from inside. "What a bummer. Xiaomei, go open the door for him." "Okay, director," a delicate voice responded, and then Chu Lang heard the sound of high heels heels walking closer and closer. After a while the door was opened and a woman in a professional suit rolled her eyes at Chu Lang. What, can't wait a while? You're so anxious to ask for my life, don't you know we're busy? Xiao Mei complained and stepped back into the room in high heels. Hehe. Chu Lang laughed dryly and pointed at Xiao Mei's stockings. You didn't wipe your socks clean, there's still milk on them. You're talking nonsense, we haven't finished at all. Xiao Mei responded subconsciously and then realized that Chu Lang was cheating her. Xiao Mei stamped her feet in shame and anger covered her eyes and ran inside. Young Kira's covered his mouth hard, forcing himself not to laugh out loud. The master was really too bad. Chu Lang curled his lips. These guys did such shameful things during working hours and didn't allow him to say anything. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, Chu Lang looked at the sand table in the center of the institute. The sand table occupied a whole table with the name of each mountain and the properties of the ore on it marked in detail. Baoduai Mountain. The mountain is 1600 meters high, containing a large amount of empty crystal ore with extremely high mining value and a 30-year mining right of 160 million. Longshui Mountain. The mountain is 1300 meters high, containing a large amount of iron ore with high mining value and a 30-year mining right of 55 million. Limushan. The mountain is 400 meters high with a gentle terrain and strong ground energy. It is suitable for planting high-quality fruit trees. The contract right for 30 years is 5 million. There are many mines here, some of which are suitable for mining, some for planting and some for building resorts, which almost dazzled Chu Lang. Although the Baoduai Mountain in front is of high value, the empty crystal ore is not what Chu Lang need. It is an auxiliary material for making poke balls and has nothing to do with young Kira's. He doesn't need Limu Mountain even more. Even if Wang Hai gave him the mountain, he couldn't afford so many trees. Just as Chu Lang was about to continue looking down, a middle-aged man in a white suit suddenly appeared in front of him. The middle-aged man looked at him with scrutiny. Just looking at Chu Lang, we are the Zhai City Mining Research Institute. You can't just come in casually. If you are here to make trouble, then I won't be polite. Seeing the middle-aged man's stiff tone, Chu Lang was also not polite. Making trouble? What kind of trouble? Did I disturb you during work hours to mess with your female secretary? You. The middle-aged man glared and pointed at Chu Lang angrily. I am Wang Qi, the director of the Mining Research Institute. If you can't give me an explanation, you will be charged with trespassing in the mine. Chu Lang was choosing the mine by himself and said, I said at the beginning that I came to choose the mine. Did you do something shameful inside so you didn't hear it? Wang Qi narrowed his eyes and said with some doubt, you are the only one who can choose a mine? You don't think I will treat you as a young master of a big family just because you bring a quasi-god cub, do you? I have seen many people like you who come here to cheat with a quasi-god with extremely poor qualifications. Wang Qi has worked in the Mining Research Institute for many years and knows the unspoken rules inside. If someone really gets the mine, they will definitely find a way to make arrangements with him. Only in this way can they get a mine with better mineral deposit. This mine is very particular. If you spend the same 1 million, the mineral deposits you get may be very different. As for those who come here without making arrangements, there are only two possibilities. Either they can't find a middleman and can't contact them at this level, or the people above give the mine directly, but that kind of thing will not happen for decades. After seeing the young Kira's, Wang Qi has determined that Chu Lang is a poor boy who emptied his family's assets to buy a cheap mine. The young Kira's needs to eat a lot of ore during his growth, which is not a secret in the elf world. Take out your purchase certificate and then give me a little kickback. I'll let you choose a mine with a little more mineral deposits, otherwise I'll have someone arrest you. Purchase certificate and kickback? Chu Lang was a little surprised. Do you need a purchase certificate to get a mine? This mine was given to Chu Lang by the Legion Commander Wang Hai. Where is the purchase certificate? He only has the token given by Guanxiang. Chu Lang took out Guanxiang's token and said, is this the purchase certificate you mentioned? Seeing Guanxiang's token, Wang Qi was stunned and trembled all over. Guanxiang is a ground-type gym leader trainer, and he is also the general manager of the Zhaikan Mountain area, the deputy general of the Zhaikan army, and the commander of the entire Oni Legion. This shabby-looking boy in front of him actually has Guanxiang's token. This token not only represents identity but also means that Chu Lang can choose any mine here. Any value is fine. Since General Wang Hai took over as the Legion commander, this token is the first time to appear in the Mining Research Institute. What is your relationship with General Guanxiang? Wang Qi tremblingly brought a chair to Chu Lang. Please sit down first. I'll let Yao Mei pour you a glass of water. No, I'll go and pour you water myself and let Yao Mei entertain you. Chu Lang didn't sit down. What if these two guys had fought on the chair? Wouldn't he be dirty? Don't do those useless things. Help me choose a mine quickly. If the mine you choose makes me dissatisfied, then I'll let General Guanxiang give you a reward. Hearing Chu Lang's words, Wang Qi's eyes flashed a sharp light and then pretended to be respectful. respectful. Don't tell General Guanxiang about what happened today. I can give you a mine privately, a mine that has just been developed and is very suitable for your young Kiras. Chapter 42 Training Plan for Sharpening Claws. Hearing that it is very suitable for young Kiras, Chu Lang became interested. Tell me about it. Wang Qi took Chu Lang to the back of the sand table and pointed to a mountain that looked very huge. This Fanglong mountain was recently developed. It contains strong evil energy. As long as your young Kiras eats this mountain, it will definitely stimulate the evil energy in the body faster and accelerate the process of evolution. Some Dalubi live there. Although it is a bit dangerous, the benefits are greater. There are countless replies under this comment and everyone is giving 666 to the big liar of the Iron Palm gang. But some people are afraid that Chu Lang will ruin Zoroark and they remind him. Chu Lang smiled, said thank you to the comments behind and then continued to stare at the first comment. As long as he gets the task of listening to advice, he won't waste too much time. The claw sharpening skill is definitely the best move to improve Zoroya's strength in a short period of time. His Zoroya has mastered the dragon claw skill. At this time the system prompt sounded. Hard claw. The power of contact moves increases by 30%. Chu Lang couldn't wait to reply to the comment of the Iron Palm gang's big liar. I accepted this challenge and will be on TV within 3 days. Frequency. This kind of outrageous customer must be maintained well. In a dark rental house in the distance, a dark-skinned man grinned. Damn Dragon Country, they didn't give us the same treatment as we had 300 years ago. Then I will destroy your genius. Chapter 43 The Temptation of Becoming Stronger. After receiving the system's suggestion, Chu Lang had a plan in his mind. Iron rock ore powder is the best iron sand, which is just right for Soraya to practice. Young Kiras, help me break a piece of iron rock ore. Soraya, use your claws to crush this ore into fine powder, then stir your hands in the powder to practice your claw sharpening skills. Soraya raised her eyelid. She doesn't look like a fool, does she? The damn master actually fooled him like this. Who trains the claw sharpening skill like this? After complaining, Soraya acted cute and innocent. Okay master, I'll sleep for a while and then train right away. Chu Lang, this question girl is perfunctory again. Chu Lang put the iron ore in his hand on the ground and punched it twice. Under the attachment of his wave power, the iron ore began to show fine cracks. Zoroya's eyelids jumped, covered his ears and shrank his body and changed a place to continue sleeping. Chu Lang patiently polished the rock and soon the rock was turned into fine sand. Ha! Chu Lang clapped his hands at Zoroya. Don't sleep yet, Zoroya, let's try the effect. If you don't like it, we won't practice. Zoroya got up helplessly and perfunctorily put her claws into the iron sand that Chu Lang had made and stirred them a few times. Zoroya let out a surprised cry and her sleepy eyes were also covered with luster. It took only a few stirrings and she felt a very magical feeling on her claws. Could it be that this training method is real? But this is too outrageous. Zoroya tried to use the claw sharpening skill once. Although this time's claw sharpening skill looks no different from before, Zoroya was surprised to find that the release speed of the claw sharpening skill has become faster this time. Yeah. Zoroya's eyes lit up and he inserted his palm into the pile of iron sand again, stirring it frantically. She never thought that such an outrageous training method would actually work. It seems that her trainer is very extraordinary. Chu Lang sat between Zoroya and young Kiras with a smile. Sure enough, no Pokemon could refuse to become stronger quickly. If they refused, it only meant that the speed of becoming stronger was not fast enough. The training of the two Pokemons was on track and Chu Lang stood up and began to squat. If he guessed correctly, the wave power and physique in his body should complement each other. Chu Lang believed that if he hadn't trained for 3 years, he would definitely not be so powerful as soon as he mastered this ability. Training cannot be left behind. He now trains for less than 15 hours a day, so this little bit of hardship is nothing. Those predecessors who liberated Dragon Country would have suffered more than him, so why couldn't he persist? An hour later, the ground under Chu Lang was completely soaked with sweat and Zoroya beside him also pulled his claws out of the iron sand and shrank aside to take a nap. Only young Kiras became more and more excited as he ate. For him, eating this mine was not training at all but a great enjoyment. Chu Lang felt his legs begin to shake and knew that he had reached his limit. He stopped training and looked up the information about Fanglong Mountain. Tomorrow he planned to take young Kiras and the others to Fanglong Mountain for a look. If conditions permit, it would be better to let young Kiras eat a little more diversely. One eating ore with evil energy every day and ore with rock energy every day can make the growth of young Kiras reach the best state. As for the ground system, there will be more or less ground energy in each mine, so there is no need to train separately. Fanglong Mountain has been a well-known mountain since ancient times and there were no elves in this continuous mountain at that time, which was in a relatively desolate state until a war broke out here a few hundred years ago. It was rumored that the King of Heaven was killed in that war, which caused the landform here to change and also caused various minerals minerals and elf to appear here. Fenglong Mountain is one of the mountain. It is rumored that 2 powerful evil elf hid in Fenglong Mountain at that time, creating the current Houndoom tribe. Seeing this background, Chu Lang was slightly relieved. Those who could run away in the battle must not be important figures, which means that the 2 evil type Pokemons are at most gym master level. In addition, their offspring have never been trained by trainers and now they are at most gym level Pokemon. The final strength of a Pokemon with or without a trainer will be very different. This Zoroark is the best example. If Chu Lang hadn't guided and trained her, she would just leap soundly every day. This is a Pokemon with the qualifications of a king, not to mention the group of wild Houndoom. Chu Lang doesn't believe that they can have higher qualifications than Zoroark. After considering many aspects, Chu Lang basically determined that the Pokemon level cap there would not exceed the gym level. Gym level Pokemons should not be able to withstand a round of volleys of Guadud, right? A few hours in the past, young Kiras had eaten a big hole in the Iron Rock Mountain and the sun was about to set. Chu Lang woke up Soroya, who was sleeping soundly. Saurus, turn into a sound wave dragon. Let's go to the Caterpie breeding house to buy some things first and then go home to sleep. Young Kiras, come here quickly. Those ghost type elves will appear after the sun sets and it will be more dangerous then. Roar. Young Kiras nodded, took a few more bites reluctantly and then broke off a large piece and carried it on his back, wanting to take it back to eat. The sound wave dragon that Soroya turned into retreated repeatedly, fearing that he would be crushed by the stone on young Kiras's body. How did he lift such a big stone? Chu Lang also looked at young Kiras in surprise. The stone in his hand was about half a cubic meter, which was far more than 1,000 pounds. Perhaps because young Kiras's individual value was strengthened, his strength has reached the threshold of practicing the cliff sword. Chu Lang patted young Hilas with some joy. Ha ha ha, you did a good job. When we go to the Growlithe breeding house to buy food for Guadud and the others, I'll also buy you a set of weight training equipment for strength training. After a year you will be a truly invincible quasi-god. Chapter 44. The sudden appearance of Oni. The NET morning, Chu Lang and Zoroark had just woken up and young Hilas was already throwing stones outside. Chu Lang then grabbed the breakfast bought by Toucan, put on his sweatshirt and walked outside. Young Hilas, don't be so presumptuous in the future and don't always practice shooting down skills early in the morning. During this period, young Hilas practiced his skills so hard that there were almost no bird passing by in the sky. Even last night Chu Lang ordered a few tents online to house a large milk tank and 2 braided sheep that he had just bought, but he was charged an extra 20 yuan for postage. The explanation given by the website is very simple. There is something dirty at Chu Lang's address and the big mouth gulls are unwilling to accept orders. Young Kiras nodded obediently and ran to the side to lift the power belt. The power belt was just bought by Chu Lang at the Caterpie breeding house yesterday. The gravity can be adjusted and it easily reaches the training threshold of the cliff sword skill. And this thing is a treasure, and it can also slowly improve young Kiras's defense. More importantly, only young Kiras can feel the weight of 1,000 pounds. Chu Lang and Soroya are not affected at all and can still easily pick up young Kiras. Of course, something with such outstanding effects is also very valuable. If Chu Lang hadn't sold the thick-soled boots and the evolution stone, he really couldn't afford such a large e-pen. Let's go, let's run 10 kilometers first and then let Soroya take us to the mine. Today we will explore Fenglong Mountain to change your taste. Roar. Young Kiras opened the door with some anticipation and ran out in a flash. The hornbuds hadn't hit him for several days, so he relayed his vigilance. Just then Chu Lang, who had just taken the key out of the room, suddenly heard a loud noise outside the door. Roar, bang, ah! Young Kiras flew high over the wall and landed accurately under a tree. Just as Soroya was about to run out to check the situation, Chu Lang held him down tightly, fearing that it would cause the classic scene of Calabash Brothers saving his grandfather. Don't go, the people outside are our own people, but they don't like young Kiras. The NET moment, in Soroya's surprised eyes a hornbud jumped high over the wall, stepped on young Kiras's body, picked a fruit and walked away. Soroya was stunned in place, his feet retreated frantically, fearing that he would be noticed by this terrifying hornbud. What kind of hornbud is this? It can kill young Kiras, the little dinosaur, in seconds. Soroya seemed to suddenly understand why the trumpet sprout in young Kiras's impression was so terrifying. No matter who it was, he would have a psychological trauma. Until the 3 of them arrived at the mining area, young Kiras was still cursing and accusing the trumpet sprout. Woo woo, let's go master, let's get stronger. Young Hilas jumped off Chu Lang and walked toward Fenglong Mountain. Hey wait, let's go find Guadud and Rumblestone first, otherwise it would be bad if we can't beat those Dalupy and Houndoom. Dalupy and Houndoom are relatively ferocious Pokemon. Even among the evil ones they are ranked high and should not be underestimated. Young Hilas nodded, changed direction and walked towards the place where they met Rumblestone yesterday. The place where they met Rumblestone yesterday was not far from the entrance and they they soon arrived at their destination. Chu Lang's whole body was burning with the power of the wave guide, shouting at both sides of the mountain wall. Long Shi, are you there? We've brought you the same rations as yesterday. Bring your brothers down to eat. On the mountain wall, the two big Long Shi looked at Chu Lang quietly with some melancholy between their brows, especially the Long Shi clan leader, who was completely dumbfounded. Yesterday he was afraid that Chu Lang would come over and he didn't even dare to say a polite word, come and play often, but he seemed to have underestimated Chu Lang's thick skin. Yesterday he forced him to take advantage of others, and today he came to tempt him. This combination of punches is simply perfect, and it can be seen that he is a habitual offender. The Long Shi clan leader and his wife looked at each other, shook their heads and reached a consensus. Absolutely can't go out and contact Chu Lang. At this moment dozens of small fist stones ran out from behind them, excitedly looking at their clan leader and clan leader's wife with some expectation. Fist of the stone. They all got some of the rations Chu Lang gave the little Gui Dudes yesterday, and the taste was unforgettable. Looking at the expectant eyes of his little Gui Dudes, the back of the Rumble Stone Chief was hunched a little. The weak spot was taken advantage of. Rumble. The Rumble Stone Chief waved to the little Gui Dudes and rolled down the mountain first. The little Gui Dudes raised their fists excitedly and quickly followed the Rumble Stone couple down. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Seeing the little Gui Dude coming down the mountain wall, a smile flashed in Chu Lang's eyes. This time the trip to Fenglong Mountain should be stable. Come on brothers, come and share the rations. Yesterday your clan leader specifically told me to bring you more rations. As he spoke, Chu Lang untied a large bag from Zoroark's back, spread out a huge tablecloth and poured all the rations on it. The Gui Dudes rushed forward, all turned into eaters and chewed the rations. The Rumble Chief looked at Chu Lang with gratitude. He didn't say this yesterday. This was Chu Lang helping him to accumulate good relationships. Chu Lang patted the food crumbs in his hand, walked to the Rumble Chief and said with a smile, clan leader, I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. I still have rations for you and your wife. Compared to the Gui Dudes' rations, yours are more crispy. Young Helas helped you try it yesterday. It's delicious. These rations are not expensive. The main ingredients are tree fruits and some stone. It's just that the Rumbles can't buy them without trainers. Being able to use these things to gain the goodwill of Gui Dude and the others was also something Chu Lang was happy to see. Seeing Chu Lang's performance, the key ring in his arms swayed comfortably. This scene was too nostalgic, and they were all so foolish. Just as Chu Lang was waiting for Gui Dude and Rumble to eat, a loud roar suddenly came from the mountain wall. Hearing this roar, all the Gui Dudes who were eating stopped what they were doing and looked towards the top of the mountain. There was a huge ONI there. Chapter 45, Crystallization vs Gigantama. The moment he saw the ONI, Chu Lang opened the eye of the spirit. This ONI was too huge and he had to be cautious. Race ONI level 28 rock round, currently in Gigantama. The moment Chu Lang saw ONI's attributes, his sense of crisis became more serious. This is clearly the era of Taijing, but Gigantama has appeared. It seems that the scene he saw at the Black Dragon that day was real, and the infinite Tai is really not far from the blue star. Roar. ONI didn't give Chu Lang time to think, and the purple dragon breath light radiated from his body, swept down. The purple light condensed on his back, forming a huge dragon wing, and swooped down at Chu Lang's Pokemon and a group of Gui Dude. Dragon type Gigantama move. Gigantama Dragon Rider. Young Helas used the shoot down skill to knock him down. Young Helas nodded twice and a ball of cocky light appeared in his hand, which was the prelude to the shoot down skill. The shoot down skill is not only useful for flying Pokemon but also has some effect on all flying Pokemon. Seeing Chu Lang's Young Helas use the shoot down skill, Radon recalled his miserable situation yesterday and waved his hand to let the Gui Dudes behind him use the shoot down skill. This skill is very common among rock Pokemon and basically everyone can do it, but the NET moment, including Chu Lang, everyone was dumbfounded. The dragon energy contained in ONI surged a few times and all the falling rocks were knocked away. The Pokemon in the Gigantama state is too powerful and it is difficult to be controlled by ordinary Pokemon, and they can only take some damage. Gigantama, Chu Lang muttered to himself. When he was playing Pokemon games on Earth, he wanted to see which one was stronger, Gigantama or Crystallization. However, there is almost no chance for these two states to meet in the Pokemon game, but now they finally have a chance to meet. Chu Lang touched young Kira's and turned him into a rock crystal, attribute that matches the knockdown skill. Then a round bead with a strange light appeared in his hand. Chu Lang held the bead in his right hand, his face full of fighting spirit. Young Kira's prepare for crystallization. Young Kira's was also a little excited, staring at the steel snake in the sky with an extremely firm gaze. The NET moment, the crystal bead touched young Kira's and turned into a huge dark yellow diamond on his head. The rule of crystallization is to change the attributes of the elves or to double the attributes of the elves elves themselves. Under the bonus of crystallization, the rock energy of young Kira's has been strengthened to the extreme at this time. Young Kira's use rockfall again. Chu Lang stared at the arrogant rock snake in the sky and clenched his fists tightly. With the crystallization plus proficiency level skills, he didn't believe that he couldn't break the gigantama defense of this ONI. The diamond crown on young Kira's head flickered and a huge ball of cocky energy appeared in his hand, which was more than twice as large as before. Roar! Before the ball of energy could turn into rock, young Kira's turned around and threw it into the sky. The gigantama ONI in the sky stared with scarlet eyes, looking coldly at the stone thrown by young Kira's. The power of his whole body surged, slightly changing the direction, and regarded young Kira's as the main combat target. Young Kira's come again. Chu Lang knew that it was young Kira's skills that worked, otherwise the ONI would not target him. Young Kira's took out a bottle of Zhuwei Dai Huang pills with his left hand and threw the knockdown skill at ONI with his right hand. The first knockdown skill after the crystallization hit ONI, making ONI's landing speed faster. ONI can't fly, it just glides with the power of Ma-Ima's Dragoon. As the following skills hit, ONI fell faster and faster and finally fell heavily to the ground, smashing a long pit in the ground. The dragon energy on his body instantly scattered and attached to the surrounding elves, causing the elves of Young Helas and the Guedud tribe to all suffer a decrease in attack power. This is also the most important reason why ONI dares to fight alone. It has high defense and high blood and can reduce the attack ability of all elves. Young Helas use Rock Slide to hit him. Rock Slide, also a rock skill, has a much greater power after being affected by Young Helas's crystallization. Above ONI, more than a dozen huge rocks appeared out of thin air and fell on ONI's huge head. Roar! ONI let out a painful roar, and with a flick of its tail on the ground, it brought all the elves present into its attack range. Those Gueduds were instantly knocked away, leaving only two rumbling stones holding ONI's body tightly to prevent him from continuing to kill. In this real elf world, size is the simplest and most brutal fighting power. Young Helas, don't stop using rockfall. Don't get close to ONI. The level gap between you is too big. Zorua used shadow attack to sneak up on him and grab his eyes. While Chu Lang's elves were attacking, the Gueduds on the side were not idle either. The Guedud thought very clearly that once they were repelled by this huge ONI, all the food would definitely go into ONI's stomach. They would never allow that to happen. Pa pa pa! The Gueduds kept using rockfall and shoot down skills on ONI, and the two rumbling stones rolled around ONI. For a moment, the entire Guedud tribe of elves surrounded ONI. While all the Pokemons were fighting, Chu Lang took out his phone and took a few photos of ONI. He hadn't heard about Gigantama since he came here, so giving this photo to Uncle Kiwen should be helpful. Just when Chu Lang had just taken the photo and was waiting to send it, a leaf suddenly appeared in front of him, about to hit his phone. Chu Lang looked up and saw a sniper owl in the sky. Chapter 46: A Hard Fight with Sniper Owl. The moment he saw Sniper Owl, Chu Lang quickly rolled to avoid the leaf. This Pokemon is one of the 3 starter Pokemons, the final evolution of Owl. That is to say, this Pokemon must be at least level 34, which is definitely not a Pokemon that Chu Lang can deal with now. Everyone use the shoot down skill to knock down the Sniper Owl in the sky and then scatter and run away. The Gueduds looked at Chu Lang and continued to attack ONI. Chu Lang was a little helpless. These Pokemon were not familiar with him and would not listen to him at all. At this moment, the Sniper Tree Owl suddenly disappeared, making Chu Lang's scalp numb. This guy has mastered the Ghost Surprise skill. Ghost Surprise: disappear somewhere and attack the opponent after a period of time, ignoring the guard. Young Helas Zoroark, be careful. Zoroark, come to me. This Sniper Tree Owl is coming for us. Let's find a way to escape first. The Guedud tribe can deal with the ONI. Zoroark transformed into a sonic dragon and instantly flew to Chu Lang's beside him. Just then the space in front of Chu Lang suddenly fluctuated and the shadow of the Sniper Tree Owl appeared out of thin air, but before launching an attack he was scared away by the appearance of the Soundwave Dragon. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Lang and young Kira's jumped onto Zoroark's back and flew out of the mountain. As long as they met Guanxiang's people, they would be saved. Chu Lang thought about it and let the Soundwave Dragon circle in the direction of ONI and slapped ONI in the face, attracting hatred for the Guedud tribe. 1 Pokemon chased and 2 Pokemon chased. They were all chased and this one didn't matter. ONI was stunned and no longer paid attention to the food on the ground and the Gueduds that were attacking it and chased in the direction of Soundwave Dragon. The chief of the Rumblestone tribe chased ONI without thinking and led his tribe to chase it, not wanting Chu Lang to face it alone. Seeing the Sonic Dragon running away, Sniper Tree Owl was stunned for a moment, wondering why this elf that was so much stronger than himself would run away. Just then a man in a white robe walked out from behind a rock and said to Sniper Tree Owl respectfully, "Sniper Tree Owl, this guy may have run to find the military. We must catch catch up with them and kill them quickly. Otherwise, when the military intervenes, the mission we are responsible for this time may fail. The military will not give up if the Gigantama is seen. Sniper Tree Owl pondered for a moment, then spread his wings and chased in the direction of Chu Lang's escape. Chu Lang flew very low, on the one hand to hang on the big rock snake on the ground, and on the other hand to reduce the target to avoid attracting attacks from other elves. Flying in such a place where rock-type elves are entrenched can easily be regarded as a provocative act. As Chu Lang ran, he let young Kiras attack the big rock snake on the ground. He knew very well that the sonic dragon that Zoroark had transformed into was only a half-baked one in terms of flying, and it was 14 levels lower, so they were likely to be caught up. If they could deal with the Gigantama Oni by then, it would be fine. If not, then they would just have to wait for death. It had been nearly 10 minutes since the start of the battle, and young Helas was almost unable to hold on to the crystallized state. The dark yellow diamond on his head flickered, and it seemed that it might break at any time. At this last moment, young Helas's attack on Oni became more and more crazy, and the stones in his hands kept shooting at Oni's head like cannonballs. The Guedud and Radon behind Oni also chased after it, weakening Oni's physical strength. Finally, before young Helas's crystallized state disintegrated, Oni also ran out of physical strength under the attack of a group of elves and fainted on the ground. Chu Lang glanced at the sky behind him but did not find the figure of Sniper Tree Owl. He immediately made up his mind and said to Zoroark, "Zoroark land, there is something on Oni that can make you become that huge. Let's get it." Although it is not clear who is stronger between the crystallization and the Gigantama, the crystallization pearl is strictly controlled, and he will definitely not be able to get the second crystallization pearl. But this wishing star is right in front of him. As long as he lands, he can get it. Zoroark quickly landed and arrived at the place where Oni fainted. At this time, Oni's eyes no longer had that scarlet light, and it lay weakly on the ground. Chu Lang fumbled around Oni for a few times and finally found a special item composed of 3 small blue stones on his neck. Just then a fierce cry came from the sky again, and Sniper Tree Owl chased after him. Chu Lang narrowed his eyes, and this guy really caught up. It's a pity. It seems to be a little late. Chu Lang gave young Helas a bottle of Zhuwei Dai Huang pills and brought them to the side of Rumble. A level 30 Sniper Owl would be fine if it encountered a tribe without a trainer. It could rely on its own attack power and 4 times restraint on Guedud to kill it quickly with group skills. But with Chu Lang on Guedud's side, it was completely different. Leader of Rumble, quickly let all your Gueduds scatter and hide behind the rock. Be careful not to be hit by his group skill. Use the knockdown skill to knock him down first. Let him see the dominance of Guedud. After Chu Lang led Oni away from them, all Gueduds now completely trusted Chu Lang and scattered to use skills on the Sniper Owl. Facing the knockdown used by this group of Gueduds, the Sniper Owl kept flying in the sky to avoid it and avoided most of the rock. Unfortunately, there were too many Gueduds using the knockdown skill, and Sniper Tree Owl couldn't hold out in the final round of volleys and was knocked to the ground by the rocks. Yow! Sniper Tree Owl roared angrily and flapped his wings violently in the direction of Chu Lang. With his movements, the surrounding wind whistled instantly, and large leaves appeared out of thin air, covering the area of more than 10 meters in front of Sniper Tree Owl in the wind. In the wind, the rocks on the ground were instantly rolled up me-ed with the sharp leaves inside and blew towards Chu Lang. One of the signature skills of the grass-type leaf storm. Faced with this attack from Sniper Tree Owl, several Gueduds near Chu Lang all left Chu Lang to avoid the powerful leaf storm. Chu Lang was covered with the power of Wave Guide, and he was close to looking at the powerful storm that took him as its main target. His body was tense to the extreme. Sniper Tree Owl looked at Chu Lang cruelly with a human smile flashing across his mouth. He didn't know why Chu Lang's physical fitness was so strong that he could even slap Rock Snake, but he knew that this human could never block his attack. Chapter 47. A strange group of people. Facing this fatal attack, Chu Lang looked at Sniper Tree Owl calmly without any panic in his eyes. You don't think you can beat me, do you?" At this time, the leaf storm was very close to Chu Lang, and the distance between them was less than 10 meters. Sniper Tree Owl raised the corner of his mouth, folded his wings across his chest, and looked at Chu Lang with disdain. His leaf storm is a grass-type trick, and he has almost never failed against opponents of the same level. When he uses leaf storm, he is invincible. No matter how calm the human in front of him is, he will be torn to pieces by his leaf storm. The 2 rumble stones gritted their teeth, hugged themselves into a ball, and rolled in front of Chu Lang. They wanted to use their bodies to help Chu Lang block this attack. The key ring on Chu Lang's waist shook, and he looked at the 2 rumble stones with some surprise. "The road is wide, little brother." Chu Lang quickly waved at the 2 rumble stones, signaling them not to come over. The net moment Chu Lang stretched out his right hand, gave the Sniper Tree Owl a middle finger, and then his body leaned back freely and disappeared on the ground. Young Kiras had already eaten up the ground ground behind Chu Lang, forming a big pit. Although the racial value of the quasi-god elves was not strong in the early stage and the level increase speed was slow, almost all of them had some powerful characteristic. For example, the indestructible teeth of the round land shark, the hard skull of the baby dragon that is strong enough to support itself from jumping off a cliff of 100 meters without dying, and the extraordinary appetite of young Kiras who can eat as much as others in a month. While the sniper tree owl did not react, Chu Lang instantly issued 2 commands. Young Kira's rock collapse. Geopools attacked together. Young Kira's jumped high from the big hole where Chu Lang was with a rich deep yellow energy in his right hand. The net moment 3 rocks appeared out of thin air above the sniper tree owl and smashed down at him fiercely. The sniper tree owl was hit by young Kira's rock collapse skill and his body shrank violently and his action was interrupted again. Rock collapse, summoning a huge rock to attack the opponent, sometimes causing a flinch effect. Chu Lang was a little surprised. Since learning the rock collapse skill of young Kira's, he has never triggered the flinch effect. Take advantage of his weakness to kill him. Chu Lang jumped up from the pit and ran towards the direction of the sniper tree owl while shouting at the Guedudes beside him. Guedudes attack. While speaking, Chu Lang had already punched the sniper tree owl on the head, stunning it. Humans fighting elves, what kind of world is this? With a weak human body, how dare they attack elves? And it hurt so much. He has been in the organization for so many years and he has never suffered such a humiliation. The sniper tree owl flapped its wings and a leaf appeared out of thin air shooting towards Chu Lang's face. Chu Lang had no intention of dodging but just locked his face with his left hand and punched again with his right hand. He wanted to resist the sniper tree owl for a moment to buy time for Guedud and the others to attack. Swish! Chu Lang's left hand was torn open by the sniper tree owl's attack and blood gushed out instantly. However, his attack also successfully blocked the sniper tree owl for a moment, making him stop in place. The moment Chu Lang's right hand left the sniper tree owl's face, the sniper tree owl was completely stunned. Dozens of huge stones were less than 1 meter away from him and 2 huge rumbling stone leaders were rolling over from left to right, trying to sandwich it in the middle. Chu Lang smiled. I said you can't eat me. After saying that, Chu Lang punched the sniper tree owl again and retreated violently. The net moment all the boulders hit the sniper tree owl hard, knocking the sniper tree owl unconscious in an instant. Chu Lang made up his mind, picked up a huge stone from the ground and smashed it hard at the sniper tree owl. Bang! After a muffled sound, a lot of blood flowed from the sniper tree owl's body and it seemed that he was about to die. This guy has tried to kill him again and again. If he is lenient now, he will cause big trouble in the future. Chu Lang checked the sniper tree owl and finally found a radio device on his ear. Seeing this thing, Chu Lang's heart suddenly throbbed. Ordinary mobile phones in this mountain have no signal at all, but this sniper tree owl still brought this communication device. Chu Lang doesn't believe this is a coincidence. It must be a premeditated attack. After realizing this, Chu Lang turned around and left without any nostalgia. Now we must not walk around randomly so as not to run into the owner or companion of this sniper tree owl. Chu Lang pondered for a moment. There are enough mountains here. If they hide, it will definitely be much safer than walking around on the mountain road. Let's go find a mountain to hide in and wait for Guanxiang and others to rescue us. Such a big thing happened here. The movement of the big rock snake must have attracted the attention of the military. We can hide at most in 2 days. Someone will come to rescue us. After the previous interactions, the 2 long stones had already followed Chu Lang's lead and nodded immediately. Chu Lang's young Kiras and Soroya naturally had no other opinions and followed Chu Lang obediently. Young Kiras also carefully took out a bottle of wound medicine and applied it to Chu Lang's left arm to relieve Chu Lang's pain as much as possible. Soon Chu Lang and his team found a mountain with a cave. The cave was inconspicuous and faced the shady side of the north. If you fly high in the sky, you will hardly notice the cave. Chu Lang turned to look at Long Stone and asked Chief Long Stone, do you know this mountain? Are there any powerful elves in it? Chief Long Stone looked up at the sky, pondered for a while and then shook his head violently. Then let's hide here first and let young Kiras get some interest first. This time we were beaten up because of the military's mistake. We can't be beaten in vain. Young Kiras sniffed the smell of ore in the cave and nodded frantically. Yes, I must get some interest back. Just after Chu Lang and his companions left the body of Sniper Tree Owl, a dozen figures in white robes appeared on the spot, followed by a group of elves of various colors. Seeing the body of Sniper Tree Owl, all the elves looked at the white-robed trainer who had no elves around him with unfriendly faces. A Forsaken with bloodshot eyes and flying white hair went berserk on the spot and punched the trainer in the chest, causing him to spit blood repeatedly. Not only did the white-robed trainers not dare to scold the Forsaken, but they all knelt on the ground in fear. My lord, it was our tactical mistake that led to the loss of the Wishing Star and a general. Please don't be angry. This time we are responsible for releasing the dragon god. Please spare his life for the time being." The Forsaken looked at them with his scarlet eyes, turned around and walked toward Fenglong Mountain. The other Pokemon and trainers hurried to follow, fearing that they would anger the Forsaken again. This group of people and Pokemon were actually dominated by the Forsaken. Chapter 48 Lycanthropus. In an unknown mine, young Kira's ate madly, gnawing on the ore in the cave. Perhaps because of the power of the wave guide, Chu Lang's injuries recovered almost completely in just one afternoon, and a large scar had formed on his arm. The only few little carbon boys in this mountain were also doing their own things, and they had nothing to do with Chu Lang and his friends. At this time Chu Lang was guarding the entrance of the cave with Zoroark and Guedud to avoid being caught off guard by the owner and companions of the sniper tree owl. What surprised Chu Lang was, although they had not seen other humans, they had seen the elves in the mountains running violently toward Fenglong Mountain. Chu Lang was a little surprised by this scene. As far as he knew, most elves were social creatures, especially those with Phi-Ed territories, and they rarely ran to other places. However, all these elves gathered in one place, which was obviously very unusual. Chu Lang approached Long Longshi, who was eating rock, and asked, "Chief Long Longshi, did the elves here have the habit of running around randomly before?" Chief Rumblestone shook his head decisively. Their Guedud tribe was already the most popular elves in this mountain. Almost no other elves would leave their territory. That's even more abnormal. Chu Lang looked at the scattered elves outside with some worry. He always felt that they were running for their lives. Could it be that the companions of Sniper Tree Owl were causing trouble here and attacking all the elves here? Thinking of the big rock snake he encountered at the beginning, Chu Lang became more and more worried. He always felt that he seemed to be trapped in a dangerous quagmire. After thinking for a while, Chu Lang decided that he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He couldn't put all his hopes on Guanxiang and the military. He had to take some measures himself. After making up his mind, Chu Lang asked Chief Rumblestone again, "If there are gym owner level elves causing trouble here, what do we need to do to avoid being affected?" After saying that, Chu Lang felt that his words were a bit like a flag and quickly added another sentence. "I mean, how can we strengthen the defense of this cave so that it can resist the level of the gym owner?" Chief Long Longshi looked at Chu Lang as if he was mentally retarded. The highest level among their group was only the two of them, who were in their 20s. They still wanted to fight the gym owner? Dream on. Chief Long Longshi said, "Give me 20 years and I will let my wife give birth to another 200 small fistone." Chu Lang, if you chat like this, how can the system trigger the task of listening to advice? However, Chief Long Longshi gave Chu Lang an idea. Although he couldn't give birth to 200 small Gueduds in a short time, he could definitely pull a few more tribes over. Although he didn't have the benefit of elf rations, now he could communicate with elves, and there were small Gueduds tribes here, so he should be able to pull some tribes over. There must be some kind of danger in the mountains now. According to the pictures they saw, except for the tribes with gym leaders such as the Boskodora tribe and the Diamond Horn Rhino tribe, the weaker tribes were almost all running away. In other words, only the gym leaders can ignore this disaster. For the tribes without gym leaders, it is best to keep warm together. It is the best solution. This is true for Chu Lang and his group as well as for other tribes. Thinking of this, Chu Lang said to Chief Long Longshi again, "I want to pull other tribes over to deal with this disaster with us. Does the chief have any good ideas?" Chief Long Longshi thought for a while and then said, "If there is a disaster, we will go out and call people to hide here together. There should be tribes to deal with it with us." The moment Chu Lang saw the panel of the violent turtle, he couldn't help but get excited. No wonder this guy is so powerful. It turns out he has a secret treasure. Ordinary treasures can make a big difference between two Pokemons, and this secret treasure makes it easy for Pokemons to fight against each other at a higher level. This 29 level Ultra Giant Violent Turtle can suppress a group of Pokemons relying on this secret treasure. Young Gila's Zoro, let's go too. We can't let this violent turtle get away. After Young Gila's evolves into the final evolve form of Banguilas, this leftover food will be the most suitable secret treasure for Banguilas. Chu Lang is determined to get this thing. Everyone, although the leftovers on the violent turtle have been healing his injuries, as long as we work together to upload all the damage at one point, this guy will definitely not be our opponent. Young Kira's nodded and ran towards the Gigantama violent turtle. As long as the master asked him to do it, he would dare to do it even if the god came. Zoro used the claw sharpening skill on the spot, preparing to use the same trick again and find an opportunity to attack the violent turtle's eyes. Roar! Seeing that these ants were attacking him, the violent turtle, whose mind was already affected by the wishing star, became even crazier. The violent water energy condensed in his mouth and stimulated in the direction of the main rock wolf man. Boom! The main rock wolf man rolled to the right and barely avoided the huge water ball spit out by the violent turtle. The water ball plotted and countless rocks attached to it plotted, blowing the main rock wolf man away. When the main rock wolf man came back again, his back was covered with fine and sharp rock. Seeing that the violent turtle was panting and could not use a second move in a short time, Chu Lang narrowed his eyes. Everyone right now use rockfall on his head together. Chapter 50 Capturing the Divine Beast. Under Chu Lang's command, young Kiras used the rockfall skill directly on the violent turtle's head without thinking. The main rock werewolf also dragged his seriously injured body to summon a large number of sharp rock at the bottom, which fell on the violent turtle's body. Rock blockade skill. Although the violent turtle in the Gigantama state is immune to the slowdown of the rock blockade, the damage caused by the rock blockade is still terrifying, making the violent turtle. The turtle roared in pain again. The rock dogs behind the wolf were not to be outdone and all used the rock fall skill on the violent turtle, many of which fell on the head of the violent turtle. Little Gui did hurry. When they got closer, more than 30 huge rock fell again and hit the violent turtle hard. The little Gui dudes ran slowly, just alternating with the attacks of the rock dog. At this time the violent turtle also reacted from the last attack, roared again, and a large amount of deep yellow light condensed in front of it, forming a huge stone slab in front of him. Based on the vague impression before the crossing, Chu Lang could see that this was a dynamo move. Dynamo rock. Dynamo rock. Summon a huge stone slab in front of you and smash it hard, and a powerful sandstorm will be set off after the move. Seeing the prefix of this skill, Chu Lang clenched his hands tightly. The main attack range of this move is a 200 square meter range in front of you, and now almost all the rock dogs are in front of the violent turtle. This move must not be used. Once it falls, these rock dogs will probably all be doomed. Chu Lang cast his eyes on the two rumble stones. You two use the rolling skill and attack the feet of the violent turtle to see if you can knock him down. His body is so heavy and he has been fighting continuously. It is very likely that he can't hold on for too long. Rumble. The two rumble stones instantly used their signature skill, rolling quickly, bypassing the stone slab and rushing to the feet of the violent turtle. Zoroya used the shadow to sneak attack and grab his eyes. Zoroya's body fluctuated and suddenly turned into the appearance of young Kiras. Chu Lang was a little surprised. Zoroya was worthy of the talent of the king level. After only a few days of getting along, he relied on his own strength to imitate the appearance of young Kiras. But why did he imitate like this? In Chu Lang's confusion, Zoroya's shadow stretched and appeared on the head of the violent turtle. She smiled at the tortoise and then clawed it in the tortoise's astonished eyes. After the attack, Zoro jumped high, transformed into a sonic dragon, and waited for the net opportunity. Roar. The most vulnerable eye position was attacked, and the tortoise let out a very shrill scream and blood splattered on its eyes instantly. The claws did not care about maintaining the giant rock and covered its eyes tightly, fearing that it would be attacked again. That's not the end. Two rumble stones have rolled to the tortoise's feet and crushed his feet madly. If you can't knock it away once, just leave and then hit it harder. Net time. With the attacks of Rock Dog and Guedud, the tortoise fell to the ground with a bang. Chu Lang looked at the tortoise with some vigilance. He could see that the tortoise had not lost its fighting power so far. The secret treasure level leftovers on him were too abnormal, and they could continuously restore a large amount of physical strength for the violent turtle. Chu Lang picked up a big stone and smashed it hard at the violent turtle, then shouted to the elves behind him, "Don't hold back, keep attacking." The main rock wolf man closest to Chu Lang was stunned. How could this human trainer look braver than him? Is it reasonable for a human to rush in front of the elf? The couple of the Longlongshi tribe leader did not feel anything wrong, and they continued to roll around and attack the violent turtle crazily. At this time the violent turtle's body suddenly trembled crazily, and it stood up by holding the mountain wall beside it. He was bruised all over, especially on his face, which had many bloodstains, and looked extremely miserable. Roar. The violent turtle screamed while looking around with a scrutinizing look as if looking for something. Seeing the violent turtle's appearance, Chu Lang suddenly felt something was wrong. This guy's eyes were like those of a man who was beaten up by a group of people and was about to aim at a target and hit him hard. He seemed to understand why Zoroar wanted to act like young Kiras. Wasn't this little guy afraid of retaliation? Sure enough, the eyes of the violent turtle finally stayed on young Kiras. Young Kiras, run! Chu Lang hurriedly asked young Kiras to run away, fearing that young Kiras would be killed by this angry violent turtle. As soon as Chu Lang finished speaking, the violent turtle rushed towards young Kiras. That speed is totally unlike what a turtle elf should have. Young Kiras was stunned for a moment, then quickly retreated, his two legs frantically tossing. The Longlongshi couple also kept hitting the hind legs of the violent turtle, hoping to cause some obstacles to him, but all these were in vain. The violent turtle would rather withstand the attacks of 70 elves than to fight young Kiras. Young Kiras, dig under your feet quickly, you can't outrun him like this. Roar. Young Kiras nodded, scratched his limbs frantically, and stuffed the rocks under his feet into his mouth. He was not slower than other elf who could use the digging skill. Soon a big hole appeared under young Kira's feet that could accommodate him. Keep digging down, this guy is too big, he will collapse the ground. Young Kiras nodded nodded and continued to eat the ground. Just as the violent turtle was about to rush over, he saw a violent white light burst out from the position of Fenglong Mountain in the distance. The net moment a breath of ancient and vast air enveloped the hole in the valley. All creatures except Chu Lang lost their ability to move. The rare flying birds in the sky fell to the ground, and Nura, who was climbing the mountain, fell down. Even Zoroya, who turned into a sound wave dragon and flew into the sky ready to wait for an opportunity to attack, crashed into the mountain wall and rolled down the hillside. Then the white light column on Fenglong Mountain suddenly turned red. With Fenglong Mountain as the center, a huge red hiegram array appeared covering all the surrounding mountain. Chu Lang was stunned, and then his face was full of ecstasy. He was going to get the divine beast. Chapter 51 Two God. Fenglong Mountain has a history of about 300 years and is a newly appeared mountain. It is said that 300 years ago a mysterious and powerful god fought a dragon god which changed the terrain of Zahai City, and the battle ended with the victory of the mysterious god, so it was named Fenglong Mountain. On the top of Fenglong Mountain, the Forsaken Monkey led a group of elves and 10 human trainers in white robes to look at the magic circle below the mountain. The Forsaken Monkey looked at a human with glasses behind him with some doubts, and the Meowth behind him translated. The Forsaken Monkey asked, "Didn't you say that the magic circle for summoning the dragon god was a white bright light? Why did it become red?" The human with glasses had sweat on his forehead, knelt on the ground with a plop, and recalled the summoning process just now in a panic. "My lord, I promise that there were no mistakes in the process just now. Please don't doubt me. Our family has been loyal to Plasma Group for 3 generations and there is no second thought." The Forsaken Monkey looked at the bespectacled trainer with scarlet eyes and spoke again, and the Meowth beside him quickly translated, "Since the master said that you are not wrong, you should stand up. You don't have to kneel. As long as you successfully summon the dragon god, you will be the greatest hero. By then we will all be colleagues." Meow. The glasses trainer wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up nervously. "This ceremony is of great importance. In addition to the Dragon Alliance, there are 3 other forces in this world. One is the Chaos Kingdom in Eurasia besides the Dragon Kingdom, and there is also the lingering Western Alliance and the mysterious Central Austrian continent. The Chaos Kingdom under their Plasma Group is now almost unable to survive under the pressure of the Dragon Kingdom, and even the god they believe in are sealed by the Dragon Kingdom. Now the Plasma Group urgently needs to release the gods in order to get hope of survival. They have been plotting for a long time for today's summoning and even bribed many people just for this moment today. If this fails, the Chaos Kingdom under the Plasma Group will be completely out of control." The Ice Trainer approached the Forsaken Monkey, carefully lowered his head and said, "Thank you for your trust. According to the records in the ancient books, the gods will appear soon. When the time comes, we will sacrifice all the elves here and lead the gods directly to the chaotic country. We must not make trouble in the Dragon Country. The Dragon Country has gods and they must not be insulted lightly." The Forsaken Monkey nodded solemnly. He also knew that the Dragon Country was not simple, otherwise he would not have wasted 9 wishing stars to drive those native elves here for blood sacrifice. At this time a strange wave suddenly appeared in the sky, and a red light spot fell from the sky and landed in the direction of the mountains of Zahai City. The Forsaken Monkey and the Glasses Trainer were both stunned. This is not what they wrote in the ancient book. The Glasses Trainer was full of disbelief. "It's not like that. We should have summoned the gods to the top of this mountain. How could this happen? Lord Abandoned, let's go over there quickly. Something is wrong. The gods look a little weak and they are different from what is recorded in ancient book." Abandoned nodded and jumped onto a huge ice rock monster beside him. "Monarch Snake, you stay and prepare a blood sacrifice for all the elves that come here. Everyone else follow me to welcome the god." Just then a huge Bulbasaur suddenly flew out from the bottom of the cliff, staring coldly in the direction of Abandoned. If you look closely, you can see that there is an apple dragon hanging on Bulbasaur's body. The apple dragon frantically flaps its wings and very reluctantly takes Bulbasaur and the trainer on his back to the top of Fenglong Mountain. Seeing this funny scene, none of Abandoned could laugh. The man who came was one of the 18 heavenly kings of Dragon Country, the Poison Heavenly King Jiafo. Why would a person who has only grass-type Pokemon be the Poison-type king? Because he used only one Bulbasaur to poison all the Pokemon of the previous Pokemon King. The Forsaken took a few steps back, fearing that he would be poisoned if he was looked at. The other Pokemon and people did the same, all trembling and retreating, and soon retreated to the other side of the hill. They stopped only when they were close to the cliff behind them. In order to hide, the Plasma team only brought 3 gym leader level Pokemon, but the opponent turned out to be the king, the notorious Jiafo. This guy has been doing diplomatic activities since his ancestors, not doing diplomatic business but killing other people's diplomat. This is so unlucky. Jiafo slowly climbed to the ground from the back of Bulbasaur and looked at the Forsaken and the Glasses Trainer with eyes as sharp as a hawk. A bunch of half-dead bugs not hiding in the west dare to enter the territory of Dragon Country. The adults gods are protecting Blue Star in outer space, but you are still trying to hinder them. I want to see how you will deal with it after the outer space war is over." The abandoned monkey and others were silent. The vines behind Bulbasaur were flying directly, tying up all the people in the plasma group. Jiafu stepped forward and hit the abandoned monkey with a small whip with poisoned barbs in his hand. The abandoned monkey was poisoned and his white hair instantly turned purple. "Speak or not." Net Jiafu's footsteps were like turning on the accelerator, wandering around more than a dozen members of the plasma group, and the small whip was dancing wildly. "Speak or not. If you don't speak, I will give you all a piece of firewood and throw you to the house of the stinky mud." Abandoned monkey. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. "This damn guy asked." Meow meow. Quickly translated. "Boss, you can ask anything, we will tell you anything." Jiafu pondered for a moment, then asked, "My son's name is Jia Zhen. What's his wife's name?" Qi Shiho closed his eyes and gave up, struggling completely. He figured out that there was a reason why Jiafu had no survivors. This guy has a fucking problem with his brain. Seeing that the people in the plasma group didn't speak, Jiafu chuckled. "Since you would rather die than surrender, I will take you back and interrogate you." "Guanxiang, take the people back." Hearing Jiafu's words, Qi Shiho's purple and green face suddenly became ferocious. "Guanxiang, you fucking betrayed us." A big rock snake climbed to the top of the mountain and Guanxiang grinned. "What betrayal? How can we refuse the military industry that is delivered to our doorstep? You a bunch of cultists want to develop followers in Dragon Country? You are dreaming. If one of our gods hadn't taken the opportunity to capture the god you believe in, you would have died long ago." In an unknown mind, Chu Lang stood excitedly among the fainted Pokemon, looking excitedly at the red figure in the sky. Guillerton really flew towards him. It was a divine beast. However, Guillerton didn't seem to be flying very gracefully, more like rolling and crawling, but Chu Lang didn't worry about it so much. He thought the system was powerful, but he never expected that the system could bring him a god. "This is too scary. Come down, come down." Chu Lang moved all the nearby elves aside and then used all his strength to drag the Gigantama-ed tortoise for a distance, intending to use the tortoise as a meat pad for Guillerton to avoid breaking his own Guillerton. Just when Chu Lang had just finished all this and was panting, a huge black dragon head appeared behind him and touched Chu Lang's back. "Little guy, is it you who said I'm ugly?" Chapter 52 Golden's Horrible Injury. "Little guy, is it you who said I'm ugly?" The owner of this voice was very low, but the whisper strangely echoed throughout the valley. The violent turtle, which had already woken up from the pressure, saw the owner of this voice and fainted again with a tilt of its head. Chu Lang's heart skipped a beat at the same time and he slowly turned around. "I saw a black dragon with a huge dragon head sticking to his back. He could even feel the thick scales on his body through his clothes." The statue he had seen before. Zekrom. Seeing Chu Lang didn't speak, Zekrom smiled and stretched out his claws to scratch Chu Lang, asking him to turn around. "Little guy, you said I was ugly, have you forgotten?" Chu Lang. He was just talking nonsense, no harm. He never expected that the god would hold a grudge like this. Shouldn't a being of this level just ignore him, an ant? Chu Lang stuttered. I was just kidding. I was talking about you with a broken tail, not you now." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Lang wanted to slap himself. What's the brain talking about a broken tail? It's like he knew the tiger was full, but he still slid it in. Just when Chu Lang was waiting for the black dragon to roar, he saw the black dragon laugh strangely. "Don't talk if you can't talk. It's more annoying than him. Show me that Zoro Dragon Ball. I have a connection with her. Give her another skill." After hearing what the black dragon said, Chu Lang, who was originally panicking, was no longer panicking. He just wondered why this god was so easy to talk to. He didn't even beat himself to death. It turned out that it was for Zoroya's sake. That's right, Zoroya has a dark bead on him, and this bead originally symbolizes the ideal dragon Zekrom. The game introduces the dark bead like this, the product of the ideal dragon Zekrom's death. Although Zekrom is not dead in reality, this dark bead must be very important to him. In other words, Zoroya is the descendant of this big black dragon. "Please wait a moment, I'll go and bring Zoroya over." As he said, Chu Lang trotted to the edge of the cliff and picked up Zoroya, and then took the opportunity to pull out the young Kiras from the cave, hoping that the young Kiras would also be appreciated by Zekrom. Unfortunately, Zekrom ignored the young Kiras and stretched out his claws to touch Zoroya, and the dark bead appeared directly and floated in front of Zekrom. The net moment, a terrifying aura burst out from Zekrom. Domineering, vicious, violent. Even if these words are added together, they are not enough to describe 1/10 of Zekrom now. His eyes became indifferent, full of divinity, and every move brought endless oppression. Seeing this, Chu Lang probably knew what skills Zekrom was going to teach Zoro. Dragon's Fury. This skill is considered an early divine skill which can deal a lot of Phi-Ed damage. But 300 years ago, a special battle completely ended the nickname of this skill, early divine skill. In that battle between humans and gods, ordinary elf had no power to resist the gods who mastered divine power, nor did they have any courage to fight. When the gods were angry, ordinary creatures did not dare to resist at all. According to later research, Dragon's Fury is the skill that is closest to divine power, and practicing it to a high level may produce that kind of effect. It's a pity that Dragon's Fury is a rare skill and only a few elves can learn it. Chu Lang was a little excited as he watched Zekrom, whose momentum was gradually stabilizing, and the dark orb which was gradually getting agitated. The dark orb gently disappeared between Zoro's eyebrows, and the voice of the system suddenly rang in Chu Lang's ears. After doing all this, Zekrom clapped his hands and was about to fly towards the direction of Fenglong Mountain. Chu Lang quickly stopped Zekrom and raised young Kira's high. "My lord god, my young Kira's has good qualifications. Can he also learn Dragon's Fury?" Zekrom glanced at young Kira's and his mouth twitched. "Good qualifications? Then let him go to the city center and shout at the crowd for half an hour every day and he will understand it himself." After reading Gultun's panel, Chu Lang's mouth twitched. No wonder this guy was severely injured by other Gultuns. He is totally a flat-headed guy. God level sword dance and dragon claw plus a few random skills. This can no longer be called partiality. At this time he doesn't even learn things he is not interested in. Chu Lang didn't even have to think about it. The other Gultun must have all kinds of skills maed out just like Zekrom. Net to him he can use recovery skills to recover when injured and use acceleration skills to escape when beaten. This Gultun in front of him is a god, but he didn't even learn to defend. It's outrageous. Chu Lang immediately pulled Gultun off the violent turtle and then fumbled around on the violent turtle. Soon an apple that looked like it had been bitten 10 times appeared in Chu Lang's hand. Leftovers secret treasure. After carrying it, the Pokemon's injuries will be restored all the time. Ordinary leftovers need to enter combat to recover, but this secret treasure can be restored without entering combat, which is very suitable for the current Golden. Here, take this with you, it's good for you. Golden looked at Chu Lang with dark golden pupils and then looked at the leftovers in Chu Lang's hand. That EU'd healing energy and the hostility in his pupils dissipated a little. Knowing that Golden was a flat-headed brother, Chu Lang's actions became more cautious, fearing that this guy would give him a blow. He carefully put the leftovers in his hand into Golden's claws and helped Golden raise his arm. Golden's hand flashed with light and the leftovers entered his chest and disappeared. When Chu Lang looked at Golden, he could already see that there was leftovers in his panel carrying column. After carrying the secret treasure level leftovers, the horrible wound on Golden's abdomen has obviously improved and no longer continues to tear. Ang. Golden stood up and called out to Chu Lang with a grateful voice, "Golden, are you willing to come with me?" Chu Lang looked at Golden with burning eyes and said this sentence that he had been holding back for a long time. His palms were sweating a little and he was obviously very nervous. Although he knew that the system would not fail, he was inexplicably nervous. Chu Lang thought about losing the ball while Golden was seriously injured, but in the end the rationality in his heart overcame the impulse. It is easy to have problems when forcibly subduing elves, especially God. Golden stared at Chu Lang with dark golden vertical pupils, glanced at Zoroark and young Kira's beside Chu Lang and finally nodded. Chu Lang excitedly took out a red and white poke ball from his waist. "Great Golden, then we will be partners." Golden glanced at Chu Lang's poke ball and blinked. If the man in front of him hadn't just saved him, he would have been unable to resist hitting him. He was the former owner of the cave, the man who was once called the god of the cave, and he lived in such a rubbish. Chu Lang scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "I don't have money now, but I have a big farm and I won't let you stay in the ball often in the future." Golden looked better. It seemed that the trainer he met was in good condition and could provide for his treatment. "Then come into the ball first." Chu Lang threw the poke ball at Golden and the poke ball gently hit the uninjured part of Golden's body, releasing a red light that enveloped Golden. The net moment Golden entered the poke ball and the poke ball flashed on the ground for a few times and finally calmed down. Chu Lang ran to Golden's poke ball as soon as possible and raised the poke ball high. "I got Golden." The black dragon Zekrom smiled at the side and disappeared directly into the horizon. Young Helas and Zoro also ran to Chu Lang as soon as possible, looking at the poke ball in his hand expectantly. Chu Lang touched the heads of young Helas and Zoro respectively and said with a smile, "You also want to see Golden, so I will release it now." As he said, Chu Lang pressed the poke ball and Golden's figure reappeared in front of him. At this time Golden was affected by the bond and no longer had any vigilance against Chu Lang. He rubbed Chu Lang's chest with his head affectionately. Golden was originally very tall and it might be because of the abdominal injury. At this time he was half crouching on the ground like a wind-speed dog. Seeing young Helas and Zoro approaching, Golden first subconsciously wanted to show the sharp nails on his claws. Then he reacted. He was not in the environment of the cave now. He quickly retracted his claws and put the two little guys of young Helas and Zoro on his shoulders on the left and right. Seeing the three of them playing together, Chu Lang couldn't wait to look at Golden. "Golden, how can you recover from your injuries?" Golden pondered for a moment. Eat a lot of nutritious food. Chu Lang nodded, then ignored Gulden's word. He was waiting for the system to appear, hoping to trigger the task of listening to advice. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed. The system was completely silent, as if it had hung up. System, why don't you make a sound? These days Chu Lang has been busy taking young Kiras to the mountains to eat dirt and has not updated many videos. The number of fans has not increased much and it is still around 100,000. Soon Chu Lang's fans found that he had updated the video and they all rushed to the video to comment. Chu Lang looked for a long time but there was not a single useful comment. He continued to scroll down for a long time and finally a comment caught his eye. 1,000 times. Chu Lang shook his head decisively. Although elves like Gyarados or pensive fishing also takes time, it may take several months to catch 1000 Magikarp. Net Chu Lang continued to browse. The little monk on Mount Wutai, that's right, what era is it still burning incense? If you have that time you might as well let your little fighting power Soraya practice sharpening claws. Just then someone clicked on the Soraya video that Chu Lang had just released. In the video Soraya used the claw sharpening skill 1. Compared with the claw sharpening skill in his previous video, the speed of this claw sharpening skill was obviously about 1/5 faster. He quickly returned to the video that everyone was discussing and replied, "Damn, everyone go and watch the NET video of the up-host. He really practiced the claw sharpening skill more proficiently according to the training method of the Iron Palm Gang Big Fraudster." Seeing this person's comment, everyone rushed into Chu Lang's NET video and was shocked. They actually saw Soraya practiced the claw sharpening skill using the Iron Palm Gang Big Fraudster's method. At Iron Palm Gang Big Fraudster, come and see this guy listened to your training method and actually practiced it. Old Bibi forwarded the video. Everyone come and see this up master is so outrageous. Soon the Iron Palm Gang's big liar was Ed under the video. After watching the video he was completely stunned. Is there a possibility that he made up that sentence? How could anyone really practice it? No, he has to practice it too. At the farm Chu Lang has settled Lolulus, who will hatch in 15 days, and Gulden, who is busy drying tree fruits, and took young Kiras and Zoroark to school. Let's burn incense to Zekrom. Brother Meng urged me to keep the update above 1000 and start 3 updates a day from today. Chapter 56. Master, I understand. After eating the meal made by young Kiras, the sun has not yet set. Chu Lang stretched out his arms and did a set of warm-up exercises, then patted Soroya and young Kiras and said, "Young Kiras, let's run to school today. We have fallen behind in other trainings, so we need to run more. Also Gulden, don't do anything at home. If there is anything, let the braided sheep and the big milk tank solve it as much as possible." Roar. Young Kiras nodded, ran to Gulden and said goodbye to his big brother and then walked out the door happily behind Chu Lang. Big brother Gulden is his hope to get rid of the beating of the Hornbuds, so he must serve him well. It was evening and Zahai City was a coastal city. There were many people on the street returning to the hotel after get off work and travel. The streets were full of the 2 common Mount Elves, the Lamb and Dujuli, and Chu Lang's speed was seriously affected. When they arrived at the school gate 2 hours had passed and they missed school. This made Chu Lang a little disappointed. He had originally thought of letting young Kiras try to fulfill Zekrom's suggestion and shout a few words in the school. In fact, he wanted to put it into practice when he was on the road just now, but he was afraid that it would affect the city image of Zahai City and be beaten up by Zahai culture and tourism, so he didn't put it into practice in the end. After walking a few steps inside, Chu Lang was a little surprised. The school was actually crowded with young trainers everywhere. The auntie who sold food in the cafeteria even ran to the entrance of the playground with sesame cakes to sell. Chu Lang then realized that a new trial secret realm had been opened in the school and these people should have come to challenge this trial secret realm. So is Uncle Kiwen going to make a fortune? Whether it is this school or the Black Dragon sculpture that opens the secret realm is all Kiwen's asset. According to the laws of Dragon Country, Uncle Kiwen should get a large share of the fees. One person pays 20,000 yuan, 10 people pay 200,000 yuan, and 100 people pay 2 million yuan. After deducting the cost of the Taijing stone and the official share, at least 1/10 of this money can be kept, right? Chu Lang roughly counted the people on the playground. There were at least more than 1,000 people. This was just the number of people in one day, not the number of people. If a person fails to challenge the secret realm after coming to it, he will definitely challenge it many times. Young Kiras obviously thought of the same problem as Chu Lang. He gestured 2 small magnetic monsters to his head and then gestured 2 large balls to his chest. Master, I don't want to work hard anymore. Chu Lang slapped young Kiras on the head and pushed him aside. Go away. Who did you learn this from? With such a powerful lineup in our family, how can you always think about living off others? Zoroya also interrupted and said, Master is right. With such a powerful lineup in our family, we can live off others. Just when Chu Lang was about to slap Zoroya, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Hey brother Chu, you are here too? Chu Lang turned around and was a little surprised. The person who came was actually Jia Zhen, whom he had fought against in the arena. At that time this guy's tire meow caused great injuries to young Kira's, but in the end young Kira's relied on perseverance to fight a draw. Student Jia, you also come here to challenge the secret realm? Chu Lang couldn't help but be a little surprised. Are the children of the trainers of these big families so arrogant? There is obviously a good trial secret realm in Jizhong City, but they have to run so far to the trial secret realm in Zhai City. If it were Chu Lang, he wouldn't even want to pay for the trip. Jia Zhen nodded and said with a smile, my tire meow has some problem. I have a very powerful opponent in my mind. This secret realm is very suitable for him. Brother Chu, as a local genius, didn't you receive an invitation to challenge this trial secret realm? When asking the last sentence, Jia Zhen was a little dissatisfied. Chu Lang is a person who can tie with him. If such a person is not invited by the Zhai City Elf Center, doesn't it mean that he is not a genius? Chu Lang smiled and said, the school invited me. This is the school we attend. It's just that I didn't fight again after 2 or 3 times. I don't think it's necessary. Hearing Chu Lang's words, Jia Zhen was angry again. Such a genius, but only 2 or 3 chances. The Zhai City Elf Center is too stingy. Poor Chu Lang is still here to comfort himself, saying that he doesn't think it's necessary. How can something like a trial secret realm be unnecessary? Which genius trainer is not trained in a large number of secret realms? Jia Zhen looked indignant, grabbed Chu Lang's arm and walked towards the direction of the secret realm. We are willing to train talents that Zhai City is unwilling to train. Don't worry brother Chu, our Jia family is not a chable. You don't have to come to our gym to work in the future, just accept the benefits with peace of mind. Chu Lang is still trying to struggle. Classmate Jia, really no need. I came here today for no other reason, just to burn incense for that Lord Black Dragon. The Pokemon Center in Zhai City is very good. If I want to challenge them, they will definitely let me challenge. Jia Zhen's fists were clenched white and he felt deeply unworthy for Chu Lang. At this time Chu Lang was still talking to the Pokemon Center in Zhai City. You still say you don't want to challenge the trial secret realm? You have done such unreliable things as burning incense. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading the e-citing content later. Just follow me, you can challenge whatever you want today. I'll cover all the e-pensas. Seeing that Jia Zhen was really doing this for his own good, Chu Lang no longer concealed it. He put his mouth close to Jia Zhen's ear and whispered, I have already passed this trial secret realm, so I really don't need to go. Many people in Zhai City don't know about this, so just don't make it public. Hearing Chu Lang's words, Jia Zhen, who was originally indignant, was stunned. Are you serious? In fact, he had already believed Chu Lang's words in his heart. In his opinion, a genius like Chu Lang who could tie with him would definitely be a powerful figure in Zhai City. And his young Kira's was very reckless, as if he was not afraid of anything. In the secret realm he should just fight himself and it would be easy to pass. Wait, Jia Zhen suddenly found the key point. Brother Chu, how many times did you pass the level? Chu Lang thought carefully and then said, 1 day 3 times. Jia Zhen ba. He has been here for 3 days and challenged no less than 30 times and was killed instantly every time, but he passed it in 3 times. Brother Chu, can you tell me how to pass this secret realm quickly? Chu Lang said honestly, as long as the opponent in your heart is strong enough. Jia Zhen's eyes widened. Instantly he realized it. Whether it is a human or an elf, the strongest opponent in your heart is yourself. As long as Tire Meow has this kind of will, the secret realm can be destroyed with a snap of a finger, and that ridiculously strong Bulbasaur can also be destroyed with a snap of a finger. Jia Zhen bowed to Chu Lang and took out a card. Master, I have realized it. You can take this 1 million. It will be my tuition fee this time. Looking at Jia Zhen going away, Chu Lang and his 3 companions were all stunned. What did he realize? Chapter 57 Black Dragon's Guild. Chu Lang put the 1 million in his pocket, bought 2 sesame cake and continued to walk towards the playground. Listening to the advice of netizens is indeed the right way. The incense hasn't been burned yet and a huge sum of 1 million has been delivered to the door. When you burn incense for Zekrom in the future, you must burn more. With this million, his wallet will be much looser and he can bring some small gift to Kisha when he returns from the secret realm. For Ample, the Magnemite with good qualifications. Kisha is so cute. The Magnemite on her head should also be able to fight a little better. Although the fake Magnemite is cute, it still feels a little missing. After making up his mind, Chu Lang's steps became much lighter. Living a gigolo? Not happening. Young Kira's roar here twice to see if you can learn the Dragon's Fury skill. I'll go burn incense for Master Zekrom. I hope we can have a good harvest. Roar. Young Kira's nodded and roared continuously. The trainers lined up around him all looked at young Kira's with strange eyes. Is this little guy feeling uncomfortable? Why is he roaring here? Did anyone bring a chintzy egg or a happy egg? A doctor doctor is needed here. Brother, you're wrong. What we need now is not a happy egg but a dream taper. I think this young Kiraz needs a psychiatrist more. Zorua shrank to one side and covered his mouth with his hands to laugh. Young Kiraz covered his eyes with his two little paws and continued to roar like a dragon. While everyone's attention was on young Kiraz, Chu Lang hid behind the statue of the black dragon, lit the 3 incense sticks in his hand and knelt down with a plop. Lord Zekrom, thank you for your help last time, which allowed me to successfully conquer Gul'dan. Now I come to you for help again. I'm a little short of money recently. I really don't have enough money to spend. I hope you can bless me to get more treasures in the secret realm of Zahai City, preferably a secret treasure. Thank you very much. When Chu Lang was kneeling on the ground burning incense, Zekrom sneezed fiercely in a huge dragon palace in the distance, and then his consciousness attached to the black dragon statue. Zekrom noticed the roaring young Kiraz on the playground at the first time and was a little confused. He just mentioned it casually. Did this guy really take young Kiraz to a crowded place and roar? And he specially found a statue of him. The guilt really came so annoying. Zekrom was thinking about how to compensate young Kiraz and Chu Lang when he heard a familiar muttering coming from his feet. I'm here to ask you for help. I'm a little tight on money lately. When he heard Chu Lang's words, Zekrom's eyes lit up. Although he is not a turtle in the wishing pool who can fulfill any wish, he can really fulfill this wish. His dragon palace is deep in the secret realm of Zahai City. Isn't the secret realm of Zahai City like home? And as an ideal god in the black and white era, Zekrom once led the plasma group and has many treasures on him. Just assign him one. Zekrom flashed and went directly back to the dragon palace in the secret realm of Zahai City. Come here, there may be a young Kiraz with very poor qualifications coming in 2 days. Give him this treasure then. The blast was under the throne was stunned for a moment and said with a bow, please give more obvious instructions, God. If I send your secret treasure to the wrong person, it will be bad. Zekorim laughed. Don't worry, it will definitely be sent well. You will know that young Kiraz has the worst qualifications as soon as you see him. Half an hour later, Chu Lang, who had already burned all the incense, gestured to young Kiraz from a distance. Young Kiraz quickly stopped roaring and ran towards Chu Lang. He doubted whether there would be a dream-inducing taper to come and tell him if he didn't run away. How is it? Do you feel that you have learned new skill? Chu Lang looked at young Kiraz with a burning gaze with some expectation. Young Kiraz shook his head, indicating that he had not learned it. Chu Lang was not discouraged. The system said that this matter had a probability. He didn't expect to succeed in one go. He would just ask young Kiraz to call more often in crowded places in the future. Let's go, take you to eat. It's just right to bring some sandwiches back to Gul'dan. He ate all the sandwiches you made just now. Young Kiraz nodded excitedly. He hadn't eaten meat for a long time. He got so much money today he could definitely eat meat freely. Just when the three of them were about to walk out of the school gate, the communicator on Chu Lang's way suddenly rang. Chu Lang picked up the communicator and took a look at the note on it. Chishu. I answered the phone immediately. Hello, why did you suddenly think of calling? Did you miss me? Are you free now? I'll pick you up to have dinner together. Ahem. Chi Wen's voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Lang, I'm your uncle Chi. Chu Lang blushed a little. Fortunately he didn't shout wife like those men and women in love, otherwise he would be dead now. Uncle Chi, is there anything I can do for you? Without waiting for Chi Wen to speak, Chu Lang added, you can ask Kisha to save my number on your communicators so it will be convenient to contact you in the future. Ki Wen also blushed a little. Okay, I'll ask Kisha to save it for me in a while. I called you this time for a serious matter. Didn't you awaken a special energy in your body? This energy is called wave power. My teacher also mastered this power. He is willing to teach you to master this power. Hearing Ki Wen's word, Chu Lang was a little surprised. If someone teaches him, his wave power will definitely grow faster. Uncle Chi, when should I go there? Ki Wen pondered for a moment, then said 3 days later. Okay, I'll come to you as soon as I come out of the secret realm. Living a free meal, it's so delicious. Chapter 58. Brother, do you need a bodyguard? The NET day, Chu Lang brought Lolulus's incubator and Gul'dan to the beach of Zahai City early in the morning. This time he was out for too long and he was worried if he didn't bring them with him. Although Soroya has been in Zahai City for a while, it is the first time for him to come to the beach. He soaks his 2 little paws in the sea water and has a lot of fun. Young Kiraz secretly gathers rocks behind him. Every big-mouthed gull and long-winged gull that passes by will be smashed into the sea by him. Gul'dan carries the incubator of Lolulus on his back. His 2 dark golden pupils stare at the ground to see if there is any seafood to eat. Seeing that the 3 guys have their own things to do, Chu Lang takes out his mobile phone and uses the compass to determine the direction of the secret realm. In addition to the trial secret realm, the secret realms in this world are divided into 2 types: the undescended secret realms and the descended secret realm. Those descended secret realms will merge with the real world and the creatures in them are not too hostile to human. Those undescended secret realms are in different spaces and the elves in them are also very cruel. Generally humans need to purify them continuously to wash away their resentment. The only known purification method is physical purification, that is to defeat them with elves. The secret realm of Zahai City is quite special. It is between the Advent and the non-Advent. That space has not yet merged with the Blue Star, but the elves inside have already lived in harmony with humans under the restraint of the Black Dragon. While there are not too many tourists, Chu Lang asks Oroya to transform into a sound wave dragon in a hidden place, carrying them to the sky and heading to the entrance of the secret realm on the sea. It is too expensive to rent a boat, and there is a high probability that the boat will stay on the sea and cannot come back. It is more cost-effective to fly there. Soraya's flying speed is much slower than Gul'dan. Chu Lang estimates that it will take them about an hour to reach the entrance of the secret realm. Seeing that Oroya flies so slowly, Gul'dan is a little eager to try and wants them to ride on him. Chu Lang and young Kiras hurriedly stopped them and asked Gul'dan to put away this terrible idea. Chu Lang hurriedly said, "No, no, no, we have plenty of time and we are not in a hurry at all." Roar. Young Kiras, who has been used to hard times, also clapped his claws and roared repeatedly, looking more uneasy than Chu Lang. "Yeah, big brother, the scenery in the sky is so beautiful, let's go slower." Gul'dan saw that the two were not in a hurry, so he simply spread his hands. Chu Lang and young Kiras both breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was fast, but the gas was too expensive. An hour later Chu Lang arrived at an extremely dreamy sea area. This sea area was like a huge Tai Chi diagram, and the sea water was clearly black and white. At the intersection of the center of the black and white yin-yang fish there was a huge fort that could almost accommodate a cruise ship. In the four directions of the yin-yang fish, east, west, south and north, there was a warship guarding each to prevent the evil organization Plasma Group from entering the secret realm to cause trouble. Seeing Chu Lang driving the sound wave dragon, a large-mouthed gull flew out from the western warship closest to them. There was a middle-aged man in a white military uniform on the large-mouthed gull. He was holding an unknown poke ball in his hand and looked very alert. "Stop, show your alliance ID card." Since the Plasma Group appeared in the Zahai City mountains yesterday, the entire Zahai City military has been under military control. Everyone who enters the Zahai City secret realm must be strictly registered. Chu Lang didn't care and handed over his ID card directly. He had seen in the secret realm guide that the Zahai City secret realm often enters military control. After a simple comparison, the man in military uniform looked at the sonic dragon under Chu Lang with some surprise and let him go directly. "Are the current senior high school students so perverted? They came out directly with a gym leader level elf." Chu Lang thanked the man in military uniform and led Soraya and the others to the fort at the entrance of the secret realm. The moment he touched the fort, Chu Lang felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he had appeared in another world. At this time they were on a small island. The scenery here looked much better than Blue Star. There were no clouds in the sky and majestic coconut trees grew everywhere. The moment they saw the coconut tree, Chu Lang, Ujila's and Gul'dan's eyes all lit up. Although the coconut trees in this secret realm have not yet found their medicinal and edible value, they are also real fruit. Chu Lang looked at Gul'dan and said, "Gul'dan, do you want to try it?" Gul'dan nodded, and without waiting for Chu Lang to do anything, he jumped up more than 3 meters high, picked a few coconuts and stuffed them into his mouth. "Ang, it's delicious, and the energy contained in it is not much less than that in the fruit." Chu Lang hurriedly said, "Then you should eat more. This time I really came to the secret realm. Although I haven't got the treasure yet, at least it has reduced the burden of raising Gul'dan. I should come to this secret realm more often in the future." Gul'dan nodded, spun and jumped on the coconut tree and ate crazily. Chu Lang looked around to see if there were any elves around. If his elves want to quickly upgrade their levels, training and replenishing energy are one aspect, and a lot of fighting is also needed. Only in battle can the elves' own abilities be rapidly improved. All three are indispensable. According to the distribution of elves that Chu Lang saw in the strategy, the Zahai City secret realm is a large secret realm, and the elves in it range from more than 10 levels to more than 40 levels. In the outer periphery of the secret realm there are mostly relatively weak elves such as long-winged gulls, Magikarp, horned goldfish and lobster soldiers. His young Kiras and Zoro are currently most suitable here. If you go further inside, gym-level elves will appear. At that time it is very likely that Gul'dan will be needed to take action, which will not be worth the loss. Chu Lang was thinking about where to go and suddenly felt someone patted his shoulder. "Brother, do you need a bodyguard?" Chapter 59. Young Kiras, save me. "Brother, do you need a bodyguard?" A man patted Chu Lang's shoulder, showing a big golden tooth, and looked at Chu Lang with a smile. "All the Pokemon here are quite powerful. If you don't bring a bodyguard you'll probably suffer. Our Hanhai company is dedicated to escorting novice trainers. So far we have helped countless trainers grow into giant, and our people are very lucky. As long as you take our people to the secret realm you can get an ordinary treasure at least. Only 9,998 you can take the secret treasure home. Chu Lang's mouth twitched. At the beginning he almost believed this person. If this person hadn't been talking more and more outrageous, he would have paid the money obediently. It's terrible. He just got a little money and he was going to be arrogant. Sure enough, you have to hold on to your purse tightly. Chu Lang glanced at the PKCHUNET to the big gold-toothed man. It was only level 18 and its qualifications were average. It was estimated that it couldn't beat the weakest young Kiras in his team. Decisive refusal. Sorry, I don't need it anymore. I don't have any money. The man with big gold teeth grabbed Chu Lang, who was about to leave. Don't go, little brother. We still have small loan business here. Do you want to consider borrowing some? Chu Lang shook off the man with big gold teeth and turned around to leave. He was afraid that if he didn't leave he would not be able to help but hit someone. The man with big gold teeth hurried to catch up. Recently all the people in Zahai City ran to the newly appeared trial secret realm. He hasn't had any business here for several days. If he doesn't take some work quickly, his Snurlaw will probably starve to death. Little brother, don't leave. Did this PKCHUNET to me make you misunderstand something? I actually have more powerful Pokemon. If it doesn't work we can still experience the service here. How about I don't charge you for the first battle? Just when Chu Lang was about to refuse, he suddenly heard a roar from Gulden beside him. Chu Lang turned around and saw that Gulden had stopped eating and was standing on the ground with his hair spread out, entering a fighting posture. Beside him a group of greedy squirrels were staring at Gultun. The leading elf had evolved into the final form of the stuffed squirrel. Gultun, don't do it. Chu Lang didn't care about why the greedy squirrel appeared here and hurriedly called Gultun, fearing that he would empty his wallet with one claw. Young Kiras, use the rock collapse skill on the stuffed squirrel. Zoro, use the claws. Young Kiras, you will be responsible for attacking the stuffed squirrel. Zoro will be responsible for attacking other elves and Gultun will be on the side. Young Kiras and Zoro reacted very quickly. The moment Chu Lang issued the order, they had completed the move and rushed towards the group of greedy squirrels and stuffed squirrels. Chu Lang turned and looked at the man with big gold teeth. 9998. Do you want to come together? The man with big gold teeth twitched. He came to make money, not to lose money. Although his Snurlaw is very powerful, it is definitely not a match for a group of greedy chinchillas. Even if he wins by chance, the consumption of Snurlaw may not be recovered. I suddenly remembered that our company has taken on other business today. Sir, please be busy first. Call me if you have anything later. Chu Lang looked at the man's back and made a trumpet shape with his hands and shouted, then you should leave a business card. The man with big gold teeth ran farther and farther. Don't worry sir, I will find a printing shop when I go back and print some business card first. Seeing the man with big gold teeth leave, there were no other trainers around. Chu Lang chuckled and rushed towards the greedy chinchillas with blue fire all over his body. He had actually heard of the name of the wave force before he crossed over, but he didn't know much about it. After yesterday's phone call, he now knows that the wave force is a kind of power belonging to the fighting attribute, which has a great restraining ability against ordinary Pokemon such as greedy chinchillas. It's a pity his elf eye couldn't see his own attributes, otherwise he really wanted to see what level of elf he was now equivalent to. Bang! Chu Lang punched the Tibetan chinchilla on the head, making him see stars. At the same time, the rock glide skill of young Kiras fell, adding 3 more large bumps on the Tibetan chinchilla's head. After being attacked continuously, the Tibetan chinchilla's eyes turned scarlet in an instant, staring at Chu Lang, who was closest to him. Chu Lang also stared at the Tibetan chinchilla and used the elf eye to check his abilities. Tibetan chinchilla level 28. After reading the attribute panel of the Tibetan chinchilla, Chu Lang's eyes were a little solemn. Although this guy's qualifications are not very good, this skill ratio is too good and it is difficult to defeat him. At least it is difficult without letting Gulden take action. Beiji Beiji. The Tibetan chinchilla swallowed a coconut and used the skill of feasting. Chu Lang could clearly feel that his defense had been improved and the sense of oppression was stronger. Young Kiras used the collision skill to hit him. Don't let him have the opportunity to charge all the time. Charge, accumulate power to improve your defense and special defense up to 3 times. Use the charging skill. After accumulating power, you can use the subsequent ejection or swallowing skill. The ejection skill allows him to attack from a distance and the swallowing skill allows him to restore his physical strength. If this Tibetan chinchilla uses 3 charges plus his feasting skill just now, Chu Lang and his friends can run away directly. Roar! Young Kiras nodded. His eyes were extremely solemn. They must win this fight today, otherwise how can they let Gulden eat coconuts in the future? If they can't eat coconuts, how much money will they have to spend in the future? After linking this battle with money, young Kiras felt that he was full of strength. Bang! Young Kiras hit the Tibetan chinchilla hard and the powerful force made him knock the Tibetan chinchilla out more than 5 meters away. Chu Lang took a step forward and punched the Tibetan chinchilla as well. The 2 consecutive punches made the Tibetan chinchilla even more angry and all his attention was focused on Chu Lang. Lily. Lily. The Tibetan chinchilla pushed the ground with its right leg and hit Chu Lang hard. As a general type Pokemon, the Tibetan chinchilla has the bonus of its own system when using collision. The general type power turned into a white stream of light on his body and finally condensed on his shoulders. Chu Lang looked at the Tibetan squirrel with a serious look in his eyes. Young Kira's save me. Chapter 60 Come to life. After hearing Chu Lang's words, young Kira's was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted and blocked Chu Lang with a stone in his hand. Bang! Snap! Two loud noises appeared at the same time. While being knocked away by the Tibetan squirrel, young Kira's slammed the shoot down in his hand on his forehead. The skilled shooting down skill is powerful and heavy. Even a flying bird at an altitude of 200 to 300 meters can be knocked down. At this time it hit the Tibetan squirrel's head and instantly created a huge wound. The Tibetan squirrel touched the blood on his head and placed the main attack target on young Kira's. It was still a collision skill. The Tibetan squirrel stomped its right foot fiercely and its whole body flew out like a cannonball. Lily. The body of the Tibetan chinchilla seemed to turn into a stream of light and it hit the young Kira's fiercely. His collision skill has broken through to the proficient level. The collision skill he used just now was much stronger and faster than the last time. This reminded Chu Lang of a skill mechanism that once appeared in the game Arceus's tough skill and swift skill. It turned out that Arceus had already mentioned skill proficiency, but he had never paid attention to it. Chu Lang felt that he seemed to have grasped a key point to improve skill proficiency, but it was a little vague. The current situation did not allow him to think too much. Winning this battle first was the most important thing. A bead with shining light appeared in Chu Lang's hand and he threw it fiercely in the direction of young Kira's. Young Kira's used Thai crystallization. Roar! Young Kira's dragged himself to his feet, letting the Thai crystal bead thrown by Chu Lang hit his body. The net moment a dazzling light was released from young Kira's with black as the main color. Ghost Thai crystal. Facing these greedy chinchillas and Tibetan chinchillas, the crystallization of the ghost of young Kira's will be a sure kill. The Tibetan chinchilla saw the changes in young Kira's and didn't want to give him a chance to be strengthened. He roared and rushed forward. Lily. He moved very quickly and wanted to kill young Kira's with this attack. Something he didn't expect happened. He actually passed through young Kira's. The ghost attribute is immune to general attribute attack. The Tibetan chinchilla was stunned and didn't know why this happened. Chu Lang chuckled, laughing. Little Kira's beat this guy for me. There are at least 800 coconut trees here, if not 1000. What's wrong with letting our Gulton eat a few? Stingy guy, beat him. Roar! Little Kira's also nodded in agreement, holding a stone in his hand and chasing after the Tibetan chinchilla. The greedy chinchillas who were besieging Saraya saw that their boss was in an absolute disadvantage and hurriedly left Saraya and ran to help. Chu Lang was not afraid at all. He had just used the elf eye to look at these greedy chinchillas and none of them mastered attack skills other than the general system. In other words, little Kira's, who now has the ghost attribute, is invincible here. The Tibetan chinchilla ran while thinking about countermeasures, wanting to complete the reversal and protect his coconut tree. Chu Lang saw the Tibetan chinchilla's eyes glancing at him and hurriedly ran towards Saraya. He knew that he was the flaw in this team, not seeking merit but only asking not to be sent away. Zoroya turned into a sound wave dragon, quickly let fly. Yaya! Zoroya shouted and her body shape changed, turning into a sound wave dragon again, which scared all the greedy squirrels around her. Zoroya took the opportunity to get rid of their siege and flew into the sky with Gulton and Chu Lang. The Tibetan squirrels and the greedy squirrels all stared at Chu Lang and his team in a daze. How come these elves and people suddenly betrayed their teammates when they were fighting well? He still wanted to find a flaw. Lily. The greedy squirrels were accusing Chu Lang and the other two and suddenly felt a chill behind them, and at the same time their foreheads were cold. Walala! A large number of rock fell from the sky and hit them hard on their heads, knocking all the greedy squirrels who were hit unconscious. Roar! Young Kira's was extremely happy. While chasing the Tibetan chinchilla, he used rockfall or knockdown skills to attack other greedy chinchillas. For the first time in his life he found pleasure in the battle between elves. He used to be beaten by others, but now he can finally beat others. After returning, he needs to strengthen the training. The intensity of 15 hours of training is too low. Chu Lang, Zoroya and Gulton were hanging leisurely in the sky, eating coconuts and watching the battle on the ground. Young Kira's, come on, hit that Tibetan chinchilla quickly. This guy wants to use the gathering of energy again, don't let him use it. Roar! Young Kira's turned around and slapped the Tibetan chinchilla on the head, almost making it cry. What is this? Why can't he hit others but others can attack him at will? Lily. The Tibetan chinchilla waved to his brothers and planned to retreat. Little Kira's had no intention of letting them go and rushed forward with the rock. The Tibetan chinchilla felt that he was going crazy. He had given up this coconut forest, but this guy didn't let them go. Bullying honest people, right? After running a few steps, the Tibetan chinchilla simply stopped running. He didn't believe it. Now he had lost his territory and the other party couldn't knock them all out. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click Click on the NET page to continue reading. The latter is more exciting. Could it be possible to leave them here as slaves? Little Kira's stopped fighting. Seeing that the Tibetan chinchillas surrendered, Chu Lang asked Zoroya to lower his body a little. The Tibetan chinchilla, you don't have to leave. I am not a native here and I don't want to steal your territory. I just want to pick some coconuts to eat. The Tibetan chinchilla was stunned. Could it be that if they lost the fight they could stay here and continue to eat? In his limited knowledge there was no such thing as two ethnic groups coexisting peacefully. Chu Lang continued, this territory will still be yours in the future, but you just don't chase me away when I bring gultun to eat. Chu Lang also had his own considerations. This coconut forest is very large and there are countless coconuts in it. There is no problem in feeding this group of greedy chinchillas. Besides, as gultun is a divine beast, he can't be allowed to eat this every day. It's enough to come and eat 2 or 3 times a month. When gultun is not around, the greedy chinchillas need to watch here to prevent other tribes from occupying this place, and then gultun will come and fight again. The Tibetan chinchilla saw that Chu Lang didn't look like he was joking and nodded in agreement. Their tribe has been here for a long time and it would be best if they didn't leave here. Lili, the Tibetan chinchilla, called Chu Lang friendly, which was considered to be in agreement with Chu Lang. Chu Lang let Zoroya land and patted the head of the Tibetan chinchilla. Then let's make it a deal. If another tribe fights with you in the future, we will also fight. The Tibetan chinchilla rubbed Chu Lang's pants. Lili. At this time a white solid liquid meteor suddenly fell from the sky, slid in front of Chu Lang and landed on the head of the Tibetan chinchilla. Ha! The stench hit and the Tibetan chinchilla looked at the long-winged gull in the sky and cried out, Chu Lang. As soon as he stepped into the sea he started to work. Young Kira's, knock him down for me. Chapter 61 Poacher. Young Kira's immediately threw out the falling rock skill and attacked the long-winged gull in the sky. Gull. The long-winged gull made a with a loud shout. He barely dodged the skill of young Kira's and fled madly. The Tibetan chinchilla stared at young Kira's arm with grievance, and the meaning was very clear. Why did every move hit me but failed when hitting others? Actor. Young Kira's scratched his head embarrassedly. How come his hit down skill suddenly missed? After coming to his senses, young Kira's used a hit down skill towards the sky again. Gull. The long-winged gull laughed sarcastically, dodged young Kira's skill again and flew away into the distance. This time not only the Tibetan chinchilla plotted but young Kira's also plotted. This bird is so fucking bullying. It's okay to shit on someone's head, but it even laughed at him after shitting. Roar. Young Kira's chased the long-winged gull with his leg and the Tibetan chinchilla also followed with his brothers. Chu Lang, Zoro and Gultun followed at the back to avoid the young Kira's from getting too excited. Other trainers in the Zahai City Secret Realm trial saw a group of people rushing over and made way for them, fearing that they would be affected. In their eyes Chu Lang was just a cruel trainer chasing a young Kira's and a group of greedy squirrels. The children were all scared. Damn, this powerful trainer can chase a tribe. Why did he run to the outskirts of the secret realm of Zahai City to cause trouble? Is he going to let people live? I have a hunch. I almost caught a golden magi carp just now, but I was scared away. Brother, please save your breath. You probably haven't even seen what the dung of a golden magi carp looks like and you still want to catch a golden magi carp. Chu Lang heard the discussion of these trainers from afar and put his hands together a little embarrassedly, saying, Sorry brother, I disturbed you from getting the golden magi carp. You will definitely do it NET time. After that Chu Lang ran towards young Kira's again. Hey, does this trainer look familiar to you? And the young Kira's in front, a trainer with a cat monster, recognized Chu Lang, but he was a little unsure. With 100,000 fans, Chu Lang is already a well-known internet celebrity in Zahai City, although he himself doesn't know it. Hearing what the cat monster trainer said, the other trainers also turned their eyes to the young Kira's, looking for Chu Lang's appearance in their minds. It looks like him, but it shouldn't be. How can that guy be so strong? His young Kira's can't even beat a trumpet, but isn't it asking for trouble to bring him to the secret realm of Zahai City? The cat monster trainer laughed and refuted. If it's his young Kira's that is being chased by the greedy squirrels and the up is chasing after his young Kira's, wouldn't it be more reasonable? Yeah, that's right. Quick take a picture to get some traffic. If you post this video you will definitely get some fans. Others also reacted and took out their communicators or Rodem phones to take a lot of pictures of Chu Lang. Soon the picture of Chu Lang's young Kira's being chased by a group of greedy squirrels was uploaded to the internet. Most of the trainers deliberately photoshopped Chu Lang and young Hilas to look bruised and battered in order to create public opinion. After a while a trainer with a zebra shouted in surprise, Damn it brothers, hurry up and take pictures. I just uploaded a video and I have received 10,000 yuan in reward. Really? The trainers around him came up in disbelief, wanting to see if the trainer's words were true or not. Is this true? The zebra trainer raised his phone directly to let others see his reward screen. Damn it, it's true. Oh my god, where's my Rodem? Stop fighting, run to the communication area and take take pictures. As we all know, trainers are a very expensive profession, so most of them are poor. Now seeing that someone got 10,000 yuan just by taking a video, they all excitedly chased Chu Lang to take pictures. Chu Lang looked at the group of trainers behind him a little overwhelmed. He has only been an up host for a few days, but he is so popular. He just came out to find a secret realm to make some money, but he was recognized by others and there are so many people chasing him to take pictures. Unbelievable. Chu Lang did not resist and was not afraid that these people would capture his true strength. Anyway, he made videos more to get advice from netizens. As long as he had a large number of fans, it would be fine even if his reputation collapsed. If there were more black fans, he would be so happy that they could give him some more outrageous suggestions. Besides which, up host doesn't create some show effect. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading the exciting content. Keep chasing no matter how many people there are. Today, looking at it, he was going to talk about the long-winged gull who hid his face. The most dangerous in the secret state is absolutely not the elves but human. Remember, in this case, rare elf and high qualified elves are all high in the black market. However, the military also strictly controls this kind of thing. Once discovered, poachers will definitely die. Chu Lang secretly hid behind a tree, observing the situation on the field, and did not rush forward. He saw more than a dozen motorboats constantly cruising and circling in front of him, circling around a group of elves. The moment he saw the group of elves, Chu Lang was sure that this group of people were definitely poachers. That was a group of trapped barracudas. Chapter 62. The deterrent power of golden barracudas are pure water elves. Although the race value of this kind of elf is not high, its attack power and speed are extremely terrifying. In addition, his characteristic is that he swims freely and his speed will double on rainy days. He is also a very strong water-based speed attacker. He can often play a huge role in certain specific occasions and is very popular in the black market. It is precisely because of this that poachers often set their sights on them. Chu Lang looked at the poachers' Pokemons and checked their attribute. If they rushed out rashly, they might not be able to save the barracudas but would have to sacrifice themselves. After a brief investigation, Chu Lang roughly saw the strength of the opponent: 4 gym level trainers, 10 elite trainers. According to the Alliance certification method, a trainer can be called a trainer of this level only if he has 3 Pokemons of the same level and passes the assessment. In other words, the opponent has 12 gym level Pokemons above level 30 and 30 elite Pokemons above level 20. After seeing the opponent's luxurious lineup, Chu Lang silently put away the Pokemon Eye and planned to turn around and run away. The opponent is so strong, he should go out to find someone from the military. Anyway, there is only one entrance to the secret realm of Zahai City. As long as he finds someone from the military to report this matter, the opponent will never be able to escape. Young Kira's, let's retreat first and go back to find the military to rescue these elves. Chu Lang cautiously called out to young Kira's, wanting to use the roar of the other party's engine as a cover to quickly leave here. Just then the long-winged gull in the sky suddenly made a cry in their direction, opposing their position. Chu Lang immediately realized that something was wrong. The long-winged gull was not asking them to come to rescue people but to lead them to give up their lives. Chu Lang thought about it carefully and felt that this possibility was more and more likely. The long-winged gull had already walked to the entrance of the secret realm. It was completely possible for it to find the military on its own. There was no need to call them over. Chu Lang was annoyed. He was still too inexperienced and was actually deceived by an elf. Zoro, transform into a sound wave dragon and take us away quickly. Zangbeo Chinchilla, you should run with the greedy chinchillas quickly. These poachers may have discovered us. Yeah. Zoro's figure changed and soon he transformed into a sound wave dragon and flew directly into the sky. At this moment, a positive electric pat in the poacher group suddenly threw an electric ball skill at Chu Lang and his friends. The moment the skill was thrown, the positive electric pat trainer and Chu Lang were all dumbfounded. The hunters were shocked by the sudden appearance of the sound wave dragon, and Chu Lang was shocked that this long-winged gull sold himself too quickly. Zhangdian Papa, throw your skills somewhere else. This is a gym leader level Pokemon. Are you crazy? Zoro, get out of the way. If you get hit, we'll be done for today. Zhangdian Papa trainer and Chu Lang were both extremely terrified, fearing that the electric ball skill would hit Zoro, who had turned into a sonic dragon. Some quick reacting poachers had already put away their Pokemon and started running away. Seeing this, Chu Lang realized that these guys were afraid of him. No, to be precise, they were afraid of the sonic dragon, thinking that he was a gym leader level trainer. Looking at Zhangdian Papa's electric ball skill getting closer and closer, Chu Lang's eyes extreme madness. As long as he broke up this electric ball skill, he would be confirmed as a gym leader level trainer. Gulton used the dragon claw skill to hit this electric ball back. Gulton roared excitedly and a rich purple dragon energy appeared on his claws. Not only that, the dragon breath energy energy floating between heaven and earth also gathered towards Gulton's claws. In the blink of an eye a huge dragon appeared in front of Gulton, a huge purple dragon claw more than 2 meters high. Damn, the melee skill energy is released, this guy is too scary. A poacher looked back and cursed while continuing to flee madly. Lightning zebra, run faster. If we are left behind today we will be finished. Damn it, this guy is obviously a gym leader level trainer. How did he run to the middle of the Wesi City secret realm? While the poachers were fleeing madly, Gulton's dragon claw also collided with the electric ball skill of Zhengdian Papa. Crackle. The electric ball skill hit Gulton's dragon claw, causing almost no waves, and it dissipated directly between heaven and earth. Although Gulton is currently only at level 15 as a divine beast, he has mastered the divine dragon claw. The power of this attack is definitely not something that the opponent's elite level Zhengdian Papa can contend with. After breaking up the electric ball skill, Gulton's dragon claws were almost not damaged at all and flew out of his hand toward Positive Electric Papa and his trainer. In order to protect his trainer, Positive Electric Papa not only did not dodge Gulton's dragon claw skill but jumped up to meet the dragon claw skill. Boom! After a muffled sound, Positive Electric Papa lay down on the ground listlessly. Level 15 vs level 25, kill instantly. After seeing this scene, almost all trainers no longer doubted the identities of Sonic Dragon and Chu Lang, and all believed that Chu Lang was a gym leader level trainer who was bored. I don't want these broken fish anymore, I'll leave them to you, see you later. The 4 gym level trainers all drove the Thunder Zebra and fled frantically, leaving only a group of elite trainers stunned. Now they finally understood why these guys all had a Thunder Zebra. This thing runs fast. The elite poachers didn't have time to complain and they ran away from Chu Lang frantically, fearing that they would be the slowest runner. Some ruthless poachers even started to attack their companions, hoping that they would stay behind to cover their back. Before Chu Lang could attack them, everyone had already fought together. Chu Lang narrowed his eyes and looked down, thinking about the NET countermeasures. He absolutely couldn't leave in this situation. Once he left, the poachers below would definitely be suspicious. How could a gym leader trainer be so cowardly? He couldn't attack them, he was just a rookie who hadn't graduated yet. If he did, he would definitely be E-posed faster. After thinking for a long time, Chu Lang spoke in a low voice. I'll give you a chance to survive, but only 3 of you 10 people can survive. Hearing Chu Lang's words, the 10 elite poachers were stunned for a moment, and then a sharp light appeared in their eyes. Got it. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 63, Massacre. When Chu Lang said that only 3 of them could escape, 10 elite poachers instantly fought each other. People who could become poachers had long forgotten humanity and morality. They attacked their companions at this time without any concern, especially the trainer who lost the politics pad because he lost a Pokemon. He became the main target of other poachers. In less than a minute, the politics pad trainer had been turned into charcoal by the Pokemons of other poachers. Chu Lang's eyes became colder and colder and his fists were clenched tightly and even his joints were white. These guys really dared to kill people, and they killed their former companion. If these poachers return to society, they will all be harmful to society. If there is a chance, he doesn't want to let any of these people go so as not to become trouble in the future. Thinking of this, Chu Lang asked the poachers who were spitting out real fire on the beach below, what do you think I should do with the remaining poachers? Kill them with Dragon Claw or Dragon's Wrath? When he said this, he played a word game. He did not mention the 7 remaining poachers but referred to everyone in general. Hearing Chu Lang's words, the 9 surviving poachers below were suddenly silent. It's over. Something more terrifying than being hunted down by a gym leader level trainer has occurred. They were hunted down by a gym leader level pervert. The remaining 3 poachers will definitely appear among the 9 of them, but this Sonic Dragon trainer in the sky asked them to help figure out how to deal with the last 3 poachers, letting them choose the way to die for themselves. What else could this be but perverted? At this moment their fear of Chu Lang reached a peak. A poacher with the most flexible mind spoke first. Of course you can do whatever you want. We dare not criticize the adults' affairs. Chu Lang glanced at the man, showing neither joy nor sadness. He didn't want this kind of answer that couldn't trigger the system task. I'm looking for your opinion, but you let me choose for myself? Well, Soundwave Dragon, kill him with Dragon's Wrath. Roar. Zoro let out an extremely awkward roar and the momentum around her suddenly reached a peak. The NET moment, her eyes turned red and a rich purple energy condensed in her mouth. The elves below were intimidated by the momentum of Dragon's Wrath and all of them stopped for a moment. Boom. The rich purple energy formed an air bomb which hit the poacher who had just spoken, hitting his chest. The Dragon's Wrath skill is a 5 damage. When it hits an ordinary person who has no ability, it can only be killed instantly. The elf of the killed poacher looked up at Chu Lang in the sky and finally did not attack but turned away. They were also forcibly captured by this poacher at the beginning and they did not have much emotion. Others, give me some advice or let me choose a way to die for all of you. Seeing Chu Lang asking again, the other poachers archers answered with gritted teeth, "My lord, it is better to use the dragon's wrath. The tearing effect of the dragon claw is too bloody and it is easy to stain your noble clothes." In fact, the reason why they chose the dragon's wrath is very simple. The dragon claw skill released by Gulton just now is too terrifying. There are precedents in this world where humans survived the wrath of the elf dragon, but there is absolutely no example of humans surviving the dragon claw skill of the gym owner level elf. When Chu Lang heard the system prompt sound, he nodded imperceptibly. The system was really powerful. This was the effect he wanted. Let's go to the place mentioned by Saduk. Most of the elves living around the third waterfall are Marilu and there are scattered gem starfish. Chu Lang carefully paid attention to his feet, fearing that he would accidentally step on the gem starfish and attract the hostility of the other party. His 3 Pokemon followed suit, all walking over while hiding from the gem starfishes under their feet. It can be seen that the probability of water stone appearing here should not be particularly high, otherwise there would probably be someone guarding here every day, so there wouldn't be no one around. The Saduk that showed Chu Lang the way followed them with a smirk on his face, wanting to see their disappointed look. These Pokemon have been waiting here for at least 10 days, but not a single water stone has been waiting. Could it be that this human trainer can have such good luck? It's just a dream. When Chu Lang walked over, he happened to see a crystal clear stone falling down the waterfall, creating ripples in the water. Chu Lang didn't wait for the Pokemon around to react and grabbed the crystal stone in his hand. Saduk confused. They have been guarding here for so long and no water stone has dropped. This human trainer who asked for directions just walked over and dropped a water stone. This is too fate. Haha, thank you Saduk. Chu Lang patted Saduk's head and thanked him. He thought it would take him a day or two to find the water stone, but he got it right after he got here. Thanks to Saduk for pointing the way. By the way, do you know where Magneto is in this secret realm? I need one with a higher qualification. Saduk was silent. He didn't want to talk to Chu Lang. Forget it, I'll go. Chu Lang didn't want to take advantage of the situation, so he walked straight to the distant. Before coming, he had roughly checked where Magnemite habitat was, but he was not sure of its qualification. However, with the existence of the elf eye, he would not be blind if he went there. Just then Chu Lang suddenly felt a chill coming from his body and quickly rolled to the left. A piece of shattered ice crystal was falling on the place where he had just stood. Someone attack. Everyone prepare for battle. Chu Lang immediately looked at the place where the ice crystal had just hit. A group of Shelders and several spiny shells were staring at them. If Shelder wants to evolve into spiny shell, he must use the water stone. These guys must be here to steal the water stone. Don't be a good elf, but be a robber. Chu Lang's whole body was covered with wave power. He picked up a stone on the ground and threw it at the Shelders. The stone fell on a thorny shell, making only a muffled sound without causing any damage. The physical defense of this kind of elf is extremely terrifying. It ranks in the top 20 among all elves, ranking 11. Chu Lang knew that this battle would be a fierce battle. Most of his elves mastered physical attacks and only Zoroark mastered a dragon's fury skill that ignored defense. Zoroark, you are the main force in this battle. Immediately transform into a sonic dragon and use dragon's fury to attack them. Yeah. Zoro responded and instantly transformed into a sonic dragon, attacking the Shelders in front of him. Facing this group of Shelders of almost the same level as him, Zoro's dragon's fury fully did do effect. Under his roar, the Shelders all trembled, slammed their shells tightly and almost lost their ability to attack. Dragon's fury is not only a fight attack but also comes with a special sense of oppression. Under this strong sense of oppression, only the Shelders evolve form. The Shelders still maintained their attacking posture. Zoro give priority to the Shelders with the dragon's fury skill. The attacks of these guys are terrifying. Although Chu Lang didn't have much contact with Pokemon in his previous life due to conditions, he also saw several common tactics in the live broadcast, and the cultivation method of the scorpion has also appeared in the TET books of this world, so he is not unfamiliar with it. The characteristic of this kind of elf is continuous attack, and the effect is that when using continuous moves it can always use the minimum number of times. If it were just that, it would be fine, but when they evolve they must master a continuous attack skill, Ice Cone. This skill not only restrains the ice damage of the ground and dragon system but also causes good damage every time with a minimum attack of 5 times. Except for Zoroark, young Helas and Gulden can't withstand their attack. Chapter 67. The group is wiped out by the scorpion. Roar. Zoro's incarnation of the sound wave dragon roared loudly, using the dragon's rage condensed in his mouth to attack a thorny shell. A purple translucent shock wave suddenly appeared and hit the thorny shell fiercely. When the thorny shell saw the attack coming, it immediately closed its shell, wanting to use its shell's powerful defense to hit this attack. Bang! The dragon's fury skill collided fiercely with the thorny shell, directly passing through the shell and hitting the flesh of the thorny shell fiercely. The thorny shell that was hit made a piercing cry which sounded extremely shrill. Chu Chu Lang did not show any mercy and continued to command young Kiras. Young Kiras used the rock slide skill to finish off this guy and kill him instantly. Rock-type skills also have a restraining effect on the water and ice-type scorpion. While the scorpion was shocked by the dragon's fury, young Kiras condensed a ball of deep yellow energy in his hands and waved fiercely at the sky. 3 huge rocks appeared out of thin air above the scorpion and suddenly fell on it. Boom! The rocks first fell fiercely on the scorpion, taking away the scorpion that was continuously attacked. Then before the other scorpions and Shelter could react, the 3 rocks plotted one after another, causing considerable damage to them. All the elves in the scorpion tribe were stunned. Usually they were invincible when they came to snatch the water stone. Where had they encountered a trainer who could kill them instantly? Trainers of that level not only need to restrain them in terms of attributes but also need to be at least gym level strength. They have long disdained to come here to wait for the water stone. Bye-bye. A thorny shell roared, obviously unable to accept the current outcome. His shell suddenly opened, revealing a black evil face, and a series of ice cones appeared out of thin air in his mouth, attacking Chu Lang. These elves are intelligent and know to attack the trainer first. However, he did not attack Chu Lang's vitals but only attacked Chu Lang's feet. Chu Lang sneered. He knew that this was not because the thorny shell had good intentions but because he was afraid of the military's sanctions. The elves who kill people will be wiped out by the military. Chu Lang leaped to the left, jumped 3 meters away and completely avoided the ice cones of the thorny shell. Zoro, young Kiras, kill the thorny shell that attacked me first. Zoro and young Kiras joined together. He nodded, and before the thorny shell could react, the dragon's fury skill and rockfall skill appeared at the same time, taking the thorny shell away. Seeing this scene, Chu Lang suddenly understood what the teachers had said. The dragon system is not just a saying. Even if it is restrained in attributes, the dragon system has a natural superiority. 2 thorny shells were killed in a row and the remaining thorny shells also reacted. They couldn't let Chu Lang continue to attack like this and they all used their skills to start a group attack. Chu Lang picked up Zoro and young Kiras and jumped on Golden's back. Golden, run! Having just obtained a water stone worth 1,000,000, Chu Lang still didn't have the confidence to let Golden launch continuous attacks, but he could still buy some food to supplement Golden's running consumption. These thorny shells were originally aquatic elves. Now that they have left the water, it is simply nonsense to want to catch up with them. Zoro, young Helas, you two concentrate on attacking. Especially you young Helas, take out the Jiwei Dai Huang pills, take the drugs as much as you can and hit them hard. With the advantage of moving speed, Chu Lang almost completely ignored the attacks of the thorny shellfish. On the contrary, their dragon's fury and rock slide skills were almost accurate, and soon all the thorny shellfish in the shellfish tribe were wiped out. Seeing that all the evolved elves in their tribe were defeated, the shellfish panicked and grabbed their companions to escape. Escape? Are you dreaming? Chu Lang raised a beautiful arc at the corner of his mouth, letting Golden catch up with them. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy stays, I harass. When the enemy is tired, I attack. When the enemy retreats, I chase. With Golden's super high moving speed, Chu Lang perfectly interpreted this 16-word guerrilla strategy. Those thorny shellfishes were panicking and jumped into the pool under the waterfall one by one, running away quickly in the direction of downstream. Golden chased. Chu Lang narrowed his eyes and ordered Golden to catch up along the shore. He rarely holds grudges, but today he rarely encounters an opponent that he can kill, and he also wants to experience the taste of holding grudges. These big-tongued shellfish are all around level 20, and their health points are only a little over 40 points. As long as Zoro uses Dragon's Fury and young Helas makes up a little damage, they can be killed instantly. But Chu Lang soon encountered a problem. Zoro's dragon energy was used up. Young Helas's 9 flavors Remania pills belonged only to him and Chu Lang and were not shared with other elves. The matter of refining potions must be put on the agenda. As long as he mastered the ability to refine potions, Chu Lang could get recovery potions and energy potions at any time in any secret realm. Zoro, young Helas, you two stop, we can't handle those Sheldirks in front. And Golden, don't go too deep, let's review these battles. Roar, Aang, yeah. The 3 Pokemon nodded one after another, all stopped their actions and looked at Chu Lang. Young Helas and Zoro have improved greatly in these battles. The moves they use now have some ferocity, no longer as harmless as at the beginning. This is also the reason why trainers often take their Pokemon to fight in the wild. Pokemon from the arena and Pokemon that often hang out in the wild are completely different concept. The latter are much stronger in both combat power and will. Golden has also recovered a lot during this period of time. Although it has not reached the level of 16, both its action speed and the Dragon Claw used against the poacher today have made great progress. Chu Lang also roughly guessed what the system meant by Golden needing rehabilitation training. It should be to let Golden do more and exercise more. In simple terms, it costs money. There is a long way to go. Chu Lang sighed and walked in the direction he came from. Just then he suddenly heard heard the sound of a motorboat speeding in the distance. It was that gym-level poacher. Spiky Shell. Chapter 68 Fierce Battle. Golden score a goal. Chu Lang whispered to Golden and then put him into the poke ball. He himself lay on the side with young Kira's and Zoroark waiting for the poacher to come. This guy escaped the attack of a group of people and his Pokemons must have been injured. It's a rare opportunity to rob legally. Chu Lang wants to pick a wave of peaches. Golden is too big a target outside the ball and is easily E-posed. Young Helas, if I ask you to attack later, just use the knockdown skill directly. Zoroya, don't transform into the sound wave dragon state, first use the claw skill and then wait for my command. Strengthening skills such as claw and sword dance can be used in advance, but it will cause a great burden on the elf, so no trainer will choose to keep such skills on the elf. Now that the poacher has come, it is no problem for Chu Lang to let Zoroya prepare in advance. After preparing, Chu Lang opened the eye of the elves from a distance, wanting to see if there are any conditions for a sneak attack. There are no weapons added to the motorboat, but a huge net bag is dragged behind it with a few barracudas in it, which is not the war of the poacher fighting power. The poacher's Thunder Zebra was not with him. Chu Lang guessed that the Thunder Zebra must have been seriously injured and even had no conditions to play. The blast was cruising beside his motorboat was also seriously injured and its shell is still damaged. Only the sucker golem driving the motorboat was in its prime and seemed to have not suffered any damage. Bliss Golem level 36 just experienced a fierce battle. Now it is sluggish and has little fighting power. Sucker Golem level 33 barrier Pokemon, good at using barrier skills. Even if there is nothing, it can create a solid transparent wall on the spot. The moment Chu Lang saw the detailed panel of the suction cup golem, he immediately understood why this poacher could escape. This suction cup golem was cultivated in a very unique way. Except for one mimic skill that can barely be considered an attack skill, the others are all defense skills, and the suction cup golem has fairy attributes and can ignore the attacks of dragon skills. In this battle we must first control the Blastwaz and then force the suction cup golem to crystallize in order to have hope of victory. Or we can kill the other two elves in seconds and leave this suction cup golem without any attack skills, which is also a way. Chu Lang pondered for a moment and spoke decisively. Young Helas, Zoroya, do it. Young Helas kills the trainer first. Zoroya attacks the sucker puppet. The two little guys nodded and used their attack skills respectively. A large piece of energy suddenly condensed in the hands of young Helas and he threw it fiercely at the face of the poacher. The speed at which the boulder in his hand was thrown was so fast that it even caused a sound of breaking through the air. The poacher was cursing Chu Lang fiercely on the motorboat and suddenly heard a whistling sound from the front. A huge boulder was thrown at him. The speed of the skilled level shooting was already very fast and the poacher's motorboat was also speeding. Almost instantly the two were about to collide with each other. Sucker puppet, save me! The poacher roared and the sucker puppet let go of the handle of the motorboat with both hands and gestured in front of him. A strong white light suddenly appeared in front of the sucker puppet, covering the two of them. Hold completely resist the attacks of opponents of the same level. Even high-level opponents find it difficult to break this shield. Different from the setting in the game, the setting in the game is that it can completely resist attacks of any level. The boulder hit the white shield without causing any damage, not even a ripple. Chu Lang's face was expressionless and he still stared at the poacher. The shadow of Zoroya beside him suddenly stretched out and he used the shadow sneak attack skill to appear net to the suction cup puppet and slapped it hard with a claw. The shadow sneak attack is a go skill that can restrain the suction cup puppet, and Zoroya has used the claw sharpening skill to increase his own attack power. With one blow a huge hole was torn in the back of the suction cup puppet and it suffered serious damage. Chu Lang did not expect to kill the poacher smoothly from the beginning but set his target on the suction cup puppet. Aren't you hard to kill? Then I'll beat you up first. After a series of skills were played, the poacher realized that he was attacked and hurriedly hid behind the suction cup puppet. It was obvious that he had great confidence in the defense of the suction cup puppet. At the same time he threw out the Pokemon's poke ball, hoping that the Pokemon would quickly subdue Chu Lang. Chu Lang glanced at the Pokemon with the Pokemon eye and then ignored it. It was difficult for a seriously injured electric Pokemon to break through the defense of young Kira's. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. Just like the fairy type restrains the dragon type, the ground type also restrains the electric type. Chu Lang asked Zoroark to continue using the shadow sneak attack skill on the suction cup puppet and threw out the poke ball of Golden. It is important to save money now and Chu Lang will naturally not save tens of thousands of dollars. After Golden appeared from the poke ball, the sky, which was originally a little gloomy, instantly turned into a sunny day. The sunlight shone on him, making Golden's momentum rise sharply. The Crimson Pulse feature will change the weather to sunny when it appears and will increase the attack through the ancient pulse when the sunlight is strong. Golden let out a signature roar and appeared in front of Blastoise. His feet kept lapping on the water surface with no intention of falling in. As a divine beast he perfectly achieved amphibiousness on land, water and air. Blasto looked at the mutant motorcycle system in front of him with some surprise and forgot to launch an attack for a moment. As a divine beast level creature with full combat instincts, Gul'dan had no intention of giving Blastoise any chance. The dragon claw skill in his hand was instantly slapped and fiercely grabbed the Blastoise that had already on the broken shell. Bang! After a muffled sound, a huge dent was made on the shell of the Blastoise with a purple dragon claw mark on it which looked extremely tragic. With just one blow the Blastoise lost consciousness and sank into the water. Although Gul'dan's level was suppressed, his strong racial value and powerful characteristic still allowed him to crush the Blastoise in terms of attack. Chu Lang glanced at the direction of the poacher and did not let Gul'dan continue to attack. Instead he jumped towards the motorboat that had lost control. As the owner of the wave power, he also has a fighting power comparable to that of an elf. Chapter 69 Harvest. Chu Lang was covered with the wave power and leaped in front of the poacher. Bang! He swung a punch and hit the poacher in the face, but his arm strangely touched a particularly solid air and stayed half a meter in front of the poacher. The poacher sneered, "Want to kill me? Dream on. I was able to escape from the hands of dozens of trainers just now, let alone you alone." At the same time a flash of red light flashed in the eyes of the suction cup puppet and Chu Lang felt a sharp pain in his head and almost fell off the motorboat. It was the telekinesis of the psychic system. Chu Lang was a little annoyed, or because of his lack of combat experience he actually ignored this move that all psychic elves can use. But that's all. He has the power of wave conduction and he has been training for many years and has a physique like an elf. This suction cup puppet can hurt him in a sudden attack, but it definitely doesn't have the ability to kill him. Zoroya, stop using skills, use your claws to wear down his shield bit by bit. Let's attack together. The suction cup puppet won't last long. As long as you don't use skills, this suction cup puppet won't have any ability to fight back. Hearing Chu Lang's words, the poacher was stunned. Can you tell what skills my elf has? Chu Lang smiled without a direct answer but punched the transparent barrier in front of him one punch after another. He often saw villains who died because of talking too much in film and television work and novels. He was not a villain, didn't want to talk too much and didn't want to die. Bang bang bang! Chu Lang's fist and Zoroya's claws hit the reflection wall of the suction cup puppet, making a series of noises. The young Kiras on the shore also successfully dealt with the injured Thunder Zebra, jumped onto the motorboat and attacked the reflection wall. The poacher was getting more and more terrified. Both of his combat elves were defeated and the suction cup puppet, which could only use the imitation skill, could not imitate the skill. He was in a desperate situation. Little brother, don't kill me. I will give you whatever you want. The poacher took out a card with a dragon shadow on it. Do you see my alliance card? There are more than 6 million in it. As long as you let me go, the password is yours. Chu Lang remained silent and continued to attack the wall created by the suction cup puppet. Although he liked money, he wanted his life more. These poachers were all real ruthless people. If he let him go today, Chu Lang would not be able to sleep well in the future. Seeing that Chu Lang had no intention of negotiating, the poacher almost collapsed. He had never encountered such a helpless situation before. First he was discovered when he was poaching barracudas, and then he was beaten by a group of people. It was not easy to get rid of the siege at the cost of seriously injuring 2 elves, and then he met Chu Lang, the culprit. This guy was simply sent by God to punish him. The poacher stared at Chu Lang eagerly, wanting to get a chance to live. If you let me go, I can give you all my other wealth. Chu Lang shook his head and said calmly, after you die your wealth will still be mine. After a series of muffled sounds, Chu Lang heard an imperceptible shattering sound coming from the front. The reflective wall was broken. The moment the skill was broken, the poacher's suction cup puppet was stunned for a moment, then turned around and ran away. Since the master can't keep it, it's good to be a wild elf. The poacher cursed, fuck you, get back here. You guy, how do I usually raise you? Have you forgotten it? The suction cup puppet had no intention of stopping. He remembered how the poacher treated him, but he remembered more how the poacher got him. If it weren't for this poacher, he should still be living a harmonious life with his brothers and sisters in the mountain. After the suction cup puppet ran away, the poacher looked at Chu Lang with a miserable smile which was uglier than crying. Just now when he had the elves, Chu Lang refused to let him go. Now he has completely lost the power to resist, let alone survive. Chu Lang's fist rarely stopped for a moment. As a student he still has a lot of resistance to killing people. Young Kiras, you come to kill. Young Kiras, well, he is the weakest in the team except the master, so it is normal for him to do this kind of dirty work. When he becomes an invincible perfect Waisai god in the future, he must take back all the lost status. He will not bear grudges now and will talk about it later. After dealing with the poachers, Chu Lang let go of the barracudas and fumbled with his backpack. There are not many things in the backpack. There are 5 high-level elf balls, 3 small small bags of elf spiritual food and more than 10,000 yuan in cash. Because the Pokeballs are monitored by the Dragon Alliance, the poachers dare not put the poached Pokemon into the balls, and those high-level Pokeballs are all blank balls. Chu Lang curled his lips, feeling a little unlucky. It's okay that there are few things in the backpack, but there are no potions. It seems that they must have been used up when they were chased before. In just one day after entering the secret realm, Chu Lang had almost used up the potions he prepared. Serious shortage of medicine. Lolulus will hatch in 14 days. By then she must master water and ice skills as soon as possible. After complaining, Chu Lang continued to dig into the poacher's backpack. This time he touched a pile of crumpled papers. Chu Lang took out the things with some anticipation, wanting to see what they were. Playboy Diancie Appreciation Edition. The moment he saw this book, Chu Lang couldn't help but be stunned. Wouldn't this guy spend all the money he earned on this kind of magazine? Chu Lang was a little skeptical and continued to read. The early photo album of the #1 singer in East Asia, address book of rich women in Magic City, top 10 beauties of Kyoto University, number 6668. Chu Lang took out all the books in his pile and flipped through them. Almost all of them were this kind of thing. Is this guy so hateful? As a poacher, he didn't know to bring some money or treasure maps. His backpack is full of these vulgar things. At least get a copy of Gardevoir. Chu Lang complained while flipping through the book. Finally he held a handwritten book and his eyes lit up. He knew that a poacher of the gym level would not be so poor, and he made a profit this time. Chapter 70, Magnemite. The handwritten book was yellowed all over and it was often read. There were a few eye-catching words on it. Detailed distribution map of elves in the secret realm of Zhai City. The moment Chu Lang saw these words, he knew that he had killed the poacher. According to historical record, the secret realm of Zhai City only had water and dragon elves at the beginning, but because it occupied a huge area, the official later intentionally bred some wild elves and artificially built the secret realm of Zhai City into a large secret realm. To date there are all kinds of elves in the secret realm of Zhai City. Although Chu Lang has found the approximate location of Magnemite on the internet, it may take some trouble to find it. Now he has a detailed distribution map, which is like someone giving him a pillow when he is sleepy. Chu Lang spread out the illustrated book and read it carefully. It can be seen that the poacher's professional skills are very good. A 400-page illustrated book was divided very carefully by him. It was easy to find what he wanted to find according to the order of the elves' names from front to back. A few minutes later Chu Lang found the information of Magnemite in the illustrated book. The Magnemite in the secret realm of Zhai City lives 30 kilometers northwest of the entrance of the secret realm, not far from where he is now. He only needs to walk north to reach the habitat of the Magnemite tribe. There was also a line of small words marked. There was a rumor among colleagues that they had encountered a shiny elf here, but they went there twice but returned empty-handed. Shiny. Although Magnemite's shiny elf is not good looking, the reason why shiny is precious is not only because of the different colors but more because the individual is likely to be more outstanding. What's wrong with not looking good as a steel elf? Just dye it with a bottle of paint. After determining the destination, Chu Lang waved to young Kiras. Let's run to the habitat of the Magnemite tribe to see if there are any Magnemites willing to go with us. If there are no willing to go with us or no qualified ones, we can only go to the Growlithe breeding house and buy them with money. All along the way Chu Lang kept staring at the passing elves, hoping to get a treasure. The sky did not follow people's wishes. After walking to the habitat of Magnemite, no elves with treasures appeared. Chu Lang was not surprised. It was a low probability event to get treasures in the secret realm. He was very satisfied to get a water stone this time. As they got closer and closer to the territory of Magnemite, Chu Lang could clearly feel that there were fewer water elves nearby. Chu Lang and the three elves soon arrived at a beach. There should be a strong electrical magnetic field on this beach. He just stood here and felt a numbness on his body. Not far away countless Magnemites were flying in the sky, forming an extremely large tribe. Their levels are not high. Most of the Magnemites are only in the teens or 20s, and there are even a few that are less than level 10. This is also a disadvantage of wild Pokemon. The less natural enemies a group has, the slower the level will be, because no Pokemon will often come to fight them. Everyone be careful, we have arrived at the habitat of the Magnemite. Although the Magnemites are docile, they carry electricity in their bodies and can easily hurt us unconsciously. In addition, according to the poacher's illustrated book, there is also a group of mama fish nearby. Although mama fish is relatively docile, its evolutionary forms Mama Eel and Mama Eel King are all very ferocious Pokemon, so be careful. Young Kiras and Zoroark nodded in unison, while Gulatin was he shouted Aang with a look of disdain. The meaning was very clear. He didn't take these little Karami seriously at all. Chu Lang also knew Gulatin's temperament, patted his head and scanned the Magnemites with the elf eye. According to the display of the elf eye, most of the Magnemites in the periphery were of of ordinary and elite qualifications. If Magnemites want to evolve, they must be at least level 30 gym level, which means that this qualification can't even support their evolution. Chu Lang was not discouraged. The poacher said that he had come twice and didn't find a Magnemite with good qualification. This probability should be relatively low. Chu Lang didn't rush in and turned around to avoid arousing the hostility of the Magnemite. Finally, Chu Lang locked his eyes on a Magnemite. Although this Magnemite has ordinary qualifications, it looks like a chatterbow and has been looking for other Magnemites to chat. The other Magnemites should not be able to withstand his bombardment, and they fled after a few words every time. "Hey Magnemite!" Chu Lang shouted at Magnemite. The chatterbow Magnemite was stunned for a moment, then floated towards Chu Lang with some confusion. As electric elves, they have lived in a secret place dominated by water elves for such a long time, so they don't need any vigilance at all. Strange. Magnemite floated 1 meter in front of Chu Lang. "What are you doing here, a human being like you running to our tribe? Let me tell you, the people in our tribe are very cold and they will beat you to death if they don't agree with you." Chu Lang chuckled and said, "I just saw you chatting with many people, but they ignored you. You are really cold. If you have something to say, why don't you talk to us? We are quite free now." Magnemite was stunned. "Can you understand me?" Chu Lang nodded. "I understand a little bit." Seeing that Chu Lang could really understand what he was saying, Magnemite became excited. He had approached almost all the elves in the secret realm of Zahai City in his life, but he had never successfully approached a human. "Hey kid, you have successfully aroused my interest. You can stay here with confidence. If the people in our tribe want to beat you up, I will help you stop them." Chu Lang smiled and nodded. "Thank you very much. I have something else to ask. Is it convenient?" Hearing that Chu Lang had something to ask, a flash of excitement flashed across Magnemite's one eye. "Come on, ask. What's inconvenient about this? Please ask me as much as you want. If you have something to ask me, you have asked the right person." Chu Lang nodded quickly and said excitedly, "Do you know how to meet shiny Magnemite?" After that, Chu Lang looked at the Magnemite expectantly, hoping that he could help him trigger the system's listening task. Magnemite was stunned for a moment, then spoke. "Is it difficult to meet shiny Magnemite? As long as you can cure his illness, I can take you there directly." Chapter 71. I'm actually a doctor. Is it not difficult to meet shiny Magnemite? Looking at the chatterbow Magnemite, who was understated, Chu Lang was a little stunned. As expected of an elf from a large group, he was so understated when talking about shiny. Also, there is actually a shiny Magnemite in this group. After a brief pause, Chu Lang put on a serious look and said, "Actually, I am an excellent elf doctor. Please give me a chance to save the dying and the wounded." Magnemite became excited. He didn't expect that he would actually find an elf doctor after a few casual conversations. "Come with me." Magnemite took the lead and walked towards the inside of the Magnemite tribe. Chu Lang took a look at the Magnemites around him and saw that they had no ill will towards him, so he followed them happily. "Brother Magnemite, it seems that you have a high status in this tribe." The chatty Magnemite raised his head very proud. "That's right. Who in the entire Magnemite tribe doesn't give me some face? I know them all very well and I can chat with anyone. It's just that most of them are shy and dare not face my handsome face directly. Often after chatting for 3 or 5 sentences, they are too shy to speak." "Are you sure they are not afraid of annoying you, so they dare not come over?" Chu Lang complained in his heart and then nodded solemnly. "You are too handsome, so I came here to chat with you. As for those elves who are not handsome, I don't bother to pay attention to them." Young Kiraz and Zoroark both covered their eyes, unable to bear watching. Golden's mouth twitched constantly. He had fought for so many years, and it was the first time he saw such a shameless person among his own people. Only the chattering Magnemite seemed to have seen a confidant and excitedly leaned on Chu Lang's shoulder. "Human, you are so discerning. If I were not very important to this tribe, I might have gone with you today. Oops, I used too much force." Chu Lang shuddered. Fortunately, this chattering Magnemite was very important to the tribe, otherwise his future life would be over. The most terrifying thing is to have a chattering friend, and the more terrifying thing is to have a chattering elf around you day and night. Haha, that's a pity. Let's go see your sick flash friend right away. Chu Lang changed the subject. "For your sake, I will definitely find a way to cure it." The chattering Magnemite nodded. "I feel relieved with your word." A few minutes later, Chu Lang and the chatty Magnemite walked to the center of the tribe. The Magnemites here were extremely dense and almost every one of them was listless and looked like they were sick. Chu Lang opened the elf eye and looked at a sick Magnemite at random. Magnemite level 22, because it absorbed too much electrical energy, causing an energy overload in the body, and fell into a listless state. After seeing the symptoms of this Magnemite, he did not speak at the first time but looked at a few more Magnemite. After looking at several Magnemites in a row, almost all the elves had this symptom. Finally, Chu Lang stopped the elf eye on the only shiny Magnemite. Magnemite shiny level 23 magnetic Pokemon are born with the ability to block power and can move in the air while emitting electromagnetic waves. wave. PS this Pokemon has too much electricity stored in its body and is in an unstable state. It may burst out with a strong current at any time. When Chu Lang saw the panel of this shiny Magnemite, his eyes suddenly lit up. As expected of a shiny elf, he has very good qualifications. Not only does he have the qualifications of a gym owner, but all SI attributes are not lower than 20, which is 10 times that of young Kira's at that time. The Chatterbow Magnetron was also a little surprised when he saw Chu Lang's eyes. Brother, can it be cured? Chu Lang did not directly answer Magnetron's word but asked. The reason why these Magnetrons are depressed now is because there is too much electrical energy in their bodies, which makes them unstable. To put it simply, it is because this electrical field is too dense, which overloads them. How do you think I should treat them now? The Chatterbow Magnetron was a little confused. He found a doctor, not a lecturer at a medical university. Why did this person ask him? There is too much electrical energy. Shouldn't we just throw them into the sea to release it? Since the system was officially activated, all attributes of young Kira's have been slightly improved in the past half month. According to the suggestion of fighting with the strange elves, his physical defense has been improved from 2 points to 19 points. However, Chu Lang also felt that this improvement would be slower in the later stages, and he might still have to rely on the suggestion of falling from a high altitude to improve his individual value. When his physical defense reaches the limit of 31 points, young Kira's can be regarded as a qualified quasi-god. Chu Lang glanced at the darkening sky and decided not to continue exploring. Let's rest here today. It's already night. I heard that many ghost-type brutal elves will appear in the secret realm at night. If we encounter those elves, the three of us will definitely be in big trouble. Chapter 73 Tooth for Tooth Skill. Zoroya and Gultun nodded casually without any precision. Zoroya has general attributes and can be completely immune to ghost attack. What he is least afraid of is those ghost elves in the dark. As a god, Gultun doesn't even know how to write the word afraid. Only young Kira's nodded madly with a look of approval. He is most afraid of the dark. In fact, he was not so afraid of the dark when he was a child. At that time, he and Chu Lang often ran out to train in the middle of the night in order to quickly improve their strength. Since the appearance of the trumpet bud, everything has changed. The frequency of the trumpet bud attacking it at night is much higher than that during the day. This also made young Kira's afraid of the dark. He never dared to go out to train at night, but it was a blessing in disguise. His body was not overdrawn under high-intensity training. Magnemites were all a little excited when they saw Chu Lang decided not to leave tonight. This human elf cured their illnesses, so they had to treat him well. The Chatterbow Magnemite flew around Chu Lang excitedly, his tone excited. Brother, I heard from young Kira's on the way that he didn't have any skills. Do you want to learn something exciting? If you want to learn, we'll help you. When Chu Lang heard that the Chatterbow Magnemite wanted to help young Kira's learn skills, he quickly responded, I want to learn, of course I want to learn. Do you have any good suggestions? Young Kira's only has 3 skills, which is seriously insufficient. Although skills are not the more the better, at least they must have enough attack range. Hearing that Chu Lang was asking for his advice again, the Chatterbow Magnemite was a little disgusted. Was this person really a lecturer at the medical university before? What kind of trainer is he if he likes to ask questions so much? The Chatterbow Magnemite said impatiently, what advice do you need? I'll just go and catch a dream monster for you and let them teach you. After saying this hastily, the Chatterbow Magnemite disappeared in front of Chu Lang in an instant. For the first time in his life, he was so impatient with someone. If Chu Lang's young Kira's had not just cured so many of his fellows, he would have probably taken action now. Chu Lang was not angry at the attitude of the Chatterbow Magnemite. The personalities of these elves are so good that they can't get angry at all. Chu Lang waved his hands and watched the Chatterbow Magnemite and the injured Magnemites leave. Everyone, please be safe when you go out. Come back early and we will continue chatting then. Chatterbow Magnemite. For the first time, he felt that this warm home was so strange and he didn't want to come back at all. The eyes of the other Magnemites lit up. After being tortured by the chattering Magnemite for so many years, they finally had hope of making the chattering Magnemite shut up. We must let the chattering Magnemite get along with this human more strange. Let's go, brothers. Let's hurry up to find the nightmare and send that young Kira's back as soon as possible. The most outstanding Magnemite in our tribe finally found a doctor for us. We must let the two of them get along more and build a good relationship. Chatty Magnemite. He didn't want to. However, for the first time in his life, he was praised to such a high level by the elves in his tribe, and he nodded excitedly. Leave it to me. At night, Chu Lang and Zoroya caught a few ordinary fish that were not elves near the sea, and then lit a bonfire with flint and steel and asked young Kira's to grill fish on the spot. Soon the grilled fish above the campfire began to sizzle with oil. Young Kira's divided the grilled fish and the 4 people began to eat around the campfire. Before a fish was finished, a group of magnetrons came to Chu Lang with 2 confused dream monsters. The 2 dream monsters monsters were dark blue in color with a circle of pink beads around their neck. They were imprisoned in the middle of them by a group of magnetrons with electric current. Monster, I can't teach you skills. You are electric type and I am a ghost type. What can you learn from me? Let me go quickly. Although your tribe is large, our tribe is not small either. The dream monsters kept roaring, but it was obvious that their words were ineffective communication and no magnetron paid attention to him. Chu Lang saw the dream monsters approaching and stood up quickly. Hello teachers. My little Kiraz is ready to learn skills. What skills are you going to teach him? The two dream monsters were confused. How come there is a human and 3 elf hidden in this group of little magnet? What do you mean by learning skills? When did they say they would teach people? Chu Lang looked at the two dream monsters with a smile. Teachers, please say something. Otherwise, although I have a good temper, the little magnet brothers net to me are still awake so late. I am afraid they will have some resentment. Dream monster, they are very sure that they are threatened. Dream, what skills do you want to learn? If we know it we can teach it, but if we don't there is nothing we can do. No problem. In addition to the knowledge about dream demons that they had learned in their high school courses, he remembered that there were several skills that overlapped with those of young Kiraz, but he didn't know whether these two dream demons had mastered those skills. Chu Lang opened the elf eye and scanned the two dream demons. Barking dogs don't learn it mainly because dogs can bark. Telekinesis, this can't be learned and young Kiraz doesn't have that ability. Provocation, young Kiraz already look very provocative, there is no need to learn this. After looking around, Chu Lang finally set his sights on the last skill of the dream demon, tooth for tooth. This skill is a dark skill and its effect is somewhat unique. If used after being attacked it can double the power. It just so happens that young Kiraz can get the dark attribute after evolving into the final evolution type Banjuras, which can allow young Kiraz to use it until the late stage. After making up his mind, Chu Lang walked to the side of the dream demon with some eagerness and whispered, Mr. Two Dream Demons, can you teach my young Kiraz to learn the tooth for tooth skill? The dream monsters, who had seen the cruelty of Magnetron, had no intention of refusing and nodded repeatedly. The group of Magnetrons had said on the way here that if the two dared to say no they would be thrown to the Flash Mother monster. Chapter 74, Mastering Skills. Seeing the two dream monsters say that they could teach young Kiraz skills, the Chatterbow Magnetron blinked his eyes and signaled his tribe to let go of the two dream monsters. The two dream monsters quickly got rid of the Magnetrons and flew to Chu Lang's side. These Magnetrons are all perverts and only by the side of this human can they feel a little warmth. Dream. The leading dream monster looked at young Kiraz and said with some expectation, brother, you have mastered a few skills now, so we can prescribe the right medicine for you. This skill is not very easy to learn and it requires a certain amount of qualifications, but I believe that with your ability it is completely possible for you to learn it. Another dream demon also echoed, yes, 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 you must be awesome to be able to roam safely among this group of little magnet. Chu Lang, well, since we need a Nene's qualifications there is no need to think about the formal method. We still have to rely on the listening system. Chu Lang is very sure that young Kiraz does not have that Nene's qualification. Two dream demon brothers, he has learned 3 skills now. I wonder how he can learn the skill of tooth for tooth. Hearing Chu Lang's word, both dream demons breathed a sigh of relief. You have learned 3 skills at such a low level, brother, you have good qualifications. Don't worry, you will be able to master tooth for tooth soon. As long as we don't meet the kind of weak chicken who can't learn a single skill, we brothers are genius mentors. Young Kiraz. As soon as the two dream monsters finished speaking, young Kiraz began to get angry. Chu Lang quickly pulled young Kiraz and comforted him. Don't be impulsive, young Kiraz, they are not talking about you. You are not a weak chicken, you have learned so many skills. After a short period of madness, young Kiraz hugged Golden's thigh with a wronged look. Woo woo woo, big brother, I am wrong. The surrounding Magnetrons were all stunned. Just now young Kiraz was as brave as a god. Why is he aggrieved like a little wife now? The problem must be with these two dream monsters. The magnet on the right side of the chattering Magnetron moved lightly and the healed Magnetrons behind him responded and surrounded the two dream monsters in the center again. Strange. The two dream demons panicked, not knowing what they had said wrong to be met with such serious hostility. Wasn't it fine just now? The leading dream demon suddenly had an idea and asked Chu Lang weakly, could it be that your young Kiraz has average talent and we too have touched his sore spot? Wow, the young Kiraz cried even louder. The dark golden pupils in Gillerton's eyes turned into vertical pupils and purple energy began to appear on his palms, ready to attack if he disagreed. Seeing that his teammates were so presumptuous, the dream demon behind slapped the leading dream demon in the face. You bastard, if you can't speak, just don't speak, okay? Please let me speak. I'm afraid that if you say a few more words we will be torn to pieces. The leading dream demon blinked, glanced at the unfriendly faces of the surrounding golden and magnemites and shut his mouth awkwardly. The dream demon behind bowed and apologized repeatedly. This red motorcycle lizard brother and the magnemites brother others, it's all our fault. We are teachers today. How can we attack students personally? Sorry, we are just used to being vulgar. We will never do that any time. Chu Lang also helped to hold Golden. Forget it, Golden and the other two dream monsters are just outspoken. Besides, isn't it normal for a teacher to scold a student? At least we should wait until young Kira's learns the tit for tat skill and is no longer their student before we fight. Dream monster Magneto. Golden human, you are still more ruthless. Seeing that the elf stopped arguing, Chu Lang quickly changed the subject. Well, let's learn skills quickly. We don't have enough time. We will leave the day after tomorrow. The two dream monsters nodded frantically. Yes, learning skills is important. After that, the two dream monsters looked at Chu Lang in unison and gave him a grateful look. They knew that if Chu Lang hadn't stopped them just now, they would have been beaten to death. It's okay. We are being presumptuous. Chu Lang smiled. I want to know how to let young Kira's master the skill of tit for a tooth as quickly as possible. If possible, it would be best if his proficiency can be higher. The two dream monsters did not hesitate and directly told all their training experiences. The most important thing about the skill of tit for a tooth is to get beaten first. There are two ways to get beaten. One is to be angry after being beaten by the opponent. If you attack with anger, the power will naturally be greater. When the two dream monsters said this, the system did not fluctuate. Chu Lang also knew that the probability of young Kira's learning tit for a tooth in this way was very small. There was no way young Kira's was often beaten and would not get angry because of such a small matter. What's the NET method? Chu Lang asked. Meng Yao said the NET method is more difficult. It requires real borrowing of the opponent's strength that is at the moment of being beaten. Hide the opponent's strength in your body. Finally, when attacking, apply this force to form the skill of changing teeth for teeth. This does not require any skill. You need to be beaten more to practice it. Soon they appeared at the of the secret realm. Chu Lang looked behind a tree for a long time and made sure that there were no poachers ambushing him around, and then he walked out of the secret realm with a few elves. Is there still a sea outside the secret realm? Then what am I doing here? While talking about boredom, Magnemite looked at the surrounding scene excitedly. Wow, that big white bird in the sky is so handsome. Hey, such small fish, how can they be assembled into such a big fish? Oh, there are so many jellyfish. Won't they run to the shore to beat you humans? An hour passed and the chattering Magnemite basically never stopped talking. For the first time, Chu Lang felt that being able to understand the elf's speech was a torture, and for the first time he felt that his endurance was too long. If he couldn't understand what this chattering Magnemite said, how much fun it would be. Not only except for shiny Magnemite, who was already accustomed to it, but also Golden Zoroark and young Kira's all showed extremely painful pression. This Magnemite should not specialize in electrical skills, he should specialize in sound skills, and the opponent will definitely be tortured crazy by him. Finally, Chu Lang couldn't hold on any longer and dialed the number of a giant genius phone watch. Old Sparrow, I want to eat fish. After making this call, the painful pression on Chu Lang's face completely disappeared. After a while, a line of sparrows and a toucan flew in the sky. The sparrows and toucans formed a neat dragon shape in the sky and flew a few lines of big words in the sky skillfully. Dear readers, good luck in the year of the dragon. The chatty Magnemite looked at the sky excitedly. Wow, I have seen white birds all the way here and I didn't expect that there are red birds in this world. Don't stop me, I want to electrocute him and see if this red bird feels good when fighting. Chu Lang, this is great. The toucan doesn't need to feel guilty. Sparrow. The toucan saw Chu Lang from a distance, lapped its wings and flew over with a group of brothers. Before the chatterbow Magneto took action, the toucan tribe arranged in a dragon shape flew close to Shang Chu and the others and used the chatterbow Magneto's swallow return skill dozens of times. The moment Magneto fainted, his panel qualification also became that of a gym owner. Chu Lang and the others all breathed a sigh of relief and the world was finally quiet. Let's go to Zoroark and Kishu's house. Chapter 76 New Year Greeting. Chu Lang and his companions were getting closer and closer to the shore and they would reach the beach of Zahai City in about 10 minutes. Chu Lang was frantically releasing the wave power in his body, hoping to use up the wave power before the chatterbow Magnemite woke up while taking stock of the harvest this time. This trip to the secret realm was very fruitful. A water stone, a distribution map of the elves in the secret realm of Zahai City, and 2 Magnemites with the qualifications of a museum owner. If converted into money, even tens of millions would not be too much, but it's a pity that the Pokemon distribution atlas and the 2 magnetrons can't be sold for money. After returning this time, he is still a poor guy with only 1 million. Alas, Master Zekrom is no good either. He's not as good as the turtle spirit in the wishing well. As soon as Chu Lang finished speaking, a rotating Squirtle suddenly fell from the sky, scaring Zoroark, who was flying. The Squirtle has a very unique shape. He wears an aggregated sunglasses on his shell. His limbs and head are all retracted into the shell. 5 holes constantly spray out water and fly in the sky with the help of the reaction sudden force of the water flow. Bang! Zoroark can't avoid it and Squirtle hits him hard. Jenny! Yeah, Squirtle, Zoroark and Chu Lang screamed at the same time and crashed into the water. Golden burst out at a very fast speed, dived into the water and caught Chu Lang steadily. The two little Magnemites grabbed the young Kiras fiercely, trying to prevent the landlubber from falling into the water. Squirtle glanced at the sky looking a little annoyed. Damn it, I hit the wrong person. But the adults have already told us that as long as we give the treasure it doesn't matter who we give it to, right? Squirtle took off his glasses and put them on. Chu Lang, I'm sorry, I'm not good at flying and I accidentally hit someone. These glasses are for you as compensation. After saying that, Squirtle bowed and turned away without any hesitation. Young Kiras broke free from the grip of the two little Magnemites, jumped into the water and chased after the Squirtle from the water, wanting to ask for an explanation. You bumped into my master and sister and you think you can get away with it with a pair of broken glasses? It's not that easy. Chu Lang grabbed young Kiras. These glasses are a secret treasure worth at least 10 million. Young Kiras was stunned and waved to Squirtle in the distance. Handsome guy, welcome back. NET time. Chu Lang checked his panel with the elf eye the moment he was knocked down by Squirtle. There was nothing strange about the panel, it could only be said to be ordinary, but his carrying made Chu Lang feel extremely magical. It turned out to be a secret treasure level black glasses. Black glasses, secret treasure level. These glasses look very strange. After carrying them, the power of evil attribute moves will be greatly increased. The difference between this secret treasure and ordinary treasures is that the amplification power is greater. After carrying this secret treasure level glasses, young Kiras's tooth for tooth skill will be greatly amplified. Even if he does not have the evil attribute now, the power of the skills he uses will not be weaker than other evil attribute elf. After he evolves into the final evolution form of Bangiras, he will become a terrifying tyrant on earth. Chu Lang looked up at the sky and put his hands together. Praise Master Zekrom. Zekrom. Chu Lang went home to change his clothes, leaving Golden to look at the pet egg of Lolulus, and he took baby Kiras and Zoroark to Kishu's house. When he arrived at Kishu's house, it was afternoon, which was also the time for students in their gym to eat exercise freely. Chu Lang put away the eye-catching washing green Zoroark and took baby Kiras and two small magnetrons into the gym. As soon as he walked into the gate of the electric gym, he saw more than 20 electric elves fighting inside. Skills such as Thunder Fist, Electric Shock, Electromagnetic Wave and Electric Light were constantly flying on various fields, looking extremely terrifying. The strange thing is that these attacks had no effect on the ground of the gym at all, and they were all sucked into the underground of the gym. Chu Lang was a little stunned. How come this facility looked a bit like a game live broadcast he watched in his previous life? Isn't there a huge generator underneath? If that's the case, then these Pokemon might as well be called Palu. Hey kid, what are you doing here? If you want to sign up, go to the front desk to register first, and don't just walk through the battle area. If you get hurt here by mistake, no one will compensate you. A bald man with an electric beast appeared in front of Chu Lang, looking down at Chu Lang. Chu Lang smiled. I'm here to find Kishu. The bald man's Zion became obviously nervous. What are you doing here? To find junior sister Kishu? Nothing. Give her a gift. Give her a gift? Hearing Chu Lang's words, the surrounding gym disciples all stopped their current battles and surrounded him with interest. A yellow-haired trainer screamed aggravatingly, oh my god, there is another suitor for junior sister Kishu. Let me think about this number. It must be the 998 one, right? The Luke cat beside him fell to the ground and laughed, patting the ground with his two paws. Young Kiras walked out silently from behind Chu Lang. The mocking Zion on Luke cat face froze and he silently retreated behind his master. Damn, no martial ethic. The ground-type Pokemon came to the electric gym. Do you look like a human being? The trainers didn't react. As training maniac who often stayed in the gym, they knew almost every powerful Pokemon in Zahai City. Since they had never heard of a capable young Kiras in Zahai City, it meant that this young Kiras must be a rookie chicken. Among them there are many gym-level students and teachers who are not afraid of a young Kiras that has not evolved yet. Little guy, look at the Zion of this Look cat just now, even he is laughing at you. Yes, listen to my advice, go back quickly and save some face for yourself. Hey, don't rush to let this handsome boy go, we haven't seen what his gift is yet. It won't be these two little Magnemites, right? Chu Lang nodded and continued to smile. Yes, it's these two little Magnemite. Kishu will definitely like them. Ha ha ha, I'm going to laugh so hard. The trainer of Look cat imitated the Look cat's appearance just now, kneeling on the ground and patting the opposite side hard. Chu Lang took a step forward, very naturally took out a red envelope and handed it to the man. Thank you, big brother, for wishing me a happy new year. This is a red envelope, you take it first. Look cat trainer, boy, are you a human being? I was obviously mocking you. Why are you mocking me? Chapter 77. Gain the upper hand. Looking at the red envelope in Chu Lang's hand, the Zion of the trainer Look cat was extremely wonderful. If he took this red envelope he would not have to meet with others in the future. Young man, I admit that you are good at talking, but to become an excellent trainer you can't just talk well. Fight with us. If you win we won't stop you from looking for junior sister Kishu. Chu Lang smiled. There are so many people here, what you say count? The trainer look cat was completely overwhelmed. Okay. Chu Lang patted the young Kiras beside him. I'll leave this guy to you. Don't bully others when fighting. Don't use ground type skills, just use other skills. Look cat was stunned and looked at his trainer with a questioning face. Are you crazy? Let him an electric Pokemon fight with ground type Pokemon. Are you afraid that he won't die fast enough? Even if the young Kiras didn't use ground based skills he couldn't beat the opponent. Meow. The Luke cat growled and its four claws dug into the ground fiercely. Its back arched and it protected its master in front of it. Chu Lang said with a smile, why, your Pokemon gave up? Impossible. How could I give up before the fight? The trainer look cat winked at the bald man frantically. I said to fight with us, not myself. If you want to send out a ground type Pokemon then we can only send out the senior brother. Unless you a ground type Pokemon, don't do it. There was not much fluctuation in Chu Lang's eyes. Okay, then I will use Magnemite to fight you. It's just right for Kishu to see the potential of these two Magnemite. He will definitely be very happy then. Okay, then it's settled. The trainer look cat kicked the look cat behind him. Come on, don't sell me out in the future. Meow. The look cat cried reluctantly and dragged his body to the battle area. Anyway, it's not his fault for what happened just now. The bald man walked to the middle of the platform with a small red and blue flag in his hand. The gym challenge is about to begin. Competition rules: 1v1 limited combat, no attacking, trainers allowed. Chu Lang and the trainer look cat also took the stage and stood at both ends of the field. At the same time he launched the elf eye at the look cat. Look cat level 25, the evolution of the little cat monster, which can release an electric current from its claws that can make people faint with one hit. Usually several of them live in a team. This lurk cat has excellent attack and speed. With a little training it can become the ultimate of the gym and elves. It also has mastered the enhanced skills of the proficiency level, which should not be underestimated. As the red and blue chess pieces in the bald man's hand fell, the camouflaged shiny Magnemite on Chu Lang's right hand flew forward one step. Chu Lang had just seen the panel of the opponent's lurk cat and felt that the Chatterbow Magnemite was likely to overturn. Shiny Magnemite was different. Although their levels were similar, Shiny Magnemite qualifications were better and there were no shortcomings in the SI-dimensional individual values. Lurk cat used the charging skill. As an elite student of the electric gym, the lurk cat trainer knew very well that Magnemite was a elf that preferred special attack and immediately let his lurk cat use the enhanced skills that could increase special defense. In addition, the charging skill can also enhance the power of the NET electric skill of the lurk cat. Whether it is attacking or defending, it is a very good choice. Chu Lang has no intention of sitting still and waiting for death. If the lurk cat successfully uses the charging skill, then Magneto will definitely fall into a passive state. The several electric skills and one steel skill mastered by Magneto cannot cause much damage to the electric lurk cat. He grasped the evil type bite skill. Normally speaking, Chu Lang's battle this time was like dancing on the edge of a knife. Whether it was the skill combination or the treasures on his body, Luke cat completely crushed Magnemite. Unfortunately, Magnemite's individual value was too high. Even a high-end pistol could not match a low-end cannon. Magnemite used the gyro ball. As soon as Chu Lang gave this command, there was a burst of laughter around him. Little brother, I'm not looking down on you. I'm just advising you to give up. Looking at your combat experience, you probably haven't even reached high school yet. How can you use steel-type skills to attack electric-type Pokemon? That won't have much effect. That's right, there's one more important thing. As a Magneto trainer, don't you know that Magneto is a special attack Pokemon? It's ridiculous that he used physical skills to attack Look Cat. The Look Cat trainer showed a relieved expression. To be honest, fighting with outsiders in an electric gym was very stressful for him. If he loses accidentally, he will be nailed to the pillar of shame. Look Cat used the bite skill to fight him head on. Meow. Look Cat's mouth was filled with dark energy and he jumped towards Magneto. During the jump, the dark energy in his mouth completely covered his teeth, looking extremely cold. Magnemite spun all over and charged at Look Cat without hesitation. Bang! The two elves collided instantly and Look Cat bit Magnemite with its cold teeth. Meow. Hearing Look Cat's crazy screams, the students in the gym couldn't wait for the outcome of the battle and began to mock. Ha ha ha, we all advised you not to fight Look Cat head on, but you didn't listen. Now Magnemite is injured. This fighting method is really unbearable to watch. Too bad. How about this, you come to our gym to sign up and we will crowdfund to give you a 10% discount on your tuition. Chu Lang raised his eyebrows. Are you all blind? Don't you see who is at a disadvantage before talking? You will be very embarrassed later. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound of a foreign object falling on the flat ground. At some point, two Look Cat teeth appeared on the floor. Chu Lang spread his hands and said, "Yes, I told you you will be very embarrassed." Everyone, Magnemite used the steel physical skill to hit the Lurkit who was using the bite skill. Isn't this a fucking myth? Chapter 78 Who demolished my house? The moment Lurkit's teeth were knocked out, all the students in the electric gym were stunned. They have been together for such a long time and everyone knows Lurkit's strength. His attack and speed are very extreme, and according to the speculation of the strange gym owner, they may have reached the minimum value. According to the speculation, Lurkit is likely to be a gym owner. Add to that the very good skill combination and skill proficiency. Even if it is put in the freshman's Pokemon Cup, Lurkit can at least get the top 10. With this Lurkit, his trainer has received olive branches from countless families and corporate consortiums before he graduates. Such a powerful Pokemon has its teeth knocked out by a Magnemite. What level is your Magnemite? It won't be more than level 30, right? And his defense is so terrible. Does he carry an evolution stone? Chu Lang did not respond to the trainers around him and continued to command Shiny Magnemite to attack. Use the collision skill, don't give him a chance. The face of the trainer Lookcat changed drastically. Lookcat, get out of the way. Magnemite blinked, and while Lookcat didn't react, it hit Lookcat hard. Bang! After a loud bang, Lookcat was directly hit by Magnemite and hit the ceiling and couldn't get out. The Lookcat stuck to the ceiling quickly attracted everyone's attention, and all the trainers present looked at Magnemite in disbelief. This is too scary. It's hard to imagine that a special attack type Pokemon can actually knock a physical attack type Pokemon into the wall and it can't be knocked out. I'm afraid only the gym level senior brother can contend with this level of Pokemon, right? Seeing the shock of the people around him, Chu Lang grinned. Magnemite, it's not over yet, keep hitting. The second floor of the gym, Kishu's family of 3 sat together, and Kiwen and his wife were planning the future training route for Kishu's Pokemon. Although Kiwen is a gym level trainer and he is also the best among them, truly mastering a gym, his wife Zhongyu is not a simple person either. At the age of 19 he entered the 3rd ranked university in the country, Magic University, and at the age of 23 he entered the Magic University Transformation Research Institute. He is particularly good at the transformation and strengthening of steel-type Pokemon. Old Chi, you are only 40 years old now. It is not the time to rush to choose a successor. There is no need to force Kishu to choose a pure electric team. Only by developing multiple attributes together can Kishu have the opportunity to impact the king in the future instead of inheriting your gym. Kiwen glared at Zhongyu without giving in. You old woman, if there is no gym for me, where will you get the research funds and where will Kishu get the living expenses? Even if you want to impact the king in the future king, that is also the position of the electric king. If you want to take charge of a gym, whether it is an ordinary gym at the gym owner level or the 18th gym of Dragon Country controlled by the king level, you must have a pure attribute team. Although the gym owner may be a little weak in fighting, he really makes money. After you have money, train our son-in-law who controls the power of Wave Guide. Well, Chi Shu will still not be able to stand bullying. My mentor said that he would accept him as his last disciple. That last disciple? Hearing Kiwen's word, Zhang Yu was silent for a moment. Except for the nationwide chain of growler breeding houses, gyms in various places are the most profitable businesses without breaking the law. The position of gym leader in every place is watched by countless trainers. At first she hoped that her daughter would not raise a pure electric Pokemon team and inherit the position of gym leader, and she was also afraid that Kishu would be under too much pressure and too dangerous. If Kiwen's mentor is really willing to accept Chu Lang as his last disciple, then all these dangers will no longer exist. He is a real king. In the world of trainers, in addition to strength, you also need to look at relationships. If your teacher is powerful and your classmates are powerful, naturally no one will bully you. And these relationships are also divided into distances. The difference between students and disciples is like the difference between godsons and biological sons. If Kishu and his wife have such a powerful backer, the position of electric gym leader in Zahai City will most likely be passed down to Kishu. You really found a good son-in-law for Xiaoshu. It's a pity that I have no place to use my steel transformation skill. Kishu was a little embarrassed by what the two said. Oh, don't say it anymore. You clearly said that you don't allow me to fall in love early. Can't you just pretend that you don't know about this? Kishu hugged Zhang Yu's arm and changed the subject in a coquettish way. Besides, Mom, your steel elf transformation technology is not completely useless. Don't I have 2 little magnet? They are both electric and steel, which perfectly meet your requirement. Zhang Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't I know the qualifications of your 2 little magnet very well? Adding energy shields to them has consumed all my life's learning. It's even more difficult than transforming gym leader level elves. If you want to transform, ask your father to help you find 2 little magnets with higher qualifications. Just now he was saying something sarcastic about how much money the electric gym made. Let him spend money on you. Having achieved his goal, Kiwen listened silently to Zhang Yu's criticism. If it were so so easy to find a Pokemon with gym leader qualifications. The world would have been full of gym leader trainers. Even as an electric gym leader, he only had the gym leader cubs of Frog, Dragonite and Zebra. If you want to get other Pokemon with gym leader qualifications, you have to pay a huge price. Kiwen looked at Kisha with a pleading look, wanting his daughter to save him. Kisha spread his hands, indicating that he was powerless. Who told you to talk so much just now? Now, okay, all of them have become targets of attack. Have you forgotten that mom is a chatterbo? There may be many species that can punish chatterbo, yes, but they will definitely not be the father and daughter. Kiwen looked up at the sky and sighed. If he had known, he would have used a negotiating tone when he spoke just now. Now he can only endure his wife's attack. At this time there was a loud bang on the floor. Kiwen was overjoyed and rushed to the gym on the first floor with an angry "Press Zion, have I told you to be careful when training? Which kid broke my house again?" Kishu also rushed out with a fierce look, biting his little tiger teeth. I want to see who dares to demolish my house. Chapter 79 Shocking Strange News. First Lore. The shiny Magnemite brought by Chu Lang turned into a god of war, hitting the Lurk Cat again and again, completely ignoring his counter-attack. For Pokemon of the same level, if there is no obvious attribute restraint, the one with higher individual value can do whatever it wants. The trainer of Lurk Cat was completely dumbfounded. The difference in the abilities of the two Pokemon was too big and he had no room for command at all. Now his Lurk Cat can remain undefeated, completely relying on the opponent's most powerful attack mean. If it were a Pokemon of other types, it would probably have been killed more than a dozen times. Brother Wong, if it doesn't work, just admit defeat. I feel that Lurk Cat has no hope of turning the table. Yes, this local Magnemite is so strong it's not shameful to lose. Even the bald strong man began to advise, let your Lurk Cat come back. If you keep fighting like this, I'm afraid he will be beaten. Stupid. The trainer Lurk Cat looked aggrieved. That was Magnemite. If the news that his Lurk Cat couldn't beat Magnemite got out, would he still be alive? No, my Lurk Cat must not be defeated by Magnemite. As both are 3-stage evolved Pokemon, my Lurk Cat is already in the second stage while Magnemite is only in the initial stage. If I am defeated within 3 days, I will become a more popular figure than the weakest young Kira's trainer in Zahai City. Hearing the words of the Lurk Cat trainer, Chu Lang and young Kira's smiles froze on their faces at the same time. You kid, personal attack hit right? Magnemite, didn't you just eat when you came? Why are you so weak when you fight? Magnemite was stunned for a moment. He clearly remembered that Chu Lang asked him to hit him gently. It's not even 10 minutes yet, why did he change his face? Well, since he's not the one being hit, just use more force. The net moment the screams of Lurk Cat increased by more than one frequency. The trainers around were stunned. Do you feel that Magnemite's attack speed seems to have increased a bit? It has indeed become faster and the force has become stronger. Just now Lurk Cat was embedded in the ceiling and it only took 3 seconds to fall down, but now it takes a full 5 seconds. Oh my god, is this something Magnemite can do? Are you sure it's not a strange power in the guise of Magnemite? At this time the bald man with the best eyesight discovered something strange. Brothers, can you see if the color of Magnemite has faded? Brother, did you secretly drink again at noon? How can a Pokemon fade? It's not the sheet metal paint on a car. Big brother, I know you want to comfort Brother Wong and tell him a joke, but there's no need to tell such a low-level joke. The penguins in Antarctica are going to be frozen to death by you. The whole electric gym was filled with laughter and everyone thought that Big Brother was livening up the atmosphere. The students in these electric gyms have been watching the powerful and dazzling electric current with their naked eyes for years and their eyesight is not very good. In addition, the paint on Magnemite was just applied this morning and there were not many places where it fell off, so these trainers did not notice the abnormality on Magnemite. A tall and thin trainer wearing glasses laughed a few times and cast his eyes on Magnemite. No, that Magnemite seems to have really faded. The other trainers then took out their glasses and put them on, looking at Magnemite in disbelief. Damn, it really faded. How come the colorful Magnemite turned into black and white Magnemite? The bald man's face lushed and he looked at Magnemite excitedly. Shiny, this is shiny Magnemite, no wonder it is so powerful. As he said, he rolled and crawled towards the second floor, wanting to report this matter to Kiwen as soon as possible so that he must take down the student with shiny Magnemite. It was mentioned in the introduction of the elves in high school that shiny elves are not only different in color but also have a high probability of having high individual qualifications, so they are worth a fortune. After the bald man went away, the Lurk Cat trainer looked at Chu Lang at a loss. This guy is too good at pretending. He actually painted the shiny elves the color of ordinary elves, which is simply the highest level of pretending, invisible pretending. He looked at Chu Lang with some frustration. Why didn't you tell us earlier that you were a shiny Pokemon? Wouldn't it be better for us to send out the senior brother directly? Chu Lang spread his hands. I didn't say he wasn't a shiny Pokemon. Can I go see Kishu now? The corners of the mouths of the trainers trainers around him twitched. If you had shown your shiny Pokemon earlier, you would have been sitting in the living room on the second floor calling your father-in-law, right? Hi Lulu. A call from a horse Pokemon came and the gym owner level Thunder Zebra carrying Kiwen jumped down from the second floor, perfectly missing the bald strong man who was climbing the stairs. Little guys who broke my ceiling, stand up and admit it now or I'll beat up all of your butt. Because of the angle, Kiwen didn't see Chu Lang's Magnemite at the first time. The trainer of the Look Cat walked up to Kiwen with a sad face. Master, I was wrong. My Look Cat hit the ceiling. Someone came to challenge me. I didn't beat him. Tomorrow I will find a ground type Pokemon to repair the ceiling. Oh, Kiwen looked at Chu Lang who had his back to him. It turned out that my son-in-law came. His Zoroark is really good. It's normal that your Look Cat can't beat him. The corner of the Look Cat trainer's mouth twitched. No, not that Zoroark. Isn't it Zoroark? You were beaten by his young Kiras? Kiwen looked ugly, thinking whether he should increase the amount of training for his students. Since he knew that Chu Lang and his daughter had confirmed their relationship, he has been paying more attention to Chu Lang's affairs. That young Kiras, it's hard to describe, but now in front of Chu Lang he couldn't say that young Kiras was bad and act as if it was a matter of course. It's normal to be hit by that young Kiras. After all, he is a ground type and your Look Cat is an electric type. Who else can he hit if not you? Go and copy the 18 attribute restraint tables for me 1000 time. You can't even remember such a simple attribute restraint. What kind of trainer are you? Okay Xiao Lang, let's ignore this rookie and go upstairs to have tea. The Look Cat trainer screamed. No master, it wasn't this young Kiras who hit him, it was a Magnemite. You can't let me copy the attribute restraint table. This time it was Kiwen's turn to be stunned. What did you say? You were hit by a Magnemite? Chapter 80. No, you will be on 2 hot searches. Hearing the words of the Look Cat trainer, Kiwen was shocked. He defeated the second evolved Look Cat with a Magnemite. Isn't his son-in-law too talented? This situation is like the warrior in the storybook holding a wooden sword to chop off the evil dragon's head. He couldn't help but be surprised. After a brief surprise, ecstasy occupied Kiwen's mind. This son-in-law is simply a genius of the ages, a conductor unparalleled in the world. What did his naive daughter say about early love? If a trainer of this level doesn't have a girlfriend when he goes to college, he will probably be fought over by those big families. Kiwen smiled happily for a while and then planned to take the opportunity to use the fact that Look Cat was defeated by Magnemite to increase the training volume of the students in the gym. You are very good. I thought you were defeated by young Kiras, but I didn't expect you to be beaten like this by Magnemite. Although my son-in-law is talented enough, this also proves that your training is too bad. Starting today, the training volume of all students will be doubled and each person must train for no less than 16 hours a day. Hearing Kiwen's words, there was a lot of grief around. A full 16 hours of training, even if the elves can bear it, they can't bear it. Master, you can't do this to us. Your son-in-law's Magnemite is shiny. It's normal that senior brother Wang can't beat him. Yes, you don't know how powerful that shiny Magnemite is. He didn't use any electric skills throughout the whole process. He just used the wild charge to knock senior brother Wang's Lurk Cat unconscious. As soon as the student finished speaking, Kiwen heard the highlight. What you said, shiny Magnemite? As a gym owner, Kiwen knows the value of shiny elves better than other trainers. He has seen about 2-digit shiny elves in his life and none of the elves has qualifications lower than the gym owner level. It can be said that powerful elves are not necessarily shiny, but shiny elves will definitely be powerful in the future. Xiao Lang, when did you get shiny Magnemite? Why don't I know? Chu Lang smiled and walked to Kiwen with shiny Magnemite and chatty Magnemite. His strength improvement and opportunity acquisition speed are too fast, and it is normal that Kiwen's information cannot keep up with his understanding of himself. Uncle, didn't I go to the secret realm a few days ago? It was the shiny little Magnemite that I met in the secret realm of Zahai City this time. Okay. Kiwen said yes repeatedly. You are worthy of being my son-in-law, Kiwen. You can get such a powerful electric elf. It's not bad for you to sit on the position of the leader of the electric gym in Zahai City in the future. Now Kiwen likes Chu Lang more and more. He has no background, but he is very talented and seems to have good luck. He is simply a very good son-in-law. You will stay in our house in the future. I will quickly make up for the knowledge of electric elves for you and strive to let this shiny little Magnemite fight for the top 10 position for you in the college entrance examination. Chu Lang waved his hands repeatedly. That's not the case, Uncle. I don't mean that. Kiwen was stunned. What do you mean? Uncle knows that you have a good relationship with young Kiras, but there is no need to stick to one elf. Chu Lang knew that Kiwen misunderstood him and quickly pointed to the 2 little Magnemites beside him. They came out this time to ask me to find 2 experienced trainers for them. I feel that Xiaxue meets their requirement. Xiaxue is the daughter of the owner of an electric gym. She has been learning about electric elves since she was young. There are also many materials for cultivating electric elves at home. I believe no one is more suited suitable for them than Xiaoshu. You mean these two little magnetoms are the elves you found for Kishu? Kiwen was a little unbelievable. In his cognition it was hard to imagine that someone would give away a shiny elf. Do you know the meaning of shiny elf? That means you will have at least one gym owner level elf in the future. Chu Lang nodded resolutely. Young Kira's and Zoroark will not be weaker than gym owner level elves in the future. Roar. Yeah. The two elves also came to Chu Lang's side looking equally confident. Kiwen looked at Chu Lang with a complicated expression. He was not a child, so he naturally did not believe Chu Lang's word. These two little magnetoms can ask Chu Lang to find masters for them, which means that they have enough trust in Chu Lang and can become each other's partners. That is the shining elf, the ticket to the upper class, and he just gave it away. He had heard from his mentor that those who can awaken the power of wave guidance are those with strong character, but he never thought that Chu Lang's character is so strong. Now it seems that his daughter's vision is more terrifying than he imagined. The trainers around also looked at Chu Lang in shock, especially the Lookcat trainer, who was stunned by Chu Lang's series of combo punches. He felt that what he experienced today was more than what he had experienced in his entire life. How is it possible? How is it possible? Someone actually used shiny Pokemon as a betrothal gift. The Pokemon that beat my Lurk without any chance of fighting back was just sent away like that. What about the fact that I was a favored child of heaven? I am nothing. Other trainers comforted him. Don't be sad, senior brother Wang. Aren't you worried that Lurky will be the #1 trending search after being defeated by Magnemite? You are definitely not the #1 trending search now. It must be the fact that shiny Magnemite was sent to junior sister Kishu as a betrothal gift. No, you are wrong. Senior brother Wang will definitely be on 2 trending searches now. The Lurky trainer's expression twitched and he fainted. Oddities, the corner of his mouth twitched as well. Stop joking. You are not allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. Send Xiao Wang to the infirmary immediately and let Jigglypuff treat him. By the way, when you see your senior brother later, ask him to find a few ground type elf to help repair the room. After briefly explaining the matters on the first floor, Kiwen couldn't wait to grab Chu Lang and walk to the second floor. Just now Zhang Yu mocked him and asked him to find a Magnemite with high qualification. Is the qualification of shiny Magnemite high enough? He is going to start showing off. Chapter 81. Let them see what firepower coverage is. On the second floor, the bald man ignored Chi Shu, who was going down the stairs, and knocked on the door of Kiwen's living room. Master, open the door quickly. I have something important to report. There is a shiny Magnemite owner down there. Our gym must keep it. With the shiny Pokemon, our Zahai City Electric Gym will definitely be able to secure the position of the first gym. Ji Niu. The door of the living room was opened instantly and Zhang Yu grabbed the bald man and Chi Shu, who had not walked far into the room. Xiao Wei, is everything you said true? Is there really a shiny Magnemite trainer down there? What is that trainer doing? The bald man nodded repeatedly. Master's wife, what I said must be true. If you don't believe me, go down and take a look now. That shiny Magnemite has extremely high qualifications. Just relying on its own powerful strength, it beat up junior brother Wang's Lookcat. A gleam of light flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes. She compromised on Chi Shu's matter just now and she felt a little uncomfortable. I didn't expect that God would send him such a good seedling now. Since his daughter can't accept his inheritance, it's not bad to accept an apprentice. Looking at Zhang Yu's excitement, the bald man was a little surprised. Master's wife, you have no interest in the trainers in the gym. Why now? Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Zhang Yu. What electric trainer? He is obviously a genius of my steel trainer. If that old guy Kiwen dares to compete with me, I will destroy him today. Bald man, did he come at the wrong time? If the master knew that he gave the information of the Magneto trainer to master's wife, he could go home to farm today. Damn it, it's all because of junior brother Wang's Lookcat that is too tough, and the Magneto actually knocked off the paint on his body. Before he is beaten by the master, he must go down and rub the Lookcat again. Master's wife, listen to my explanation. Magnetron is really an electric type Pokemon. Look at his skills, there are not many steel type 1. Zhang Yu sneered. It doesn't matter whether he has steel type skills or not. I'm playing with steel type transformation. Just add a few of them. The bald man mourned in his heart. He had tried his best, but he was powerless. Just then Chi Wen's loud laughter came from outside the door. Ha ha ha, Xiao Zhang, look at what Pokemon I brought. Didn't you ask me to find a highly qualified Magnetron? I can find it for you in a minute. Zhang Yu glanced at the bald man. Xiao Wei, master's wife thought she had always been good to you, but I didn't expect you to tease me with your master. You've obviously asked your master to contact the trainer of the shiny Magnetron, but you still ran up and pretended to surprise me, right? As he said that, Zhang Yu pressed the Pokeball on his waist and a Boscartora with an extremely aggregated shape appeared out of thin air in the center of the living room. This Boscodora is different from other Boscodoras. It is covered with black metal armor. The joints of the armor are full of barb. There are 2 2 energy cannons emitting light at the shoulder blades, which looks very intimidating. The bald man was so scared that he retreated again and again, and his words were incoherent. Master's wife, don't say it's not me. I didn't do it. I swear to God I. What do you mean? Zhang Yu glared at him, and the bald man knelt on the ground in fear. As the first student to enter the gym, the bald man was the only one in the entire Zhai City Electric Gym who knew how terrifying Zhang Yu was. At that time the bald man was still young, and Qiwen and Zhang Yu were still young and had a hot temper. The most common scene in the bald man's childhood memory was Qiwen being pressed to the ground and rubbed by Zhang Yu. It was not the kind of fake fight, but a fight between trainers. Zhang Yu's Boskodora is different from the usual Boskodora. It is wearing high-tech armor and weapon. It is very strong and has strong high-tech attack power. In the bald man's memory, Qiwen could only last 12 seconds at most under Zhang Yu's attack. If he hadn't seen these scenes, he might not have knelt so thoroughly. Under the trembling gaze of the bald man and Kisha, Boskodora stepped on the floor to block the door of the living room, ready to attack at any time. Ji knew. Qiwen opened the key of the door and saw Boskodora blocking the door. Hey Boskodora, why did you come out? What's the matter with the energy cannon on your shoulder? We are at home, calm down. Zhang Yu appeared beside Boskodora. You asked me what happened. I want to ask you what happened. Just now you said that it was difficult to find a high qualified magneto, and now you find a shiny magneto. The student made me look bad, didn't he? Let this magnemite trainer be my apprentice and I'll pretend that what happened today didn't happen. If you don't want to hum. Qiwen blinked and understood why Zhang Yu released Boskodora. This is to take the opportunity to snatch the apprentice. If this shiny magnemite trainer was an outsider, Qiwen really couldn't bear to give him to Zhang Yu, but now, ha, isn't it just a shiny magnemite trainer? I'll give it to you, as long as you promise not to let me do housework for the NET 30 years. Isn't this a simple thing? The corners of Chu Lang's mouth twitched when he was blocked by Qiwen. He didn't expect that the owner of the Zhai City Electric Gym was still a henpecked husband. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading the e-citing content. Really? Zhang Yu was a little bit unbelievable. As the person who knew Qiwen best, she could hardly imagine that Qiwen would hand over such a talented student. The bald strong man Nai Xiao Yi and Kishu on the side also looked at Qiwen in surprise. Kishu even tiptoed around Boskodora and stretched out his right hand from the wide cuffs to see if Qiwen had a fever. Qiwen opened Kishu's right hand. Qiwen, keep my word. As long as you don't let me do housework, I will let him give you this shining magneto. Okay, then keep your word. Zhang Yu looked meaningfully at Nai Xiao Yi, who was kneeling on the ground. Good apprentice, you must remember what your master said and did today. If your master regrets it, don't forget to bear witness for me. Otherwise the housework for 30 years will be handed over to you. Nai Xiao Yi was startled. Don't worry master, I am your repeater. Whenever you ask me to repeat, I can repeat what I said today. Zhang Yu pursed his lip at Qiwen. Okay, now don't talk nonsense about giving me magnetron. Let me meet him and his master first. By the way, let them see my Boskodora and see what firepower coverage is. She was not worried that Qiwen would do anything weird. As long as the trainer of shiny magnemite saw his Boskodora, he would be deeply impressed. No matter what Qiwen did, that trainer would become his most loyal apprentice. Chapter 82 Shy Kishu. Qiwen smiled softly and dodged to the side. Chu Lang and 2 gym leader level magnemites appeared in front of Zhang Yu and Kishu and waved with a smile. Qiwen put his hands in his pockets and looked at Zhang Yu and her daughter with a proud face. It's just shiny magnemite. I'll ask my son-in-law to get it for you in a minute. Hearing Qiwen's words, Nai Xiao Yi's face turned cold. Damn, I'm on the wrong side. Master and madam, in fact I heard from this brother that you are a family and I just cooperated with him to give you a surprise. Zhang Yu narrowed her eyes and the energy cannon on the shoulder of Boskodora behind her began to emit bright blue energy. Xiao Yi, master's wife has treated you well. You are joking with me, right? Boskodora clashed his arms, making a huge metal collision sound. Looking at the approaching Boskodora, Nai Xiao Yi's face changed wildly. Oops, I forgot the fighting power of his master's wife. No, master's wife. Boskodora didn't give him a chance to plane lifted Nai Xiao Yi over his head with one hand, broke through the door of the living room and walked out. After Nai Xiao Yi was taken out, Qiwen's legs softened and he knelt on the ground. Wife, do you like this Valentine's Day gift? Zhang Yu. Chu Lang Chishu. Chu Lang never dreamed that the owner of the Zhai City Electric Gym and the owner of the Trial Secret Realms shares was actually a henpecked husband. Kishu was also surprised. This was the first time in his life that he saw his father kneeling down with his mother in front of outsiders. Then there was a surprise. This was a sign that her father had completely regarded Chu Lang as his own. Kishu took Chu Lang's hand and said, okay, stop looking at me. Let's persuade my mother together. Oh, Chu Lang finally came to his senses and quickly stepped forward to grab Zhang Yu's sleeve. Auntie, this is all a misunderstanding. Uncle wanted to give you you a surprise the first time he knew I had magnemite. You didn't see it just now. Uncle jumped down from the 10-meter high roof. He wanted to give you a surprise so badly. Zhang Yu looked at Qiwen suspiciously. Really? Qiwen nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Really, it's more real than real gold. If you don't believe me, look at the thunder zebra. His legs are almost lame. Then this surprise is also given by my son-in-law. It has nothing to do with you. Zhang Yu glanced at the strange news and pulled Chu Lang to sit on the sofa. Come on Xiao Lang, tell mom. Auntie, have you tested the qualifications of these two little magnets? If you haven't tested it, Auntie will help you try. At that time I will definitely help you transform them into the most terrifying little magnets in Zhai City so that you can get the top 10 in this college entrance examination. Auntie tells you that my mechanical transformation technology is one of the best in the entire Magic City. Thinking back then, looking at Zhang Yu's endless talk, Chu Lang trembled all over. He saw the shadow of the chattering little magnet in Zhang Yu. If Zhang Yu's spellcasting is not interrupted, the consequences will be extremely terrifying. Auntie, I don't want to raise magnemite. I already have young Kiras and Zoroark. Zhang Yu blinked and looked at Chu Lang with some confusion. If you don't raise magnemite, why do you bring them here? Chu Lang pouted at Qi Shu. I saw Xiao Shu like magnemite like Pokemon before, and I paid attention to it when I went to the secret realm of Zhai City this time. It just so happened that I met this shiny magnemite and his good brother who wanted to find an excellent electric trainer together, so I brought them out. I think there is no one in the whole Zhai City who is more suitable for them than Xiao Shu. Kishu, who was standing by, had already blushed. I thought you forgot that today is Valentine's Day. Chu Lang, huh? Valentine's Day? He has been alone with young Kiras for 3 years since he traveled through time, and he doesn't know when Valentine's Day on Blue Star is. After a moment of silence, Chu Lang said with a smile, how could I forget Happy Valentine's Day? Both of them are gym owner level qualifications. Do you like them? I like them. Qi Shu nodded his head vigorously and then added, no matter what their qualifications are, I like them. The two people were getting closer and closer on the sofa, and they were about to touch each other. Qi Shu just grabbed Chu Lang's hand and suddenly heard a cough. Net to him. Ahem, wife, the moon is good tonight. How about we go out and see the moon? Zhang Yu hit Qi Wen on the head with a slap. Look at your moon. Today is the first day of the new year. Qi Shu realized that his parents were still beside him. His whole face was as red as a kin of Wang Laoji, and he looked at Chu Lang with a look of help. What should I do? I was too drunk just now. Chu Lang grinned, grabbed Qi Shu's hand and said to Zhang Yu, Uncle and Aunt, what is the steel transformation you mentioned just now? Can you tell me more about it? If the two Magneto monsters are willing to accept the transformation, Qi Shu can also get a good score in the college entrance examination. When I go to college, I can show off that I have a very powerful girlfriend. My daughter and my mother are sick at the same time. I will try my best to update. There will be another chapter later. The NET chapter is 2,500 words. You can join the fan group. I will tell the fan group about my leave in the future. Chapter 83, Charcoal Servant. Hearing Chu Lang's words, Zhang Yu and Qi Wen's attention shifted from Qi Shu. Zhang Yu spoke first. You should have heard of steel transformation, right? Chu Lang nodded. I learned a little bit in the TET book, but not much. Some time ago in the volunteer application class it was mentioned that the Magic University is good at steel transformation, but the teacher just mentioned it in passing, saying that our chances of being admitted to the Magic University are very small. Small? Zhang Yu smiled sarcastically. Today's high school teachers are still as short-sighted as ever. Let alone his son-in-law's Shikui Soroya elf alone can enter any top university in the country. Gym owner level elves have always been the backbone of Blue Star. How could they not even go to a top university? What's more, his son-in-law also has the power of wave guidance, and even that person favors him. In Zhang Yu's opinion, even if the Magic University offers the top scholarship, Chu Lang may not go. Since you don't know much about steel transformation, let me tell you. Steel transformation originated from the Magic University hundreds of years ago. At that time a super large secret realm descended on the Magic City, and the human strongmen were caught off guard, and the entire Magic City was almost destroyed. At the critical moment, a legendary figure named Citron appeared out of thin air with his powerful technological inventions and transformed steel elves to fight against the entire super large secret realm on his own and save the Magic City. After that time he even used the ability of steel transformation to turn the entire Magic City into a steel fortress. Since then the Magic University has become a paradise for steel elves. Relying on the technology of mechanical transformation, powerful steel trainers there have emerged in an endless stream, making it the university with the largest number of gym leader trainers. After listening to Zhang Yu's words, Chu Lang felt that the door to a new world had been opened. All kinds of outrageous scenes appeared in his mind. The close-range combat-oriented Magnetron fought against the range-oriented Pokemon. When the range-oriented Pokemon tried its best to escape the 100-meter killing line, Magnetron suddenly pulled out a gun. The range-oriented Magnetron was approached by other close-range Pokemon, so he took out an air cannon and knocked the close-range Pokemon out of the 100-meter range again. The single scabbard and double scabbard should be even more outrageous. A casual slash would be a cyber sword energy, so the steel-type Pokemon can be played like this, outrageous and powerful. He said that the technological development of this world was a little wrong. It turned out that the technology tree was crooked. The two Magnetrons on the side were even more shocked and widened their eyes. They felt that the door to a new world had been opened. They came to the right place this time. It has been heard that following a trainer can quickly improve strength. I didn't expect that following a rich trainer can also increase technology to become stronger. Strange. The two Magnetrons, one on the left and one on the right, shook the twin ponytails of the strange tree, crazily staring at Zhang Yu with shining eyes. Even without Chu Lang's translation, everyone present could clearly see the meaning of the two little Magnemite. They want to become stronger. Zhang Yu and Qi Wen smiled, knowing that their daughter had already secured the two little Magnemite. Their excitement was not without reason. Although the elves like Magnemite were relatively weak, they had two evolution roots, and the final evolutionary type Magnetron had a racial value that even surpassed the three starter Pokemon. More importantly, he needed to use the Thunderstone when he evolved from the second evolutionary type 3-in-1 Magnetron to the final evolutionary type Magnetron. This evolutionary method is a big weakness or even a pain point for trainers from ordinary families, but for Qi Wen, who was rich, this evolutionary method was simply wonderful. The elves that evolved using the top quality attribute evolution stone will once again usher in a wave of considerable enhancements in their own attributes, which can be called a reversal of fate. Coincidentally, the thing that their Qi family lacked the least was the thunder attribute evolution stone. Thinking that his daughter would have two powerful little Magnemites by her side in the future, Zhang Yu could no longer sit still. Old Qi, I'll study the transformation root of Magnemite. You can talk to your son-in-law first. Don't forget to call Xiao Yi and ask him to cook a table of dishes with the standard of entertaining Chen Shizhen. After that, you should prepare the high-level thunderstones at home and select the best ones for the two Magnemite. After explaining these things, Zhang Yu disappeared in the living room as soon as possible. Oh, by the way, put all the dividends from your trial secret realm into my card. The budget for transforming Magnemite for our daughter may be a bit high. Qiwen, come on Xiaolang, let me tell you about the wave power in your body. Okay uncle, please wait for me for a moment. I will introduce Magnemite to Xiaxia first. Chu Lang first pointed to the Chatterbow Magnemite. His characteristics are that his defense is slightly higher and he has a very unique way of taunting. In the future you can use him as a meat shield. After that he pointed to the Shining Magnemite. His characteristics should be that he has a strong learning ability and absorbs lightning very quickly. And when he is with another Magnemite, other elves should attack the other Magnemite first, so he is a very qualified attacker. Finally Chu Lang pointed at Kishu again. This is your future partner, the first electric trainer of the younger generation in Hiken, the only daughter of the first trainer of the older generation, and has the most electric training resources in Zahiken. Weird. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. The latter is more exciting. The chatty Magnemite flew to Kishu's shoulder first and chatted with the two Magnemites who served as hair accessories on Kishu's head. The shiny Magnemite blinked and silently took out a sponge to plug his ears. 5 minutes later, the two Magnemites who served as hair accessories had empty eyes and fled the living room like zombies. They both wanted to fight, but they couldn't. No more brothers. The chatty Magnemite waved at the two fleeing Magnemites and pulled the shiny Magnemite to stop above Kishu's head. That was great. He saved two more Magnemites who didn't want to get along with human trainers and longed for freedom, and successfully let their own kind escape. He, the god of the Magnemite clan. Qiwen and Kishu looked at Chu Lang in confusion. Why did the two Magnemites leave? Kishu wanted to keep training them. Chu Lang scratched his head. They just talked about their ideals with the Magnemites I brought with me and then went to generate electricity behind your gym. They said they found the meaning of life. Qiwen looked at the back of the Magnemite in surprise. It's hard to imagine that there are such highly enlightened elves in this world. I won't treat them badly in the future. NET, let's talk about the wave power in you. When it comes to this topic, Qiwen is a little serious. Yao Lang, do you know my origin? Chu Lang nodded. You are a celebrity in Zahai City, so I naturally know your origin. A member of the Jida school team, he gave up staying in school after graduation and became a gym leader in just 3 years. Later he took another 3 years to defeat the previous electric gym leader in Zahai City. He can be called a genius trainer in Zahai City. Genius? Qiwen laughed self-deprecatingly. There are so many geniuses in Jida. How can I be considered a genius? The members of other schools' school teams may be geniuses in the school, but it's not the case in Jida. In Jida The real genius trainers don't participate in the school team, and they don't even participate in the ranking competitions between schools. They have a more important mission. That group of mysterious geniuses will become gym leaders in the school and then go to participate in a mysterious and huge war. Even the school team instructor is just a training instructor in that mission, and you are the genius who can really stand with that group of people. Your wave power can make you more efficient when training fighting or humanoid group Pokemon and become a gym leader level trainer within 4 years. My instructor has said that as long as you nod to become his disciple, he will help you find a king level humanoid group or fighting Pokemon. Chu Lang's eyes lit up. Can I have a charcoal minion? Chapter 84. The mentor of Kiwen. What do you want that for? Also, before Kiwen could speak, Kisha couldn't wait to ask. Although that thing is precious and rare, it is too weak. Even if it is a king level qualification, it is much weaker than other kings. Kisha suddenly patted Hulang's hand. No, you don't like me because you are a face lover, right? Hulang, what does this have to do with that? He wants Tanzayashi because the evolution of this thing is really strong. Hulang learned a lot of elves from the Zuza generation and a little bit of elves from the previous generation from the live broadcast on Earth. The two elves that impressed him the most were Tanzayashi and Urgui. Tanzayashi can evolve into Azure Flame Blade or Red Lotus Armor Rider. Among them, Red Lotus Armor Rider is a special attack elf and Azure Flame Blade is a physical attack elf. According to Uncle Kiwen, Azure Flame Blade should be a elf that is more suitable for the power of wave. However, the evolution method of this elf is a bit weird. In the game, it requires an item called Cursed Armor. In reality, no Tanzayashi has successfully evolved. Fortunately, the system is there, so the problem shouldn't be too big. Just continue to make wishes for Lord Black Dragon. According to the Dragon's Fury listening task of young Kira's, no matter how outrageous his words are, the system will treat them as reasonable suggestions. Since he has helped so much, Lord Black Dragon shouldn't mind making up stories again, right? Seeing Chu Lang lost in thought, Chi-Wen thought Chu Lang had changed his mind and quickly added fuel to the fire. Xiao Shu is right. That kind of elf is just a plaything for some rich women. Don't ruin your future. Listen to your uncle's advice. When the time comes, you can ask my mentor for Ryalu. This kind of elf is extremely powerful and very suitable for the power of wave. It is also very hardworking and warlike, and it is easy to grow up. Chu Lang looked up at the sky. He had also heard that Ryalu was very suitable for the power of wave, but the problem was that this guy was too hardworking and warlike. There is nothing wrong with being diligent, but being belligerent is not okay. He has an extremely belligerent god at home. The change in the character of young Kira's is still vivid in my mind. If I take Ryalu back, I am afraid that Ryalu will become the first Ryalu in the history of elves to lie down. Forget it, uncle. I still want Tanshi. I should be able to lead him to the ranks of the strong. It doesn't matter if the qualifications are not high, as long as he can get along with my other elves. Chi-Wen thought about other things that happened to Chu Lang and finally did not continue to dissuade him. He believed that Chu Lang had his reasons for making such a choice. Okay, my mentor will probably arrive tomorrow and I will report your ideas to him then. Then I will go to E-Ercise first. Just now on the first floor of the electric gym, Chu Lang saw a lot of elf E-Ercise equipment. Among them there are even a lot of E-pensive E-Ercise items such as power belt, power wristbands and power headbands. Chu Lang rarely sees so many training equipment and he has been itching for a long time. Kisha took Hulang's hand and ran to the first floor. Dad, I'll take Hulang with me. Kiwen looked at the backs of the two children, touched his non-e-istant beard and laughed. Don't worry, you two. Let Xiao Lang stay at home for 2 days. You can E-Ercise whenever you want. He likes Hulang more and more now. There is still an hour before dinner, so he has to E-Ercise for a while. If his mentor saw Hulang being so diligent, he would be very excited. As a legendary figure in the fighting department, his mentor liked diligent students the most. Thinking of this, Kiwen couldn't wait to dial a phone. After the call was connected, Kiwen stood up from the sofa nervously and seemed to respect the person on the other end of the phone. Teacher, I'm Kiwen. A mid-term voice came from the other end of the phone. Well, I know. Why are you calling now? I'm catching up with an old friend in Jizhong City today. I'll be at your place tomorrow. It's not too late to talk about anything then. By the way, how is your contact with that good seedling going? Chi-Wen quickly replied, Teacher, I called to report to you about Chu Lang's situation. He is in my gym now and has agreed to be your disciple. The voice on the other end of the phone was a little excited. Oh, you did a good job on this matter. You can be a registered disciple under my name in the future. Have you asked him what Pokemon he wants, Railu or Forsaken or Blaziken and Infernape with hidden characteristic? If he wants a special Pokemon, I still have a Mailcurla that is close to the king level qualification. It will also be a very strong fighting force when it evolves into a Lido in the future. The voice on the other end of the phone listed almost all the powerful humanoid fighting Pokemon in a row, and it was obvious that he was extremely confident in his abilities. If it's Rylou or Forsaken, I have them now. It will take some time to think about other Pokemon, but just tell me. I'll try to bring them to you tomorrow. As my last disciple, you must win the college entrance examination in a small town like Zahai City. Hearing the teacher's word, Kiwen was shocked. He has always known that the teacher is very powerful, but he didn't expect that his network of contacts is so wide. Kurla, who is close to the king level talent. The king level talent Dream Special, another name for hidden characteristics Blazign and Blazign. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. It is more exciting later. The mentor can find something that ordinary people dare not even think about within one day. It is so scary. Kiwen, why are you silent? Didn't you talk about this topic? If the conditions offered by that little guy are relatively high, I can help him get a plotting muscle mosquito. Another person's voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Shut up, who told you that plotting muscle mosquito is okay? We haven't talked about it yet. Plotting muscle mosquito is not my elf, it was left by my ancestors. I can't make the decision. Kiwen opened his mouth and said with a stiff face, teacher, actually we talked about this topic and Chu Lang has also chosen a suitable elf for him. Oh, what did you say? Kiwen said tactfully, if your disciple raises a charcoal servant, would you have any objection? Jizhong City, one of the 18 gyms in Longguo, the poison gym. Opposite Jiafu sat a man wearing glasses who was lazily leaning on the sofa. All of my disciples Kongming pay the most attention to bondage. After choosing a Pokemon, they will hardly change it in their lifetime. How could they choose a Pokemon with a very low upper limit? Wei Kongming stood up from the sofa abruptly. Don't tell me that Chu Lang chose a charcoal servant. That's the teacher, but listen to me, Chu Lang is a very sensible kid. I believe he must have his own. You're right, keep an eye on him. I'll go and help him change his mind now. After saying that, Kongming leaped up and stepped directly on the wall of the gym to the top floor, breaking through countless ceilings during the process. Old Jiu, lend me your sniper tree owl. Steel armor crow flies too slowly. Jiafu was stunned. That's my brother's main battle Pokemon. Can you not be so outrageous? The NET moment, a sniper tree owl with a big bump on its head took off from the gym. Kongming was waving his hand on it. Thank you. I won't be so outrageous. NET time. Chapter 84, Kongming's change. Wesi City. A sniper tree owl flew over the sky of the electric gym. Kongming and his Lucario jumped directly from 1,000 meters high. When approaching the ground, Kongming and Lucario surged with wave power and slowly landed on the ground. Bang! Lucario kicked the door of the gym and the door instantly turned into a light spot and disappeared into the sky. Kiwen, who was standing NET to the gate, hurried over and said, teacher, I have the key here, you don't have to. Kongming glanced at Kiwen. What's wrong? Do you want me to pay you? How can I? I'm just afraid of hurting Lucario's feet. Kiwen had long been accustomed to Kongming's temper. If Kongming wasn't so impatient, Kiwen's life wouldn't be so easy. It was because of Kongming that other gym owners were studying anti-kick tactics all day long, and only Kiwen had time to study how to make money all day long. It's just a gate. If Lucario likes to kick it, I'll buy him some and send them to you. Kongming snorted and didn't reply. It's so annoying, so annoying. He specialized in fighting for his whole life and finally found the second owner of the wave power. He thought he had a successor and could continue his glory in fighting, but that person actually wanted to raise a Tanshi. What? He wants to practice wave power to protect Tanshi. Just do the opposite of normal trainers. What about that trainer? Let me see. If the aptitude is not good, then this apprentice will not be accepted. His brain is useless, but his body can't be useless too, right? Chi Wen didn't explain too much for Chu Lang and took Kongming straight to the training area of the electric gym. He knew that his mentor loved talents very much, and as long as Kongming saw Chu Lang, he would definitely change his attitude. On the way to the training area, Kongming was still chattering, obviously very angry. Kongming made my debut at the age of 15, became a gym leader at the age of 18, and one of the youngest kings in Dragon Country at the age of 30. If I accepted a fool disciple, I would probably be laughed at. When I awakened the power of wave for a week, I could barely attach the power of wave to my arms and fight with level 10 Pokemon, but this owner of the power of wave is still thinking about how to get a cute charcoal servant. It's so annoying, so annoying. Kiwen led the way with a smile. Hey, I'll take you to see him and you can give him some good guidance when the time comes. Kongming walked with the wind under his feet and soon passed through the training area on the first floor of the gym and walked to the training equipment area at the back. Is he exercising? Seeing where Kiwen brought him, Kongming's face looked better. If he knows how to exercise, the little guy can still be saved. Chi Wen quickly took the opportunity to speak well of Chu Lang. Chu Lang is very hardworking. My daughter and he are high school classmates, so I know Chu Lang better. It is definitely not a coincidence that his wave power awakened. When he was in high school, this child and his Pokemon insisted on exercising every day. I have seen many trainers in my life, but no one can compare with Xiao Lang in terms of hard work. There really aren't many. Chi Wen Wen nodded. Then let's go in and take a look. Just then Chi Shu's voice suddenly came from the training room. Wow Xiao Lang, you are so good, so amazing. Are you tired? Hurry up and drink some water, I'll get a towel to wipe your sweat. Hearing this voice, Kong Ming's tense face completely darkened. Is this what you call exercise? Do you need a woman to accompany you when you exercise? I want to take a good look at what he is doing. Speaking of this, Kong Ming pulled open the door of the training room. Wen, teacher, this is a sliding door. After Kong Ming pulled down the door, the whole training room was in full view. Chu Lang and his young Kiras each held 2 dumbbells in their hands, constantly lifting and lowering them. Both of them had fine beads of sweat on their forehead and their bodies were also soaked with sweat. It seemed that they had been training for a long time. Kong Ming turned and looked at Wen. How many pounds are your dumbbells here? Wen smiled and said a little embarrassedly, I have been in charge of the gym for some time and I have made some money. In order to increase the efficiency of the students' training, I specially purchased a batch of treasure level training equipment. These things that look like barbells are actually all power wristbands, but they have changed their appearance. Hearing Wen's word, Kong Ming was obviously stunned. You mean he is using the elf training treasures to train himself? Kong Ming and Lucario looked at each other and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Wen, tell me again, when did he awaken the power of wave? About a week probably. Damn, don't be so rough, go and see how many pounds his power wristband is adjusted to. Kong Ming jumped to Chu Lang's side and looked at his palm. The same number was written on the 2 dumbbells, 200 kilograms. Kong Ming and Lucario looked at each other again. Awakening for a week, lifting 1,000 pounds. Lucario, how many pounds could I lift when I just awakened for a month? Lucario was silent for a moment and raised it to 200 pounds. This number is not the power they can carry, but the power they can easily lift with both hands. The ratio of the lifting power to the carrying power is almost double. A person who can easily lift 200 pounds can already carry about 500 pounds. And Chu Lang, his current power is probably comparable to that of an ordinary level 20 Pokemon. With this power, does he still need to rely on Pokemon? No wonder he wants a Tanshi. It's not outrageous to ask for a Saduk. Wen, quickly prepare wine and food for my closed disciple. Chapter 85, Terrifying Lucario. When Chu Lang saw Wen and his men coming in, he felt the wave power on his body jumping wildly. When Lucario approached him, this jumping became extremely intense. Chu Lang understood that this Lucario had mastered the same power as him. He immediately opened the elf eye and checked Lucario's data. Chu Lang almost lost his voice after seeing this. No wonder Uncle Wen was doing so well. He didn't look like an ordinary gym owner. It turned out that he had such a powerful mentor. Lucario, level 79 wave Pokemon. The evolved form of Railu has the ability to detect waves emitted by everything and can understand human language. Skills: entry level none. Proficient level imitate feint, help, rock smash, vacuum wave, survive from despair, close combat, comet fist, inspiring bomb. Mastery level lightning flash, speed, quick defense, kick down, high speed movement. Subtle level metal claw, ice fist, lightning fist, see through. Mastery level wave missile, sword, dan. God level none. Carrying item, life orb, secret treasure level. After carrying, HP will be reduced each time you attack, but the power will be greatly improved. This Lucario has mastered the superb level of wave guide missile, which is simply the ceiling of wave force. This is how the TET book describes superb skills. A Pokemon who has mastered superb skills can almost use the skills he has mastered to derive all the skills in this series. Just from this introduction you can see how terrifying the master of superb skills is. Uncle Wen, hello to both of you and this instructor. Chu Lang stopped exercising, immediately wiped the sweat off his body with the wet towel handed by Kishu and trotted to Kong Ming and Wen. Hearing that Chu Lang had guessed his identity, Kong Ming and Lucario looked at each other again, extremely excited. This kid is not stupid, so cool. When they saw Chu Lang's strength just now, they thought Chu Lang was a Li Yuanba type character with extraordinary martial arts and low intelligence. Otherwise, why would he choose a charcoal servant as his main battle elf? Now it seems that he is not stupid, which is undoubtedly good news. People who are not stupid can't communicate. Thinking of this, Kong Ming looked at Chu Lang with a smile and said, "You are the good seedling that Xiao Wen said. You look really good. Tell me how you practice this wave power. The growth rate is quite fast and you have already caught up with 1/10 of what I did back then." The 1/10 that Kong Ming referred to was that Chu Lang used 1/10 of the time to reach the same result as he did back then. Hearing Kong Ming's words, Chu Lang was a little surprised. As expected of the master of a king level elf, his talent is so terrifying and his training speed is even far faster than his own with the system bonus. No wonder the elf he captured NET to him is a king level Lucario, while he is just a weak young Kira's NET to him. With the improvement of Chu Lang's wave power, he and young Kira's have already had some empathy. The voice of young Kira's suddenly appeared in his mind. "Master, can you talk to people away from others?" Ahem. Chu Lang withdrew his wave power power a little embarrassedly. I'm sorry young healers, I'm not very skilled at using it. I'll definitely do it any time. Hearing Chu Lang's words, Kongming and Lucario were shocked again. What the hell is this? Just after awakening the power of wave you can talk to Pokemon? It took Kongming half a year to achieve this achievement. Student Chu Lang, how did you practice the power of wave? Can you tell me? Chu Lang said, as a matter of course, I just used up the power of wave and then practiced it back and the power of wave naturally improved. Isn't it like this? Kongming was silent. If it was really like this he wouldn't have come all the way here to accept a disciple. Yes, I didn't expect you to master the practice method of wave power so quickly, but the practice method is secondary. As a trainer the most important thing is resources. Speaking of this, Kongming finally straightened his back. No matter how talented this kid is, his resources are not as good as his own, right? I believe your uncle Kiwen has already told you that as long as you become my last disciple I can help you get a king level elf that matches the power of wave guide, such as Lucario's descendant. His descendant? Chu Lang was shocked. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed. Just now he checked Lucario's panel. He is definitely a ruthless man among ruthless men. Unfortunately he also has a werewolf among werewolves and a god of war among gods of war. If his descendant is beaten by his own Guillerton it will be a big trouble. Chu Lang shook his head repeatedly, almost shaking his head into a wave drum. No, I actually just want a charcoal servant. If there is no charcoal servant my current elf is also good. Your elf? Kongming and Lucario then noticed that there was a young Kiraz who was exercising at the scene. This young Kiraz was also obsessed with exercise. Even if they were disturbing him here he still had no intention of stopping. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. Not bad. Kongming praised it rarely. As a fighting king he liked this kind of hard-working Pokemon the most. What level is this young Kiraz? How is his combat power? Do you want Lucario to help train him? Chi Wen was a little confused and didn't know how to answer his mentor. Xiao Lang, you should get in touch with your future master and introduce your young Kiraz to him. Chu Lang nodded and introduced it generously. My young Kiraz has been with me for 3 years. During this period of time he has insisted on exercising every day. Now he has grown to about level 16 or 17. In fact, Chu Lang's young Kiraz has grown one level again these days, reaching level 17, but he has never appraised it in the gym so he didn't say it too firmly. 3 years level 17? Kongming was a little unbelievable and asked again. Although the level of quasi-gods is relatively slow, it shouldn't be so slow, right? If this young Kiraz was a spirit from another high school student, Kongming could understand it. After all, the academic workload in the 3rd year of high school is very heavy. It is difficult for high school students without family background to improve both the spirit's level and their own knowledge at the same time. But Kiwen clearly said that this young Kiraz has been training with Chu Lang for 3 years. 3 years have passed and even Chu Lang, a human, has awakened the power of wave guidance. How can young Kiraz still be at such an outrageous level? Kongming fell silent. How presumptuous is this qualification? Let alone Lucario. Even if Lucario's father comes to train well. Seeing that Kongming didn't say anything, Chu Lang was an ease. He was still waiting for Kongming or his Lucario to give young Kiraz some suggestions on how to become stronger. It's rare to meet a king level figure, so he must get some good suggestions for free. Seeing that young Kiraz is about to reach level 20, he only has the attack power individual value that has reached the minimum level and has not yet reached the requirement for a breakthrough. It is necessary to improve young Kiraz's physical defense as quickly as possible. Grandpa Kongming, I won't bother you with the detailed training of young Kiraz. Can you give me a suggestion to help young Kiraz improve his defense as soon as possible? Chapter 86, 2 consecutive A-level tasks. Let young Kiraz improve his defense as soon as possible. Kongming was stunned, not knowing how to respond. He wanted to say that the individual values of the elves were set at birth and could hardly be modified later. Those whose individual values were improved without exception had encountered great opportunities, but these opportunities were almost all impossible to replicate. But this was the first question his future disciple asked him. He couldn't say there was no way, right? The equipment here is very complete. If you train well here for a while, young Kiraz's defense will always be improved. Also, let young Kiraz eat more ore. If you don't have much ore here, tell me and I will give you a mountain as a gift for your apprenticeship. In just one meal the defense of young Kiraz has been pulled up to 30 points, just a little short of reaching the minimum value. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading the exciting content. What did they experience in this hour? The moment he saw Chu Lang, young Kiraz rushed over excitedly and gestured his biceps to Chu Lang. Roar! Master, I am so handsome. When the red lightning came just now, young Kiraz was afraid that Chu Lang would get hurt, so he rushed forward without hesitation. Because of his attribute he turned a disaster into a blessing and his defense was almost full. When the red lightning disappeared. Lucario was already shocked by young Kira's improvement. He had been kneeling on the ground for half an hour insisting that young Kira's accept him as his apprentice. Seeing Kongming coming, Lucario ran to his master excitedly. Master, please don't accept him as your apprentice. The two of us should worship him as our master. They have a very sound method of getting stronger by getting beaten. As long as Kongming interrupted Lucario with a confused look on his face. What are you talking about? Getting stronger by getting beaten? Are you kidding me? And I have already accepted you as my apprentice. You have to teach young Kira's well in the future. Lucario, I teach him. I want him to teach me. Lucario made up his mind and decided to get the teachings of young Kira's no matter what. At worst he won't leave. Can't he handle a young Kira's cub? Okay master, I won't leave this time. I will stay with young Kira's and teach him. When you come back NET time I will definitely give you a big surprise. Chapter 90 Changes in College Entrance Examination Rules. Early the NET morning, Chu Lang and Qiwen's family watched Kongming go away. After knowing Chu Lang's own combat power, Kongming was no longer in a hurry to find a powerful Pokemon for Chu Lang. Just find a charcoal servant as a mascot even if it is brought back after the college entrance examination. With his apprentice's strong qualifications plus Lucario's caring teaching, isn't it easy to get the top 3 in a small city like Zahai City? For Chu Lang, because of the 2 new persuasion tasks of young Kira's, he has decided to put all the training in the NET few days in the electric gym. There is more than half a month before the college entrance examination and young Kira's SI has a good chance of becoming an elite elf of more than level 20. After so many improvements, Chu Lang no longer only sets his sights on top schools. His current goal is to get a better ranking, at least to be worthy of the daughter of the owner of the Zahai City Electric Gym. This is extremely important to Chu Lang and will largely determine whether he will be known as a gigolo or a gigolo in the future. When Kongming walked away, Chu Lang immediately said goodbye to Chi Shu's family and returned to the gym's training room. Young Kira's, let's do a special training these days. Roar. Young Kira's was excited. He liked special training the most, especially after coming out of the Zahai City secret realm. Young Kira's has deeply experienced the pleasure of being invincible. Only by training more in normal times can you kill all around in battle. Chu Lang smiled and nodded. It seems that taking the elf to the secret realm for a trial is a very correct choice. At least young Kira's is not as cowardly as before. And Zoroark, you have to train well too. I've asked Uncle Qiwen to have someone dig the mineral deposits in Fenglong Mountain directly to the gym. When the time comes you can tear all the minerals into pieces with your claws to practice your claw sharpening skills. Young Helas, don't be idle either. Let Lucario help throw you to the ceiling and then you fall on my head so that I can also practice the power of the flowing armor. After listening to Chu Lang's arrangement, Lucario was stunned. Such a smooth arrangement can only be thought of by a trainer. None of the people and 3 Pokemon present can be idle. They are worthy of being the successors chosen by their master. They are very strong. Lucario looked at Chu Lang and his group, who were engaged in training with burning eyes, trying to find the secret of their rapid improvement. Yesterday he saw the improvement of young Helas. His body's toughness and defense rose like a rocket. This kind of thing is definitely not normal. If possible, he hopes that he can be a little abnormal. With the help of Qiwen and Lucario, Chu Lang's training was on track. Qiwen sent people to bring a large amount of ore from Fenglong Mountain and Zoroya practiced claw sharpening skills. Zoroya's claws were extremely sharp and a large ore would turn into fine stones after dozens of claws. At this time the young Kira's would just fall from the ceiling and hit Chu Lang fiercely and was bounced to the side of the fine stones by the wave power flowing on Chu Lang's body, completing his meal. At this time Chu Lang would also look outside the training room. If Kisha was not there, a bottle of Zhuwei Dai Huang pills would appear in his hand and he would put one in his mouth to restore the wave power that was constantly dissipating. At Chu Lang's signal, Gulatin also came to the electric gym with the incubator of Lolulus while stretching his tail into the ground to steal electricity while taking care of Lolulus, which would hatch in 11 days. All members are on track. One day passed. Chu Lang put down the Zhuwei Dai Huang pill in his hand and moaned comfortably. The effect of this day's training was very obvious. Chu Lang's wave power had initial result. The blue flame on his body automatically formed a flowing protective shield without wind, greatly improving his defense ability. Young Kira's looked at Chu Lang with some envy. During this day he fell from the ceiling countless times and could clearly sense that Chu Lang's defense had surpassed him. At least it was like this before Chu Lang's wave power was used up. It was almost like a humanoid elf. On the second day young Kira's defense individual value still did not change much, still staying at 30 points, but Gul'dan's level reached level 20 by stealing electricity. The electric gym in Zahai City is one of the most important reserve energy sources in Zahai Field. Even if Gul'dan is a divine beast, it can be greatly nourished at this low level. At this time there are still 10 days before the hatching of shining Lolulus. The third day, the wave power in Chu Lang's body became more and more tenacious. At this time, even if he did not use Zhuwei Dai Huang pills, he could continue to fight for an hour and a half. The rich woman was so scared that she almost cried when she saw it. Young Kira's was still the same and there was no change. Day 4. On the 9th day of Chu Lang's life in the electric gym, the incubator in of Ralts reached 3. There are 3 days left and shiny Ralts will be hatched. At this time there are still 10 days before the start of the college entrance examination, and shiny Ralts' qualifications are at the king level. If you make good use of the system and the powerful Lucario beside you, Ralts has a high probability of mastering the escape skill instant movement before the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination in this world does not test cultural subject like Chu Lang's previous life, but really puts the students of the training family into the secret realm, allowing students who apply for the training family to experience real battles in advance. According to the 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation, the danger of the secret realm in the college entrance examination is relatively small, but the difficulty is not lower than the periphery of the secret realm of Zahai City, where a large number of elves of more than 10 levels will appear. If you are unlucky, you may encounter a tribe led by an elite leader. Even Chu Lang would find it difficult to defeat a tribe of elves without sending out Golden, but with Lolulus it is different. Its instant movement can allow Chu Lang to escape a long distance and avoid unnecessary battles. In the secret realm, danger and opportunity coexist. In Lolulus, after Lullus eliminated all dangers, Chu Lang's college entrance examination secret realm will be full of opportunities. In this case it is very simple for Chu Lang to get a good score. Everyone, it's getting late, let's take a break. Chu Lang hugged Lolulus's incubator and was about to walk towards the living room on the 2nd floor when he heard a hurried footsteps. Xiao Lang, Dad asked you to go upstairs quickly, saying that the rules of this college entrance examination have changed. Chapter 91. Preparing to defend the ring. Chu Lang stepped out of the training room in a few steps and soon pulled Qi Shu to the living room on the 2nd floor. Qi Wen sat on the sofa, his hands made fists from time to time, looking extremely excited. Even Zhang Yu, who had been studying Magnetron's transformation technology these days, rarely stopped the subject and sat on the sofa in the living room. Xiao Lang, you are here? Seeing Chu Lang coming, Qi Wen got up from the sofa as soon as possible. Kisha should have told you that this time your college entrance examination has changed and the difficulty will be far greater than any previous college entrance examination. Zayasha told me. Chu Lang took 2 steps at a time and helped Qi Wen back to the sofa. I just don't know where the changes are this time. Do you have any news? Qi Wen was very satisfied with Chu Lang's actions and nodded with a smile. I got some news from Chen Shizhen. This time we are going to build a university in Zahai City, an unprecedented super university. According to the news from Chen Shizhen, this university will surpass all the previous top universities and become the first in the Dragon Country in the true sense. Hearing Qi Wen's word, Chu Lang had some guesses about the upcoming college entrance examination. Are you saying that there will be many geniuses from other places participating in this college entrance examination? Chu Lang understood that Zahai City was going to build a real first university in the Dragon Country, which would definitely attract the attention of countless strong people. By then I'm afraid most of the strong people will choose Zahai City University as their first choice, but this super university was established in the first year and no one could figure out its admission score. If you want to know whether you have a chance to enter Zahai City University, the easiest way is to come to Zahai City to take the college entrance examination and see your ranking. That's right, but you're not entirely right. Qi Wen added, there will indeed be a lot of people taking the college entrance examination in Zahai City this time, so many that you can't imagine. That's why the rules of this college entrance examination have changed a little. Your previous college entrance examination scores focused more on your performance in battles with elves, but this time they focus more on fighting with people. I heard from Chen Shizhen that this time it's a cruel elimination system and the winner can get all the points of the loser. You can use any means without killing the trainer and the elf. If it goes as expected, the points gap between the strong and the weak will be huge, which can be called the difference between heaven and earth. Hearing these rules, Chu Lang was a little fascinated. This kind of battle that can eliminate trainers is simply tailor-made for him. While commanding the elf to fight, other trainers must also guard against sneak attacks from other trainers to prevent their own flaws from being taken away by others. But he doesn't need to. He is a very powerful fighter. If the opponent's assassin-type Pokemon comes to kill him, it is very likely that he will not be able to beat him. Just like the Dire Meow that he met in the arena, Chu Lang is now confident that he can defeat the Dire Meow within 3 rounds. If it is a sneak attack 1 round. Qi Wen interrupted Chu Lang's thinking and said, Xiao Lang, my mentor has sent a message that you must get a good score this time. In order to cooperate with your Xiao Shu's actual combat training, I decided that all the Tiandian type gym defense competitions will be completed by you and Qi Shu. Qi Shu's face fell and he screamed, "Ah, you actually gave us this kind of dirty work. Am I still your daughter? Dad, I suspect you just want to use us as free labor. Those challengers come one after another every day. We must be e-hosted to death unless you pay us. Now both of us have 3 Pokemon above level 20 and we are elite gym trainers. According to the market price it should be 600 yuan per person per day. It's just that both of us are of noble status. Yao Lang is the last disciple of the Sky King and I am the daughter of the master of the electric gym in Zhai City. Our salary should be increased tenfold." "You little girl." Qiwen was a little amused. "We've only been together for a month and you're already turning your elbows outward. Okay then, I'll give you 6,000 yuan a day each. Anyway, this money will be left to you too in the future." Kishu hugged Qiwen's arm. "Dad is the best." "Hey, hasn't the eldest brother cooked yet? I'm a little hungry and want to eat." A head popped out of the kitchen. "Net to him, junior sister, please avoid me. Net time you ask the master for money, otherwise I'll be a little unwilling to do voluntary labor for so many years." Qiwen held the pokeballs of the electric belly frog and the thunder zebra in his hands and squinted at Nai Xiao Yi. How unwilling are you? Tell me." Nai Xiao Yi trembled and pointed to the living room window. "Master and his wife are so tired every day, but they only eat 4 dishes and 1 soup for 1 meal. I really can't bear to see you two getting thinner and thinner. Listen to me, from now on you must eat 8 dishes for each meal. If you don't agree with me making 8 dishes, I will jump from here." Early the net morning, Chu Lang woke up from his dream and simply stretched. "Well, I haven't slept for such a long time. It's comfortable." In order to be in the best condition, Chu Lang went to bed on time at 10:00 yesterday. "It's 6 o'clock in the morning now. I have slept for 8 hours and am in an extremely energetic state. Young healers, let's go open the gym door and prepare for the battle." Zorua sat up sleepily. "Master, what are you doing? Doesn't the gym open at 8:30? 8:30? Those who get up at that time are weak and coward. Only those who get up early are strong. Young healers and I will put the ring outside the gym in a while. There will definitely be powerful trainers coming to challenge us. Young healers, aren't you right?" Roar. "The master is right." Young healers roared and looked at Zoro provocatively. After the battles of the past few days, Young healers had great confidence in his own strength. Zorua, who beat him for making noise at that time, might not be able to beat him now. Zorua curled her lips, ignored Young healers' provocation and continued to sleep soundly. Early in the morning she was too lazy to fight. Roar. Young healers seemed to have won and excitedly pulled Chu Lang's hand and walked outside the gym. "Let's go, master. I'll go build a ring and we'll fight to our heart content for a day." Chapter 92 Galer Farfetchen. Chu Lang and Young healers opened the rolling door of the gym and directly used the ground power to build a 10m ring outside the door. After building the ring, Chu Lang and Young healers stood aside waiting for the trainers who came to challenge. Roar. "Master, will someone come to fight us soon? Should I warm up first?" "Well, someone should be here soon. You can practice your skills for a while. Anyway, you have Zhuwei Daihuang pills, so you don't have to worry too much about consumption." Young healers nodded heavily and practiced the rock collapse skill on the spot. Ha ha ha, the upcoming challengers are all trembling. The use of his rock slide skill requires a lot of proficiency. Whenever he trains for a long time, the accuracy of this skill will reach a peak. The challengers who come over will be smashed by him with the rock slide skill and become stepping stones for him and his master. An hour later, Chu Lang still stood there staring at the trainers coming and going. It is now 7 o'clock in the morning and there are more and more trainers on the street, but so far no trainer has come to fight them. Roar. Young Kiras shouted weakly. "Master, my rock energy is running out." Chu Lang was silent. He didn't expect that those trainers would rather go to the bun shop to buy soy milk and fried dough sticks than come to fight him. This morning was a waste of time. "It's okay, Young Kira, since the rock energy is used up, don't practice rock skills for the time being. You yell for a while, maybe you will comprehend the Dragon's Fury skill." Dragon's Fury? Young Kira's eyes lit up and he suddenly remembered Chu Lang's conversation with the Black Dragon that day. Unlike other elves, Young Kira's knew that Chu Lang's father was outrageous and he believed that Chu Lang must be outrageous too. Since Chu Lang said he could practice Dragon's Fury, then he must be able to do it. Roar. Young Kira's roared, attracting the attention of everyone on the street, but he didn't care at all and continued to roar. What face? As long as he has strength, Young Kira's will no longer be a harmless little dinosaur but a face-saving Sandstorm King. While Young Kira's was practicing the Dragon's Fury skill, Chu Lang sat cross-legged on the ring and checked the incubator of Lalula. During his free time during training these days, Chu Lang's favorite thing is to hold Raltz's incubator and watch it for a while. There is a countdown on the incubator which shows 28 hours. Tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock is the time for Raltz to hatch. Thinking of this, Chu Lang's heart was beating. Raltz is too important to him. When Ralts grows up a little, he will not only become a qualified alchemist but also a legendary instance who can't die. With Gul'dan and others guarding him and the power of Wave Guide, he can rely on Ralts' instant movement to run away if he can't beat him. With these solid trump cards, Chu Lang really doesn't know how to lose. What's missing net is practical skill. Chu Lang looked at the trainers coming and going here and determined his target. Hello, is senior brother Nai up? Chu Lang took out the communicator and called Nai Xiao Yi. I'm up. Junior brother Chu Lang, what's up? Nai Xiao Yi's voice sounded like he had just woken up, but Chu Lang knew that this was not the time to be polite, so he didn't point it out. I want 10 breakfasts, can you help me? Can I make it? Please make it delicate and appetizing. Nai Xiao Yi was stunned. Junior brother, do you know what time it is now? 7 o'clock. Even if you want to send breakfast to junior sister and master's wife, they shouldn't get up yet. Also, you want to send a delicate love breakfast. Why do you want me to make it? I know your love with junior sister is very sweet, but you don't have to let me participate so much. Chu Lang, he really wanted to cut open Nai Xiao Yi's brain to see what was growing inside. Senior brother, just get the food and it's over. I want to use the food as a reward for the ring match. I've been standing here for an hour and no one wants to fight me. They seem to prefer to buy buns net door. If I lose, I'll send a love breakfast and these trainers will definitely go crazy. On the other end of the phone, Nai Xiao Yi was silent for a moment. Junior brother, don't you know that the gym challenge needs to be paid? Ah, Chu Lang was stunned for a moment. Then why didn't you charge me when I fought with you a few days ago? Nai Xiao Yi organized his words and then said, is there a possibility that I mistook you for a challenger at the time, so I wanted to use your challenge fee as your medical expenses? Chu Lang, if that's the case, then it's simple. Other people's gym challenges cost money, but he's free for a while. After the title of gold medal coach is known, are you still worried about not being able to collect money? Ding ding ding. Chu Lang caught the 2 little magnet rods that Chi Shu had raised before from the energy factory and used them as a big gong. All the trainers coming and going, it's time to take the college entrance examination soon, and our electric gym is holding a big reward event. Free challenge in the ring, no need to pay even if you lose. Chu Lang's words instantly attracted the attention of a large number of trainers. According to common sense, all gym challenges are paid items. Because the challenged in the gym are generally carefully selected by the gym owner, each of them is a relatively strong trainer who can give the challenger very unique training advice, so there are still many people flocking to it. As long as you spend a small amount of money, you can get a lot of combat experience. This is simply too cost effective for those trainers who are not short of money. The reason why Chu Lang has been here for so long and no one has come to challenge him is just because he chose the wrong place. At this time, trainers from wealthy families are training in special venues. Trainers who come out for jogging like Chu Lang basically don't spend money to challenge the gym. Hearing Chu Lang say that the electric gym will have a limited time free challenge today, all the trainers on the side put down their things and rushed to the direction of the ring with their Pokemon. Brother, let me fight first. My metal pupa will definitely give your young Kiras a hearty battle. Chu Lang, brother, please let your Metapod go back and evolve first. Don't waste everyone's time. Everyone line up, come one by one. The first one, the Galarian Farfetch'd, can come up first. Chapter 93, Terrifying Defense. Me, the Galarian Farfetch'd trainer pointed at his nose a little excited. His Farfetch'd is different from the ordinary Farfetch'd of Dragon Country. It belongs to the fighting attribute and is extremely warlike. It needs constant fighting to strengthen itself. If he can get the guidance of the gym trainer, his Farfetch'd will definitely shine in this college entrance examination. Yes, it's you. Chu Lang put Ralts' incubator on Gul'dan's side and took the lead on the stage. The rules of the game are 1v1 and it is allowed to attack the trainer, but I won't attack you. My Pokemon is young Kiras. Do you still need to change your Pokemon? The Galarian Farfetch'd trainer shook his head. No need, just let Farfetch'd fight. As he spoke, Farfetch'd trainer walked onto the stage with his Pokemon, stood on the other side of the stage and faced Chu Lang from a distance. Hello, my name is Caounjo. Thank you for your guidance. My name is Chu Lang. After Chu Lang responded, he opened the Pokemon Eye and looked at Farfetch'd's data panel. Galar Farfetch'd, level 18. Farfetch'd living in West Asia, named after the ancient land of Galar in West Asia, wielding thick and strong onions, is a brave warrior. After reading Farfetch'd's attribute panel, Chu Lang narrowed his eyes slightly. He has mastered the proficient level sand throwing skill and the rock smashing skill that restrains the rock type. It should be able to pose some threat to young Kiras, right? Are you ready? Chu Lang and young Kiras stood together, eager to fight once. They started looking forward to it last night and got up at 6 o'clock in the morning to run out to meet the ring. Now there is finally a fighting target. I'm ready. Like Chu Lang, Caounjo couldn't wait to fight. His elves were too warlike. No matter whether they won or lost, they would fight 100 or 80 times before before they would be satisfied. Unfortunately, the elves he could contact were not strong enough to crush Farfetch'd. All his elves were beaten or tired by him. Since the contract with Farfetch'd, his mother's suction cup puppet could not concentrate on their work and could only go out to buy food every day. It's so comfortable to encounter such a free battle now. Then let's start. After speaking, Chu Lang did not speak to command and just let the young Kiras rush out by himself. Now the individual values of the young Kiras's attack and defense have all been maed out, and he has some prototypes of an invincible quasi-god. Chu Lang wants to see how good his physical fitness is. On the other side, Cao Yuanzhou immediately gave Farfetch'd an attack order. He did not dare to underestimate the trainers on the gym stage. The trainers who could represent the face of a gym could not be weak. Flatty Duck used sand throw. Ducky. With a resolute face, Farfetch'd ran quickly towards young Kiras. The onion in his hand dragged diagonally on the ground, leaving a clear mark on the ground, eluding an indescribable sense of oppression. The trainers watching on the side were all moved. What a strong Farfetch'd! To have such momentum, it must have experienced more than 100 battles, right? Not only more than 100 battles, but also strong combat power. If you lose every time in these hundreds of battles, you will definitely not be able to form such a strong sense of oppression. I don't know how the trainer of that gym will respond, and I don't know how strong he is. I'm looking forward to it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Lang's young Kiras did not react much and even had no intention of using any move. He just rushed straight toward Farfetch'd. Soon the distance between the two Pokemons was less than 5 meters. The trainers around all looked at young Kiras and Chu Lang uneasily, unable to understand their reaction. Is this young Kiras crazy? He doesn't even use his moves. And that trainer, is he here to make fun of me? Why doesn't he give orders? While everyone was talking, Farfetch'd and young Kiras passed by each other. At the moment when the two touched, the onion in Farfetch's hand slashed across the ground, stirring up sand. Not only that, the onion in his hand also hit young Kiras, making a crisp sound. While he used the sand throwing skill to reduce young Kiras's hit rate, he also caused damage to young Kiras. When Farfetch's attack landed on him, young Kiras didn't panic at all but smiled gently. Compared with Lucario, this force was like tickling, and it couldn't even scratch his skin and could only leave a white mark on it feebly. Onion Duck also found that his attack could not hurt young Kiras and stepped back in fear. Young Kiras grinned and looked at Onion Duck with a smile. A rock appeared in his hand and he threw it hard at the retreating Onion Duck, smashing it to the ground. Roar! Young Kiras strode towards the fallen Onion Duck, still without using any Etra skills. He wanted to see where his limit was. Cao Yuanzhou shouted loudly to prevent his elves from losing their composure. Don't run away, Onion Duck. Use fighting skills against the enemy. Duh. Knowing that he couldn't run away, Onion Duck felt a surge of ruthlessness in his heart. He propped up the onion in his right hand on the ground, clenched his left hand into a fist which was wrapped in crimson fighting energy, waiting for young Kiras to come. Rock crushing fighting skill, attacking with fist, sometimes reducing the opponent's defense. As a trainer who has experienced fighting for many years, Cao Yuanzhou immediately determined what skills he should use now. Young Kiras's defense is terrifying, then break his defense. Chapter 94. Furious young Kiras. Facing Farfetch's fighting skills, young Kiras still did not dodge. He knew that his attributes were restrained by the fighting system, but he wanted to use his hard-trained physique to have a hardy battle. Young Kiras's speed was not fast, but the arena was small and the two Pokemons soon collided again. Bang! Farfetch's left fist hit young Kiras hard, making a muffled sound. The trainers watching on the side were all surprised, not understanding why young Kiras fought like this, and even more so why Chu Lang did not speak to command until now. It is normal for Pokemon to have poor self-combat awareness on Blue Star, and many Pokemons have not been trained in this aspect. But if Pokemon have poor self-combat awareness and the trainer does not command, this is a big problem. Just like now, Chu Lang's young Kiras almost became a target, allowing the Farfetch'd to ravage him without any ability to fight back. This trainer in the gym, you should give orders quickly. If you don't give orders, just go by yourself. Don't let your Pokemon get beaten there in vain, okay? I'm really impressed. With this level, he is qualified to be a trainer in the gym. He won't take advantage of the fact that the electric gym hasn't opened yet to ruin their reputation, right? Yes, I think so. This guy must be a funny guy sent by the ground-type gym net door. Chu Lang. Before these guys started to mock, they didn't even look at the intent of the battle between young Helas and Farfetch'd. Just then Cao Yuanzhou shouted in surprise, attracting everyone's attention. How is this possible? Is this young Helas or a Bangilas in young Helas's skin? The onlookers turned their eyes back to the ring. They were surprised to see that young Helas, who was hit by Farfetch'd's fighting type punch, was unscathed and grabbed Farfetch's weapon with his palm. How is this possible? Young Helas can withstand the attack of the fighting type and grab the fighting type Pokemon to prevent it from running away. Isn't this young Helas a bit illegal? My god, did I recite all the attribute restraint tables in school wrong? Is the truth of the world that the rock type restrains the fighting type? Everyone was stunned. It was a common understanding that young Kiras could not beat a fighting type Pokemon even if there was a level suppression. At low levels, attribute restraint is the factor that has the greatest impact on combat. Under normal circumstances, even if this young Kiras is a level 29 Pokemon, it should not be able to beat a level 20 Farfetch'd. At this time Chu Lang spoke up to interrupt everyone's shock. Everyone keep watching. Today I want to demonstrate to you the importance of training. Whether it is attribute restraint or level, it is only part of combat effectiveness. The reason why I asked a fighting type Pokemon to come up first is because the fighting type is the one that pays the most attention to training. What a pity my young Kiras work harder than him and his fists are faster and stronger than his. The young Kiras on the stage roared in coordination and threw Farfetch'd to the ground with an over-the-shoulder throw. Farfetch'd, there's no need for me to dub your speeches. Bang! Before Farfetch'd finished his words, the young Kiras threw him to the ground again. As a being with a full attack individual value, the young Kiras's power is extremely tyrannical. Just a simple throw made Farfetch'd cry out in pain. In front of the terrifying defense and attack power of the young Kiras, Farfetch'd was also aroused. He didn't even use skills but used ordinary attacks to crush Farfetch'd. It's annoying, isn't it? His Farfetch'd is no pushover. Farfetch'd took advantage of the moment when young Kiras threw him to the ground and stood up with a bounce, flapping his wings and flying high into the sky. Young Kiras's attack fell into the air without any discouragement, but instead he grinned. Is the sky a place for flying elf? No, it's for rock type elf. Almost subconsciously a huge ball of cocky energy appeared in young Kiras's hand and he used a knockdown skill on Farfetch'd in the sky. Caounjo clenched his fist tightly, staring at the battle on the ring without blinking. Farfetch'd, use your fist to crush his rock. Bang! Almost at the moment when Caounzo's voice fell, the rock of young Kiras and the fist of Farfetch'd collided fiercely. The rock shattered and turned into powder in the dissipating sky. Farfetch'd was also affected by the knockdown skill and fell to the ground. Farfetch'd used continuous slash. This time Caounjo changed his tactic and no longer used the powerful rock breaking skill but chose a more flexible insect skill. The onion in Farfetch'd's right hand suddenly flashed a green light and fell towards young Kira's head. Unlike ordinary Farfetch'd, the onion in the hands of Galar Farfetch'd was tougher and had a great advantage in length, like a normal-sized one-handed sword. Huff! The onion passed over young Kira's head, making a muffled sound. Young Kira's touched his head and could feel scratches, but no blood flowed out. No skin was broken. Roar! After realizing his own defense, young Kira's shouted with joy. These days of training have not been in vain. Everything is worth it. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. The latter is more exciting. Chu Lang's light voice appeared on the ring. Okay, young Kira's, try your attack power. Don't keep it back. Everyone around was moved. The young Helas was already very scary, but according to Chu Lang, it seemed that he had not used his full strength yet. They didn't understand why there would be such a powerful ground and rock trainer in the electric gym. Could this thing also change careers? Before they could complain, young Helas had already killed him under the attack of Farfetch. The four skills that young Helas now mastered were all restrained by the fighting type, but this did not affect his suppression of Farfetch. In the face of powerful individual values, young Helas could cause considerable damage to Farfetch with a casual slap. Farfetch wanted to hurt young Helas, but he had to use all his strength, and the difference between the two sides was immediately determined. Caounjo looked at his Pokemon with a worried look. Stop fighting, let's admit defeat. Duh! The onion duck screamed unwillingly and swung his left fist with all his strength, hitting the young Kiras in the face, declaring his will. He would never admit defeat. Chu Lang looked at Onion with some surprise. Duck, he didn't expect that the first elf he clicked up would have such a strong fighting will. It seems that it is a correct decision to defend here. These elves will definitely affect young Kiras and make young Kiras work harder. Young Kiras also gave Farfetch'd enough respect. Every time he attacked, he used his skills with all his strength, hoping that Farfetch'd would lose to his strongest move. But in the eyes of others, young Kiras is like a demon. This young Kiras is too bad. At the beginning he relied on his defense to give people hope. Now the opponent is desperate, but he is reluctant to kill the opponent in seconds and tortures him here. 9494. He can kill the opponent quickly, but he has to use these ineffective skills to torture the opponent. I am a little afraid to go on stage. Chu Lang, brothers, don't do it. It's not like this. Chapter 95. Listen to me, you win. After a battle, Chu Lang politely carried Farfetch'd and his trainer off the stage, smiling at the other trainers below. Who will you challenge? NET. The trainers who were buying buns on the side took a step back, fearing that they would be chosen by Chu Lang. God knows they just came to buy buns, not to get the guidance of the gym trainers for free. The main reason is that Chu Lang's fighting style is too brutal and ordinary people can't accept it at all. In addition, the young Kira's NET to Chu Lang had almost no defense in the previous battle, and now there is a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, which adds a bit of devil image to Chu Lang. A minute passed and no one was willing to go on stage to fight Chu Lang. Chu Lang couldn't help but complain, young Kira's, I told you not to hit people's heads just now, but you insisted on hitting me and scared no one to go on stage. Young Kira's bit his finger and looked at Chu Lang cutely. What did he do wrong? He was just a little dinosaur who got carried away by mistake. Everyone, are there any more people who want to fight? Everyone retreated quickly, fearing that they would be named by this living devil. A few trainers who were buying buns on the side ran away secretly lest Chu Lang violate the moral code of martial art. The owner of the bun shop looked at Chu Lang angrily and wanted to take his Pokemon out to reason with Chu Lang, but was held tightly by his butler, who refused to let him go out no matter what. It will kill people. Chu Lang was a little helpless. The arena was already set up and he couldn't give up halfway. It seemed that he could only add a bounty. It's still a 1v1 unlimited rule. You can attack me, but my Pokemon won't attack the other trainer. As long as anyone can defeat me, I will unilaterally provide a bonus of 1000 yuan. After saying this, the trainers on the side whispered, this condition is too tempting. Not only can they fight with trainers selected from the gym for free, but they can also have a chance to get $1,000. Even if their Pokemon can't beat young Kira's, can they beat Chu Lang? As long as they take advantage of young Kira's inattention and attack Chu Lang from behind once, they can easily win. As soon as they said it, the trainers who had just dodged quickly surrounded them. A trainer named Tutu came on stage at the fastest speed and firmly occupied the qualification to fight Chu Lang. Tutu is a relatively magical Pokemon. It belongs to the general and flying type, but it is not good at flying. It can only run at a very fast speed on the ground, similar to the ostrich in Chu Lang's previous life. Unlike the ostrich, Tutu has two heads and look very cute. The moment they saw Tutu, Chu Lang and young Kira's looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's heart. The Pokemon with two heads must have a very high level of training, right? Chu Lang and young Kira's substituted it. If the two of them could have two heads, they would definitely be able to train 24 hours a day. It can even be achieved that each head only rests for 8 hours a day and each trains for 16 hours, reaching 32 hours of training per day. Young Kira's, this will be a terrifying opponent. You must go all out. Young Kira's nodded fiercely. He also thought so. This trainer of Dudu, are you ready? Trainer Dudu nodded. You have to be careful, I won't fail easily. Chu Lang nodded seriously. Young Kira's, go all out. Roar. Young Kira's roared and summoned a ball of rich rock energy above Dudu's head. Trainer Dudu was not to be outdone and immediately issued an attack command to his own Pokemon. Dudu used the lightning flash skill to attack the opponent's trainer. Wow. After him, the surrounding onlookers made a more uniform and loud voice. Fuck. Before the trainer of Tootsie finished speaking, Tootsie was killed instantly. With the current attack power of young Gila's using rock type skills to attack flying type Pokemon instantly killed them. Chu Lang blinked NET1. This time the trainers on the stage were much more rational and did not rush to the stage in a swarm. Just now Tootsie was too miserable. He did not get any combat experience at all and was beaten for nothing. Based on the previous two battles, they were very sure that Chu Lang's young Gila's was extremely powerful. If you are not fully prepared, even if he goes up, he will be killed. Seeing that no one signed up below, Chu Lang and young Kira's were stunned again. Why is this Tootsie so vulnerable to attack? Could it be that both of his heads are used for sleeping? It was killed in 1 second. What if it scares others? Ahem. Chu Lang cleared his throat. Everyone, the combat effectiveness of this Tootsie may be a little unsatisfactory, but I believe you can do it. Chu Lang made a cheering gesture to the audience and then said, according to the gym's evaluation, the level of my young Kira's is 18. All trainers can come up and challenge according to their own levels. Level 18 is above average among college entrance examination candidate. According to common sense, it will not cause such a great suppression to the Pokemon of the same generation of trainers. The trainers below heard Chu Lang's words and suddenly realized that Tootsie was defeated by young Kira's. It may not be because young Kira's is so strong, but it may be that Tootsie is too weak. I wondered why Tootsie was defeated so quickly. It seems that he was a weakling who was less than level 15. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading the exciting content. Trainer Tootsie was stunned. He wanted to say that his Tootsie was only level 18. The level of this young Gila's must be at least around level 25. My dear brothers, this trainer wants to trick you into killing him. Unfortunately, a yellow-haired trainer laughed so hard that he fell forward and backward and his voice completely overwhelmed Trainer Tootsie. Less than level 15? Doesn't that mean that the weakest young Gila's in our Zahai city can fight him for a few moves? Young Gila's and Chu Lang were both done. It was a personal attack, right? How were they weak? The yellow-haired trainer saw that some of the trainers present were a little confused and he also kindly helped to explain a few words. Some people don't know about that young Kira Kira's. Are you from other places? Then I'll tell you something. That young Kira's hasn't learned any proper skills after 3 years of raising it. It can't even do 501 pull-ups. The yellow-haired trainer couldn't help laughing halfway through. What's even more outrageous is that haha, I heard that young Kira's is often beaten by a trumpet-toothed beast. It's too damn abstract. Chu Lang's hands behind his back were tightly clenched into fists and his nails were embedded in the flesh. Since this yellow-haired trainer knows so many secrets, I think your Pokemon must be very strong. Are you interested in coming up to look down on it? The yellow-haired trainer glanced at Chu Lang's eyes and felt a chill for no reason, so he planned to refuse. The trainer Doodle looked at the yellow-haired trainer with pity and then moved closer. Brother, good things come to you, don't refuse them. My toot is only level 12, but I see that your Pokemon has evolved one. Besides, the opponent's Pokemon is a quasi-god, which is at a great disadvantage in the early stage. As long as you Infernape go to the ring, you will definitely win. Chapter 96. Hold on for a while, you can do it. You will definitely win if you go. That's $1,000. The words of Trainer Toot were like the whisper of a devil lingering in the mind of the yellow-haired trainer. Although $1,000 is not much, it is enough for his Infernape to eat for nearly 10 days, which is a considerable number for the yellow-haired trainer. And there is no price. Even if you lose, you will be beaten at most. Infernape, how about we two go up and try? Infernape blinked and wanted to refuse. The scene of young Kira's beating Farfetch'd was too brutal, which caused him some psychological trauma. The yellow-haired trainer, if you win, you can use the 1000 UN to buy energy cubes as snack. Infernape's eyes lit up and pointed in the direction of the ring. My son, haha, let's go. The yellow-haired trainer walked through the crowd and took Infernape to the ring. Hello, my name is Wang Jun, please teach me. Chu Lang nodded. Sure. Young Kira's, teach this one well. Roar. After a brief description of the rules, the battle between young Kira's and Infernape began. A ball of rich cocky energy appeared in young Kira's hand and he still started with a knockdown skill. But this time his knockdown skill seemed to have lost some accuracy, brushing past Infernape and hitting Wang Jun's feet. Wang Jun couldn't help but shudder. Brother, you should let the Pokemon hit more accurately, don't kill me by accident. Chu Lang spread his hands. No brother, I'm a rubbish trainer, he doesn't listen to me. If you don't believe me, think back to the previous battle. Did I not speak the whole time? Wang Jun thought about it carefully. It seemed to be true. This ring is too dangerous. Wang Jun doesn't want to stay any longer. Infernape, the opponent has no trainer to command. Let's take him down quickly. Use the kick skill. Kick the opponent's feet hard to make him fall down and attack. The heavier the opponent, the greater the power. Unlike the ordinary 3 starter Pokemons, Infernape has a fighting attribute in addition to the fire attribute, which can cause great damage to young Kira's. It is for this reason that Wang Jun will be cruel enough to let his Infernape go up to fight. My son. The Infernape leaped and nimbly jumped behind the young Kira's with a blazing red light flashing under his feet, kicking the young Kira's. Young Kira's grin took advantage of the situation to jump up, kicked his legs at the toes of the fierce fire monkey, flew more than 5 meters away with the help of the fierce fire monkey's feet and hit Wang Jun, knocking Wang Jun to the ground. Chu Lang apologized quickly. I'm sorry, Mr. Wang Jun, my young Kira's is too weak and was accidentally kicked away by your fierce fire monkey. Are you okay? Wang Jun took a long time to stand up from the ground and spit out a tooth from his mouth. Don't worry, I didn't hurt you. Chu Lang said that young Kira's was kicked away by the fierce fire monkey. What else can he say? Fire monkey, don't kick young Kira's towards me when you fight again later. Dentists are very expensive. If I lose another tooth, I can only deduct your food allowance for NET month. The fierce fire monkey was stunned, looked at his master aggrievedly and looked at young Kira's aggrievedly. He just used a kicking skill which should have knocked young Kira's to the ground. How could he kick him away? This is not scientific at all. Chu Lang used the power of waveguide to sense the thoughts of the fierce fire monkey and tried to suppress his laughter and transmitted this emotional fluctuation to the mind of young Kira's. Young Kira's chuckled and started fighting. He was no longer the young Kira's who dared not fight back when he was beaten. At that time he was called weakling loss and now he is called young Kira's. Anyone who attacks him and his master must be attacked by him. Roar. Young Kira's roared and rushed towards the fierce fire monkey again. Fire monkey continued to use the kicking skill to control him on the ground. My son. The fierce fire monkey shouted and kicked young Kira's. With the lesson from the last time, the fierce fire monkey's attack this time was faster and he deliberately adjusted the angle, wanting to control young Kira's firmly on the ground and complete a series of output. Young Kira's was also unwilling to be outdone and used a tooth for tooth skill, attacking at a speed slightly slower than Infernape. In the eyes of everyone there was nothing wrong with young Kira's reaction. The effect of the tooth for tooth skill was to attack after the opponent and the power of the move could be doubled. Wang Jun was inexplicably frightened when he saw young Kira's suddenly slow down. Infernape, you can consider using less force, but his command was too late. Infernape had already kicked young Kira's Kira's foot hard, knocking him to the ground. Looking at young Kira's falling to the ground, Wang Jun breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that what happened just now was just an accident. At this moment the rich black energy in young Kira's hand suddenly bombarded the ground and lifted countless boulders. Nearly half of the boulders rushed towards Wang Jun, hitting him with lumps all over his body. Chu Lang rushed to Wang Jun with concern and used all his strength to massage Wang Jun to reduce the swelling. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Your elf doesn't have a grudge against you. Why do you always think of ways to beat you? Also, my young Kira's is too weak and can't stop the intention of the fierce inferno." Feeling Chu Lang's powerful massage technique, Wang Jun had no ability to refute him at all and could only scream, "Oh don't press it doesn't hurt." Chu Lang smiled. "Why don't you let me press it if it doesn't hurt? I don't deserve it, I don't deserve it, isn't it okay?" Chu Lang stopped the action with unsatisfied intentions and dodged to the side, leaving Wang Jun sitting on the ground with his eyes dull and panting. He wanted to admit defeat, but this young Kira's looked really weak and had no power to fight back in front of the fierce inferno. His loss was so great he had to get the 1000 yuan medical expenses. Wang Jun clenched his fist and cheered himself up secretly. "Hold on a little longer, I can do it." Chapter 97. Zhang Morant. Half an hour later, the yellow-haired trainer's face was swollen more than at the beginning and he was beaten to look like he weighed 200 pounds. Young Kira's also paid a great price and was constantly vomiting blood from the attack of Infernape. Although his defense was strong, he could not withstand the continuous attacks of the fighting Pokemon without being too crystallized. Looking at the shaky but still standing young Kira's, the yellow-haired trainer almost collapsed. "Brother, what level is your young Kira's? Why hasn't he been defeated yet?" Chu Lang laughed. "He is just a piece of trash. Isn't he beaten back by your Pokemon? But your Pokemon, every hit is very accurate. You can see that you practice frequently. You are really good." The yellow-haired trainer always felt something was wrong, but with 1000 yuan in front of him he still chose to persist. He bet that young Kira's would fall faster than him. 5 minutes later, Chu Lang felt that young Kira's was about to reach his limit and took out a round bead. Taijing bead. Their fighting rules were unlimited fighting and they could use any means to make the elves stronger, including Tai crystallization. Chu Lang made a rough calculation. After becoming Taijing attribute and being immune to fighting, Infernape could only attack with fire skills and young Kira's should be able to hold on for another 10 minutes. This period of time was enough for young Kira's to destroy the yellow-haired man's belief and make him never dare to call young Kira's rubbish again. At this moment, Chu Lang's body, a familiar sound of footsteps came from behind. Lucario pushed open the door of the gym and stood behind Chu Lang. The moment Lucario came out, all the noisy trainers on the side couldn't help but shut up. His aura was too strong. Just a casual glance at the crowd made the trainers in the audience feel a wave of hair. As if being stared at by a beast, all the hairy Pokemons collectively applauded. Other Pokemons and trainers couldn't stop their hearts from beating wildly and dared not look directly at Lucario. This is the deterrent power of the king level. Lucario cast his eyes on the young Kira's, the fighter on the stage, and showed an affirmative look. During the days of accompanying Chu Lang and the others in training, Lucario has been completely convinced by young Kira's and Chu Lang. What's wrong with improving quickly? They work so hard, this is what they deserve. Lucario knew that Chu Lang could understand him, so he came to Chu Lang and asked him how could young Kira's be beaten so badly. Chu Lang wanted to say that he was mocked by this trainer named Wang Jun, but he felt that it would take too long to explain, so he simply made up another excuse. "My young Kira's defense is still too weak and I must train more. You don't know, when we were at home, young Kira's was often knocked down by a punch from the horn tooth." Lucario's mouth twitched and he didn't believe Chu Lang's nonsense at all. "You're just trying to fool me, right? Well, I'll fool you too. Isn't this simple? When he fights in the future, you can put a shield in his mouth and his defense will be very high, so he won't get hurt." Chu Lang was stunned. What is the operation of holding a shield in his mouth? Shouldn't it be holding a sword in his mouth? Chu Lang subconsciously replaced the image of the Yazii in the myth and legends of the previous life on Earth. The image of Yazii is usually described as a dragon head and a jackal body with a strong character, brave and good at fighting, bloodthirsty and murderous, always holding a sword in his mouth, glaring, engraved on the knife ring and the hilt to swallow his mouth to increase his own powerful power. Yazii is often used to symbolize negative images such as evil, cruelty, violence and terror. But how can young Kira's be described as evil, cruelty and violent? Wait, Chu Lang suddenly realized that this is Blue Star. If you hold a shield in your mouth, shield God Zhang Morant. The moment Chu Lang thought of this, the system prompt sound suddenly sounded. The moment he saw this task, Chu Lang couldn't help but stand there. This is too amazing. He wants to hold Lucario in his arms and give him a big kiss. He actually got a task to permanently improve attribute. Defense level is a way for elves to enhance themselves. It usually describes the temporary increase of elves by strengthening skills. Every time time the attribute level is increased, the attribute of the elf will be strengthened by 15 times. The upper limit is 6 times. That is to say, as long as young Kiraz fights with a shield in his mouth 600 times, his defense power can be increased by 11 times. And this task does not mention the upper limit. Can it be stacked infinitely? Although this needs to be verified, it is worth looking forward to. Gulp. Chu Lang couldn't help but feel dry mouth. He dared not imagine how powerful young Kiraz would be in the future. Tremblehorn, but in the future you can't hit young Kiraz even if he stands and hits you. Lucario, wait here for a moment, I'll get the shield. Chu Lang asked Zoroark to take out an explosion-proof shield from the gym's guard room and couldn't wait to try out the effect of this task. Although he knew the system was reliable, this task was too tempting, no less tempting than the sword of the cliff. Chu Lang didn't care about letting young Kiraz continue to bully the yellow-haired boy and shouted to young Kiraz on the ring, "My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. The latter is more exciting. Young Kiraz, don't keep getting beaten, find a way to fight back." The yellow-haired boy smiled contemptuously. Did the trainer of this gym have a brain twitch? Although he looked miserable, his infernape was extremely fierce and kept suppressing young Kiraz. Want to resist? Dream on. Wang Jun will definitely get this 1000 yuan. Roar. Young Kiraz suddenly roared and bit the infernape that was pressing on him. Infernape opened his mouth and swung his fist, directly hitting young Kiraz's teeth. "My son, let's see whether your mouth is hard or my fist is hard." Crack. Infernape's fist collided with young Kiraz's mouth, making a crisp sound of cracking. Infernape took a step back and looked at young Kiraz in disbelief. His fist was broken. Young Kiraz took advantage of the situation and knocked Infernape off the ring. Chu Lang's light voice came, "This is my guidance for this game. Although the quasi-god elves are not as precious as they used to be, their characteristics are still powerful. Although young Kiraz's teeth can't tear everything apart like the round land shark, its hardness is still not to be underestimated." As he spoke, Chu Lang handed a 30-centimeter diameter round explosion-proof shield to young Kiraz and let it hold it in its mouth. "Breaking with this in your mouth will help you improve your strength." Roar. Young Kiraz nodded, trusting Chu Lang's words unconditionally. Okay. NET1. Chapter 98. God's Reward. Dragon's Fury. 10 o'clock in the morning. The news that Chu Lang paid to accept the challenge has spread throughout the city, and the entrance of the Zhai City Electric Gym is surrounded by trainers. Damn, I knew this bounty would be hard to get. That young Kiraz has defeated more than 20 Pokemons in a row. Brother, you said too little. I've been watching here since this morning. Except for the first few Pokemons that took a little time, that young Kiraz has maintained a frequency of 1 every 3 minutes. From 7 o'clock in the morning to now, how many Pokemons have he caught? 3 hours, 1 every 3 minutes, that's 20 per hour. As he counted, the man couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Before the end of the morning he had already caught about 60 Pokemon. This is too scary. Won't he? Will he be tired? As soon as these words came out, all the trainers around were stunned. They have been attracted by the bravery of young Helas and completely ignored the issue of energy supply. Whose Pokemon below the gym level can fight continuously for 3 hours? Is this young Helas turned on or not? Chu Lang watched young Helas defeat his opponents and almost laughed from ear to ear. In less than half a day the system's task progress had reached 52%. It was a little different from the 60 estimated by those trainers, but it was not much different. At this rate Chu Lang could at least raise young Helas's defense level to level 2 before the college entrance examination, which is 225 times the defense. Horrible. Roar. Young Helas collided again and knocked the opposite Pokemon off the stage, and the task progress was increased again. Everyone, are there any more people coming up to fight? The audience was silent and none of the thousands of trainers dared to go on stage. The dominance shown by young Helas was too strong. Everyone, don't miss this good opportunity. The college entrance examination will be held in a few days. It's better to lose to me now than to lose badly later. Well said. Off stage, a trainer wearing a beach hat and flowery shorts jumped onto the stage gracefully. Xia family of Donghai City. Xia Wenhao, please give me your guidance. When Xia Wenhao finished speaking, everyone around him took a deep breath. It's actually someone from the Xia family in Donghai City. He's the second son of the Donghai City Electric Gym. The second son of the Donghai City Electric Gym came to Zhai City to fight, and he specifically went to the arena of the Zhai City Electric Gym. Could it be that this guy came to Zhai City to establish his prestige? This fight is going to be exciting. Chu Lang also became serious. Is he here to challenge the gym? Xia Wenhao smiled. It's not really a challenge, but I just happened to come to Zhai City to take the college entrance examination. I heard that you are setting up a big arena here, so I'm a little itchy. Just now I watched the battle of your young Kiraz from below for a while and it's really good. Then release the elves. Chu Lang didn't say too much nonsense. No matter what the other party's purpose was, he would continue. As long as the young Kiraz won, no matter what the other party's purpose was, it would be defeated. Seeing that Chu Lang didn't mean to say more, Xia Xia Wenhao summoned his own elf tactfully. A small white fish appeared beside Xia Wenhao, its dark eyes revealing a hint of cunning, looking at the people around. Mama little fish, although this kind of elf has no weaknesses, it is not particularly outstanding. How could anyone use it as a main battle elf? The people around were a little surprised. It was hard to imagine that Xia Wenhao, the second son of the Donghai City Electric Gym, actually contracted this kind of elf. Looking at Mama little fish, Chu Lang's face became unusually solemn. Mama fish level 21 electric fish Pokemon. Although the power of one Mama fish is small, when many Mama fish gather together their power can be comparable to lightning. This Mama fish is actually a gym master level Pokemon. Mama fish as a pure electric Pokemon has an extremely terrifying feature: float. Pokemon with this attribute are immune to ground-based damage. In other words, the Mama fish in front of Chu Lang is a gym master cub without any flaws. Young Kiras, be careful. The opponent's elf is extremely powerful and it seems to have a very terrifying talent. Even the collision skill has been trained to the mastery level. Fortunately, most of the skills he mastered are electric type, which cannot cause damage to young Kiras. If young Kiras is not a ground type elf, Chu Lang might have directly replaced him now. Young Kiras, go fight. The advantage of this battle is in your hands. Roar. Young Kiras roared and used the rockfall skill on Mama Xiao during the collision. This fish is not reasonable at all. It doesn't swim in the water but in the air. Knock it down. Mama Xiao feebly shook her body to avoid the falling rock skill of young Kiras and looked at young Kiras with a smile. Xia Wenhao also did not give any instructions and put his hands in his pockets to look cool. Your young Kiras is not that good. His accuracy is so poor. If the skill can't hit, he can only be played by Mama Xiao. Young Kiras was furious and threw a few rocks again, but they were all easily dodged by Mama Xiao. Xia Wenhao spoke frivolously, thinking that he had already defeated Chu Lang. It seems that the people in your electric gym are not that good. Are you interested in merging with our Donghai City Electric Gym? At that time I can give Mama Xiao's brother to the people in your gym to train. Hearing this, Chu Lang knew Xia Wenhao's intention. This is because he heard that Donghai City was going to build Orange University and wanted to get a piece of the pie. In the past, Donghai City was backed by a large secret realm and was one of the well-deserved coastal metropolises, so the Xia family had always been able to maintain a non-interference attitude with the electric gym in Donghai City. But now that Orange University is about to be established and Donghai City is about to usher in development, the Xia family immediately set their sights on this piece of cake. So you are eyeing my Xiaoshu's family business? Chu Lang's eyes were cold and he no longer planned to hold back. It was just right to use this guy to try out the skills that his young Kiras had just learned. Young Kiras use Dragon's Fury. Chapter 99. Lolulus is about to hatch. Dragon's Fury. Hearing Chu Lang's words, everyone was stunned at first and finally laughed. Anyone with a little common sense knows that Dragon's Fury cannot be mastered by young Kiras. There are too few elves who can master Dragon's Fury skills and it is easy to memorize them. This trainer of the electric gym is really humorous. He actually uses this method to scare the opponent. It's so interesting. When young Helas heard the following word, he opened his mouth and roared without any emotional fluctuation. After so many things he has already regarded pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger as an instinct. Just wait for him to slap his face. Xia Wenhao suppressed his smile and said, brother, I like you more and more. You are so humorous. If you have this ability, you might as well stop being a trainer and come to our gym as a copywriter. You will definitely be able to fool a lot of student. Classmate, I suggest that you keep things in your heart and don't say them directly in the future. Xia Wenhao asked, why? Because you are like this. It's easier to embarrass yourself. As Chu Lang's voice fell, his young Helas let out a shocking roar and the roar resounded throughout a radius of 100 meters, making everyone and most of the elves feel a moment of fear. A visible shock wave emerged from young Kira's mouth and rushed towards Mama Xiao in front. As the main target of Dragon's Wrath, Mama Xiao had already fallen into a sluggish state and was completely unable to avoid young Kira's attack, so she could only be hit by the shock wave. Boom! A violent tremor seemed to hit the soul, directly appearing in everyone's heart. Mama Xiao was hit by this powerful attack and fell directly to the ground, completely unable to move. In addition to the huge sense of oppression, Dragon's Wrath also has an effect via damage to elves. This damage is extremely considerable on low-level elves and can almost kill most elves below level 20 in seconds. Although Mama Xiao was not killed in seconds, his own state was also extremely poor and he might fall to the ground at any time. Young Kira's roared again and a ball of cocky energy appeared in his hand. He used the rockfall skill to knock Mama Xiao off the ring and won the victory. Win again. After this, all the trainers looked at Chu Lang with different eyes. If they had seen Chu Lang's previous performance, they still felt that they had the strength to fight. But as soon as young Kira's used Dragon's Fury, they all knew that their chance of winning was infinitely close to zero. Not only that, even if they went up to fight Chu Lang, it would be difficult for their Pokemon to have a sense of battle. Let's go, there's no need to watch, their fighting power is too strong, it's easy to affect our mentality. This sentence pressed the thoughts of countless trainers, and the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only a few sparse spectators with nothing to do. Oh, it's really nice not to have to take the college entrance examination. I can just continue to watch how strong the trainer's opponents will be. I saw it on the Zhai City forum. Someone has posted this trainer's battle online. I believe that more powerful trainers will come to fight him soon. I don't know why there are so many tourists in Zhai City these days. In the past there were not many tourists when the college entrance examination was approaching. Who cares? As long as we can enjoy the battle. Chu Lang was also an ES. He killed so many people in a row. He had expected this situation to happen. Other trainers are not fools. If there is no combat perception to be obtained, they will not let their elves come up and get beaten in vain. As long as he can gather more than 40 people before the college entrance examination, there is plenty of time. Soon the morning ended and Chu Lang gave the afternoon ring to Kishu. Kishu's elves are also very strong. In addition, most of the challengers recently are senior high school students. Kishu went to the ring in the afternoon without any mistakes. She also maintained a perfect record. The daughter of an electric gym trainer, this is not just a title but also a manifestation of strength. Chu Lang has been taking care of Ralts's Pokemon egg. As it is close to birth, Ralt's Pokemon egg is becoming more and more unstable and is seriously affected by the injuries. Fortunately, with the suggestion of Li Muguo, Chu Lang prepared a large bucket of juice to apply to Ralts, and finally her condition gradually stabilized. At night, Ralt's Pokemon egg had some crack and Chu Lang could see the young Ralts inside through the crack. You can see her blue hair and fair and peaceful face. The two cocky horns also faintly reveal the fluctuation of superpowers, symbolizing her extremely powerful qualifications. Lolulus, don't worry about absorbing nutrient. I will help you hatch safely. Lolu. A gentle little girl's voice appeared in Chu Lang's mind. In the fluctuation of that voice, Chu Lang felt an emotion of great trust. It was not only him who heard this voice but also the three elves, young Kira's Soroya and Gultun. Gultun opened his eyes wide, pushed Chu Lang aside with his head and occupied the best position to observe Lolulus's elf egg. Young Kira's pulled apart Gultun's tail, squatted under Gultun and looked at Lolulus, the little guy who was about to be born, with the same enthusiasm. Even the laziest Soroya changed his usual appearance, jumped into Chu Lang's arms and looked at Lolulus with curiosity. I like it so much. Lolu. Lolulus called out sweetly, again making everyone make a difficult decision. Gultun, Soroya, no sleep today. Chu Lang, young Kira's no exercise tomorrow. Chapter 100, Going Home. The NET day. Chu Lang and the three elves still maintained the same posture as yesterday, staring at the incubator of Lolulus without blinking. The frost on the elf egg gradually dissipated and the cracks on the eggshell became more and more. It was 10:30 and the hatching of Lolulus had reached a critical moment. It must be safe. Chu Lang knew that the system was reliable, but he was still extremely nervous. The elves cannot be helped by eternal forces when they break out of the shell. Chu Lang had no other way to help Lolulus and could only keep feeding him with limu fruit juice. Lolu. Lolulus whispered a word of comfort and continued to concentrate on dealing with the eggshell. 11:00 sharp crack. After a crisp sound, the eggshell of Lolulus was completely cracked and the shining Lolulus, who was only more than 20 centimeters tall, flew up from the table and landed on Chu Lang's shoulder. Chu Lang didn't bother to play with Lolulus. Quickly absorb the eggshell first, otherwise it will be stunted. Lolu. A faint red light appeared on Lolulus's forehead and the red light shone on the eggshell where he was born, and a change unpected to Chu Lang appeared. Chu Lang had seen the birth of a big milk tank before eating the eggshell roughly with his mouth, but the way Lolulus absorbed the eggshell was much more elegant. Under the red light that symbolizes superpowers, the eggshell gradually became empty and eventually dissipated into nothingness, and all the nutrients were absorbed by Lolulus. Ding. System prompts. Your Lolulus has absorbed the frost breath remaining on the eggshell and mastered the skill Frozen Wind. The sudden system broadcast made Chu Lang stunned for a moment. What the hell is it to comprehend a skill just after birth? Could it be that the elves with the qualifications of the King of Heaven can do whatever they want? It's understandable that Zoroark learned many dragon skills under the vest of Soundwave Dragon. After all, he has the inheritance of Black Dragon. But what about Lolulus? He mastered a genetic skill before he was born and mastered a range skill just after he was born. Do you want to let young Helas live? Chu Lang patted young Helas on the head. Young man, listen to the master's advice and make sure to have a good relationship with your sister. Young Helas nodded frantically. Don't worry, master. Whoever wants to bully Lolulus must step over my body. Chu Lang. Great, the meaning is exactly the opposite. Let's go Lolulus, let's go home for dinner. Chu Lang put Zoroark and Lolulus on his shoulders and walked towards the door of the gym with young Helas and Gulden. When he arrived at the door of the gym, him he saw Chi-Shu sitting bored on a simple sofa waiting for the challenger to arrive. Zayashu, no challenger has come to fight you yet. Chu Lang walked to Kishu and sat down with a smile. Ah, you are finally here, I am so bored. Kishu threw himself into Chu Lang's arms and tapped Chu Lang's chest with his fingers. It's all your fault for scaring all those trainers. Now few people come to fight me. Some of them are so strong that my frog cried last night. Frog quack. What the hell, he was beaten to tears. He was crying because of Magneto. Yesterday he was tired all day. Magneto just wouldn't let him sleep. He didn't cry because he was beaten. Huh. Hearing Frog's word, Chu Lang couldn't help laughing. It's worthy of being a chatty Magneto. Very strong. It's only been less than a month and Frog has been beaten. It broke down. It was because the Thunder Zebra and Motor Lizard were too big and didn't sleep in the same room with Kishu, otherwise they would have broken down too. Are you going to continue defending or go home with me? My Ralts has hatched and I happen to have a few big milk tanks at home, so I want to go home and get him some moo moo milk. Ralts has hatched? Kishu was awakened from his eyes full of Chu Lang and divided his attention to Chu Lang's elf. Your Ralts has dyed hair? With the previous appearance of shiny magnemite, Kishu's first reaction was that Chu Lang had also dyed Ralt. Shiny elves are precious and rare, not cabbages in the wholesale market. No, why would such a little girl dye her hair? She originally has blue hair. Kishu, stunned. You mean your Ralts is actually shiny? Kishu's voice was obviously raised a level and he seemed extremely surprised. What kind of luck do you have? You can get the shining elf easily. You are the lucky boy in the storybook. Hehe. Chu Lang scratched his head. So do you want to go back to the farm with me? Yes, I want to see the shining Lolulus. Chi-Shu snatched Lolulus from Chu Lang's shoulder and held her carefully in his arms. Lolulus, mommy will take you home to feed. Chu Lang was a little resentful. I haven't had it yet. You are going to die. Chi-Shu jumped on the back of the motorcycle lizard with a red face and walked away towards Chu Lang's house. Chu Lang smiled and ran after him. Life is getting better and better. Chu Lang and his friends have walked the road from Zahai City to their home countless times. Even with their eyes closed they can run home within half an hour, and this time Chu Lang's wave power has made great progress. The speed level no longer dragged down young Kira's. It only took 15 minutes for one person and 3 elves to reach the winding mountain road in front of the farm. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading the exciting content. Young Kira's, should we be careful this time or go back in a swagger? Chu Lang thought clearly that this time they were away from home for half a month and the Hornbuds would definitely block his house and wait to beat young Kira's. He once counted that the Hornbuds would beat young Kira's once every 2 days. This time they were away for such a long time the Hornbuds might have been thirsty for a long time. Young Kira's looked at his hands, then looked at the tall and majestic Gulden beside him and clenched his fist tightly. Let's fight. He saw clearly last time that brother Gulden was only one step away from fighting that Hornbud. Now with his rapidly growing strength he may not be unable to fight. Roar. Young Kira's roared wildly. Master, I want to do him. Okay, let's try it. Chu Lang agreed to young Kira's request mainly because he was afraid that the child would be suffocated. But you remember, you are not allowed to beat up the Bajra. Although he often beats you, he has really helped us a lot. Young Kira's nodded and then stepped straight to the farm. This time he will defeat the Bajra and establish his position below 10,000 people and above 1 person. Bang. Young Kira's kicked the farm gate open with a flying kick and walked into the farm with a swagger. Roar. Where is the Bajra? Your king is back. The 3 bees net to the fruit tree all stopped collecting honey and looked at young Kira's with interest. The toucans in the sky were even more stunned and suspected that they had fallen asleep while flying. Young Kira's actually dared to provoke the big devil Bajra. It's only been half a month since I went home and my mind is stupid. They all looked towards the back of the farm where a new mini castle with a strange shape was built where the Hornbud lived these days. Sure enough, after young Kira's shouted, the gate of the small castle slowly opened. After taking a look at the Hornbud, Chu Lang took Soroya and Gulton back a step. This guy is actually level 30. Chapter 101, The Strange Tree with Shattered Worldviews. A minute later young Kira's lay on the ground staring at the sky with lifeless eyes. It shouldn't be. How is this possible? Chu Lang patted young Kira's on the shoulder and comforted him. It's not a big problem. Think about it in a positive way. At least the Hornbud look like it's in the same group with us. If there is any life and death crisis, it can be regarded as a powerful helper. Young Kira's stared at Chu Lang. He really wanted to ask what crisis Chu Lang could be in. Is the black dragon a decoration? But young Kira's didn't dare to say. If Chu Lang knew his identity from him, he might have to go back to the furnace and rebuild again. I'm so annoyed. Young Kira's covered his eyes and threw stones aimlessly at the sky. He just didn't believe that he would never be able to beat a Hornbud. Chu Lang patted young Kira's shoulder and went to the house to find Kishu and Lolulus. In fact, it's not bad for this Hornbud to come over once in a while. At least it can arouse young Kira's desire to win. In the house, Kishu looked at Chu Lang in surprise with surprise between his eyebrows. Your young Kiras can't really beat the horn, bud. I thought you were doing it for the show effect. I didn't expect you are so real. Chu Lang's face turned red. The truth is that except for young Kiras and Bell Sprout, everything else is just a show effect. This Bell Sprout is a little different. Its fighting power is extremely terrifying. It is normal that young Kiras cannot beat him. Did you see the Spearows patrolling in the sky? These Spearows came to my farm to help after being subdued by Bell Sprout. Bell Sprout subdued not just one Spearow but several. Kishu's voice rose a degree full of disbelief. You mean, as a flying type and extremely unruly Spearow, it was subdued by a grass type Bell Sprout? This Bell Sprout is too terrifying. Kishu was obviously shocked and his chest was heaving. Why don't you subdue him? Hearing this, Chu Lang shuddered. That was the only time that the bell bud hit me. Since then I have changed my habit of throwing the ball randomly. Huh. Kishu laughed loudly, holding Lolulus and lying in Chu Lang's arms. I didn't expect you to have such a dark history. It's really interesting. That bell bud is so cute. Lalu. Lolulus felt the excitement in Chu Lang and Kishu's emotions and laughed loudly. Okay, let's go to the mountain to find Multank and the others. I just went to the animal area to check. Multank and braided sheep are not at home. Look, at this time they should go to the mountain to eat grass. It's just right to show you the scenery of the back mountain of my house. Your Multank and braided sheep are eating grass outside by themselves. Kishu blinked. But won't they be caught by other wild Pokemon outside? Even if the wild Pokemon in this area are relatively gentle, there are bound to be thieves. We should always be on guard. Chu Lang smiled. You'll know when you see them. A few minutes later, Chu Lang took Chi Shu out of the farm and headed straight for the back mountain. Not long after they walked out, 3 big milk cans and 3 braided sheep, 2 large and 1 small, appeared in front of them, leisurely eating the grass on the ground. Chu Lang lowered his head and said to Chi Shu, who was holding his arm, look, I said they are okay, right? They have lived here for a long time. They will definitely not get lost. Just then a huge whistling sound suddenly sounded in the sky and a green figure passed through the sky. It was a scyther that was hunting. Chi Shu didn't care about accusing him and let go of Chu Lang immediately. Chu Lang, let your Zoro stop him. Electric belly frog, you also take action and knock the scyther down from the sky. Quack. The electric-bellied frog let out a threatening cry and sent an electromagnetic wave to the sky, trying to stop the flying mantis from hunting. But the flying mantis moved too fast and just gently flapped its wings to avoid the electromagnetic wave skills emitted by the electric-bellied frog. Chu Lang, it's dangerous. Kishu was trembling all over as if he had seen the scene of the flying mantis tearing the juvenile big milk tank into pieces. Chu Lang hugged Kishu tightly in his arms and patted her back. It's okay, don't be afraid. This flying mantis comes often, you'll get used to it. Look how well they play. Hearing Chu Lang's word, Kishu loosened the fingers covering his eyes a little. What's going on? Kishu opened his hands covering his eyes in surprise and looked at Chu Lang's big milk can and the woolly sheep in disbelief. They completely ignored the scyther and ate the grass on their own. It was only when the scyther attacked that he would use a slide to easily avoid its attack. The scyther attacked more than a dozen times in a row but didn't get a single wool. Have you trained all these elves? After watching for a while, Kishu turned his attention back to Chu Lang and thought of a situation that could explain this matter. There are some trainers in this world who will choose Multank and braided sheep as combat elves. Could it be Chu Lang? Chu Lang shook his head and pointed at the leading braided sheep. In Kishu's confused eyes, he said something that made him even more confused. I only trained that braided sheep a few times. Before retaking Zoroark, he had always been a sparring partner for young Kiras. You have seen my video, right? I remember I also posted a video on how to let braided sheep forage for food by itself. Later, when there were other Multank and braided sheep at home, I found that he had the potential to be a leader, so under his leadership he became like this. Kishu stretched out his finger and touched Chu Lang's forehead. After confirming that Chu Lang did not have a fever, he said, you mean you really did what that netizen said and practiced it? Is it possible that the person just said it casually? Kishu felt that his worldview had been greatly impacted. That person clearly just said it casually. He himself didn't expect that he could complete it, right? Chu Lang's training talent is too strong. He is worthy of being the man she liked. Looking at Kishu's cute little tiger teeth, posed in surprise. Chu Lang laughed. Yes, so I think training elves is actually quite interesting. I also specially organized a challenge event. Let netizens give suggestions and I will complete it. Today I also plan to shoot a challenge for Lololas to learn to teleport. Kishu's eyes lit up. I want to watch it too. Chapter 102 Collapse. Pokemon Master. Half an hour later, Chu Lang returned to the farm's small yard with 2 thermos buckets filled with large milk cans. It's still comfortable to have a farm. This milk should be enough for Lolulus to drink for 4 or 5 days and save a few hundred yuan. Chu Lang skillfully put the milk into a bottle, warmed the milk to 45 degrees and handed it to Lolulus. Here, drink it, it tastes great. As he said, Chu Lang opened the Douyin video that he hadn't opened opened for a long time and checked his homepage. There are 150,000 fans. Chu Lang was a little surprised. He hadn't updated his videos for a long time, but he still had so many fans, and there were a lot of comments on the first video, which was a bit abnormal. Chu Lang clicked on the first video to see what happened. The video was nothing special. It was just a picture he posted of a young Kiras being beaten by a trumpet bud, but the comments below were interesting. One of the comments had 30,000 likes and was pushed to the top of the hot comment. Chu Lang opened the man's homepage, which only had one video. In the video, Chu Lang was sitting on a high platform looking at himself, his own young Kiras fights with other Pokemon. In the short 10-minute video, Chu Lang and young Kiras changed several opponents, all of which were crushing. The video was shot yesterday and it was a scene of Chu Lang defending the ring at the entrance of the electric gym. The comments below the video are already full, all condemning Chu Lang's actions. Kisha worriedly blocked Chu Lang's phone. Don't care too much about their opinions. I know you were short of money before. We won't pay attention to them in the future. No, you send a photo with me and say that you have successfully found a rich woman and quit the internet from now on. I envy them so much. Chu Lang, as expected of a rich kid, even his reason for quitting the internet is so strange. If Chi Shu wasn't his girlfriend, he would have to cut open Chi Shu's brain to see what was inside. Don't worry, I'm not angry. Chu Lang swiped his phone to the shooting screen. Since my weak character can't stand up, I'll show my genius character. Chu Lang aimed the camera at the Lolulus, who was drinking milk, and took a short video attached with the copy. Everyone, I have never said that I can't do it. The weak qualifications of young Kiras are objective reasons. I can make him stronger because of my ability. The NET challenge. Have you seen this newborn Lolulus cub? You can make any suggestions, no matter how outrageous the suggestions are. I will choose one and use that method to let her master the teleportation skill. Chu Lang did not process this video too much and chose to publish it directly. With the instance of Shining Lolulus, this video does not need any modification or editing to become the hottest traffic password. Kisha looked at Chu Lang's actions and worried that Chu Lang would be condemned by the whole network. The mouth of netizens is a murderous knife. Xiao Lang, why don't you forget it? Even if Lolulus's qualifications are at the level of gym owner, it is difficult for her to learn teleportation in a short time. How about I buy tens of thousands of water soldiers and post a comment asking you to use the skill machine and then cover this up? It's okay. Chu Lang hugged Kishu in his arms, put his mouth net to Kishu's ear and whispered, I tested Raltz's qualifications at the gym. She is a king level cub. King level cub. Kishu got up from Chu Lang's arms with a start, looking at the suckling Raltz in disbelief. You mean this suckling little guy will grow up to be a king level Gardevoir, the super powered queen of Zahai City? As long as she wants. Chu Lang nodded lightly. Now you believe that she can learn to teleport in a short time, right? Kishu came back to his senses after hearing the news that Lolulus was a young king and nodded vigorously. All elves with king level qualifications are gifted without exception. As long as they don't make mistakes on the road to growth, it will be a natural thing for them to learn a skill. Hurry up and see what they say. I can't wait to see them get slapped in the face. For a young king level cub, it's so easy to learn a skill. Chu Lang nodded. Okay, let's watch it together. In less than a minute there were already more than 100 comments under Chu Lang's video. In a dark rental house, the black man who once gave Chu Lang an outrageous suggestion but was trained by Chu Lang to sharpen his claws glared at Chu Lang's post. Damn guy, I don't know how your Zoroark learned the sharpening skill last time and he came to deceive me. Because of you my coyote dog wasted a whole half month. Let me see how I will retaliate against you. The black man smiled grimly and waved his hands on the keyboard. Seeing this familiar idea appear, Chu Lang knew that this time it was a sure thing. Reply, I don't need a son like you, but I don't mind your opinion. You can make any comments and I will lose if you frown. Chapter 103 Reversal Power. Seeing Chu Lang's reply, the black man was almost mad and slammed his hands on the keyboard in front of him. Fuck, this damn guy actually dared to ignore my instance like this. In that case then pay the price. The black man's face was ferocious and he came up with the most vicious idea. This time he not only wanted to ruin Chu Lang's reputation but also made him lose this precious flashing Lolulus. Soon the black man picked up the keyboard on the ground and typed a comment. Seeing the comment of the Iron Palm Gang big swindler, the netizens watching were shocked. Too vicious. The world in the mirror is just a myth that no one has ever seen, but this guy let Lolulus learn the teleportation skill by entering the mirror. If nothing else, at least it eliminates any possibility of Chu Lang cheating. Even if Chu Lang secretly learned the teleportation skill in other ways, it would be impossible for Lolulus to enter the world in the mirror. At that time Chu Lang would be ruined no matter what. Chu Lang's original fans and the black fans who have added in recent days all liked the two comment. Fans all want to see Chu Lang's true level and they all like the comment of yebby yebby ye, while those who are laughing at the joke spoke like the comment of Iron Palm Gang big fraud. Kishu looked at Chu Lang's mobile phone, nervously put his hands together in the sky and kept muttering, "The big liar of the Iron Palm Gang is dying. The big liar of the Iron Palm Gang is dying. This guy is here to take revenge on society. God, please open your eyes and let the normal person's comment win." Chu Lang put down his phone and ran to the side to plant trees. No matter who wins or loses, it doesn't make any difference to him. Anyway, in the end they will learn to teleport, but the process will be a little different. Instead of wasting time, it is better to plant more trees and strive to achieve self-sufficiency in Golden. If one day Golden can still have energy to improve itself while releasing power unscrupulously, then Chu Lang will be considered a real genius trainer. Chu Lang's physique is now improving very quickly and he can be called a holy body for farming. In the past he needed 5 minutes to plant a fruit tree seedling, but now he can plant 5 fruit tree seedlings in 1 minute, and the efficiency has increased by 25 times. This is because Chi Shu is watching from the side. Chu Lang is embarrassed to use Zhuwei Dai Huang pills, otherwise the efficiency can be doubled. Kishu walked to Hulang with a towel and wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Hulang, come and see. The comments of the big liar of the Iron Palm Gang have surpassed those of another person. Should I buy some water army to suppress him?" Hulang's hands kept moving. "Don't worry, let them fight. No matter who wins, Lawless can learn the teleportation skill in their way." "Really?" Kishu was still a little worried. "You obviously have the ability to let Lawless learn teleportation. You can't delay Lawless's growth because of a grudge. If you are short of money, you don't have to take such a big risk. I can give you tens of millions of dowry in advance." Chu Lang staggered and almost fell into the tree pit he had just dug. "The rich woman's money ability is too terrifying." "Don't worry, I know my limit. You just wait a few days to see that guy's joke." After comforting Chi Shu, Chu Lang continued to plant trees, planting harder than before. If he doesn't work harder, he will only be supported by the rich woman. An hour later, the time set by Chu Lang appeared and the comment of the Iron Palm Gang's big liar was pinned to the top with a slight advantage. At the same time, Chu Lang's mind remembered the voice of the system. After posting this video, Chu Lang ran straight to eat. When they entered the room, the Chatterbow Magnemite was gesticulating with the shiny Magnemite looking in ears. "I'm telling you, Lawless has really become a ghost." Shine Magnemite didn't even raise his head. "Gangui." The Chatterbow Magnemite slapped his head and easily, "What I said is true." "What is true?" Chu Lang hugged Ralts and patted the Chatterbow Magnemite's head. At the moment when the Chatterbow Magnemite turned around, Ralts in Chu Lang's arms cooperated and made a face. "Ah!" Magnemite rushed out again and the world was quiet. Zhang Yu looked at the Chatterbow Magnemite back in confusion. "Xiao Lang, why did this kid go out during dinner?" Chu Lang said seriously. "He said it was too noisy here, so he went out to be quiet." "Oh, let's eat first. I'll prepare food for him later." After dinner, Chu Lang did not rush to the training room to train and took out his mobile phone as soon as possible. He had a hunch that his account was going to implode. Sure enough, in just half an hour of eating, Chu Lang's fans increased by another 10,000 and the growth rate showed no sign of slowing down, with a trend of breaking through 200,000 one day. Chu Lang clicked on the video he had just posted and was thinking about how to get the Iron Palm Gang's big liar to give him another outrageous suggestion when he suddenly saw a hot comment that had been pinned to the top. "Chu Lang, this guy has always been unruly. Why did he suddenly change his nature?" The comments below this one were full of doubts, wondering if there was something wrong with the Iron Palm Gang's big liar. Gym level nonsense tree with the hard head feature and mastered the wooden hammer skill. Wall grass uses the hard body to hit the opponent to attack and will also suffer considerable damage. The characteristic and skills of this nonsense tree are perfectly matched, allowing the nonsense tree to use the powerful skill mallet without being hurt. In his team except for Gulton, no one is the opponent of this elf. "Let's go, let's retreat." Weighing the pros and cons, Chu Lang chose to leave temporarily. This nonsense tree is ridiculously strong. There is no outstanding treasure on it, only an ordinary concave and conv helmet. Even if Gulton successfully defeats this nonsense tree, the input and income will be very mismatched. As he said, Chu Lang led the 4 elf to retreat, wanting to seize the time to leave here. The moment he touched the empty wall behind him, Chu Lang's face changed. The wall did not react at all. "This place can be entered but not ei tree, he he he." Seeing that Chu Lang failed to escape, the leader of the nonsense tree pulled his legs out of the ground and approached Chu Lang with a big mouth, looking arrogant. "Chu Lang, did this guy misunderstand something?" "Nonsense tree, let me go, it will be good for everyone." The leader of the nonsense tree looked disdainful and ignored Chu Lang's word. The elves came here to work and they would get points if they eliminated human trainers. How could they let the other party go easily after getting off to a good start? This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. Tree. The leader of the nonsense tree waved his hand and the surrounding trees also uprooted and surrounded Chu Lang Lang and his friends. Young Kira's narrowed his eyes. Standing in front of Chu Lang, he looked like he would fight if he didn't agree with him. Tree, ha ha ha. The leader of the tree felt the ground and rock energy in the body of the young Kiras and laughed arrogantly again. He mastered the wooden hammer skill of the grass type. Isn't beating this Pokemon the same as beating a child? Chu Lang looked at the tree with burning eyes. Why do you think you can beat us? The tree laughed. He was sure of it. What could this man do to him? Strange. The tree was unwilling to say more to Chu Lang and directly launched the wooden hammer skill at the young Kiras. They had all undergone simple training before coming in to act as bosses. Training rules 1. Don't waste words with the trainer who broke in. It's easy to overturn. The moment the wooden hammer skill was used, a green light burst out from the tree's body. The green light was so dazzling that it almost illuminated the entire dark semicircular space. Roar. Facing a blow that restrained him 4 times, young Kiras had no intention of retreating. He directly used rocks to condense a shield in front of him and rushed forward with a crazy look on his face. At the same time he taunted, such a green guy still came out to seek a sense of distance. Aren't you afraid that your wife will run away with someone? Your wife must have many husbands. Chu Lang. This guy can taunt and carry. It should be said that young Kiras now has almost all the potential of a meat shield. Chapter 114. Golden takes action. Hearing young Kiras's taunting, Hu Shuashu was stunned at first and then decisively narrowed the attack range, trying to make all the power of his attack young Kiras. You are a bad mouth, right? I'll beat you to death. After narrowing the attack range, the power brought by Hu Shuashu's attack this time became more and more intense. The fierce wind around him alone made Chu Lang's wave power dissipate continuously. It is hard to imagine how terrible the consequences would be if he was hit by this blow. Young Kiras, be careful. Young Kiras nodded and rushed forward resolutely. He wanted to test his limit. Boom! The nonsense tree and young Kiras collided with each other, and the imagined scene of young Kiras being knocked away did not appear. His shield blocked the attack of the nonsense tree and did not retreat. Roar! Young Kiras roared wildly and forcibly caught the attack that restrained him 4 times, and this attacker surpassed him in level and attribute. Behind young Kiras, Chu Lang was extremely surprised. Young Kiras, you did it. In the past month, young Kiras's growth rate was ridiculously fast, from a weak little dinosaur to a violent Godzilla. According to Chu Lang's judgment, even if Golden did not take action, it would not be so easy for this nonsense tree leader to defeat young Kiras in a one-on-one fight. Young Kiras still has the dragon's fury to use. Opposite to young Kiras, Hu Shuashu looked at young Kiras in astonishment as if he had seen a ghost. He could feel that the energy fluctuations on young Kiras were not long, at most about 20 levels. If there was anything special about this young Kiras, it might be that his race was a quasi-god. Could it be that a quasi-god was so outrageous? But he was clearly only in the first form, which was too unreasonable. Hu Shuashu couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought, so he simply gave up and attacked young Kiras again. Young Kiras still chose to fight hard and hit Hu Shuashu again with a shield. This time Hu Shuashu still used the mallet skill, but what was different from before was that young Kiras also used the collision this time. Bang! The 2 tough guys collided with each other, making a huge muffled sound. Chu Lang clearly saw that young Kiras spit out a trace of bright red blood from his mouth. After the impact of both sides increased, he was injured. However, the nonsense tree was not in a good situation either. Young Kiras was much shorter than him. Under such a strong collision, the nonsense tree suddenly lost its balance and fell to the ground. Seeing their leader suffer a loss, the surrounding nonsense uncles stepped forward and surrounded him, looking like they could take action at any time. Roar! Young Kiras excitedly beat his chest with both hands and let out a shocking roar. At the same time, a visible energy fluctuation appeared beside young Kiras and a violent pressure emerged from him. Dragon's Fury skill. At the moment of using Dragon's Fury, all the nonsense trees around took a step back. Every nonsense tree looked at young Kiras in horror, and the fear in their hearts was obvious. The leader of the nonsense tree, who was the first to bear the brunt, was directly hit by the Dragon's Fury skill and let out a violent scream. Before the nonsense tree stood up, young Kiras waved his hands and summoned 3 huge rocks above the nonsense tree. Boom! The 3 rocks fell suddenly and hit the head of the nonsense tree, causing damage to him and causing a violent explosion. After a series of combined skills, the state of the nonsense tree has been beaten to the same level as young Kira's tree. The nonsense tree let out a huge roar and no longer had the playful look just now. As the leader of a tribe, he was beaten like this in front of his own people. The opposite, this guy must die. Hearing the roar of the nonsense tree leader, the surrounding nonsense trees all woke up from fear and surrounded young Kira's with cold eyes. Chu Lang also looked at the nonsense trees with a bad face and walked behind young Kira's with the other 3 elves. Young Kira's, you did a good job, let others do the rest. Young Kira's shook his head slowly, still standing firmly in front of Chu Lang. Chu Lang smiled and teased young Kira's, we are a team, you can't just be in the limelight. Otherwise why do you need us, right? Yaya, Ang, Lalu, Zoro. Zoro and Gulton all echoed Chu Lang's words, and Lawless didn't understand, so he shouted along. Hearing the voices of his companions, the resolute expression on young Kira's face eased a little. Unconsciously he also had a companion, a real companion. Okay Gulton, you take the lead this time and crush that arrogant nonsense tree leader. Zoro, you transform into a sound wave dragon and take charge of the nonsense trees on the right. Lawless, we will take charge of the nonsense trees on the left. Remember to use ice skills to slow them down for me. Lawless called sweetly and jumped from Chu Lang's arms to his shoulders so as not to affect his battle. Looking at his companions who rushed up to fight, young Kira's pointed his finger at his nose in astonishment. What about me, master? Chu Lang responded while rushing towards the nonsense trees on the right. You are responsible for cleaning up the small fish around Gulton. Don't let other nonsense trees affect Gulton's battle. Hearing Chu Lang's arrangement, young Kira's face lit up. Clean up the small fish around brother Gulton, right? Okay, I'll clear them all within a radius of 500 meters for you. Chu Lang's wave power has a great advantage against these nonsense trees. Every time he punches, those non-leader nonsense trees scream in pain. Zoraya on the side is also extremely efficient. She was the first to use the claw sharpening skill. Every attack can cause a lot of damage to the nonsense trees. When the nonsense trees saw Zoraya take off, they wanted to use rock skills to knock her down, but they were surprised to find that Zoraya was not restrained by the rock system. They immediately felt that their three views were blown up and their combat effectiveness continued to decline. Gulton in the middle stood up and looked at the nonsense tree leader jokingly. It's been a long time since I fought against such a weak elf. I have a little expectation. I just don't know how many moves this guy can take. Chapter 115 Gods Cannot Be Blasphemed. Seeing Gulton's joking eyes, the nonsense tree leader broke his defense directly. He has been in other secret realms for many years, but this is the first time he has encountered such eyes. In the past, all the trainers were filled with solemnity when they saw him. The timid ones would even walk around and dare not approach him, but today his dignity was greatly challenged. First he was beaten evenly by a little guy, and now he was looked down upon by a red motorcycle lizard. What can't the red motorcycle lizard be very good at fighting? No matter how much the world changes, it will not become like this. The leader of the nonsense tree couldn't stand the look in Gulton's eyes and took the lead in using the rock block skill to attack Gulton. Several boulders appeared in the sky out of thin air. Compared with the rock collapse skill of young Kira's, the boulders summoned by the nonsense tree were more than 10 times larger. Those stones fell on Gulton like a small mountain, covering a large area in front of Gulton. From the visual effect, Gulton had nowhere to escape. Rock blockade: summon rocks to attack, block the opponent's actions and thus reduce the speed. Hu Shuasha remembered clearly that the reason why he was knocked down by young Kira's just now was because the speed when the two sides collided was a little too fast, causing his lower body to be unstable. This time history will never repeat itself, as the leader Hu Shuasha can only defeat him once with the same move. Shu. After trapping Gulton in the middle with rocks, Hu Shuasha shouted wildly again. He could see that Gulton was the strongest among the group. As long as he could deal with this guy, the others would be easy, including the very capable young Kiras. Take them all to the Eaminer to change for food. At this moment Hu Shuasha suddenly felt an extremely dazzling light coming from the sky and the earth. The semicircular space-time disorder boundary in the sky seemed to be pierced by this light, turning from dim black and grey to fiery red. He saw the most terrifying scene he had ever seen in his life. The motorcycle lizard in front of him was shining with red light all over, and the light was extremely dazzling. Just by taking a look, Hu Shuasha felt like he was looking directly at a god. Too outrageous. Although there are gods in this world, they are definitely not something he can touch at his level, right? Under Hu Shuasha's gaze, Gulton's muscles bulged and his thick leg stepped on the ground, making a huge vibration. The rocks he summoned were like paper in front of Gulton and did not cause any obstacle. With just a slight collision, the rock turned into powder as if they had never eaten. He was surprised to find that he was crushed. Beside the two elves, Chu Lang punched bend a nonsense tree and said with some heartache, Gulton, take it easy, don't use your special feature, he can't beat you. Your special feature is too strong, we have limited fruit this time, not enough for you to use. Hearing this, Gulton retracted his special feature and the sky turned dark black and grey again. Gulton can clearly distinguish between being able to fight once and being able to fight several times, and he must not overdraw nutrition on the first attack. Seeing Gulton return to his original state, the leader of the nonsense tree patted his chest in fear. He felt that he almost died just now. However, it's your fault to retract your power when you have the upper hand. The nonsense tree grinned, hooked his hand provocatively at Gulton and then activated his signature skill, Imitate. This skill can imitate the opponent use the same moves just now. The nonsense tree laughed at Gulton. Big lizard, your skills just now were very powerful, but it's a pity that they are mine now. Gulton was shocked. Could he be imitating his skills? Ah, no No brother, give me another chance to attack. Don't commit suicide. How can I attack you if you commit suicide? Before Gultun's cry was completely uttered, he saw the leader of the nonsense tree emitting a fierce red light all over his body. He has already started to imitate. Feeling the tremendous power in his body, the leader of the nonsense tree looked at Gultun jokingly. Don't you like to look at people with this kind of eyes? Then I will look at you with this kind of eyes too. I not only imitate your skills but also your eyes. Are you angry, Gultun? He really didn't want this nonsense tree leader to imitate his crimson pulse. God cannot be blasphemed, let alone imitated. This guy committed suicide. Who else can he fight? Hu Shuashu was still immersed in the powerful power in his body, and he didn't realize that he had been ignited by a raging fire. He used the rock blocking skill on Gulden again, but found that the rock energy in his body had been completely swept away and he couldn't use the skill at all. The net moment he suddenly felt his body was extremely hot, as if he was in magma. Tree! He screamed in fear, not knowing why such a change had occurred in his body. Gulden was speechless. He had been told not to let this guy imitate, but this guy had to imitate. Are you afraid now? It's too late. Chu Lang noticed the battle situation on Gulden's side. Okay Gulden, save him, don't kill him. Except for the fact that this Hu Shuasha got really angry when he fought with young Kiras at the beginning. He never thought of killing us afterward. With the power of Wave Guide, Chu Lang could clearly judge whether these elves had murderous intentions towards him. The circle of trainers is not small, but it is not big either. You never know where you might run into them in the future. It is a good idea to leave a way out when doing things. Hearing Chu Lang's words, Gulden staggered towards the nonsense tree and put his big hand on it. The crimson energy rushed into Gulden's body like a stream flowing into the sea, making the originally weak Gulden recover to his full strength. It was hard to tell that he had just fought once. Chu Lang was a little surprised. The key point was that this nonsense tree could actually replenish Gulden's consumption. If you plant more than a dozen nonsense trees on the farm, yes, sure enough, making friends with these nonsense trees is an extremely wise decision. Chapter 116. He panicked. Zoro, stop it, we are all friends. Friends? Zoro, in the form of a sonic dragon, punched a nonsense tree away and flew back to Chu Lang reluctantly. Seeing that Soraya ran away, the nonsense trees fighting with him were an ease and rushed over with Don Guillotine. Chu Lang gave Guillotine a look, and Guillotine instantly understood Chu Lang's meaning and held the half-dead leader of the nonsense trees in front of Soraya. We are friends, right? The nonsense trees. You say it is the leader has been captured. What can they do? Since we are friends, it's easy to say. Chu Lang squatted down and took out an iron bow from the big backpack behind him. When you get close, you can smell a faint fragrance from the bow. The nonsense trees curiously looked over and wanted to see what was inside, but the bow was sealed very well and they couldn't see what was inside at all. Chu Lang smiled mysteriously, raised his right hand high and smashed it hard with a fist covered with wave guide power, and the bow shattered. As the faint fragrance became stronger, the things in the bow rolled to the ground, forming a hill half a person's height. They were all energy blocks made of various fruit trees and all had no attribute. Although not as compatible as those with rock attributes, they were also rare and excellent food for the nonsense trees. These things were prepared by Chu Lang in advance and then compressed with a special machine to supply Gulden for battle, and now they were just right for socializing. Tree. Looking at the things on the ground, the nonsense trees were all boiling. This was all theirs before they came over. The human gave them food and it looked like the quality was not bad at all. It was just that the man gave them very little and only let each of them taste a piece, saying that after the work was completed they could use the trainer's watch to exchange for more food. But now they haven't done much work and someone has paid them. Want to eat? The nonsense trees nodded frantically, wanting to eat a lot. The nonsense tree leader in Gulden's hand struggled for a few times, trying hard to make his brothers remember him. Ha! Gulden slapped him. You are a tree, not a maggot. Why are you twisting? The nonsense tree leader. After this little episode, the other nonsense trees all calmed down and glared at Chu Lang and his elves. You can't sell your leader just for such a little food. Chu Lang looked at the leader of the nonsense trees with a smile. It seems that you are the one who makes the decision, brother. Then I will make it clear. Follow me and I will provide food and accommodation. If you don't follow me, I will kill you and bury you. The leader of the nonsense trees said nothing and curled his lips in contempt. He had inquired clearly before coming here. Killing is not allowed in this secret realm, otherwise he would not come. If these candidates kill him, their grades will be greatly affected. It is said that this big test determines their fate. Although the man in front of him speak fiercely, he will definitely not joke about his future. To tell you the truth, I am actually a farmer and there are many elves in my family. Seeing that coercion failed, Chu Lang began to fool people. This time he must get these nonsense trees back. He calculated clearly that if the fruit of a normal battle in Guillerton is used to supplement, it will cost more than 100,000, but it is much cheaper to use the leader of the nonsense trees to supplement. How much does the leader of the nonsense trees eat? Even if they only eat energy cubes for every meal with no fruit or food they can't eat 100,000 cubes in a week. Other nonsense trees should have smaller appetites due to their size. Are you really a farmer? Seeing Chu Lang's sincerity, the nonsense tree leader became interested. Seeing Chu Lang and the others start this topic, Golden was silent for a while and walked away from Chu Lang. This guy started again. There is a broken hill called a farm and even shell companies don't dare to package it like you. Chu Lang said calmly, yes, my farm covers a large area. There is only one farm on the whole hill and there are currently 4 tribes, all of which are relatively peaceful. After you go there, at least you don't have to worry about fighting with others for territory in the secret realm all day long, and there are also frequent supplies of energy cubes. Golden began to protect his ears. Sometimes he didn't understand why humans were so good at fooling people. There is only one farm on the whole mountain, but it does not mean that his farm owns the whole mountain. It is true that there are 4 tribes, but one is devoted to collecting nectar, one belongs only to Trumpet Bud, and the other 2 tribes are obedient. But those 2 tribes, 3 big milk cans, 3 braided sheep. Chu Lang said he is a tribe, so let him be. When he and Chu Lang met for the first time, he thought he was going to the peak of his life again, but after going to the farm he realized that he thought too much. If Chu Lang was not a good person, he would have taught him a lesson with his 2 dragon claws. Like Gulton, when he first met Chu Lang, the leader of the nonsense tree almost had his eyes shining. The life described by Chu Lang is the life of his dreams, without disputes, all food, and when he is bored there are elves from other tribes to chat with. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading the exciting content later. It feels good just to think about it. After a brief negotiation, the leader of the Hushuo turned on the switch of the time-space confusion zone and waved to the backs of Chu Lang and his group with the Hushuo Shu. Don't forget to pick us up. Chu Lang stretched out his right hand and waved it behind him. Definitely. On the number 1 battleship, Xie and the technicians he brought were frantically debugging the equipment. Just now they were monitoring Chu Lang's battle in the time-space confusion zone and wanted to record an excellent propaganda film to be used as news materials later. As a result, Chu Lang had not fought for long and Golden had just made a move and the radio camera in the sky malfunctioned. At that moment Xie was confused. This was a high-tech camera that could shoot into the alien space. How could it break easily? And it broke at the wrong time. He was just about to see where Chu Lang's potential was and the screen went black with a crackling sound. Wang Hai, have your people arrived yet? Who found those nonsense trees? Are they reliable? If a king-level elf dies in this college entrance examination, then our lives will be over. Wang Hai took a deep breath. Don't worry, the people who found the elves are my confidant. These elves will not hurt people, at most they will beat people up. Although people lose their lives in the big EAMS every year, they are only a minority after all. Chu Lang should not be in great danger in the Zhai City area. His elf has some connection with the one in the secret realm of Zhai City. Hearing Wang Hai's words, Xie panicked even more. Didn't you assign a few people to protect him in secret? Wang Hai, as a matter of course. He shook his head. Of course not everything is fair in the EM. Xie, fuck, I can understand that you hope everything is fair, but he is an elf favored by the god. You let him participate in the secret realm like ordinary students. What if he gets injured? What if he dies? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go there in person. Chapter 117. Master Kongming. Xie and Wang Hai rode on the Rentgen cat and ran wildly towards the time and space confusion area where the nonsense tree was. The Rentgen cat was surrounded by terrifying electric currents, ignoring everything in the entire emanation area, and its body lightly passed over the plains, mountains, tree trunks and other landforms, turned into a meteor, madly approaching the place where the signal disappeared. Wang Hai, can you go faster? I'm afraid they will have an accident. The howling wind suddenly poured into Xie's mouth, but Xie didn't care about his image at all and kept urging Wang Hai, it won't be fast. My Rentgen cat is not a speed-oriented elf. He usually likes to train his muscles. Don't worry, I have called the teachers and soldiers around. They are also rushing over there. Chu Lang and his elf will not be in danger. Xie breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Let Rentgen cat watch you when you run. Don't let it affect other candidate. Wang Hai shouted, don't worry, it won't affect other candidate. Rentgen cat and I are the same. What we care about most is fairness. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a muffled sound under Rentgen cat and a black and white elf flew into the sky. I understand that you care about fairness for the candidates, but don't hit other Pokemon. I saw that he just hit a naughty panda and now there is a domineering panda chasing behind us. It should be the father of the naughty panda. Wang Hai laughed. It's just a domineering panda, not worth mentioning. When the EM is over, just give them more compensation. Xie looked resentful. But you not only hit a naughty panda but also a Diglett, several ABO monsters, a Pikachu, 2 Nidorans, a Volpe. If you keep hitting like this, the difficulty of the candidates EAMS will probably increase again. If they they can't catch up with us too, they will definitely find other students to vent their anger. Wang Hai felt a little guilty. It should be okay. Even if the difficulty is upgraded, everyone will upgrade. As long as it is fair, it will be fine. Xie Zi, I hope so. I hope that the candidates left in the secret realm this time can make up the number of people that Orange University wants to recruit. It will be funny if there are not enough people in the end. When Xie Zi and Wang Hai arrived beside Chu Lang was cooking instant noodles in a big pot. Under the pot was a Lalula spitting fire. Zoro and Guillerton were leaning lazily against a big tree eating the food given by Chu Lang. Young Kira's was even more outrageous. He was practicing weightlifting with a 1,000-pound boulder on the side. Xie Zi and Wang Hai looked at each other. This guy didn't look like he was in danger. It's okay to eat, but why is he training during the big EM? Normal candidates shouldn't spend all their efforts to survive and take the time to rest as long as they find a gap. Why is Chu Lang's style so wrong? Uncle Wang Hai. Chu Lang used the power of waveguide to sense the person behind him and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Aren't you the chief examiner? Why are you patrolling in person? Have you eaten? If not, eat some instant noodles. Although the taste is not very good, it is simple and convenient. Wang Hai did not answer the reserve. Did you just enter a time and space disorder area and encounter the nonsense tree tribe? What happened after the battle between young Kira's and the nonsense tree leader? Chu Lang nodded. Don't worry Uncle Wang, it's all done. They are super nice. They exchanged a few words with young Kira's and then decided to go home with me after the EM. Wang Hai. Xie Zi, it is true that the elf they found are more family, but they are not good brothers with someone they just met, right? What's the matter with that red light? Xie Zi stared into the eyes of the rat wolf and asked the key question. According to his many years of experience, the reason why the camera lost this part of the picture was definitely related to the red light. Chu Lang's heart suddenly stopped and then he used the power of waveguide to force it back to normal. Guillerton and system, these two things are his biggest secrets and he must not tell anyone. Chu Lang organized his words. That red light is the way my master taught me to use energy, which is a unique thing in the fighting system. Hearing that Chu Lang already had a master, Xie Zi was stunned. Who is your master? My master Kongming. Kongming, the best among the king level, the owner of the power of waveguide, the most promising person in the middle-aged and young generation to win the fighting system championship. If this is not a big deal, he has an even more terrifying identity. The Lord of Donghai City. Xie Zi's pupils trembled and he immediately figured out everything. No wonder a small Zahai city has a Kyogre-class battleship, and no wonder Chu Lang can become good brothers with those nonsense trees. I'm afraid Chu Lang has also mastered the special ability of the Sky King, the power of waveguide. With this power, with Chu Lang's background, it's normal for those nonsense trees to follow him. Let alone nonsense trees, even the rock-type overlord tribes of the entire dragon country are not enough for Kongming's disciples to fight. It's just a pity that the disciple he liked was taken by someone else. After a brief loss, Xie Zi was relieved. He and Wang Hai didn't come here to explore Chu Lang's secret. The reason they asked about the red light was just because they were afraid that Chu Lang's safety would be threatened. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading the exciting content. Anyway, as long as others are safe, it's fine. Although he can't accept Chu Lang as a disciple, it doesn't affect Chu Lang from becoming his student in the future. Student Chu Lang misunderstood. Xie Zi chuckled. We are just worried that the red light will affect your safety. I understand the rules of the alliance. We won't explore your secret. It's just. After hesitating for a while, he still said the NET word. It's just that we thought you were in danger this time, so we were a little uneasy when we came here and angered many tribes and the overlords of the time and space confusion zone. In short, the difficulty of this assessment should be a little higher than expected. Chu Lang must be mentally prepared. Chu Lang was stunned. He wanted to ask, you have angered many tribes. What does it have to do with me? He just wants to be peaceful here. Those elves will not chase him across half an island to beat him, right? It's okay teachers. It's just a little more difficult. So do you want to eat instant noodles? Chu Lang pointed to the noodles that had been soaked in the pot and his eyes were a little resentful. The implication was to send the guests away. Oh, then I won't disturb Chu Lang's meal. The signal here is almost restored, so we will withdraw. Xie Zi waved to the sky and the giant gold monster in the sky emitted a red light, taking Xie Zi and Wang Hai away. Student Chu Lang, remember to pay attention to safety. After the two left, Chu Lang breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the instant noodles in the pot with heartache. This was the crab roe noodles he bought after he became rich. It cost 10 yuan a bag, but it was wasted by these two guys. Don't waste it, eat it quickly. Chu Lang buried his head directly in the pot and ate it with a slurp. Halfway through eating, Chu Lang suddenly felt the ground behind him loosen. Before he could come to his senses, three cocky heads appeared out of thin air and instantly knocked him flying. Instant noodles pot and Chu Lang took off and scattered in the sky. Chu Lang looked at his instant noodles in despair. I spent a huge amount amount of money to buy crab roe noodles who attacked me. Chapter 118 Who is the prey? Under Chu Lang, a three-eared hamster looked at Chu Lang, who was not lying with an innocent face. His son just went out to play and was hit by a big cat, and the big cat also ran away. What's the matter? He is an elf and still plays cat and mouse. But he is not a mouse, he is a field mouse. The angry three ground mice became more and more angry and followed the traces of the Rentgen cat all the way here, and he was sure that the big cat disappeared here. The three ground mice looked at Chu Lang in the air angrily, asking Chu Lang to hand over the Rentgen cat. Chu Lang also looked at the three ground mice on the ground angrily, wanting him to compensate for his instant noodles. Young Kira's Soroya beat him for me. I just ate instant noodles. Who did I offend? Although this instant noodle is crab roe noodles, it is only 10 yuan in terms of the price of Sahai City. You don't hate the rich so much, right? The three ground mice looked at Chu Lang's innocent face and became even angrier. As he pecked of a treacherous two-legged gorilla, he beat his own son and pretended to be innocent. Yaya roar. The three Pokemon looked at each other and instantly fought each other. Chu Lang took the opportunity to activate the Pokemon Eye to check the skills of the three Diglett. 3 Diglett level 26. The evolution of the mole Pokemon Diglett. The 3-in-1 power allows them to dig up to 100 kilometers deep. The powerful 3 Diglett can even cause earthquake. Zoroya, don't turn into a sonic dragon, just fight him with your body. This guy is very fast and has mastered the master level digging skill. Only face-to-face combat can hit him. Young Kira's hit him hard with a stone. Don't let him have a chance to breathe. Gulton, you watch from the side. Don't let him run away. He must pay me 10 yuan today. Young Kira's nodded, frantically blocking in front of the three rats, strictly following Chu Lang's orders. Zoroya also turned into a red after image, using the claw sharpening skill to strengthen himself while sprinting to the side of the three rat. Grab. It was just a most ordinary skill, but it made the three rats sweat coldly. Zoroya waved his claws and there was a strong sound of breaking through the air around him, and the claws were still. Before it arrived, the strong wind had already made the three-eared rat's body hurt. The three-eared rat felt that he had never seen such a terrifying claw in his life. His body shrank and the dust on the ground suddenly took off, all splashing on Zoroya and young Kira. Throwing sand on the opponent's face, thereby reducing the opponent's hit rate. After being hit by the throwing sand skill, Zoroya's eyes felt a burning pain and a lot of gravel entered her eyes. Under the stinging pain, Zoroya's attack became more violent and her right claw quickly scratched the middle head of the three-eared rat. After one blow, a huge wound of 8 centimeters appeared on the forehead of the three-eared rat and blood kept pouring out of it. As a fairy with the qualifications of the king, Zoroya was not afraid of the three-eared rat, who was only 5 levels higher than her. Zoroya licked her right claw, endured the stinging pain in her eyes and attacked the three-eared rat again. A huge black sphere appeared in his hand, emitting an extremely ominous aura. Ghost skill Shadow Ball. Looking at the black and purple energy sphere in Zoro's hand, the three moles were terrified to the extreme, shrinking their necks and disappearing on the ground. A simple grab skill can injure him, and this Shadow Ball hits him and it is unknown how much status it will knock down. Now surrounded by enemies, he dare not gamble. Looking at the three moles who wanted to dig a hole to escape Chu Lang's wave power, suddenly he plotted, spreading like a shock wave, dyeing everything around him blue. You want to run away after your bowl is hit, dreaming. The noodles in that bowl are worth 10 yuan. Young Kira's earthquake. Young Kira's was stunned and looked at Chu Lang in confusion. What if he doesn't know how to use it? Chu Lang didn't even look at young Kira's and jumped directly, flying over the top of the three moles. He didn't say this to young Kira's at all, but to the three moles. Pokemon in the digging state will receive twice the damage of the earthquake skill. It can be said that the earthquake skill is very strong against digging. Chu Lang believes that as long as the three earth rat hears his command, it will definitely not be able to help but drill out of the ground, unless this three earth rat is a fool. However, as a Pokemon brought to work by the Education Bureau, how could it be a fool? In Chu Lang's perception, the three earth rat hiding under the ground showed an extremely terrified presence, and its body under the ground dug upward frantically, fearing that it would be killed instantly. As a result, as soon as he came out, he saw a familiar figure. The three earth rat was overjoyed. He was obviously running away just now, so how did he get close to the opponent's trainer? Could it be that the god of the ground favored him? This is too cool. The three earth rat let out a surprise cry and immediately stretched out his hand hidden under the ground, trying to grab Chu Lang. Ha ha ha, tremble human. What 10 yuan do you still want from me? Today I must turn you into my salary. At this moment, Sandrat suddenly heard Chu Lang roar with surprise. Ha ha ha, I caught you, Sanrat. Chapter 119 Zoro's Sith sense. Ha ha ha, I caught you. Chu Lang stared at Sandrat in surprise with a playful smile on his lips. It was okay that Wang Hai and Xie delayed him from eating instant noodles, but this guy even smashed his bowl. You all think he's made of clay, right? A clay man still has some temper. Chu Lang's whole whole body was covered with rich wave power. His right hand clenched into a fist and his left hand grabbed a handful of Zhuwei Dai Huang pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Bang! In Sandrat's astonished eyes, Chu Lang's fist hit easily. After being hit once, Sandrat's entire Pokemon was stunned. He couldn't understand why Chu Lang's fist was so hard. Aren't trainers themselves very weak? Chu Lang saw the three rats in a daze and swung his right fist directly raining down on the three rats. You dare to waste my instant noodles, will you pay for it? Will you apologize? Don't think that I won't hit you just because you are an elf. Even if you are the king of heaven, you can't waste my food. Feeling the pain on his body, the three rats suddenly woke up and subconsciously used triple attack skills on Chu Lang. A mysterious aura suddenly emanated from his three pairs of eyes. The leftmost eye turned into the color of lightning and burst out a flash of lightning at Chu Lang. The pupil in the middle turned into a fiery red, emitting a burning feeling, and also stimulated a straight ray, but this ray was red, symbolizing fire. The rat head on the far right was not to be outdone. A deep cold flashed in his eyes and he stimulated a ray symbolizing frost at Chu Lang. Damn! Chu Lang let out a strange cry and quickly lowered his body to avoid the three rays. This skill is a special one among the general skills. It can emit three kinds of light at the same time, which may cause the person hit to fall into a state of paralysis, burning or freezing. Based on the principle of saving as much as possible, he did not bring many potions this time and only brought 3 bottles of each kind that could remove negative state. The triple attack was getting closer and closer to Chu Lang. According to the speed of this attack, it could hit Chu Lang in almost the blink of an eye. The three rats shouted excitedly. After being hit so many times, they finally wanted revenge. The two were almost face to face. He didn't believe that Chu Lang could dodge his skills. Chu Lang had only one thought in his mind: to dodge the 3 attacking rays. His brain was extremely clear and everything around him seemed to slow down. There was silence all around and only the wave power was left, the sound of burning and surging. Chu Lang entered that mysterious state again. Dodge skills, dodge skills. There was only this one thought in his mind and all distractions disappeared. Save potions, catch the 3 moles and make him pay for it, the instant noodles that were knocked away. All these important things disappeared in his mind, leaving only the thought of dodging skill. He controlled the wave power to surge forward violently, trying to block the forward speed of the 3 rays and at the same time push his body backwards with the reverse thrust. But even if he did this, he still didn't have time to dodge the 3 rays. The distance between the two sides was too close, and with his current physical fitness it was impossible for him to dodge the 3 rays. Flowing armor, condense for me! Chu Lang roared, and the wave power around him all moved closer to him and flowed along the surface of his body. Those wave guide forces, which were as illusory as flames, condensed on the surface of his body and the color became deeper and deeper. Not enough flow for me. The wave guide forces on Chu Lang's body were consumed rapidly and then regenerated rapidly, circulating at an extremely terrifying speed. In the end, those wave guide forces, as deep as substance, slowly flowed. The 3rd stage of wave guide force flowing armor completed. At this moment Chu Lang felt his bones making muffled sounds like thunder and his skin became tough. At this time Chu Lang's whole body, from bones and organs to every cell, every inch of skin and every pore in his body were changing. Break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. The bright blue wave guide force kept surging on his body, washing his body wantonly. There was no abnormal phenomenon of muscle knotting on Chu Lang's body, but a very terrible breath was strangely emitted, filling the area within a radius of 100 meters. The first to be hit, the 3 moles shuddered and couldn't help wanting to bow down to Chu Lang. It was so scary. He felt that Chu Lang was now like a humanoid fighting elf and his physical fitness had completely crushed him, a real elf. At this time the triple attack launched by the 3 moles also successfully hit Chu Lang's body, but it seemed to hit a very fast flowing stream and was rushed to the 3 directions beside and finally sank into the ground, fiercely smashing out 3 small pits. Looking at the power of the triple attack hitting the ground, Chu Lang's eyes jumped and he grabbed the frightened 3 moles again. You bastard, I just asked you to compensate me with a bowl of instant noodles. Isn't that what I should do? You actually want to kill me? Bang! Chu Lang punched the 3 moles, knocking one of his heads unconscious. If I were an ordinary human, I'm afraid I'd be dead now. Chu Lang cursed and beat the 3 moles, and all 3 of them had big lumps on their head. As long as they are dyed black, they will look like 3 snapping sea urchins. Squeak squeak! 2 of the 3 moles were knocked unconscious and the main one in the middle could only beg for mercy. He has not yet found the big cat to take revenge and he must not be eliminated. Chu Lang sneered. He had decided that as long as the 3 moles did not mention compensation, his fists would definitely not stop. Seeing Chu Lang's heroic appearance, young Kira's on the side was stunned. Who can he protect when his master becomes so fierce? No way. As a Pokemon he should at least be stronger than a trainer, right? Young Kira stared at the 1,000-pound boulder net to him for a while, then looked at Chu Lang, and after confirming that Chu Lang was not in danger, he started training raining again. Zoro was speechless for a while and ran to the outer perimeter with Ralts in his arms to be on guard. These careless guys actually made such a big noise in the secret realm. Do they really think this is their own home? Damn it, I missed my sleep again. Just a few steps out, Zoro saw a green eye in the grass. Zoro and Lolulus looked at each other a little confused. When did her SITH sense become so strong? There is really an enemy attack. Chapter 127 Leaders. Zoro was still in her enhanced state and she raised her hand to attack the phantom in the grass. She swung her claws so fast that she almost turned into an afterimage and hit the eyes directly. Ah! The owner of the eyes let out a shrill scream, suddenly jumped out of the grass and attacked Zoro with a fierce look. Chu Lang heard the movement behind him, turned around and saw a panda-like elf with a leaf in its mouth fighting with Zoro. It turned out to be a domineering panda. Zoroil, why are you fighting? Chu Lang was a little confused. Pokemon like tyrannical panda are at least above level 32. He believed that Zoroil would not provoke such a powerful guy for no reason. Yeah. After the fight, Zoroil stretched out his left claw and pointed to the bush where tyrannical panda was lurking just now, indicating that he was almost attacked by surprise. Such a powerful Pokemon still wants to attack by surprise? Until this moment, Chu Lang finally understood what Xie Zi and Wang Hai said. They were even a little too conservative. How could this be a slight increase in difficulty? This is clearly a sky-high difficulty. Bully Panda Leader Level 33 Ferocious Pokemon Evolution of Cayman's Naughty Panda with a violent and impulsive personality but will not allow the weak to be bullied. He will use the leaves in his mouth to see through the enemy's movement. Zoro, this guy has mastered the skill of sneak attack which can restrain you. You'd better transform into a sound wave dragon, run to the sky and slowly grind it with the dragon's fury skill. Zoro nodded, dodged the flame fist of the domineering panda with a flash and jumped high up. During the jump his body shape changed and finally turned into the appearance of a sonic dragon. Beidao. Seeing Zoroark transformed into a giant dragon, Beidao Panda was startled and did not chase him immediately, missing the chance to hit Zoroark. Chu Lang knew that Beidao Panda, who had no means of air control, had already lost the battle. Throwing the defeated Diglett aside, Chu Lang put all his energy on Beidao Panda. As a gym-level Pokemon, this guy's sense of oppression is much stronger than Diglett. Although Zoroark has a chance of defeating him of more than 90%, Beidao Panda is not a robot without intelligence. He is likely to turn around and attack himself or young Kira's. They should not be the opponent of this guy. The only way is to rush up and beat this guy up. Young Kira's Rockfall. Lolulus, fly higher first and use magic fire on that domineering panda when you have the chance. Gillerton, why are you always looking to the right? Help us to scout the enemy. Ah! Gillerton called to the right with a serious look in his eyes. Chu Lang didn't know what happened, but he still chose to believe Broden and looked at Gillerton's gaze with the power of Wave Guide. Swish! After the power of Wave Guide was ejected, Chu Lang heard a series of subtle footsteps and the friction of branches. The flow of air was also different from usual, and it seemed that the outlines of several elves were left empty. Reishu! A subtle voice came, and Chu Lang, who had the power of Wave Guide, understood the cry of Reishu. Ninetales, Arbok and Nidoking, we are about to reach the place where those two guys disappeared. Be prepared for battle. They dared to run after bumping into our tribesmen. We must teach them a lesson. Let them see that not only they will bully the weak, but we will too. Did you hear that? The people in front are their descendant. After hearing what Reishu said, Chu Lang's face was extremely exciting. Where did these elves come from before? Why are they so righteous? Yezi and Wang Hai clearly said that all candidates would be subject to an increase in difficulty this time, so why are all these guys coming for him? Gillerton used the sword dance skill quickly. Chu Lang immediately asked Gillerton to prepare for action. First the three rats, then the domineering panda, followed by Reishu, Ninetales, Nidoking and Arbok. In addition to the nonsense tree leader he saw at the beginning, he has now encountered a total of 7 leader level elves. If anyone were to face them, they would be eliminated. It's a pity he has Gultun. As a former god, Gultun was seriously injured, but he was still not comparable to these ordinary trash. Although their levels were higher than Gultun, it didn't affect Gultun's view of them as trash. Hearing that there was a battle to be fought, Gultun's eyes suddenly lit up. He stood up straight and danced an extremely mysterious war dance. At the moment when Gultun danced, a breath of ancient fierceness came from him. The surrounding trees bent, the grass swayed, and all the elves below the elite level prostrated themselves on the ground, and everything around them was worshipping. Not only them, even the domineering panda with fighting system felt like kneeling down. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. This is the power of God. In just a moment, Gulden completed the god level sword dance. He burst out with violent energy, and every move made the air around him make a sound of breaking through the air. Chu Lang secretly clicked his tongue. No wonder schools now let students refine their skills. The gap between high-level skills and low-level skills is too big. It takes at least a few seconds to use ordinary sword dances completely but who will give you a few seconds to use sword dances in battle. But the god-level sword dance used by Gul'dan took less than a second, and during that process other elves had almost no power to fight back and could only watch him complete the sword dance. Now that the sword dance has been completed, the energy that protected Gul'dan has not disappeared much. Chu Lang conservatively estimated that Gul'dan's casual attack now is equivalent to other elves using their own powerful skills similar to the ultimate impact. Young Kiraz looked at the supreme sword dance that burst out in his lifetime. The mighty Gul'dan couldn't help but drop the shield in his mouth and looked at Chu Lang eagerly. If he could become so powerful, what would he be afraid of? Even a level 100 bud can be pressed to the ground. Chu Lang spent the longest time with young Helas and understood what he meant in seconds. First, cooperate with Gul'dan and deal with these 5 elves in front of you. I will arrange the dragon dance for you when I go back. Please spare me, don't report me. If you report my entire category, no one will have a good time. Chapter 121 Illegal Team. When young Helas and Chu Lang each changed glances, Gul'dan had already rushed towards the net few elves. As a fighting god, Gul'dan has always believed in one thing: life and death are indifferent, and he will fight if he doesn't obey. Since the opponent is here, his mission is to beat the opponent down. Almost instantly a fierce pulsation came from Gul'dan's body, and the dim forest suddenly turned into a sunny day, which strengthened Gul'dan's attack again. At the same time, a burst of flames suddenly appeared on Gul'dan's body, covering his whole body, and the whole body was in a backward posture, which increased Gul'dan's speed by a level. One of the signature skills of the fire system, the energy accumulating flame attack. This skill can increase its own speed by a level while causing damage, which is very suitable for fast attackers. After using this skill, Gul'dan, who was already extremely fast, almost turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Nidoking, who was leading with a ball of purple energy. Bang! With the blessing of sword dance and crimson pulse, Gul'dan's attack power has reached an extremely terrifying level. With one claw, the 30+ level Nidoking was like paper and was directly slapped away by Brodden for more than 10 meters. Seeing Gul'dan's strength, other elves retreated, but it was too late. Gul'dan turned into a red lightning and passed by Raisha, nine-tailed FO and ABO monster. When Gul'dan stopped, all the elves had fallen to the ground. After doing all this, Gul'dan's body became shaky. There was very little energy in his body and he couldn't support such an explosion. Chu Lang immediately threw an iron bow to Gul'dan. This is an energy block without attribute. Eat it quickly. Your physical condition is very bad now. If you don't take in energy for a long time, I'm afraid your level will regress. Yeah. Gul'dan nodded and gently slapped his left paw on the iron bow. The compressed energy blocks suddenly turned into a small mountain and were all sucked into Gul'dan's mouth. Looking at the elves who were knocked unconscious, Chu Lang rubbed his hands expectantly and walked towards them. The energy blocks in that iron bow are worth more than 200,000 yuan, and this money must be counted on them. I wonder if these elves brought treasures. Seeing Chu Lang walking forward, the tyrannical panda who was fighting with Soraya took a step back subconsciously. If he had some ideas about Chu Lang at the beginning, then after seeing Gul'dan's fighting power he had no ideas at all. If he hadn't been unable to outrun Soraya, he would have run away now. It doesn't matter, don't look at me, you guys fight yours. Chu Lang ignored the tyrannical panda and left it to Soraya as an Eparian's baby and ran towards the leading Reishu. He heard clearly just now that the other elves should have planned to attack all the students, taking the EM indiscriminately, but they were all called over by this guy with a sentence: every grievance has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor. It's a pity that Chu Lang is the creditor now. Touch. Chu Lang fumbled on Reisha for a while and finally found a yellow stone with electric light. This stone looks of poor quality, it should only be regarded as a low-quality thunderstone, but Chu Lang didn't care anyway. He didn't use it for himself, just to sell it. Continue to touch. This time Chu Lang set his target on ABO monster, but unfortunately this guy was as poor as tyrannical panda and he had no goods on him. Young Kiraz, catch this guy and send him to Hu Shuo and the others later. This guy caused me a loss of 200,000 yuan and he must work for me to earn it back. The tyrannical panda's anus tightened, pretending that he couldn't beat Zoroya, and secretly moved a few steps to the periphery. Chu Lang narrowed his eyes. Want to run? The tyrannical panda was startled and dared not move. Chu Lang hooked his hand at tyrannical panda. Carry that ABO monster with me and I will take you to meet a friend later. After this EM is over, you and ABO monster must go out with me and help me earn 200,000 yuan. On the boat, Ye and Wang Hai sat at the table drinking tea with a sigh on their faces. Wang Hai leaned lazily on the table. This little guy's development is really terrifying. When I met him half a month ago, he was still a famous waste boy in Zahai City. At that time his potential was very weak, but he had a fierceness, especially like me when I was young. At that time I saw his potential and gave him to mine. I didn't expect that after such a short time he has become become Kongming's disciple and has such a strong fighting power. Hearing that Wang Hai had given Chu Lang something, Xie Ziyi's eyes were red. It's a pity that this guy is not from our Longjing. It would be great if he was from Longjing. Ha ha ha, you guys in Longjing won't meet people like Chu Lang who have a poor family background. Xie Ziyi was disappointed. There are people with poor family backgrounds, but there are not many who work as hard as Chu Lang. But fortunately I'm going to be the vice president of Orange this time. Maybe I can find a good apprentice. No no no. A quick shout suddenly came from outside the door, interrupting Xie Ziyi's words. Xie Ziyi was immediately angry. No, what? No, I want to find an apprentice with better qualifications. What does it have to do with you? Why do you say no here first? The adjutant outside the door panted heavily. No, I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about bad things. The scoreboard may have a bug and you need to contact the giant gold monster in the sky. Hearing that there was a problem with the scoreboard, Xie Ziyi and Wang Hai both became serious. The scoreboard is related to the final EM results and there must be no mistake. What's wrong with the scoreboard? Xie Ziyi asked his adjutant as he walked out. Is it possible that someone is so bold as to invade the scoreboard program? Or are there a large number of students eliminated? Speaking of this, Xie Ziyi and Wang Hai looked at each other and both saw a little bit of guilt in each other's eyes. If a large number of students were eliminated, then it's nothing. We too know the inside story. The adjutant shook his head like a rattle. No, you are not talking about any of these situations. The first and second place are 700 points apart. Because of the problem with the video just now, Metagross allocated some computing power to solve the video problem and now we can't see the list. And when we checked the video we didn't find any clues. We asked Metagross, but Metagross said we didn't have enough authority. We think that this time someone is illegally forming a team. Chapter 122. It's over before it even starts. Illegal team? Xie Ziyi and Wang Hai both breathed a sigh of relief. As long as a large number of students were not eliminated, illegal team formation was just a small matter. Come on, follow me to see. If someone cheated, just cancel his score. Don't be so nervous. As the commander-in-chief, Xie Ziyi has great power in this EM. As long as he doesn't do anything illegal, he can do whatever he wants. He and Wang Hai took the lead and walked to the monitoring room and pressed the button on the table. Metagross, open the authority and open all the places that are not displayed. In every competition except when the chief referee is present, the seated players will be protected to prevent someone from bribing the staff and obtaining images of other players. Hearing Xie Ziyi's voice, the giant gold monster in the sky shot a red light downward and several obscured image points in the monitoring room returned to normal. Old Wang, come and help. In addition to Chu Lang's point, take a look at the places where the other geniuses are. We just went there. There is no possibility of illegal team formation. Wang Ji from the Yulong family, Zhang Ming from the Yujian family and Jia Zhen from the Jia family. These people should pay special attention to them. These people have prominent family backgrounds and outstanding abilities. It is relatively easy to pull together an illegal team. Okay, Wang Hai responded and operated the machine in front of him. Soon the images of Jia Zhen, Wang Ji and Zhang Ming appeared on the big screen. The first image that appeared was a young man with a paper flying sword. He had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes and was wearing a white robe. He had an independent temperament in his every move. His paper flying sword was fighting with a monkey monster and he forced the monkey monster into a dead end while dancing up and down. Wang Hai couldn't help but nodded. This little guy is not bad. He uses the ability of their family very well. No wonder he was designated as the heir by the sword-riding family so early. Xie Ziyi's eyes lit up. Are the people of this generation of the sword-riding family so talented? Before entering university they have already practiced their family's unique way of communicating with elves to this level. If he can enter Orange University, he can become one of the candidates for my disciple. Okay, I'll cut it first. This person didn't cheat. Wang Hai pressed the button and looked at Wang Ji. Compared to Zhang Ming's side, Wang Ji's scene looked more thrilling. His mini dragon mastered the power of nature, flying up and down in the sky, lifting rolling clouds and launching indiscriminate attacks on the agate jellyfish below with lightning. In just less than 2 minutes more than a dozen points have been harvested. Xie Ziyi couldn't help but sigh. It is said that quasi-gods are weak, but in fact the characteristics of quasi-gods are still too strong. This mini dragon is only more than 20 levels, but it has mastered the ability to turn the tide. Even if his skills and race values are a little weak, this ability can completely make up for it. Okay, there is no need for him to cheat. Let's look at the NET1. Wang Hai said as he opened Jia Zhen's video. In the real secret realm, Jia Zhen did not only use his Tire Meow as a Pokemon but also summoned a Bulbasaur. For the Jizhong Jia family, Bulbasaur is the real trump card Pokemon. Jia Zhen did not fight but walked forward with his Bulbasaur and Tire Meow, occasionally picking up a handful of soil from the ground and smelling it in front of his nose. After watching it for a while, he saw the real ace Pokemon. After a while, Xie Ziyi was a little confused. confused. What is this little guy doing? Why don't we see him fighting with other elves? Wang Hai looked at Jia Zhen expectantly and explained. If I'm not mistaken, he is identifying the terrain and looking for water. The people of the Jia family are still terrifying. Such a young person has learned to survive in the wild. When I was my age, I hadn't joined the army yet and I didn't know these survival skills. Wang Hai was halfway through his words when Xie Ziyi suddenly exclaimed and interrupted the former. Wait, what do you say he is doing? Wang Hai repeated, looking for water. Isn't this a very normal thing to survive in the wild? Is there anything wrong with it? It's wrong. Xie Ziyi's voice rose several degrees. It's okay for other people to find water, but he can't. Don't forget who his family is. Wang Hai, who realized it, immediately burst into swear words. At the same time, a terrible thought flashed through his mind. Is this kid going to poison the water? Xie Ziyi nodded solemnly and panicked again, more panicked than when he accidentally angered the boss of the whole map just now. If this situation really happens, we are finished. This kind of person should be directly recommended. Why let him come to the competition? Captain Wang Haijun, quickly let your people go to stop him and tell him that Vice President Zhuzi likes him very much and give him a recommendation quota. Wang Hai said, what about after that? Do you want to accept him as your apprentice? Xie Ziyi was silent. Although this kind of apprentice is very strong, he really dare not accept. Unlike the Yujian family and Yulong family, the Jia family has a single lineage and each generation is personally trained by the previous generation. If he accepts someone as an apprentice, it would be fine if he trains well, but if he trains him badly, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Then please tell them that Principal Orange has taken a fancy to him and ask the Vice President to give him a recommendation. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. Wang Hai said. In the secret realm, Jia Zhen led Dire Miao and Bulbasaur to cruise in the forest. I don't know if we can find the guy named Chu Lang. That guy's young Kiras is too weak. We must go over to help him. If Orange University doesn't have it, it will definitely be less fun. Dire Miao, you must be more reliable and find their scent. Dire Miao, he has said countless times that he is a cat, not a dog, but his master just doesn't listen. Looking for someone in such a large secret realm is like looking for a needle in a haystack. When will it be found? It's very difficult. Tisk, if you don't help me, I'll do it myself. Jia Zhen squatted down and wanted to continue to rely on his own strength to find Chu Lang. Just as he squatted down, he heard rustling footsteps net to him. Bulbasaur, Dire Miao and Jia Zhen all became alert at the same time. Bulbasaur, cover the surrounding land with tuins first. Bulbasaur nodded. The seeds on its back shrank and sprayed out countless pollens with tuins, and at the same time used the rooting skill to block Jia Zhen to prevent its owner from being hurt. Dire Miao also showed his claws and made a fighting posture. Just then a work card flew over from a distance and landed in front of Jia. Classmate, don't get me wrong, we are staff members. The principal said that the vice principal will give you a recommendation quota. Now you don't have to compete, come with us. Jia Zhen, the competition has not started yet and it's over. He was still thinking about helping Chu Lang. Chapter 123, the best recruitment promotional video. Seeing the scene of Jia Zhen being taken away, Xie Ziyi and Wang Hai were relieved. Megalodon, is the list ready? If the list is not ready, can you guess where the person with 700 points is? After Xie Ziyi asked the question, a cartoon image of a fund monster appeared on the screen in front of him. A mechanical voice sounded, no master, the computing power required this time is too great. Xie Ziyi glanced at Wang Hai's big hand, whose fingers were almost worn out. Megalodon, help me cut the screen where you think cheating may occur. It's too slow for us to flip one by one. Okay master. After the Metagrodon answered, countless lights and shadows flashed on the screen in an instant. At this moment he had monitored everyone's screen. Some lights and shadows kept rotating and disappearing or epondaying, and the lights and shadows on the screen became fewer and more delicate and real. In the end there were only two pictures left on the screen. One said contestant number 3382 Chu Lang. One said contestant number 3256 Qi Shu and Chu Lang. Wang Hai was a little confused when he saw the only two names left. Didn't we just go to see Chu Lang? There shouldn't be any problem with him. As for Kishu, that shouldn't be the case. I watched this child grow up. Wang Hai waved his finger and clicked on the avatar that symbolized Kishu. As soon as the screen opened, everyone in the command room fell silent. Is this a battle in the elf world? How did it become a science fiction movie? Kishu arrives. The place where she was a beach and there were mostly water elves around. She was lucky. Except for Motor Lizard and Buzzbat, her other elves were electric and they could deal with the current situation very well. It was just that the scene of her battle was a bit scary, even more outrageous than Wang Ji's Dratini. Dratini only summoned a thundercloud and attacked the elves below indiscriminately, but there were two cyber versions of Magnemite on Kishu's head. After the two Magnemites were lifted into the air, they used a skill similar to the light wall and the reflection wall to frame the water elves below. At the same time they also carried unknown electric items in their bodies, and the backs could be opened like sliding doors, and 2 small stones lashing with thunder fell out from them, accurately hitting the trapped water elf. Occasionally a small ball flying fish took advantage of their inattention to fly into the sky, trying to escape from the unknown light wall, and would be hit by the laser weapon on the side of Magnemite. Xie was completely dumbfounded. Is this a steel-type elf transformation? Why does he come to Orange University instead of taking the entrance EM for Magic University? With this speed of scoring she can't be the one who got 700 points, right? Wang Hai explained this little girl is the daughter of the owner of the electric-type gym in this city. Her mother graduated from Magic University and is a genius in steel-type transformation. At this time the staff member who was responsible for monitoring the admission tickets had report to the commander. According to the video footage, this person can match the current 4th place. No, now she is 3rd place, 2nd place. Ye was still a little confused. As the appointed vice president of Orange University, his sense of honor was tied to Orange University. If one of these people who passed the entrance EM for Orange University is a talent in steel-type transformation, it would be funny. No, it has to be done behind the scene. Take a quick look at Chu Lang's screen to see if he is the first. If his points are exceed, then Orange University will become a joke this time. Wang Hai smiled but didn't say anything. If Xie knew that Qi Shu and Chu Lang were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, he would be in a panic. The screen switched. Chu Lang was still sitting in the place where he was separated from Wang Hai and the others, and he didn't even put out the bonfire. Seeing this scene, Xie pursed his lips and said, "Brother Wang, didn't you say he worked very hard? Why hasn't he made any moves until now?" Wang Hai was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. He didn't know why Chu Lang stopped. According to his understanding, Chu Lang was the kind of person who worked very hard. Did his master ask him to keep a low profile to avoid trouble? Xie nodded. That seems to be true. Kong Ming is indeed a man who can become the lord of a city. His mind is so meticulous. Who else in the whole north dares to compete with him for the apprentice he wants? Wang Hai smiled. This is also normal. If I had such an apprentice, I would definitely not let him take the college entrance examination and directly send him to the military university. Xie nodded. Okay, switch the screen to find the number 1. I was looking forward to what kind of result Chu Lang could get this time. Now it seems that we can't see where Chu Lang's limit is this time. Megalodon helped cut out other pictures that may be the number 1. Gold. Megalodon made a speechless cry and then turned the picture in front of them. After turning, everyone was stunned. There were 5 bosses densely packed on the ground, all of whom had lost the ability to move and looked like they had been completely knocked unconscious. Chu Lang's elves were standing well, and Golden leaned against a tree trying to knock down the fruit on the tree. Zorua was sleeping under the roots of a tree like an ordinary kitten. The most outrageous thing was the young Kiras, who was holding a domineering panda and practicing push-ups. Xie and Wang Hai looked at each other. Have all the bosses we accidentally angered been gathered by him? The latter's eyes were full of disbelief. If the image of Metagross is correct, it should be like this. But how did he do it? Except for the 3 mouse, any elf here can't be defeated by him, right? These elves are all around level 30, and the elves that pass the EM are usually only level 15 to 20. How did he do it? It doesn't matter. Xie excitedly slapped the table and stood up. Metagross put everything else aside and retrieved Chu Lang's live video. I have a hunch that as long as Chu Lang enters Orange University, his battle footage will be the best recruitment promotional video for Orange this time. Chapter 124 Orange University. Hearing Xie's order, Metagross immediately retrieved the recorded video. Chu Lang was knocked away by the 3 rats. Chu Lang beat up the 3 rats. Zoro turned into a real sonic dragon with combat ability and Gulat and killed all the opponents with a motor lizard. One shocking thing after another constantly refreshed the 3 views of everyone present. I can understand that Chu Lang has the power of wave guidance, but his elves are too outrageous. What is this, Zoro? Aren't they only able to talk, and can't you use the moves of other races? And that big motorcycle lizard, whose motorcycle lizard can press up and beat a Pokemon that is so much higher than him. After watching the video, Xie couldn't help but sigh again. Is this guy still human? Wang Hai added, not only is he not human, his Pokemons are all abnormal. The last time I saw Chu Lang, he was clearly a rookie. Now with this strength he can be a platoon leader in our army. Xie nodded in agreement. No wonder Kong Ming came all the way here. His apprentice is so talented. After speaking, he stood up solemnly and bowed to the staff around him. Everyone, I'm sorry for offending you today. Everyone will sign a confidentiality agreement later. Megalodon encrypt all the images to prevent Chu Lang's video data from being circulated so that no university can compete with us for people. Wang Hai was speechless for a while. Old Xie, you are too cautious. Anyway, your level is not enough to sign a confidentiality agreement, right? Xie pointed to the big screen. My level is not enough, but his is. The big screen flickered and a huge Gyarados appeared on the screen. Behind the Gyarados a middle-aged man was fishing. What's the matter, Xiao Xie? Why did you call me suddenly? Seeing this person's image, all the staff present couldn't help but tense up. Wang Teng, the director of the Dragon Alliance Education Department, is the leader of all the universities. This is not Earth but the blue star with the mighty elf. In this world, those who are powerful don't necessarily work in the education sector, but those who work in the education sector must be powerful. In addition to being the director of the education department, Wang Teng is also one of the ceilings of the Dragon Alliance's combat power, and he has survived from the last God War to the present. During the last God War, Wang Teng was also the president of Jida, one of the top universities, and trained the leaders of the God War. Background plus strength are invincible. Report to the director: we found a very promising little guy here, but his video data was accidentally e-posted in advance, so I applied for all the staff here to sign a confidentiality agreement. Otherwise, if this video data is seen by the principals of other schools, it may cause competition. This little guy was born in poverty and is still young. I'm afraid he will lose his future because of temporary gains and losses. Wang Teng swung his fishing rod and picked up a magi carp. Why sign a confidentiality agreement for such a small matter? I think you are too cautious. Just send the students you like to Orange University. If other principals compete with you for students, you can take my level 90 Gyarados and visit their schools. Xie, he is not afraid of other schools, but he is afraid that the principal of G University will not agree. After all, Wang Teng graduated from G University and Gyarados may not be on his side. He decisively admitted his defeat. Director, this is not in line with the rules. I am afraid that G University will not agree. It's okay. He will agree. At that time, the old students of G University will be directly merged into Orange University and the principal will also be merged. Xie Wang Hai, how can these little Karami hear such a big thing? If this matter gets out, I don't know how many people will find ways to transfer to Jida. My academic qualifications have not been improved, but the academic qualifications of the school have been improved. This picture is very beautiful when I think about it. What they can think of, others must be able to think of. Xie and Wang Hai were silent for a while and then said, so do we have to sign a confidentiality agreement now? Wang Teng was stunned for a moment, then nodded. At this age the brain is not working well. You let everyone sign a confidentiality agreement and are not allowed to spread this matter. No more talk, I must catch a leader carp today. Soon an order was heard by all the staff. This time the college entrance examination information of Zhai City is classified as top secret. Except for the scores, everything is not allowed to be spread. Before the university starts, all staff are not allowed to leave the island. 3 days later the college entrance examination was over. A mysterious Alakazam came over the island. He waved the spoon in his hand slightly and waves of space swept across the island with him as the center. All the candidates and wild elves were transferred by Alakazam to the beach where Chu Lang and his team landed at the beginning. The wild elves were in the west and the humans were in the east. Xie and Wang Hai climbed onto the platform and announced the end of this big EM. Rentgen Cat and Metagross followed them closely, fearing that the domineering panda and several elves would come out to beat them. Classmates, this year's big EM is over. Fortunately, there were no casualties in our Zhai City examination room. The test scores this time have been synchronized to the website. You can check them yourself after you go home. Those who plan to enter Orange University can check the kill points on their admission ticket. Those with more than 30 points can go home and register. As for those who scored below 30 points, don't be discouraged. The Education Bureau will convert your scores into corresponding scores for admission to major universities across the country. This score is absolutely fair. The data of all candidates in the country will be screened and the scores will be given according to your ranking. Even students with 0 points may be admitted to a very good university. Listening to Wang Hai and Xie's words, the students below immediately started a heated discussion. 30 points are required to enter Orange. Is it so difficult? Too scary. Only 1 point is accumulated for defeating a Pokemon. Does that mean that you have to defeat 30 Pokemon in these 3 days to be admitted? A male student wearing glasses pushed his glasses and said with superiority, you are not thinking right. The rules of the college entrance examination this time are different from the past. For example, although I only defeated 2 Pokemon in these 3 days, I also sneak attacked 6 trainers. The male student wearing glasses was talking when he suddenly felt a punch on the back of his head. Damn it, you old man, I finally met you. Give me back my point. Chapter 125 Orange University. On the way back, Chu Lang and Qi Shu were still in the same room. After taking the time to finish today's exercise, Chu Lang and Qi Shu hugged each other and watched TV. The Zhai City channel was broadcasting news about Orange University. A beautiful host in a short skirt stood on a Pidgeot and planed the huge huge project behind her. 2 small magnetrons followed her with cameras constantly adjusting the shooting position. Hello everyone, I am Fang Qiang, the field host of Zhai TV station. Today I will show you the birth of a super university. Behind me, that is in the southeast of Zhai City, a very large university will be built, Orange University. I believe everyone has heard some news about Orange University these days. The Ministry of Education of our Dragon Country Alliance can be said to have made great efforts to further improve the education level of our country. This university is expected to cover an area of 108 square kilometers, and it will have venues with all attributes such as mountains, rivers, lightning, grasslands, etc., so that all students can get a good education. Okay, we won't go into details about the things that everyone already knows. Please look behind me, Zhaikan University. As Fang Qiang spoke, the 2 magnetos pulled the camera to the distance in the direction of the sea. In Zhai City, countless elves gathered on a deserted beach, most of which were rock-type and ground-type elves, and there were also a few steel-type elves. The moment the camera shot over the big rock snakes at the front, all used the rock-blocking skill on the sea surface, summoning countless rocks out of thin air and scattering them in the water. After a while they pushed the land forward for more than 10 meters. The steel-type elves and ground-type elves in the back threw skills and built a gate with red and white elf balls on the newly opened land. Fang Qiang was still planing on the side. As you can see, the infrastructure speed of our dragon country is extremely terrifying. According to our TV station, this university will be built within 10 days. On the day this university is completed, it will be the start of school. By then our entire Zhai City will be among the first-tier cities. On the Kyogre-class battleship, Chu Lang and Chi Shu had been taking the EM in the secret realm these days, and it was the first time they had heard of the area of Orange University. 108 square kilometers. Too scary, it's bigger than the entire Zhai City and even a little bigger than the urban area of Jizhong City inland. And this location is very close to my home. Chu Lang was a little excited. He originally thought that he would have a lot of academic work after entering university and would have no time to take care of the development of the farm. Never expected that the school was on the beach not far from their home, which was where Chu Lang wanted to jump off the cliff for the first time. Xiao Shu, do you have anything to do after you go home? If you don't have anything to do, let's go to your home and take a look. The completion of Orange University will surely attract countless students to study, which will certainly boost the economy of Zhai City in disguise. Chu Lang's home has also changed from a wasteland to a business paradise. You know, Chu Lang has the deed of the entire mountain. By then the entire small hotel, won't it be hard to find a room? Even if those couples don't want a room, they have to go to the grove, right? The first thing Chu Lang will do after returning is to plant fruit trees on the back mountain and make a picking garden. At that time, entering the grove will also cost money. Hey, Chi Shu shook his finger in front of Chu Lang. What are you thinking about, bad guy? Why are your eyes worth it? Chu Lang subconsciously said, I'm thinking about the grove. Hearing Chu Lang's words, Chi Shu's face suddenly turned red like an apple. You big bad guy, why are you so unhealthy in your thinking? Unhealthy? Chu Lang was stunned. Isn't planting trees good? What's unhealthy about it? Not only can it protect the environment, but you can also pick tree fruits and sell them for money, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He was halfway through speaking and he reacted and looked at the strange tree that had already hidden in the quilt with a playful look. Oh, you don't think I'm talking about such a small forest, do you? Chu Lang deliberately made a shy tone. If you really want to, it's not impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, the white feet of the strange tree came out of the quilt and kicked Chu Lang on the butt. Get out! A cloud of clouds after the rain, the Kyogre-class battleship anchored at the shore of Zhai City again. This time Wang Hai and Xie Zi did not appear in front of the students again, but rode on the Metagross and turned into a stream of light and went to the construction site of Orange University as soon as possible. As the commander of the military corps of Zhai City and the future vice president of Orange University, it was natural for them to be responsible for the safety here. Chu Lang and his friends got off the ship on their own. Students who were close went home directly, and some students from other places went to various scenic spots in Zhai City to get used to the customs of Zhai in advance. Some went to the secret realm of Zhai City or the trial secret realm of Kishu's house. It can be seen that Kiwen will make a small fortune again in the net few days. Let's go Xiaoshu, let's go back and get busy. Just now Chu Lang had ordered seeds of various fruit trees on the internet, more than 4000 trees, which is 30 times the number of fruit trees he has now. The official shopping website of Dragon Country is very well informed. The test results have just come out and Chu Lang's overdraft limit has reached 5 million. This is the Alliance's investment in genius. For Chu Lang now it is not difficult to accept to use 225 million to buy thousands of fruit tree seedlings. His strength has surpassed that of ordinary gym level trainers, and this strength has opened up a huge gap with ordinary trainers. Due to qualifications, most elves only stop at level 19. For this reason, the first watershed in the elf world is the stage of level 20-30. The secret realm where elves around level 20 are located will be explored by many people, so there are very few treasures left. But at level 30, elves at this stage rarely encounter opponents, so the probability of them holding treasures in their hands will be much greater. With Chu Lang's current strength, he can easily earn millions by hanging around in the secret realm for a few months. Of course, Chu Lang will not waste his time just to make money. As a student who just graduated from high school, Chu Lang's most terrifying thing is his potential. As Kong Ming's last disciple and Qi Wen's son-in-law, Chu Lang only needs to develop his farm well and improve his strength at the same time. Chapter 126 All is fair in war. Roar. Just after returning to the mountain road, young Kiras couldn't help but let out a refreshing roar. Chu Lang also breathed in the fresh air in the mountains a little intoxicated. Although the days on the farm have always been poor, Chu Lang and young Kiras have too many memories here. Even if some memories are not so beautiful, they are still worth remembering. For example, Bud. A familiar shout came from the sky above Chu Lang and his friends, and a bud fell from the sky in the posture of a general flying kick. Hearing the call of the bud, Lawless instantly moved away with Chu Lang, Chi Shu and Zoroya, fearing that Chu Lang and his friends would be injured by mistake. Gultun finished the sword dance instantly. The dragon claw skill in his hand was ready to go, and he looked at the bell bud with a sharp fighting spirit. Ang, Bud, Bud. The two elves competed with each other. Both of them looked unwilling to be outdone. Young Kiras also condensed a shield in his mouth and rushed towards the bell bud with all his muscles. This time he will take revenge. Big brother Gultun can now use several moves in succession, and his defense has reached a terrifying level. What can the bell bud use this time? Chu Lang also looked at the sky in confusion, wondering how the bell bud would respond this time. His level is still displayed as level 30. If he fights head on, he should not be able to beat the current Gultun and young Kiras. And young Kiras has more than just Gultun as a helper today. The nonsense tree, the domineering panda and the three rats are all hiding below. The bell bud is getting closer and closer to the ground and will soon collide with Gultun's dragon claw. Chu Lang was a little worried that the bud was going to be damaged by Gultun, so he quickly shouted, Gultun, we're on the same side, don't do anything wrong. Gultun nodded imperceptibly, and the momentum of the dragon claw in his hand did not weaken at all. It was just a knockout. What could happen? Young Kiras looked at the bud that was about to be knocked away by Gultun and couldn't help laughing. Even the shield in his mouth fell to the ground uncontrollably. Roar. Young Kiras stepped lightly on the ground, made a handsome pause, called out the surprised soldiers ambushed underground, and looked at the bud proudly. Little guy, you can't run away today even if you want to. The domineering panda was the first to appear from the ground, jumped up and attacked the three lower roads of the bud. Hu Shuashu immediately used the rock blocking skill on the bud to prevent the bud from escaping successfully. The three moles held a ball of mud in their hands, waiting for the bud to land, and then splashed it on him to slow him down. This was the tactic that young Kiras had discussed before coming back. They gathered all the forces they could gather just to defeat the bell bud. One. Tremble, bell bud. Young Kiras tried to open his eyes wide, wanting to see the horror on bell bud's face. Bell bud was getting closer and closer to Gultun, and the two elves were almost face to face. But bell bud suddenly laughed, and then a red and white spherical object suddenly appeared in his hand. Chu Lang was shocked when he saw it. Level 46 Naughty Thunder Bomb. Lawless quickly teleport all the people and elves. The skill of teleportation cannot be used against hostile elves unless there is a huge gap in strength, so Chu Lang cannot move the position of the Naughty Thunder Bomb and can only choose to dodge. Lawless waved her hand, and a light blue space wave appeared from her body, sweeping over all of Chu Lang's elves and teleporting them more than 100 meters away. Teleport again. The attack of ordinary gym leader level elves can hit more than 100 meters, and the self-destruction attack of the Naughty Thunder Bomb will only hit farther. Lawless waved her hand and was about to use the teleportation skill again when she suddenly saw the Naughty Thunder egg chasing after her, aiming directly at young Kiras. Chu Lang threw a poke ball at young Kiras. Young Kiras, come in quickly, this guy is coming for you. Young Kiras slapped the poke ball away with a bitter face. He also knew that the Naughty Thunder Bomb of the Bell Sprout was coming for him, but this red and white ball was really not explosion proof. Young Kiras appreciated Chu Lang's kindness and then found a piece of wasteland without fruit trees as quickly as possible and ran over with the shield in his mouth to prevent the Naughty Thunder Bomb from damaging the farm facilities. It would cost a lot of money to repair it at that time. Just after walking a few steps, young Kiras suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why didn't the Naughty Thunder Bomb catch up? This guy's moving speed is so fast it's impossible for him to catch up. But Bell Sprouts looked at young Kiras with a smile in their eyes. Anyone who has been to school can recognize this look and what it means. Little guy, are you alone? After a brief panic, young Kiras came to his senses. Now he is not the same person he was more than 10 days ago. With the defense added by the shield and the strong physique after he ate 2 mines. What's wrong with this guy being level 30? Fight. Young Kira's raised his hand and the rock glide skill instantly appeared above the bell sprout. After eating 2 mines, the rock energy in young Kira's body was extremely full and of high quality. Now when he uses a rock skill casually, the rock produced will be extremely heavy. Bell Sprout is not an elf known for its strength. Young Kira's wants to crush Bell Sprout with the rock slide skill. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. Bud Sprout. Bell Sprout calmly looked at the rock that was about to fall from the sky. When the rock was about to fall, Bell Sprout gently waved his hand and 2 thick vines appeared out of thin air on the ground. The vines looked more than twice as big as the rocks of young Kira's. The vines rose very fast and before the rocks fell they were thrown aside, destroyed like a rotten tree. Faced with the extremely high level and attribute restraint of the trumpet bud, young Kira's rock collapse skill had no resistance at all. After shaking off the rocks, the vines summoned by the trumpet bud continued to attack young Kira's. Young Kira's was determined and used the impact skill on the trumpet bud. Bang! The rock shield and the vines of the trumpet bud collided with each other, making a very explosive collision sound. But the trumpet bud called out in confusion, a little surprised that young Kira's was so resistant now. But the sandbag has become hard, which is a good thing. The trumpet bud made a Tai Chi start and threw himself directly into the arms of young Kira's. Young Kira's, without thinking, a ball of rock appeared in his right hand and slapped it towards the trumpet bud brain hole. The bud crouched down and passed through the crotch of young Kira's. A beautiful flying kick made young Kira's fly up while holding his crotch. Without waiting for young Kira's to land, the buds jumped high and kicked young Kira's to a fruit tree. But the buds chuckled and stepped on young Kira's to pick a fruit, waved to the naughty thunder bomb that shocked everyone, and the 2 elves left. Young Kira's curled his lips. Wow. Chapter 127 Planting completed. 4 days later, Chu Lang walked out of the room in a short-sleeved shirt before dawn. Today the 500 fruit tree seedlings he bought were about to be planted, so he got up early on purpose. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have time to go out with Kisha today. After being tense for so long, Chu Lang wanted to rela. Young Kira's, don't eat size yet. Let's plant those trees well today and then we can have some time to rela today. Roar. Young Kira's followed with the power wristband and had no intention of stopping training. If he hadn't been beaten by the trumpet sprout yesterday, he might have been able to rela a little, but now it's absolutely impossible. A real man must become crazy strong and then suppress everything. Chu Lang didn't care. Every elf has its own personality. Young Kira's diligence, Zoro's laziness, Lolulus's innocence and Gul'dan's bellicosity are all like this. As long as the general direction is not wrong, just let them develop. Young Kira's, if you want to practice more, don't help me first, I can do it alone. Roar. Young Kira's showed off his muscles, indicating that he could plant trees while exercising without delaying either. Then it's up to you. As Chu Lang said, he took young Kira's Tosi walked towards the back mountain. The trees in the entire farm have basically been planted, and even a lot of fruit tree seedlings have been planted on the back mountain. Now we need to plant the remaining 1000 fruit tree seedlings on the back mountain. Chu Lang's land deed includes the entire back mountain. Now he will occupy it with fruit trees to avoid disputes with some unreasonable businessmen in the future. Chu Lang carried a bundle of fruit tree seedlings and walked to the edge of the back mountain. Young Kira's cooperated with the power of the ground system to make a small pit on the ground. Chu Lang only needed to put the fruit tree seedlings in it. It's a pity that there is no water elf. After Chu Lang planted all the fruit tree seedlings, he talked about what he had been complaining about in the past few days. Without a water elf, he had to run back manually every time he watered. A few days ago they went to work late and they could ask the huge overbearing panda and Gul'dan to carry 2 buckets of water at a time, but they haven't gotten up yet, so this time has been extended indefinitely. At the same time, Chu Lang was also thinking about the composition of his team. Now young Hilas is a meat shield, Gul'dan is a warrior, Zoroar is an assassin, and Lolulus can be used as a mage. From the perspective of the battle shield, Chu Lang's team is now perfect. NET is the attribute matching. Chu Lang has already collected all 9 categories: Dragon, Ghost, General, Rock, Dark Ground, Fighting, Psychic and Fairy. The charcoal servant that his friend plans to obtain NET is a fire elf. You can also master the skills of ice, electricity, insect, steel and flying, so the NET 3 attributes are grass, water and poison. Ang. Gul'dan's loud shout woke Chu Lang from his thinking. Unconsciously, Chu Lang and his team had done a lot of work and it was already 7 o'clock in the morning and the sun was shining. Gul'dan, wake up. You and the tyrant panda should fetch water together today. Have you eaten yet? We have already put it in the kitchen for you. Gul'dan nodded, touched his head and laughed loudly, picked up 2 large buckets and threw them at the tyrant panda. The tyrant panda looked aggrieved, but he didn't dare to say anything. He could only turn his grief grief and anger into motivation, vent his anger with buckets and fetch water quickly. The other elves also woke up, except for Soroya, who was still sleeping in the corner. All the other elves were involved in the tree planting. The nonsense trees jumped high, then dug the soil with their legs, dug a tree pit suitable for them, and then jumped out to put the fruit tree seedlings in it. This will be their home in the future and they must work hard. The three moles made tree pits one after another like the young Kiras, and also acted as soft soil underground. He had no other thoughts now, he just wanted to work quickly and let Chu Lang let him go home after he did a good job. If he had known that Chu Lang would have to sell his body for a while for that bowl of instant noodles, he would never smash Chu Lang's instant noodle pot. Little Lolulus was not idle either. She floated in the place where the trees were piled. When she saw that there were fewer trees, she teleported a few of the remaining trees there. With the efforts of many elves, 1000 fruit tree seedlings were finally announced to be completed at noon. Looking at the greatly changed back mountain, Chu Lang felt satisfied for no reason. Okay, after today, Tyrannical Panda and 3 Diglett, you can go home. Hearing this, Tyrannical Panda and 3 Diglett ran down the mountain as soon as possible to prevent Chu Lang from regretting. At the beginning they thought that Chu Lang was just an excuse for asking them to come back to work. They didn't expect that this guy was really willing to let them work, and he worked for 4 days. Now Chu Lang finally gave in and they had to run quickly. Chu Lang couldn't help but smile as he watched the 2 guys hurried back. I'll treat you to lunch today. Let's go to the Caterpie breeding house to buy some things. Do you want to bring something back for the kid? I've been here for so many days. It's not right if I don't bring something back. On the way down the mountain, the Tyrannical Panda and the 3 Diglett stepped on 2 brake marks. Damn humans, they actually bribed them. Do you really think they are the kind of Pokemon that can be bribed? The Tyrannical Panda and the 3 Diglett looked at each other, then nodded helplessly. Well, they really are. If they had been in the jungle before, it would be fine, but watching Hushuashu and the others live these days, that's what life is like. Not to mention the daily energy blocks and tree fruits and other nutritious things. Just the fact that this place is close to the new university is an advantage they can't refuse. During the 4 days working on the top of the mountain, they saw countless powerful trainers from the address of the university. When humans choose elves, elves also choose humans. If their offspring can reproduce here, the probability of becoming stronger will be greatly increased. The 2 elves looked at each other and decided things should be brought to the child, but they can't be taken for free. They have to guard the house for Chu Lang in the future. Seeing the domineering panda and the 3 hamster arrows, Chu Lang didn't think much and directly called Chishu. Hello, are you free today? Go to the catty dog breeding house. I have some gains this time. I plan to sell some things and purchase some items by the way. Okay, see you at the door. Chapter 128. Go to the catty dog breeding house again. Chu Lang took off his vest and put on wearing decent clothes that would not affect his ear size. He staggered down the mountain. Although the receptionists at the Grolive breeding house were all well trained, there would not be a bloody plot where someone would be ridiculed for wearing bad clothes. But since he was going out on a date, he had to dress a little more handsomely. Chu Lang's home was in the suburb and he was running. When he arrived at the Grolive breeding house, Chi Shu and Motor Lizard were already waiting at the door. From a distance he could see Motor Lizard covering his ears and squatting in the corner. The elves around him also covered their ears with frowns when they passed by Chi Shu. It was easier to identify than Chu Lang, who was surrounded by elves. Xiao Shu, so early. Motor Lizard. Frog, I'm sorry. Magnemite, hello. Why are you saying sorry to Frog and Motor Lizard? Chi Shu naturally took Chu Lang's arm, a little confused. Well, Chu Lang glanced at the Chatterbow Magneto on Kishu's head and chose to change the subject without continuing to speak. Anyway, it's hard work. Chu Lang laughed. Do you have anything to buy today? When it comes to business, Kishu's Chatterbow opens instantly. Yes, I have a lot of things to buy today. We only have a ration maker for electric elves in our family. Motor Lizard needs to customize rations here, and my mother asked me to buy some steel materials to strengthen the 2 little Magneto. Woo, what's the name of the thing? Oh, steel gem. Chu Lang, what are you going to buy? Are all the elves here buying treasures? This overbearing panda and 3 shrews are not going home. Are they going to settle down with you? Chu Lang, I always feel that Kishu is a little infected by the Chatterbow Magneto. What should I do? They are going home, so they brought the gift they bought. Otherwise the wages of an elf for 4 days are not cheap. We can't let them suffer a loss. Kishu nodded. So that's the case, let's go and I'll give them some gift when the time comes. Okay. Chu Lang nodded, took Kishu's hand and walked through the 2 statues at the door of the catty dog breeding house and walked inside. As soon as the 2 of them entered the door, an acquaintance of Chu Lang appeared at the door of the catty dog breeding house. The bald man who pulled Chu Lang to gamble eggs that day and let Chu Lang get the king level Lalo Loss egg, Lu Fei. However, Lu Fei today was far less arrogant and domineering than last time. Instead, he walked beside a well-dressed young man with a hunched back acting as a guide. Master Guan, this is our Zahai City's Caterpie breeding house, and it is also the largest elf trading center. When you come here to study, you will definitely come here to spend money. I have a platinum membership card here. You can use my card to spend money and you will get a 10% discount. The man called Master Guan smiled and patted Lu Fei on the head. Be sensible, our Guan family will take care of your Lu family's business in the northwest. Lu Fei dodged Guan Shui's hand imperceptibly. He thank you, Master Guan. As he spoke, a cold light flashed in Lu Fei's eyes. It's just to cooperate with your Guan family. Do you really think I'm your Guan family's slave? You're so high and mighty, right? I'll make you kneel down and leave today. Master Guan, gambling eggs are popular in our breeding house. Last month a guy gambled for a Lolula. Although this thing is nothing to you, do you want to experience the pleasure? Use my card, 10% off. Guan Shui narrowed his eyes. He came to Zahai City this time with a mission. If he could buy something in Lu Fei's name, it would be the best. It's just gambling eggs. Oh, it's okay if I lose a little. Okay, let's go and see the gambling eggs first and then go and see other things. Catty breeding house. Chu Lang and Qi Shu came to the food area as soon as possible. The food of the elves is not just as simple as energy cubes. Normal rations require a lot of items: dietary fiber, fat and energy of various attributes, all of which are indispensable. Some special elves, such as the rations of young Kiras, even need to add ore. It is said that a few hundred years ago the food rations for the elves alone would have emptied a middle-class family. The cost of elves at that time was simply extreme, and many people did not even have the qualifications to raise elves. However, fortunately there is the instance of the caterpillar breeding house. The price of elf rations has been reduced in recent years. Even an ordinary person can bring his elf to the caterpillar breeding house to buy some pre-matched rations. If you have some money, you can change the formula slightly and let the nutritionist match a better ration according to your taste, current growth, progress and qualifications. If you are willing to pay more, you can let the nutritionist formulate the formula and make the most suitable ration for the elf. These 3 rations correspond to 3 prices and 3 completely different effects. The purpose of Chu Lang and his team's visit today is the second ration and the third ration. Kishu's motor lizard uses the third option. Tyrannical Panda 3 Diglut and Nonsense Tree use the second option. They are not the main battle elves in the team and their own levels are almost. If you have exceeded the limit of your qualifications, it will be difficult to make a big breakthrough even if you eat well. Hello Miss Nutritionist, we want to customize some ration. This domineering panda has more fighting skills, but it also has evil skills. The level is 32. This is the 3 moles which mainly have ground skills. The level is 27. And this motorcycle lizard, his qualifications are very good and he need better rations, mainly speed and dragon skill. Chu Lang told the nutritionist all his demands and the nutritionist wrote them down one by one. Soon the nutritionist gave feedback. A total of 50,000 yuan is needed, of which 42,000 yuan is for the motorcycle lizard. Chu Lang, in fact this price is not expensive. The third set of plans is equivalent to reorganizing all the dietary structures, which is equivalent to going to a restaurant and ordering a dish that does not exist. It is very challenging for the chef's skills, so it is normal to be a little expensive. Chu Lang swiped his card directly and paid for all the 3 elves including the motorcycle lizard. He has made a small fortune these days. He just sold a few treasures. He Wen also told Chu Lang yesterday that he will definitely get a scholarship from Orange University if he gets excellent grades this time. Xiashu, it will probably take some time for the rations to come out. Let's go see if there are any elves with outstanding qualifications in the breeding house first. Chapter 129 Little Saw Crocodile. Hearing Chu Lang's word, Kisha became interested. Do you have any elves you like? Chu Lang shook his head. It's not that I'm interested in any elves, I'm just trying my luck. I need grass, water and poison elves now. If I see elves with high qualifications or who are compatible with me, I will start training them in advance. It doesn't matter if I can't get them. Anyway, training 4 of them now is already very energy consuming. Hearing this, Kisha nodded. The reason why she asked this was just because she was afraid that Chu Lang would be eager for quick success and wanted to get SI elves in advance. Now it seems that her worries are unnecessary. Chu Lang is still very sober. Let's go and have a look. There are still many powerful water elves in this breeding house. Okay, the water elves area of the caterpillar breeding house is on the first floor. The 2 of them only walked a few steps to get there. Now that the college entrance examination is over, there are fewer people coming to buy elves. It is considered the off-season of the elf industry. However, this off-season will last very short, at most half a month. As long as college students are cool, caterpillars business will be hot again. Goldfish, goldfish. As soon as Chu Lang and his group walked into the water elf area, a horned goldfish head emerged from the pool and sprayed water at Chu Lang, who was walking in front, and then dived into the water with a smile. Chu Lang shook his head and couldn't help laughing. Qi Shu didn't care. It is normal to be harassed by other elves elves in the caterpillar breeding house. The elves here are much more lively than those in the wild. Besides, they were just laying around and had no other thoughts, unlike those elves in the wild who might fight with humans at any time. Not only in the caterpillar breeding house but also in the human world outside, there are a large number of elves living there. This is also an important way for every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom Alliance to contact elves and humans who grow up in this environment all pay more attention to bonds than previous trainers, and it is easier to produce strong people. Let's go and take a look inside. Just as Chi Shu said, there are abundant water elves in the caterpillar breeding house in Zahai City. After walking for a while, Chu Lang saw no less than 30 water elves, including a few rare elves such as ugly fish. However, Chu Lang checked it with the eye of the elves and there were no elves with qualifications higher than the gym owner. This is also normal. The gym owner level qualification can be said to be a watershed in the elf world. Although gym and elite level Pokemon are rare, their strengths are not that different. The strengths of those below gym leaders and those above gym leaders are worlds apart. An ordinary gym leader level trainer already has the ability to be the highest management in the management of a small town, but a gym level trainer can't even get a deputy position. Kishu looked at the clowns eagerly. Chouchu, it's a pity that the materials they need are too expensive and it's hard to buy Pokemon with high qualification. If it's a clown above gym leader level, I'll go for it. The Pokemon here all wear bracelets with the Pokemon's bloodline and price marked on them, which can be used to infer the approximate qualifications, so Kishu also knows the details of these clowns. Chu Lang smiled and pulled Chi Shu to continue walking inside. Do you also like the evolution of the JoJo fish, the melodic? If I encounter a high quality JoJo fish, I will definitely help you. Keep an eye out for it. Okay, then I'll wait for you. Kishu believed Chu Lang's words 100%, and the two gym owner level magnetomen on her head were found by Chu Lang for her. The two people had just stopped for a while and the young Kira suddenly patted Chu Lang's calf. What's wrong, young Kira? Chu Lang lowered his head and saw that the young Kira's was laughing, and at the same time his hand was still pointing at a rockery not far away. Chu Lang looked in the direction of the young Kira's finger and just saw a blue giant crocodile squatting under the rockery. The little saw crocodile used the rockery to cover its body stealthily, and it seemed to be avoiding the passing breeder. In his hand he also held a miniature fishing rod. Looking at the equipment in the little saw crocodile's hand, Chu Lang became interested. Are there fishermen among the elves? Yes, there is also a saying of fishing in the world of elves, but the fish they catch are very different from those caught by Chu Lang in his previous life. Most of the fish they catch are elves, not ordinary fish. Trainers with good luck may even catch a powerful Gyarados in the water. Of course, more fishermen are the kind with bad luck who can only catch 1 or 2 Magikarp and at most 1 goldfish. I wonder what level this little saw crocodile is at fishing. Chu Lang pulled the strange tree towards the rockery and went around behind the little saw crocodile. At this time the little saw crocodile had used the cover of the rockery to avoid the keeper's sight, picked up the fish bucket hidden behind him and walked towards the pond full of Magikarp, goldfish and gem sea stars. After walking to the edge of the pond, the little saw crocodile took out a bunch of branches from the bucket, hid himself tightly, threw out the fishing rod and started fishing. Seeing the cautious look of the little saw crocodile, Chu Lang couldn't help laughing. This guy is simply a spirit. Kishu also became interested in him. Chu Lang, this little saw crocodile is so interesting, how about we buy him? Although his evolved form is ugly, I haven't seen such an interesting elf for a long time. Okay, if you are interested in him, just buy it. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. The latter is more exciting. While speaking, Chu Lang opened the elf eye to the little saw crocodile. Crocodile level 17 big jaw Pokemon. Because its jaws are full of power, it can bite anything to pieces, so its trainer must be very small. Refer to husky. Chu Lang was a little surprised to see the attributes of this crocodile. This seemingly abnormal crocodile is actually a gym master level qualification. Just based on this point alone, crocodile killed most of the Pokemon in this breeding house in seconds. And this guy is very smart. He has learned 2 proficiency level skills at only level 17. Very strong. Although he does not meet Chu Lang's entry criteria, he is more than qualified to join Chi Shu's team. Nowadays few trainers specialize in one system. Even if they specialize, they have to raise a Pokemon of other systems to prevent themselves from being completely restrained. If Chi Shu gets this little crocodile, she can use the restraint of the water system on the ground system to improve her team composition. Chu Lang and his team are very close to the rockery. While checking the little crocodile, they have already walked behind the little crocodile. Chi Shu patted the little crocodile on the shoulder. Hey, what are you doing? Chapter 130 Interesting Soul Crocodile. The little crocodile was concentrating on fishing. Suddenly he was frightened by Chi Shu, and the fishing rod in his hand was thrown more than a meter away. What a terrible breeder. He actually used the trick of deceiving the enemy and came back after leaving. It's just fishing. The Public Security Bureau doesn't have your enforcement power. Seeing the little saw crocodile, frightened Kisha waved his hand a little embarrassedly. Little saw crocodile, I'm sorry, did I scare you by accident? Hey, haven't you heard this voice before? The little saw crocodile put down his claws that were protecting his eyes and slowly turned his head. Kisha's pretty face with tongue sticking out appeared in the little saw crocodile's eyes. After seeing that it was not the breeder behind him, the little saw crocodile breathed a sigh of relief, bared his teeth at Kisha, jumped into the water angrily to pick up his fishing rod and was about to leave. Hey, don't go. Do you want to go out with us? Chu Lang grabbed the bucket in the little saw crocodile's hand. The world outside is very exciting. You can go out and see it. Gudong. Go out and see it. What evil did he do to be noticed by others again? He just wanted to fish, walk his bird and drink tea in this breeding house. How could he be favored by others? The little saw crocodile swallowed nervously, rolled his eyes, pretended to be weak and coughed madly. Cough, cough, saw, cough, cough. Crocodile. While coughing, his body softened and he stretched his claws towards Chi Shu in a crawling posture. Chi Shu was stunned for a moment and hurriedly shook Chu Lang's arm. Chu Lang, is this little saw crocodile unhealthy? Should we help him? Call the breeder? Chu Lang, how could he cough suddenly like this? And this guy is a museum owner and his own level has reached the height of level 17. He will definitely not get sick easily. It can be seen that he is pretending. However, this little guy really pretends very well. If he didn't know the details of the little saw crocodile, he would probably be fooled by him. But all pretending behaviors are useless to Chu Lang. As the owner of the most inexperienced young Kiras, Chu Lang knows very well where the floor tiles of the elf world are. Those who perform worse than the floor tiles are all pretending. No need to call the breeder, you can just buy him back. Chu Lang smiled and glanced at the little crocodile with the corner of his eye. This guy is seriously ill. He must not be left in the cold breeding house. He must be taken home and taken good care of. Okay. Chi Shu agreed to Chu Lang's words without thinking. Let's go, little crocodile. I'll take you to see a doctor. Little crocodile stunned. Is he not good enough or too cute? The intent of his cough. All the trainers he met in the past thought he was going to die. Everyone avoided him, fearing that he would be blackmailed by the Caterpie breeding house. But what's wrong with these two people in front of him? Why don't they leave? Please don't let your love overflow to me. I just want to be the boss in this breeding house. I don't want to go out and work hard. After a short days, the little crocodile immediately made a second set of response plan. He stumbled and fell straight down between Kishu and Hulang, just revealing the information on his hand card to the two people. Kishu was surprised when he saw the hand card of the little saw crocodile. Hulang, look, he is likely to be gym level. Generally, the probability of not being gym level for a price of 10 million is very small. But this guy looks so weak. Is he really gym level? Hearing Kishu's mumbling, the corners of the little saw crocodile's mouth rose slightly, outlining the shape of Nike. Ha ha ha, no matter how much love there is, it will be defeated by 10 million, right? What is harder to buy than trash? It must be a super expensive trash. It's stable. The little saw crocodile is still the god of the water system area of this breeding house, and this status is unshakable. But Chu Lang's net words made the little saw crocodile feel extremely cold. Only 10 million, Uncle Kiwen can earn it in a few days. Even if this guy's qualifications are damaged, as long as his soul is interesting, it fine. Kishu nodded. Okay, then it's it. Since this little saw crocodile fell in front of me, it means that he and I are destined to be together. No matter how much money it costs to cure his illness, I will pay him. Little saw crocodile, thank you my fucking self. The little saw crocodile looked around with his eyes and finally locked his eyes on the pool. He wanted to run away. Saw. The little saw crocodile shouted at Kishu in a very shrill voice with tears in the corners of his eyes. Just as he was about to start telling his suffering, he heard the young Kira's shout. Roar. Is this the tears of a crocodile? The little saw crocodile was interrupted by the words of the young Kiras and looked at the young Kiras with an unhappy face. This guy is so mean, he must be beaten often, right? The little giant crocodile complained in his heart and continued to act. He used water energy to force his face to turn pale, and one hand pretended to want to get close to Kisha, but he was unable to do so. After a farewell of victory and death, Xiao Jule's body softened and fell into the pond beside him. Chu Lang, the little saw crocodile is too weak. Kisha looked at the ripples of the pool uneasily. Do you have a spirit that can swim? I want to go down and save him. Chu Lang, don't worry, he is a water spirit. This guy is actually not injured and his qualifications are not bad, just the owner level. I guess he doesn't want to go out because he likes the environment of the breeding house for the elderly. Hearing Chu Lang's explanation, Kisha felt much more relieved. So that's how it is. If he doesn't want to go with me, just tell me. I won't force him. What a cute elf, he has so many thought. Indeed. Chu Lang nodded. Since he doesn't want to go, let's retreat. After so long, the rations we ordered should be almost gone. Just then the water surface suddenly surged violently and the little giant crocodile broke through the water and jumped into Chi-Shu's arms. Crocodile help. Chapter 131. The Tearful Lizard. The little saw crocodile shouted for help and ran to Chi-Shu in panic with a big bump on his head. Behind him a tearful lizard broke out of the water and looked at the little saw crocodile relentlessly. Tears, follow me and create the most beautiful place in the world. Only the weak will stick together and the strong will only hope that people and elves are truly equal. Chu Lang. This tearful lizard seemed to have some serious illness. How could a juvenile elf in a breeding house make such a villainous statement? The little saw crocodile ignored the tearful lizard, stared at the strange tree and jumped on her. He never expected that the tearful lizard he had always played well with would lead him to resist human rule. This guy must be crazy. Wouldn't it be nice if someone fed him? The little saw crocodile could still tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. No, I won't follow. Tears. The tearful lizard crossed its arms and didn't look like a tearful lizard that liked to cry. Instead it kept brainwashing the little giant crocodile. Chu Lang listened to the tearful lizard and roughly understood what was going on. This tearful lizard, the lizard said that he had found a servant who would come to pick him up today and take the little saw crocodile with him. Could a normal elf say this? Out of curiosity, Chu Lang used the elf eye on the tearful lizard to see the details of this elf. Tearful lizard level 15 water lizard Pokemon. The tears it sheds when it is scared contain the tear-inducing ingredients of 100 onions which can make the opponent cry continuously. After reading the attributes of the tearful lizard, Chu Lang's pupils shrank sharply. This tearful lizard is not normal. Thanks to watching the live broadcast, he is more familiar with the new version of the Pokemon, the Uruk-Yuk. This Pokemon is extremely powerful and has 4 forms. There is a saying among netizens that this guy is probably a second-level god. How could such a powerful being lose his mask? Even if he lost his mask, it should be in the hands of a powerful elf, not in the hands of a tearful lizard that has never left the breeding house, unless someone gave it to him. Thinking of this, Chu Lang approached the tearful lizard, who was still waving his fist to brainwash the little saw crocodile, and grabbed his fist. Little guy, you have such a great ideal, so what sect are you from? The tearful lizard was stunned and looked at Chu Lang as if he had seen a ghost. He often brainwashed other elves in front of others, but those people never knew what he was saying. What's the situation with this human? Why can't he understand what the elves say? Seeing that the tearful lizard didn't speak, Chu Lang continued to output, if you don't have an organization, why don't you join our flying noodle sect? The tearful lizard was stunned. Does this human have a serious disease? While the tearful lizard was in a daze, Chu Lang grabbed the tearful lizard and planned to see if there was anything wrong with his hand. After reading the hand, Chu Lang shook his head. He didn't want to see the qualification of the tearful lizard. If it comes to checking the qualification, there is no way to see it more clearly than the eye of the elf. What Chu Lang wanted to see was the place where the tearful lizard was produced. That place is likely to be related to the source of the mask, that is the location of the evil spirit. Unfortunately, there is no location reflected on this hand, so I can only think of other ways in the future. After a short pause, Chu Lang chose the second option. Tearful lizard, don't you like the little saw crocodile? Come with us, you and the little saw crocodile can stay together forever. My family has a farm, you can dig a pond there and fish as you like. After saying that, Chu Lang waited for the tearful lizard's reaction. Although he didn't particularly want to breed the tearful lizard, it was also good to let the tearful lizard go to his house to look after the family. The most important thing is that he can keep an eye on this guy and prevent him from becoming a big villain. After hearing Chu Lang's words, the tearful lizard shook his head like a rattle. He is a male elf who wants to rule the world, so he can't go along with these human trainers. Even if he wants to, he is the master of the trainer. The tearful lizard struggled to break free from Chu Lang's arm and wanted to jump into the pond to escape. Chu Lang and the little saw crocodile looked at each other and laughed. With this IQ, he still wants to rule the world. I'm afraid he has been fooled by some villains with ulterior motives again. Chu Lang waved to the keeper in the distance. Hello, miss. I just saw a tearful lizard with the qualification of a museum owner, but he ran away. Can you help me find him? When the keeper heard Chu Lang's words, she hurried over. Hello, are you sure you want to take the tearful lizard away? My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. The keeper looked very excited. As a keeper in the water elf area, what she wanted most was to see the tearful lizard and the little saw crocodile being taken away. With these two guys, their daily workload would increase by a lot. It's okay to fish in the water elf area. At least everyone is a colleague who gets along with each other every day and no one will say anything. But these two guys often go to the flying elf area on the top floor. The keepers in the sky area are not so easy to talk to. It is common to give them a cold face. Now these two guys are finally going to be taken away. The keeper said hurriedly, dear guest, please wait a moment, I will help you find the tearful lizard. Since you like this little guy, then everything is not a problem. Although the price is a little high, I can ask our supervisor here to apply for a discount for you. If it still doesn't work, we can help you apply for an interest-free loan 3 years and 5 years, even if there is no interest for 10 years. Chu Lang, how angry is this tearful lizard that he is despised like this? Okay, thank you, then we'll wait here. Just then Chu Lang heard a very familiar voice coming from behind him. Brother, I didn't know you were so unlucky. I've never seen a gambler who didn't win once. Is it Lu Fei who helped him get lawless that day? Chu Lang became interested and turned to look in the direction where Lu Fei's voice came from, releasing the power of Wave Guide. A man who looked like a young master walked in front of Lu Fei with a grim look. My Guan family kindly took care of your Lu family's business, but after I came to Zhai City you treated me like this. It's only been an hour and you made me lose a full 20 million. Does the Lu family still need this little money? You actually acted as a trustee for the breeding house. Lu Fei looked flustered. I'm sorry Master Guan, I really didn't expect. He wanted to say that he had never met such a bad guy as Guan Shui. At first he just wanted to cheat Guan Shui out of 2 or 3 million to make him remember it, but the words stopped abruptly when they came to his lips. He couldn't say this. How about this Master Guan, I'll give you an elf. As long as it's the elf you like in this breeding house, I won't blink an eye. As soon as Lu Fei finished speaking, from Chu Lang's perspective it was obvious that Guan Shui smiled slightly. Then Chu Lang heard Guan Shui's voice. I've heard that the water elves in Zhai City are good. I like Thousand Faces Elf. Chapter 132. He is very poor. Thousand Faces Elves? Lu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. That's easy. I'll help you get the best tearful lizard here later. You don't have to spend a penny. All the money will go to my account. But I really didn't lie to you about that gambler. Someone did make money. I heard that guy was the first to solve the trial secret realm that appeared in our Zhai City. All his good luck was brought by the gambler. Guan Shui sneered and said nothing, acting like a victim. Master Guan, don't disbelieve me. I swear to God that I really help people make money. If you don't believe me, I will take you to find him. That man is called Chu Lang. He spent very little money to get a lala loss. Although a lala loss is nothing, the feeling of getting good luck is incomparable. Guan Shui still didn't speak, looking around wanting to get the tearful lizard as soon as possible. His mission this time was to pick up the tearful lizard and successfully transfer the well mask on him. Now all the preparations are in place except for Lu Fei to use his bank card to get the tearful lizard. Their organization has found out clearly that the Lu family is a meritorious family and their ancestors once followed God. Even if this matter is posed in the future, the clues of the well mask will be cut off from Lu Fei. No one will question the justice of the meritorious family. Guan Shui's face was grim. I have no interest in the Chu Lang you mentioned, nor in gambling egg. I just want to get a tearful lizard with better qualifications now. So can you be quiet now? Lu Fei sneered. Okay, I will keep an eye on the tearful lizard for Guan Shao right away. You can rest assured that although our Zhai City is just a small city, the water elf resources are extremely abundant. The Grolive breeding house here usually has water-type Pokemon with Gym Master level qualifications. The tearful lizard is not particularly rare. We will definitely find an excellent tearful lizard here for you to take away. While the two were talking, the breeder took the tearful lizard, which was resisting, and returned to Chu Lang. You little guy, it's a good thing that a trainer wants to take you away. Why are you running? Didn't you see how other Pokemon lived after being taken away? They all ate high-quality rations. Although you have high qualifications, you only eat medium-level rations in our breeding house, right? And once you go out and receive training from the trainer, your strength will be rapidly improved. What's the point of staying in the breeding house all the time? The tearful lizard had a face full of despair. He finally understood the meaning of a sentence. He had 100 steps to success and he had already taken 99 steps, but he fell at the last step. This step is so difficult. Chu Lang looked at the tearful lizard with a smile. Combining what the man named Guan Shui said just now, he actually had some guesses in his heart. The two of them must be connected. The tearful lizard just said that his servant would come to pick him up today. This Guan Shui happened to like Qianmian Bai, and he also set up a special scheme so as not to swipe his own card. Chu Lang believes in the instance of coincidences, but he doesn't believe that so many coincidences will come together at the same time. Looking at the tearful lizard so close, Chu Lang suddenly became less uneasy. If he was alone and helpless before, he might have turned around and left with the tearful lizard, or even given up taking the tearful lizard and not causing this trouble. But now times have changed. Now Chu Lang has the East Sea City Lord Kongcheng and the West Sea City's richest man behind him. What secrets can't he touch? If he contact this Guan Shui, he may get more information about Ergui Yan. I have a connection with this tearful lizard. Let's go to the front desk to register. Chu Lang deliberately said loudly to attract Guan Shui's attention. Sure enough, as soon as Chu Lang finished speaking, Guan Shui and Lu Fei's eyes all fell on him and the tearful lizard. Seeing the tearful lizard in Chu Lang's arms, Guan Shui felt his head buzzing. What's going on? Didn't his father say that this this tearful lizard would wait for him here? Why did it run away with someone else? Disbelief, surprise, shock and other emotions all appeared in Guan Shui's mind. He worked so hard for so long, running from the northwest to the coastal city to go to school and be an undercover agent just for this moment. For today he gave up his favorite mutton and ran here to eat fish for several years. In the end the contact person defected to the enemy. What kind of international joke is this? Unlike Guan Shui, Lu Fei was so excited that he almost jumped up. Master Guan, look at the man in front, I'm talking about him. The last time I met him I took him to gamble egg and then his life turned the gears of fate from then on, singing all the way, taking down Lalo Loss and cracking the trial secret realm. Now it seems he seems to have met the daughter of the Chi family in Zhai City. I said that gambling eggs can change your life. Come on, let's go and take a look. I definitely didn't lie to you. Guan Shui looked confused. Yes, gamblers are poor for 3 generations and gambling eggs change your life. If I didn't waste that time this tearful lizard wouldn't run into someone else's arms now. Lu Fei put his arm around Guan Shui's shoulders. What's wrong with Master Guan? I didn't see you blink when you lost 20 million just now. A grown man doesn't need to be like this. Let's go and contact Chu Lang. Maybe he just wants to take a look. He's a pretty poor guy. He shouldn't be able to afford it. Chapter 133 Guan Shui's Malice. Hearing Lu Fei say that Chu Lang was poor, Guan Shui's heart ignited a glimmer of hope again. Being poor is good. At the beginning he already felt that his mission had failed. As the largest elf trading place, the Catty Dog Breeding House has its own set of rules. First come first served, no cheating. 8 words are simple to say, but the implementation process is extremely brutal. In order to practice these 8 words, the Catty Dog Breeding House has slaughtered countless families and killed countless people. Their style is far less cute than the name of the Catty Dog Breeding House. But Lu Fei said that Chu Lang is poor. Although Guan Shui did not dare to make trouble in the Catty Dog Breeding House, if Chu Lang did not buy it himself, the Catty Dog Breeding House would not be able to control it. Brother, can you let me see the tearful lizard in your arms? Seeing Guan Shui really coming to talk, Chu Lang became interested. Want to see the tearful lizard? It's simple. There are still a few in the pond. You can ask the keeper to take you there. Guan Shui rubbed his hands. I want to see the one in your arms, okay? Chu Lang pondered and hugged the tearful lizard that wanted to escape in his arms. Let me think about it. Guan Shui was overjoyed. Okay, you can think about it. I'm not in a hurry. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Soon 10 minutes passed and the tearful lizard had no strength to struggle. Guan Shui was a little impatient. Brother, it's been 10 minutes. Have you thought about it? Chu Lang, didn't you say you're not in a hurry? Guan Shui, brother, you don't know I've always wanted a museum owner level tearful lizard. Guan Shui managed his e-pression and began to play the victim. It's a pity that I was born in the inland of the Dragon Alliance. I have been looking for the tearful lizard in the northwest for many years, but I still can't find any trace of it until one day. Ahem. Chu Lang coughed dryly and interrupted Guan Shui's crying. It should be said in the first chapter of the elementary school elf geomorphology class that water elf generally grow in lakes, rivers and seas. Guan Shui wiped his tears and was a little embarrassed. Is that so? It turns out that I paid such a high price for not paying attention in class when I was a child. 555. But that doesn't matter. After knowing that there was a tearful lizard in Zhai City, I swore that I would get a museum owner level tearful lizard, so I resolutely came to Zhai City. Chu Lang suddenly interrupted. Then you've come to the wrong place. In fact, there are more tearful lizards in Donghai City, and sometimes there are king level ones. The tearful lizard panel in the previous chapter has 1V written on it, which has been modified. Since you like tearful lizards so much, you should buy a high-speed rail ticket to Donghai City as soon as possible. Chu Lang pouted at Lu Fei on the side. This guy has money, let him give you a high-speed rail ticket to Donghai City. Lu Fei's eyes lit up and nodded. Yes, Master Guan, I can take you to Donghai City. The city there is bigger and the elves in the Caterpie breeding house are more complete. Maybe we can get a better tearful lizard. Seeing Lu Fei's attention diverted by Chu Lang, Guan Shui was completely numb. He didn't want the tearful lizard, he wanted to contact the tearful lizard. Guan Shui forced himself to calm down. Brother, I'm telling you the truth. I fell in love with this tearful lizard at first sight. I can't live without it. I don't like those tearful lizards in Donghai City. Let alone Donghai City. I will never like another tearful lizard in my life. I didn't say it just now just because I was afraid that you would get angry. I didn't pay the price, so I couldn't get this tearful lizard. Chu Lang said faintly. The Catty Dog Breeding House does not allow reselling elves, so I can only buy it myself. Guan Shui lowered his voice and avoided the breeder's sight. Brother, as long as you let me get this tearful lizard, I will increase the price by 10 million. Besides, don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped and will never let the breeder and the Catty Dog Breeding House know about this. Chu Lang pretended to be panicked and took a step back, holding Chi Shu in his arms. What does your tight mouth have to do with me? Whatever you want to do. I have a girlfriend and I personally can't accept accept it, but I'm not looking at you with tinted glasses. Although I can't accept it, I don't object to this kind of thing between others. If you are tight-lipped, you can consider trying with Lu Fei. He has money. Kishu. Guan Shui and Lu Fei looked at each other. What kind of lewd words are these? Especially Guan Shui. He clenched his fist tightly and couldn't help wanting to hit someone. He felt that his spirit was greatly tortured, the kind that he had never experienced in the first half of his life. Guan Shui took a deep breath and said with strong anger, "Brother, leave a line for others so that we can meet again later. And you also saw this tearful lizard and it didn't want to follow you. The forced melon is not sweet." Lu Fei also went up to persuade Chu Lang. Yes, this forced melon is thirst quenching, but it's really not sweet. Don't you already have a lalolasi? Train that lalolasi first. Besides, although we are dandies, we are not bad people. We really plan to buy it and we don't plan to do anything illegal. Chu Lang's eyes lit up. Yes, this forced melon is thirst quenching. Guan Shui glared at Lu Fei. If you can't persuade, then don't persuade me, okay? Brother, tell me a plan. Just give me this tearful lizard. You can ask any conditions you want. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading the exciting content. The tearful lizard in Chu Lang's arms also made a pitiful look, hoping that Chu Lang would not stop him from realizing his dream. Chu Lang felt that Guan Shui's defense was almost broken, so he asked what he had always wanted to ask. If you tell me where the mask of the tearful lizard came from, I will give it to you. Guan Shui was stunned. What mask? Tearful lizard? How did this person know that he had a mask? He had not told anyone about this, not even Guan Shui. Unless the tearful lizard looked at the little saw crocodile with a bad face. It must be this guy who went through his things while he was sleeping. The little saw crocodile was confused and shrank into Chi Shu's arms. He finally understood that this breeding house could no longer accommodate him. Only Chi Shu could give him a future. While everyone was in a confused state, Chu Lang asked Guan Shui, "You don't know about the mask? Then you must know who asked you to come. Tell me about this matter and I will give you the tearful lizard, but I like the mask very much and must take it away." A cold light flashed in Guan Shui's eyes. It seems that this matter cannot be solved by money. In this case, then we can only use unconventional means. After making up his mind to kill Chu Lang, Guan Shui's prescience became natural. Sure enough, this is the way he is familiar with. I don't know what you are talking about, but it seems that this tearful lizard seems to have a secret. I am a businessman who is afraid of death and I don't like to touch secret the most. I don't want the tearful lizard anymore. You should buy it back yourself. Huh? The tearful lizard spit a water gun directly on Guan Shui's face. Humans are really unreliable. This damn contact person actually gave up on him. After spraying Guan Shui, the tearful lizard immediately turned its head to Chu Lang but finally did not move its mouth. As a lizard, the big red lizard behind Chu Lang gave him too much pressure. What if he was beaten? After Chu Lang left, Guan Shui shook off Lu Fei and made a phone call. "Father, the tearful lizard was intercepted by someone. That person said that the tearful lizard has the secret of the mask. Do you want to?" Guan Shui put his hand in front of his neck and made a gesture of wiping his neck. A middle-aged man's deep voice came from the phone. "Why are you talking halfway through a sentence? Do you want to do something?" Guan Shui was stunned. He forgot he was on the phone, but it was really inconvenient to say this kind of thing on the phone. His father's urging voice came from the other end of the phone. "Why are you hesitating? If you have something to say it." Guan Shui, "Do you want to kill him? Are you a fucking idiot? How can you say this kind of thing on the phone? Why did I raise such a stupid son like you?" Guan Shui. Chapter 134. It was all done by the tearful lizard. Chu Lang and Chi Shu walked out of the caterpillar breeding house on the left and right, each holding a small saw crocodile and tearful lizard of the owner level in their arms. Under the output of the chatterbow magneto, the tearful lizard has stopped scolding the small saw crocodile. Gulton was excitedly carrying several large bags and walked at the back, sniffing the taste from time to time. He loves to eat the most. Even just carrying food is a very happy thing. Young Kira's also looked at Gulton's bag eagerly. During this period, his level increased very quickly and his appetite also increased very quickly. After just a few hours of strolling, he felt hungry. Looking at the eager look of the elves, Chu Lang said goodbye to Chi Shu and planned to go back to feed the elves first. At the same time, he also planned the NET stage of growth of his elf. Except for Gulton, he didn't need to worry about it, and the route of young Kira's was clear. There were still too few tasks for Lalulus and Zoro, and he had to get a few suggestions quickly. As for the tearful lizard, Chu Lang didn't plan to train this guy very well just to be able to guard the house so as not to train a big devil. As for Zoro and Lalulus, according to common sense, Lalulus's training should have a higher priority because her growth is smoother with 2 and 3 stages of evolution. But Chu Lang, as a hacker, he decided to train both at the same time. In the past, Chu Lang asked Zoro to practice the claw sharpening skill just to prepare for the big test and to improve his strength in a short period of time. Now that the big EM is over, Zoro Zoro's training trajectory should also change from physical attacker to dual blade flow. After all, her special attack is a little higher than physical attack. As for Lawless, there is nothing to say about pure special attackers. She can be trained in the direction of glass cannon to make up for the lack of long-range firepower in Chu Lang's team. Roar! Young Kira's roared, waking Chu Lang from his meditation. Chu Lang looked around and found that he had reached the path at the foot of his mountain. I was thinking about things all the time, but I actually walked home by muscle memory. I made a profit. I'm home before I even left. Chu Lang put down the tearful lizard, held the cautious young Kira's in his arms and walked along the mountain road to the farm. The tearful lizard turned his eyes and ran away. Grand ambition, here I come. Looking at the tearful lizard's excitement, Chu Lang was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. This little guy was so excited to go home for the first time that he accidentally ran in the wrong direction. Lawless sent him back. Lawless, no wonder the master could awaken this kind of elf-like power. It turns out that he is really not a human. A wave of space fluctuations passed and the tearful lizard returned to Chu Lang again. Let's go home. The tearful lizard found that the scene in front of it changed and it was back to Chu Lang. It cried with a wow. The thing that young Kira's was most worried about did not happen. The group returned to the farm safely. The tearful lizard cried while checking the surrounding environment, ready to escape again at any time. Finally he set his sights on the Spearow hovering in the sky. Thanks to the fact that he often went to the sky area with the little saw crocodile to make trouble, he knew that the elves like the Spearow were very easy to fall into a state of rage. As long as these guys were angered and the Spearow tribe fought with Chu Lang and others, he would be able to escape smoothly. Thinking of this, the tearful lizard looked around and finally set his sights on the gravel on the side. If such a hard stone is smeared with his tears, it must hurt when it hits the Spearow, right? He did it as soon as he said it. While Chu Lang was arranging training tasks for other elves, the tearful lizard walked to the stone secretly. A ball of water appeared in his hand and the water kept fluctuating, forming a strong shock force. Water fluctuation. The huge shock force pushed the stone into a stream of light and quickly flew high into the sky. Several Spearows saw the stones attacking from the ground, dodged them skillfully and then continued to fly leisurely without any anger. It's normal to be hit during patrols, so it's okay to dodge it. The tearful lizard looked at the sky in confusion. When did the Spearow become so good-tempered? The tearful lizard was very powerful and the stone continued to hit the sky diagonally. Two big mouth gulls flew cautiously over Chu Lang's house. To be honest, they didn't want to pass by here. They heard from their colleagues that this place was haunted, but the boss gave them too much, so they had to give it a try. Just then a stone suddenly passed by and hit one of the big mouth gulls at a very tricky angle. The two big mouth gulls were stunned at first and then rushed down suddenly. Damn, dare to mess with the two brothers, right? The two of them landed very quickly. When they landed net to the tearful lizard, the dirt in the tearful lizard's hand had not been wiped clean. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the two big mouth gulls and they took out a mobile phone in a humane way and took a photo of the tearful lizard. Big mouth brothers in the group, we have found the secret of the haunted back mountain of Zahai City. The stones that shot you down were thrown by this tearful lizard. Chapter 135. The terrifying speed of refining medicine. Early the net morning, Chu Lang got up early. Young Kira's was already training his rockfall skills and had prepared breakfast for Chu Lang and the others. The tearful lizard looked at the farm wall with tears in his eyes. Outside was a group of gulls that had no work for the time being. Yesterday the tearful lizard had been beaten up countless times by the gulls. Chu Lang estimated that he was about to evolve into a lizard, but there was also an advantage, that is, the tearful lizard would be beaten as soon as it went out and it would lose the possibility of escaping. Chu Lang was happy about this because it saved him from being stared at. Lawless, Zoroya, get up. Chu Lang woke up Zoroya and Lawless, who were sleeping, and carried them to the yard. Zoroya, get up and practice your shadow ball skills. Today Lawless and I will try our alchemy skills and provide you with good logistic. Yeah. Zoroya skillfully transformed into a strange tree, blocked Chu Lang's mouth with his fingers and continued to sleep under the tree. Net to him. Chu Lang, damn, it's happening again. Zoroya, please cheer up. The university will start in a few days. There will definitely be frequent fights at that time. We can't always let young Helas and Gultun fight, right? Fight all the time? Hearing Chu Lang's words, Zoroya trembled violently and walked to the center of the training ground. Gultun in the room also stood up suddenly and even stopped eating the fruit in the tray on the ground. Fighting is good. Looking at the two guys who couldn't wait, Chu Lang suddenly lost his voice. He was obviously a very gentle trainer, but what was wrong with these two guys? Too belligerent. However, it is a good thing that Zoro is willing to train, otherwise Chu Lang really can't do anything to her. Zoro, you and young Kira's should practice in actual combat. Remember to use shadow ball skills more and cultivate your dual blade awareness. Simply put, physical attack skills and special attack skills should be used alternately and don't rely too much on your claws. Gullerton, I know you like like to fight, but you should pay attention to your own energy. If you don't cultivate, when can you recover to your prime? Gillerton yet. It doesn't matter if you are in your prime or not, as long as you can fight. Chu Lang. One punch cost 200,000 just for fun. I borrowed money from Kisha to bring back the tearful lizard yesterday. If I let Gillerton train again, I am afraid that I will never be able to pay back the money in my lifetime. Okay Lolulus, let's go to make medicine first and see if it works. Chu Lang is still looking forward to making medicine. One of his fruit can only be sold for 50 yuan, but any bottle of potion is at least 200 yuan. If it is a more advanced potion, it can be sold for more. As long as he succeeds in refining the medicine, good days will come in the future. Chu Lang took the lead in walking towards the orange fruit tree. This fruit has the effect of healing and is the main raw material of the medicine. According to Chu Lang's understanding, this kind of potion should be the easiest to refine. Lolulus used the smallest magic flame on the orange fruit in my hand. Chu Lang raised the orange fruit and his hand was wrapped with light blue wave power to prevent himself from being burned by Lolulus. Lolulus flew to Chu Lang carefully and touched the orange fruit in Chu Lang's hand with a finger wrapped in a ball of flame. A sizzling sound appeared and the orange fruit gradually melted and turned into a sticky potion floating in Chu Lang's hand. Done? Chu Lang looked at the scarlet liquid in his hand, a little unbelievable. It's that simple. Coincidentally, young Kiraz was hit by a shadow ball from Zoro and flew 4 meters away, landing at Chu Lang's feet. Here, this is the new medicine I made. Do you want to try it? Young Kiraz. Chu Lang poured the potion in his hand directly into young Kiraz's mouth and young Kiraz's face suddenly became rich. How is it? Is it effective? Roar. The effect is so good. Young Kiraz nodded, jumped up and rushed towards Zoro again. Seeing that the potion was effective, Chu Lang became interested. Then let's continue, this time at dill orange fruit, and try to increase the intensity of the flame. Lalu. A minute later, Chu Lang shook his head and put the refined potion into the bottle that had been prepared long ago. It seems that the size of the flame has no direct relationship with the effect of the potion. It is exactly the same as the last potion. Lolulus use the frozen wind skill on this bottle and see what changes will happen. Lolulus nodded and a layer of snow-white frost appeared on his right hand, touching the glass of the bottle. The potion in the bottle began to concentrate visibly and finally turned bright red without a trace of impurities. The amount is about half less. I wonder if the effect can be increased by more than double. Young Kiraz. Roar. Hearing Chu Lang's call, young Kiraz understood immediately and directly removed the shield in his mouth and was knocked away by Zoroark again. Without the blessing of the shield in his mouth, Zoroark's shadow ball was extremely deadly to young Kiraz. This is the advantage of the double blade elf, which can carry out targeted attacks according to the opponent's physical defense and special defense. Come try this potion and see if the refined potion has more than double the healing effect of the original potion. Young Kiraz nodded, swallowed it directly and then shook his head. Okay, I know, you guys continue to train. After testing the effects of refining, Chu Lang also had some thoughts in his mind. In the future, the process of refining medicine will still focus on refining ordinary potions. Just now he and Lolulus did not spend too much effort to refine 2 bottles of potion. According to the energy in Lolulus's body now, they should have no problem refining 100 bottles of potion every day. If this news spreads, it may make other alchemists cry. It often takes 2 or 3 days for traditional alchemists to refine a batch of potions, and that batch of potions may only produce 20 to 30 bottles, which is equivalent to 110 bottles a day. Chu Lang's efficiency is 10 times that of theirs. After deducting the raw materials, he can earn 15,000 yuan for 100 bottles of medicine. From then on, he is also a person who earns more than 10,000 yuan a day. In addition, the process of refining medicine is also a kind of training for Lolulasi, which can release her energy repeatedly. I just don't know if Lolulasi's energy can be improved as quickly as her own wave power after being released. If it can, getting rich is just around the corner. Thinking of this, Chu Lang rubbed his hands excitedly and couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone. Is there anything that the omnipotent netizens can't solve? Chapter 136. Where is Chu Lang's admission letter? After Lolulasi finished refining 100 bottles of medicine, she was so tired that she started to stick out her tongue. Lolulasi, wait a moment, I'll record a video first and then prepare food for you right away. As he said, Chu Lang pointed the camera of his mobile phone at Lolulasi. Brothers, long time no see. My Raul started training today and then I got so tired. I want to ask, is there any easier training method? After posting the video, Chu Lang didn't wait any longer and went to prepare food for Raul. Since completing the last challenge, Chu Lang's fans have reached a terrifying 400,000. Chu Lang originally thought that he would lose a wave of fans after losing his character, but he didn't expect the increase in fans to be even more wild. Now many people send him private messages every day, probably asking him how to train L. It's just that Chu Lang rarely replies. After all, his plug-in is a system for listening to advice, not a system for persuading people. If he tells others about it, he might mislead others. Soon after the video was posted, a large number of comments came, but the current comments are somewhat different from the previous style. When Chu Lang saw this comment, a startled sound suddenly rang in his mind. Admission letter plus 2 keywords. Soon a video appeared in Zhang Maimei's search bar. Chu Anan and Gardevoir floated into the sky together, looking at Zhou Qiang calmly. Where is your Pokemon? Is it this rhinoceros? Zhou Qiang was not to be outdone and also let the giant claw mantis carry him and took off into the air. Today I will use this rhinoceros to defeat you and show you how powerful the mechanical transformation is. Chapter 142 Crystallize. Both of them are veteran strongmen and they fight without any drag. Looking at the Pokemons of the two, Chu Lang also roughly deduced their strength. The main battle Pokemon Gardevoir and Claws are level 62 and 61 respectively. Both teachers should be top gym leader trainers. Top gym leader is a popular name for powerful gym leader trainers, as long as they have a combat power above the gym leader level but their own Pokemon are less than 3 king level Pokemon. They are called top gym leaders. Similar titles include top gym, top elite and top king. The strength of trainers with this title is generally quite different, so it is not used as an official reference. Otherwise, if Chu Lang's Gulden had some adventure and recovered to level 100 combat power and his other Pokemon were still level 20, then he would be called a top elite. Gardevoir used the true energy bullet on this guy and kill him instantly. While Chu Lang was thinking, the two had already started fighting. After the battle, Chu Anan's temperament was completely different from before and he launched a rush attack directly. Gardevoir's long hair danced wildly and her well-proportioned figure showed explosive power. The fighting energy floating in the sky and earth around her gathered crazily. Instantly a dark red energy ball appeared in his hand. The energy ball looked extremely unstable, as if it would implode at any time. The signature special attack skill of the fighting system, the true energy bullet. Gardevoir. A flash of red light flashed in Gardevoir's eyes and the true energy bullet in her hand rushed violently towards the diamond-horned rhinoceros. The true energy bullet traveled very fast and it almost collided with the diamond-horned rhinoceros in an instant. Teacher Zhou Qiang did not seem to panic at all but instead looked at Chu Anan and Net to Gardevoir with a joking look. Is it just this level? Although the diamond-horned rhinoceros is only a gym owner, a pure mechanical creature cannot be taken down by this level of attack. Chu Lang, who was watching the battle on the side, was a little surprised. Facing an attack that doubled his restraint, Zhou Qiang actually had no intention of commanding at all. The Net moment when the chi bomb was about to hit the rhino, the high-tech electric drill on the rhino's head suddenly turned. It was unknown what metal the drill was made of. It made a sizzling sound when it turned and some electric current flowed on it, which looked extremely terrifying. The rhino suddenly stood up and used the drill on its head to hit the chi bomb used by Gardevoir, tearing the chi bomb in the middle. After gaining the upper hand, the rhino did not take advantage of the situation to launch an attack but stood upright and slapped its chest with its two front paws. Loto Loto. Chu Lang, Chu Anan. Zhou Qiang's old face flushed. Rotom, wake up, you are not a gorilla now. Use the ray skill to attack Gardevoir. The Rotom in the rhino finally reacted and quickly used the destructive ray skill on Gardevoir. A white light flashed across Gardevoir's body and it disappeared with Chu Anan dodging Radon's attack with ease. The Net moment something shocked Chu Lang. Radon raised its tail and used the tip of its tail to send out another destructive ray. Not only did it use two destructive rays at the same time, but it also accurately predicted Gardevoir's position with the tip of its tail. Chu Lang licked his lips. This guy is so fierce. Gardevoir's teleportation skill is extremely difficult to crack, but Rotom used a computing power advantage to predict Gardevoir's position in advance. If it were those inflatable Pokemon, Radon might be able to fool the opponent. No wonder Mr. Zhou Qiang from Magic University is so confident in him. This is not Radon, this is clearly a doubles match between Rotom and Radon. Chu Anan looked at Radon calmly, who had the upper hand without any discouragement. Like them, there may be bad guys among the trainers who can reach the gym leader level, but there will never be stupid people. Just a little disadvantage can't defeat her. Wool. Garv, his whole body has been transformed with steel materials. Try using fire skills. Maybe it will work. Hearing Chu Anan's order, Chu Lang nodded secretly. Although the fighting system has a certain restraint on the steel system for these steel materials, the restraint of the fire system is slightly greater. This time Garvey did not use a long-range attack but flashed directly to the side of the diamond horn. A ball of fire suddenly bloomed from Garvey's hand and fell on the eyes of the diamond horn, which was caught off guard. Chu Anan was looking for a way to attack Rotom inside way. The Net moment, without waiting for Chu Anan's command, Gardevoir suddenly used instant movement again. Chu Lang was wondering why Gardevoir didn't chase, and then he saw a blue ray from the eyes of the diamond horn rhino Rhino freezing a tree in Chu Lang's house into an ice sculpture. Gudong. Chu Lang swallowed his saliva and was a little dumbfounded. This Gardevoir's fighting consciousness is too terrifying, right? If I had put myself on it just now I might have lost now. But not necessarily. I am taking the route of stacking attributes. 1 force defeats 10 skills. Chu Lang thought about it and still carried Ralts, who was taking a nap in the room, out. Ralt, don't sleep, come and see the fighting method of your race, it's super beautiful. Seeing Chu Lang's actions, the two teachers fought more vigorously. They were not afraid that Chu Lang would not learn their skills, but they were afraid that Chu Lang would not feel their fighting. Now Chu Lang has brought out the elf to watch, which means that Chu Lang has already recognized the level of the two universities in his heart. On the ground Chu Lang approached Gulden. Gulden, they are fighting so excitingly, why are you so sleepy? Gulden, ah, too bad, if these energies were given to me they would all be in one blow. Chu Lang. The two elves fought more and more vigorously, and after a few confrontations they had already hit the real fire. After Gardevoir used the fire absorption skill, the body of the diamond horn rhino had been deformed in places, which was the inevitable defect of steel after being baked at high temperature. But Gardevoir was not feeling well either. The attacks of the diamond horn rhino were too dense and the energy was almost endless. If she wanted to dodge she could only use instant movement continuously. Unfortunately, the materials on the diamond horn rhino were very strong and it was difficult for her to break through the defense of that guy. Guldenvoir temporarily stopped attacking and e-planed her status to Chu Anan. Chu Anan pondered for a moment. Prepare for Thai crystallization. Chapter 141. The Education Bureau is here. When saying this, Chu Anan made a great determination. In the battle of the elf world, Thai crystallization is a kind of turnaround, and it is also a way that no one is willing to use first. The reason is simple. The current Dragon Kingdom rulers are very concerned about equality and put such a powerful thing as Thai crystallization directly into compulsory education. In other words, this thing is not someone's advantage but something that everyone has. The person who first uses Thai crystallization often means that he/she has fallen into a disadvantage. But Chu Anan understands that Gardevoir can no longer afford to delay. If she doesn't use Thai crystallization again, her Gardevoir can only be dragged to death by the technologically modified diamond-horned rhino. She must use the powerful moves after Thai crystallization to smash the diamond-horned rhino half to death. Gardevoir Thai crystallization. A round bead appeared in Chu Anan's hand and was gently thrown to Gardevoir. At the same time, a strong evolutionary light burst out from Gardevoir, especially the light on its head, which almost blinded Chu Lang. When the white light faded, a huge red fist crown appeared on Gardevoir's head. Although Gardevoir in this state did not look beautiful, it had a unique heroic beauty. After seeing the Taijing crown on Gardevoir's head, teacher Zhou Qiang's face was obviously a little unnatural. This is so fucking restrained. I should have used the giant claw mantis earlier. This Gardevoir is actually a fighting type Taijing attribute, which is too outrageous. Although the diamond-horned rhino he brought was powerful, it also had a fatal flaw, that is, it could not be evolved too much. After all, he was not a life in essence, it was just the rotom inside that was controlling an empty shell. Zhou Qiang's face changed and then he said something to the diamond-horned rhino that made Chu Anan and Chu Lang both flatten. Drillhorn rhinoceros transform. At the foot of Chu Lang's mountain, the director of the Zhaikang Education Bureau and a group of staff swarmed in. Are you sure this is the place? Don't make any mistake. We can't waste any time now. You are used to being local tyrant. Now you have to remember one thing. In the future, the biggest people in the education field of Zhai City will not be us but the people of Orange University. If the notice of Orange University cannot be delivered to Chu Lang today, no one will have a good life in the future. His subordinates nodded repeatedly and all buried their heads to climb to the top of the mountain. After searching for so many days, they couldn't eat well or sleep well. Now they finally found the real owner. Victory is just around the corner. In front of the leader, these people ran faster than each other, all wanting to be the first to help the leader knock on the door of Chu Lang's house. But halfway through, some people gradually found something wrong. Old Li, is there a fight going on up there? Why is there such a strong energy fluctuation? It should be. My flame ace looks nervous. He hasn't felt this way for a long time. The two looked at each other and felt as if they were involved in some incredible conspiracy. All the high-level people they could contact disappeared, and now even the top scholar's home has this level of fighting. Yes, Old Li, let's go faster. We may have to make a contribution today. Such situations happen frequently, appearing on the entire mountain road. All the employees of the Education Bureau were full of fighting spirit, summoning their own elf and rushed towards Chu Lang's house impatiently. Especially the director of the Education Bureau. He seemed to have seen the scene of himself entering Orange University. Brothers, charge! Promotion and wealth are here today. Charge, charge, charge! Let the rumble stone roll first, and when you get on top, subdue the criminals in one fell swoop. Big Beat Rill, use sword dance. The battle is about to begin. Your body will definitely last until the end of the battle. Come on, Stinky Flower, as long as we make a contribution today I will save enough money to buy you the Sunstone. Damn it, Stinky Mud, walk a little faster. Look at Lao Liu's elves, they are almost at that farm. Although these people are not well-trained military personnel as government personnel, the 2nd Combat Readiness Force of the Dragon Country Alliance, they still opened the battle line in an orderly and clear manner at the first time. The melee Pokemon stood in the front and the ranged Pokemons were slightly behind, blocking the door of Chu Lang's house. The leading Pokemon was a level 39 Dugula, the Pokemon of the Director of Education. His position was not particularly important, so he was not a gym leader level trainer. The Director of Education walked to the door excitedly. The criminals inside give up resistance immediately. Don't endanger the safety of the hostages. You are surrounded. We know you are strong, but we are official staff of the Zhai City Education Bureau. As long as you kill us all, there will be no place for you in this big world. Subordinate Chu Anan and Zhou Qiang were fighting to a feverish degree and were suddenly interrupted by the voice outside, and a bad look flashed across their faces at the same time. As the director of the admissions office in the university, their levels are all much higher than the director of education of Zhai City. This guy dared to disturb their enrollment. He simply didn't want to live. I am Zhou Qiang, the director of the admissions office of Demon University. I am doing something very important now. Please leave immediately, otherwise I will be rude. I am Chu Anan, the director of the admissions office of Longcheng University. Please leave immediately if you are not interested. Hearing the identities of the two people, the director of education outside the door could not help but shudder. It's bad. The admission letter of Orange University is in his hand. Why are people from other university admissions offices here? As an old hand who has been in the officialdom for many years, the director of education knows one thing very well: the county magistrate is worse than the current one. Their Zhai City is net to Orange University. If they mess up the Orange University, their days will probably be difficult in the future. Thinking of this, the director of education bit the bullet and knocked on the door of Chu Lang's house again. Well, two leaders, Chu Lang's home is not a place for fighting. Why don't you stop first and let me go in and talk it out? In the yard, Chu Lang, who was hiding in the corner, nodded repeatedly, agreeing with the words of the director of education. At the beginning the two fought relatively restrained, but later they became more and more unscrupulous. If the two continued to fight like this, his farm might be demolished. Fortunately, with the interruption of the director of education, Chu Lang felt that the two should be more rational, and it was time to go out and persuade them. Just then, a bell bud suddenly appeared, climbed over the wall and landed between Gardevoir and Radon, looking at the two powerful Pokemon with a bad face. The important thing is that he still had a familiar naughty Thunder Bomb in his hand. Chapter 142 Kill Me. The moment Chu Lang saw this naughty Thunder Bomb, his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The fight between the two teachers had already caused heavy losses to his farm. If the naughty Thunder Bomb plotted again, wouldn't the farm be completely GG? Don't be impulsive, Bell Bud. The two teachers were also awakened from their anger by the Bell Bud and the naughty Thunder Bomb. Although the two of them were really angry, they were still within the controllable range. The loss was only some property, and Chu Lang was not hurt at all. If this naughty Thunder Bomb, which was obviously of a high level, plotted here, what students were they fighting for? They could just fight for ashes. Laba Yi gave Chu Lang a reassuring look, stared at Chu Anan and Zhou Qiang with a bad face, pointed at the fruit tree they had damaged with his left hand, and pointed at the direction of the door, indicating that they should pay compensation and leave. The naughty Thunder Bomb in his right hand also gradually released light as if it would explode at any time. Are you with Chu Lang? Chu Anan saw what Laba Yi meant and asked tentatively. Laba Yi nodded, repeated the action just now and indicated that they should do it quickly. Laba Yi, naughty Thunder Bomb, you misunderstood. We are here to invite Chu Lang to study with us. We are admissions teachers of two universities. Now we both want Chu Lang to go to school with us, so we are fighting. Can you understand what I mean? Chu Anan tried to make his word clearer so that the Balaba could understand. We are not bad people. We have brought benefits to Chu Lang. With our help, Chu Lang's strength will improve quickly. Laba Yi did not trust Chu Anan's word and still held the naughty Thunder Bomb in his hand. He had just been out for a short time and his house was almost robbed. It was so infuriating. Chu Lang hid the young Kiras and carefully wing walked to the side of the Bud Bud. Over the years he and Bud Bud didn't have much contact, basically just eye contact. This guy should be able to listen to himself, right? Bud Bud, what teacher Chu said is true. They all gave very generous conditions. They didn't threaten me and they didn't deliberately destroy this farm. Hearing Chu Lang also say this, Bud Bud face eased a lot. He believed that no one could threaten Chu Lang. Since Chu Lang said it was okay, then it was okay. Zhou Qiang quickly took the opportunity to press his position. This little Bud and classmate Chu Lang, no matter which of us Chu Lang follows back to school, that person will bear the loss of the farm. Bud Bud glanced at the hiding young Kiras put away the naughty thunder bomb with some regret and left the farm. What a pity, it was a wasted trip. Watching Bud and naughty thunder bomb go away, Chu Anan and Zhou Qiang breathed a sigh of relief. If they end up demolishing the students' homes while robbing them, it will be big news and they will be embarrassed for the rest of their lives. Classmate, can we have a good chat? Zhou Qiang is much older after all, and seeing that he can't win by force, he immediately changed his plan. Although the combat power of the elves of Mr. Chu and I are comparable, the overall combat power of our magic university is much stronger. Chu Anan responded. Classmate Chu, the combat power of their magic university is indeed strong, but their strength is in the mechanical transformation of steel-type elves, not the level of trainers. None of your elves are steel-type, so our Longcheng University is more suitable for you. I can raise the conditions just now. In addition to covering the growth resources of your elves, I can also add some other conditions. 4e ample breakthrough resources. Breakthrough resources. This time it was Chu Lang's turn to be confused. Does the elf breakthrough also require resources? Yes, breakthrough resources. Chu Anan nodded. It is true that the qualifications of the Pokemon are a hard condition for breakthrough, but it is not the only condition. The gap between the two Gardevoirs with the same king level qualifications after the breakthrough is not only due to the level of the trainer but also the resources of the trainer. This is also a topic that all our universities are studying now. We can use Taijing ore or treasures of various attributes to improve the energy quality and total amount of Pokemon so that the combat effectiveness of Pokemon can be greatly enhanced. Zhou Qiang sneered at Chu Anan's word. You also said that it was just a topic. There is no experiment to prove that this is correct. Besides, how many Taijing ore do you have in Longcheng University compared with our magic university? I'm putting my words here. No matter what conditions you Longcheng University offers, I will base them on your practice plus the diamond-horned rhinoceros. Just now, hearing Zhou Qiang's conditions, Chu Lang subconsciously glanced at Chu Anan. Good sister, the opponent is close to the face and output. You quickly add conditions. Chu Anan, the Demon University has said so. What else can she say? Things have come to this point. In fact, it is almost done. If she continues to promise, she can only promise her body. Can you two let me say a word? The director of the Education Bureau of Zhai City humbly popped his head out of the gate. Orange University has sent an admission letter to the student, but we haven't found Chu Lang, so we haven't sent it to him. You two should be more clear about this year's enrollment policy. Everything is based on Orange University, right? Ensure the normal operation of Orange University. If you two want to compete for students, you can do it NET year. NET year is bullshit. Facing the director of the Education Bureau of Zhai, Zhou Qiang was far from being so polite to Chu Anan. Their Demon University has always been synonymous with power and tyranny, and the old president is the only person in the Dragon Country Alliance who can be on par with the chief education director Wang Teng. The director of the Education Bureau of a small city is not worthy of his face. As long as Chu Lang hasn't signed the admission letter, he has not agreed to Orange University. Why should we be responsible for your mistake? I and teacher Chu traveled all the way to Zhai City and you said one word and we went back. Besides, Orange University didn't even send a teacher and didn't even give a little scholarship. It's not sincere at all. I think our magic university is more suitable for Chu Lang. Yes, you have a point, but no but. Zhou Qiang glanced coldly at the director of education of Zhai City. You said what I said makes sense. What buts are there? Director of education. Kill me. Chapter 143. Ren Anan. After severely teaching the director of education of Zhai King a lesson, Zhou Qiang walked to Chu Lang with a smile. Classmate, do you think our magic university is sincere enough? If you have no objection, then according to our agreement we will provide all your elves' growth materials, and if the clinical experiment that teacher Chu just mentioned comes true, we will also provide all your elves' breakthrough materials. Can't we provide all of them? Chu Lang struggled a little. If he didn't know about the breakthrough resources, it would be fine. Now that he knew, he would definitely give them to his elves. Arrange it. It is very likely that his elves will all have 6V qualifications in the future. According to Chu Lang's guess, the higher the breakthrough, the more breakthrough materials will be needed. Even if there is no waste at all, the value of this material on his elves should be an astronomical figure. Zhou Qiang's face darkened and he explained, classmate, this thing is a bottomless pit. We can't take care of it all, otherwise the entire Demon University may be taken away by you. You have to bear at least part of it. Hearing Zhou Qiang's words, Chu Anan, who had given up, felt that she had hope again. The Longcheng University has even taken out the position of the president candidate. What else can't they give? Tap tap tap. Chu Anan stepped on high heels and came to Chu Lang's side and said to Chu Lang's ear, I thought teacher Zhou was really going to put out all the conditions just now, but I didn't expect your school to be so insincere. We Longcheng University can agree to this condition. Seeing Chu Anan's physical plus mental double attack, Zhou Qiang clenched clenched his fist tightly. This goblin has no martial ethic. He came to recruit people on behalf of Demon University, but this guy came to send people to Longcheng University. Teacher Chu, are you sure you can make such a big decision? I'm afraid the president and teachers of your Longcheng University will not let you do this. Chu Anan smiled softly. Our Longcheng is private, opened by my father. Is it okay to pay a little more to impact the position of a top university? Zhou Qiang percent carat asterisk carat and carat percent dollar and percent percent asterisk and. Chu Anan did not expect that Chu Lang would attach so much importance to a topic he casually proposed, but it is always good to turn the tide against the wind. This year is different from previous years. Most of the top students will gather at Orange University. The previous 8 top universities will definitely suffer a heavy blow in enrollment resources. At this time, if their Longcheng University wins the national champion, it is very likely to get a lot of points in the college student competition and enter the ranks of top universities in one fell swoop. Student Chu Lang, if you have no objection, shall we sign the contract? Chu Anan rubbed Chu Lang's body a few more times, making Chu Lang want to find Chi Shu. Teacher Chu's socks were too white and his legs were too slippery, so his attack speed was almost maed out. Teacher Chu really can't. For the sake of his bright future, the director of education still wanted to struggle again. Chu Anan said nothing and continued to approach Chu Lang with the contract. The gardevoir beside her flashed in front of the director of education and his party, smiling at them, making them dare not speak again. Elves are not as easy to talk to as humans. Chu Lang couldn't wait to take the newly revised contract from Chu Anan's hand and wanted to sign it quickly. Just then the sky in the distance suddenly turned dark red, and the Spearows patrolling in the sky above Chu Lang and the big-billed gulls that were besieging the Tears lizard all dispersed. Chu Anan secretly thought it was not good and used the same trick again to block Chu Lang's sight. Student, sign quickly, don't pay attention to them. Oh, let my head go, I'll sign right away. Hehe, Chu Anan, you keep saying that people do things by any means necessary. Now it seems that you are not glorious either. A string of silver bell-like laughter came from the sky, and Chu Lang felt a bloody breath coming towards him. Ah! Golden stood up straight, opened his vertical pupils and looked wildly towards the sky. 10 meters in the sky, a violent flying dragon was hovering in the air. There was an endless bloody breath around the violent flying dragon, and he just stopped there to make people feel violent, ominous and fearful. Complete quasi-god. Chu Lang looked along the back of the violent flying dragon, and a character who seemed to have walked out of an anime was standing there quietly. She had a pair of red ponytails and her red tights had a jelly tour, and her tender white feet were stepping on a pair of red high heels. Chu Anan looked at the owner of the violent dragon with an unhappy face. Ren Lele, why are you here too? Your northwest is so barren, and barren classmate Chu will not follow you. Ren Lele laughed softly, but I am good looking. Chu Lang nodded secretly. Indeed, good looking. If you count the strength and temperament, it is almost the same level as Chi Shu. But Chu Anan, you are not good looking enough, and Longcheng University is not a top university. What are you doing here? Bao Filong, let me go down. The bloody breath on the violent dragon condensed into a nearly materialized staircase in the sky, and Ren Lele stepped on the stairs and appeared in front of Chu Lang and Chu Anan. Little brother, have you gone in and come with me to Daing Northwest? Sister, I am still single. Chu Lang took a step back lightly. That sister, I sell art but not my body. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. Ren Lele was stunned, not knowing how to answer. She spent so much effort to create such a strong atmosphere, but this little guy said this. Does this little guy not like women? Ren Lele looked down at Chu Lang's brothers and threw out this idea. If he is interested in Chu Anan, he can't possibly not like women. Ren Lele moved closer to Chu Lang to prevent Chu Lang from only looking at the bowl and not the pot. Student Chu Lang, our Northwest University can also produce dragons. Longcheng University is a university founded by a former vice president of Northwest University. Their teaching ability is definitely not as good as our Northwest University. Chu Lang looked at the red twin ponytails that were within reach and wanted to sign the contract quickly and then go find Chi Shu. This time the critical hit was also full. Seeing that Chu Lang was a little panicked, Chu Anan and Ren Lele stopped pressing. Classmate, think about it carefully and see which one is more suitable. Zhou Qiang felt extremely aggrieved. When he returned, he must train a beautiful woman to be the deputy director of the admissions office. Although he couldn't let Mo De Xiao provide materials, they had too much advantage when the materials were the same. The director of the education bureau on the side was even more sad. The teachers in the admissions office who were competing with him for people were all strong and beautiful. What could he compare with? It seems that he can't escape the punishment this time. Hey, that's not right. Since he couldn't get Chu Lang for Zhu Ziyi and couldn't contact Zhu Ziyi's people, he could tell Ji Da about this. Ji Da was so close that he could come quickly. When the time came with Ji Da's protection, he wouldn't be so afraid of Zhu Zhu Zi's punishment. Thinking of this, the director of the Education Bureau took out his mobile phone and made a call. Hello, is this the admissions office of Jida? Chapter 144. Other schools are not impossible. Hello, is this the admissions office of Jida? I am the director of the Zhai City Education Bureau and I want to recommend a talent to Jida. What? Jida does not accept any recommendations this year. Looking at the hung-up call, the director of the Education Bureau was confused. Although he was a low-ranking official, he was also an official in the Jizhong area. In the past, if he wanted to recommend talents to schools in the Jizhong area, the other party would not directly adopt them but would also include them in the scope of investigation. What happened today? After thinking hard for a while, the director of the Education Bureau felt that he could not give up the rescue and made another call. The call was quickly connected. You kid, you didn't call me for so long. After I came to Jida to work as a teacher, I haven't seen you once. Why did you think of me today? Hello Lao Lu, I want to tell you something. You must help me contact the admissions teacher of Jida this time. The person on the other end of the phone was silent when he heard this. Sorry, I dialed the wrong number. This is Lao Wang. Beep beep beep. The director of the education department was somewhat skeptical about his life. He had known Lao Lu for more than 20 years, but he didn't even bother to become Lao Wang to ignore him. This was too weird. In desperation, the director of the education department left a voice message to tell everyone what happened today. After a while, Lao Liu's phone came back. Is what you just said true? The notification letter for the top scorer in the college entrance examination has not been delivered and now the tutors of other universities are fighting for it. It's like this, Lao Wang. I am Lao Lu, your dearest Lao Lu. Just now I said I was Lao Wang, but in fact I had a hard time. You will know in 3 days. All the teachers and students of Jida University have already known that they will be merged into Orange University. They have also signed a confidentiality agreement vowing not to spread it and reduce enrollment. But this matter is too big. It concerns the loss of talent from their Orange University. Okay, I won't say it anymore. I will report this matter immediately. After hanging up the phone, Lao Lu jumped on his dujule. Quick, go to the principal's office. Something big happened today. Soon all the teachers of G University received the principal's message on their communicators. After hanging up the phone, the president of G University couldn't help but smile bitterly. He also knew that the staff of Orange University had kept it a secret, but he didn't expect to make such a big mistake. The confidentiality level was too high. After thinking about it, the president of G University still felt that the level of the people he sent out was not enough, so he called Kong Ming again. Teacher, Kong Ming is your disciple, the owner of the Zhai City. Please ask him if he knows a genius named Chu Lang. Kong Ming's status in G University is quite special and he is not much inferior to him as the principal, so he said more politely, Chu Lang, my last disciple is Chu Lang. What's the matter? President G was silent for a moment, then told Kong Ming what had happened in the past few days, and then both of them were speechless. I just got him a king-level elf and it will be in Zhai City soon. Leave this matter to me. In the future, these staff members, it's not good to find people who are too serious. During the time when the director of the Education Bureau made the call, more and more school admissions directors appeared at Chu Lang's farm. The conditions that everyone can offer are similar, but many schools have sent admissions staff who are more beautiful than each other, and they all surrounded Chu Lang tightly. A circle of old men headed by Zhou Qiang could only sigh constantly on the periphery. Alas, it's a pity that I didn't bring my granddaughter, otherwise what would these people do? Rituals and music are broken. Rituals and music are broken. Isn't enrollment a competition of strength? When did it become a competition of appearance? Alas, this time Orange University took away all the top students. Everyone is trying their best to compete for this genius, and the strength they show is the same. Otherwise, the old man, my white hair, can also make that little guy praise me for being SEY. I just can't figure it out. Such a cool mecha, doesn't he like it? What's the point of women? Mecha is the romance of men. Old Joe, I support you. My grandson also received an admission letter from Orange University this year, otherwise I will let him go to your magic university and you will give him this mecha rhino. Get lost. Chu Lang was squeezed in the middle by a group of beautiful teachers. He wanted to grab a contract and sign it quickly, but found that he couldn't do it at all. It's something that shouldn't be touched at random and it's really impossible to do it. Teachers, I am very satisfied with everyone's conditions, otherwise can I draw law? This can ensure fairness, justice and openness and save everyone from crowding together. No. Chu Wenan and Ren Lele, who were squeezed in the inner circle, refused in unison and then squeezed Chu Lang between them again. They were about to succeed. How could they compete fairly with others? The ground of the farm suddenly shook and all the old men on the periphery looked in the direction of the noise. They no longer had any hope of grabbing Chu Lang and they couldn't squeeze in at all. It would be better to see who would make a fool of themselves. Net a forsaken monkey. Does anyone know this Pokemon, whose admissions director is from the fighting department? Behind it is a Lucario. Wow, they are all king level. Whose principal is here? The old men stopped teasing and looked eagerly at the direction of the farm gate. After the two Pokemons, Kong Ming strode into the farm. He still used a strong wave guide aura, and it was obvious that he had run all the way here. It's Teacher Kong Ming. The old men all became enthusiastic and kindly reminded Kong Ming, Teacher Kong Ming, you'd better not fight for it or you'll be taken advantage of by those girls. It seems that we can't compete for the students this time, so we should train a few girls in the future. Kong Ming looked at Chu Lang, who was surrounded, and couldn't help but say wow. For the happiness of his apprentice, other schools don't seem to be a problem. Chapter 145. How come this kid is so valuable? Seeing Kong Ming's astonishment, Zhou Qiang and several other older admissions directors couldn't help but laugh. Although it's uncomfortable when you get humiliated, it's really fun to watch others get humiliated, especially when this person is a whole level better than them. It's even more fun. Zhou Qiang walked behind Kong Ming with a smile and said with 3 parts of joking and 7 parts of politeness, Lord Kong Ming, although you are powerful and can fight, but there are a group of girls in front. I don't think you can squeeze in, right? The other admissions directors also laughed in a good-natured way. At their age they all know each other and they are all old-fashioned people. They won't run out to mock anyone for no reason. Squeeze in? Kong Ming was stunned for a moment. Why should I squeeze in and snatch the girl from my apprentice? I can't do such a thing. Your apprentice? When Kong Ming finished speaking, the old men present were stunned for a moment, and then all of them had green light in their eyes and cast envious eyes at Kong Ming. This guy is too enviable. Not only can he fight, but the elves he contracted are all king level, and he also inherited a large city. When he got old, he still fucking found such a qualified successor. The old men couldn't help but wonder if Kong Ming was related to God in some way. Zhou Qiang said with some doubts, then why don't you go up and call your apprentice out and let him follow you to Jide Duo? The director of the education department in the corner nodded frantically. Yes, Lord Kong Ming, you should take your disciple back to Jida, otherwise I'm done. Kong Cheng said seriously, I see that there are many girls around him and I think it's good for him to go to other schools. My disciple is so outstanding and the girls here are also pretty good in my opinion. It's just right for him to hurry up and give me a few disciples so that I can expand my legacy. The other old men who are directors of the admissions office all gave Kong Ming a thumbs up. Awesome, much more free and easy than us. The director of the education department of Zhai City on the side ran toward Kong Ming, frantically trying to struggle. Kong Ming, Ming Wang, don't be confused. I remember that our Zhai City electric dojo master Qiwen is also your disciple, isn't he? Student Chu Lang and Qiwen's daughter are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Please don't find a wife for Chu Lang again, which will disturb the stability of your sect. After the director of education's reminder, Kong Ming was startled. Yes, the last time I saw Chu Lang, I focused all my attention on Chu Lang and almost forgot that he and the little girl from the Qi family were in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. I can't let him find a girlfriend again. Kong Ming's whole body was covered with wave power and a rich blue flame burned on his body just like a super sun. Xiao Lang, come out for a moment, I have something to tell you. In this state, Kong Ming's voice was deafening and scary. Just a slight roar attracted the attention of everyone in the yard, especially Gulden with blazing fire in his eyes staring at Kong Ming with dangerous vertical pupils. It must be fun to fight with him who can emit such a strong sound wave ability. Chu Lang, Gulden, please be polite, this is our master. Please make way, beautiful teachers, my master is here, he has something to say to me. As Chu Lang spoke, he squeezed out carefully, fearing that he would accidentally touch something he shouldn't touch. When he went out, he also grabbed the contracts in the hands of Chu Anan from Longcheng University and Ren Lele from Northwest University. If there were no problems, he wanted to choose one of the 2 contracts to sign. After all, among the people present, their 2 families came earlier and were the most sincere. Seeing Chu Lang pick out the contracts of the 2 families alone, Kong Ming immediately cast his eyes on the owners of the 2 contracts. 2 girls, one wearing black stockings and the other wearing white stockings, and their temperaments were very different. In terms of appearance, one is very outstanding and the other is also at the upper level among normal people. Not good. My disciple has not experienced too many adult things and he may have fallen. How can I explain this to Qiwen? He must go to Jida. Kong Ming walked towards Hulang with a smile, organizing his voice at the same time thinking about how to persuade Hulang for a while. Xiao Lang, I came here this time to tell you 2 things. One thing is that I have found the news about Tan Ziashi. As for the other thing, the teacher wants you to go to Jida to study. Jida? Hulang was stunned for a moment, then reacted. He heard about Qiwen and Kong Ming's backgrounds from Kishu and both of them came from Jida. Now it is not difficult to understand to bring someone to his own school. Hulang looked at the contract in his hand and then looked at Kong Ming. He really wanted to ask what conditions Jida could offer, but he couldn't ask. After all, this is his master and he is the kind of master who is particularly good to him. Seeing Chu Lang's hesitation, hesitation, Kong Ming felt a more serious sense of crisis. His apprentice was still too inexperienced and he was actually bewitched by two little fairies. I'll have to let Chi Wenduo take him out to see the world in the future. I wonder if there is a suitable place in Zhai City. Yes, just follow me to Jida. Other schools are just a bunch of rubbish and will delay you. When you go there, it's just right for me to take you there personally and we'll have more time to get to know each other. As soon as Kong Ming finished speaking, the faces of the teachers around him all looked bad, but when they turned around and looked at Kong Ming's Lucario, their faces became good again. Being scolded by the king is actually not that embarrassing. Some people want to be scolded by the king but they can't even see him. AQ victory method. Yeah. Chu Lang rubbed his hands, walked to Kong Ming's side and whispered something obscurely. Teacher, I want to ask, does Jida have any admission policies? Kong Ming was stunned for a moment. Policy? What policy? He has been fighting outside for many years and he is not a teacher in the admissions office, so he really doesn't know what admission policies there are. Zhou Qiang, who is closest to them, saw that Chu Lang was embarrassed to say it and reminded him it's just scholarships or something. Student Chu Lang did well in the EM this time. When we came here we gave him some preferential policies. Do you see this big guy behind me? It's one of the policies I brought to him. It's a pity that other families gave too much and I was outshined. After Zhou Qiang finished speaking, it was Kong Ming's turn to be stunned. What did Chu Lang do during this period of time? Why is he so valuable? Chapter 146. Who can send this big dad away? As the owner of the wave power, Kong Ming can detect the approximate energy fluctuations in other elves. When he came to the farm just now, he noticed the unique diamond-horned rhinoceros behind Zhou Qiang. It doesn't look very strong, but it has energy fluctuations that can rival the king-level elf. It is obvious that the mechanical transformation technology of the Demon University has been brought to its limit. He thought that this was the main elf newly cultivated by Zhou Qiang, but he didn't expect that it was given to his own apprentice. In some ways, this special diamond-horned rhinoceros is even more precious than the king-level charcoal servant he found for Chu Lang. After all, this guy is already a complete body, but the charcoal servant still needs to be cultivated and his race value is very average. After the meeting, Kong Ming turned to look at Chu Lang and asked directly, what grade did you get in the EM? Can these schools make such a big effort to dig you? Even the senior cultivator of Northwestern University, when Northwestern University dug him, I remember that they only took out a king elf cub, but his ability is obviously slightly stronger than our wave power and it is more practical, so it is worth this price. Why is your price so high? Could it be that the wave power has mutated? As soon as Kong Ming finished speaking, before Chu Lang could reply, the other teachers were the first to boil. What did they hear? In addition to being good at cultivating elves, Chu Lang actually has the power of wave guidance. Although Chu Lang's possession of the power of wave guidance is not a top secret, many people in Zhai City have even seen it, but they came in a hurry and did not know much about Chu Lang's background. They only knew that he won the first place in the Zhai City EM with an absolute leading position. As for what main battle spirit he used in the EM and what power he had, they didn't know at all. The reason why they had this premium was more because all the geniuses of this generation were snatched away by Orange. But now it seems that they clearly did not have a premium and Chu Lang was really worth the money. Some teachers looked at Kong Ming with dangerous eyes. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. Since the two of them are master and apprentice, Kong Ming should also hope that Chu Lang will get more right. As for Ji University, where Kong Ming works, just kidding, can Ji University have any great constraints on Kong Ming, the king of heaven? Zhou Qiang was the first to react and offered new conditions again. Student Chu Lang, come to our magic university. All the conditions we talked about at the beginning will be valid, including the request I rejected you. In addition to these, I can also ask our principal to customize a mecha for you that is suitable for the wave power in your body so that you can become a real humanoid beast. Kong Ming, he looked at Zhou Qiang dimly. When I went there last year, your principal clearly said that there was no material. Hey, the material may be available at any time. We just dug up a piece yesterday, but this material may be gone again at any time. Zhou Qiang's words were not dead at all, and the main point was FLE ability. If Chu Lang agreed to his conditions, then the material would always be available. If Chu Lang did not agree, then the material would be gone again immediately. Seeing that Kong Ming was not angry, the other teachers were also eager to try and wanted to take the opportunity to mention the conditions they could offer. Kong Ming quickly interrupted these people and said to Chu Lang, "Okay, apprentice, don't listen to them. Their conditions sound good, but in terms of foundation, none of them can compare to Jida. It just so happens that I have some faith in Jida. When the time comes, if there is anything in Jida's treasure house that you like, I will let you pick a few of them." Chu Lang was a little surprised. Really? He never thought that Kong Ming would be so awesome. That is the top university ranked first in the Dragon Alliance, the treasure house of Jida. If the topic that teacher Chu Anan said will come true in the future. The resources that Jida can give Chu Lang must be of the highest grade, and Tanzaishi wants to evolve. The required curse armor or blessing armor should also have the highest probability of being found in Jida. According to Chu Lang's speculation, the corresponding 9th generation area in this world should be Jizhong City. Both the Taijing Hua and the 9th generation elves come from this place. Seeing Chu Lang's surprise, Kong Ming waved his hand indifferently. Little guy, are you surprised by your wealth? Just choosing a few things from the treasury makes you so happy. My apprentice Qiwen's family is much richer than you think, and the things in our Donghai City treasury are of very good quality. You can take whatever you want when the time comes. Okay, let's retreat. There are too many people in your family. Let's go to Qiwen's house to talk about things. As he said, Kong Ming put all his elves into the elf ball and asked Chu Lang to put away his elf. Then he waved his hand and the violent wave power instantly condensed into a huge palm as high as 100 meters, pulling down a large mouth gull passing through the sky. Please take me to the Zahai City Electric Gym. Yes, that's right, it's the one that is particularly restrained against you. What kind of people live on this broken mountain? It was okay to get beaten up when passing by before, but now they are caught and used as mount. The more terrible thing is the destination. Who of the family members understands? I will never pass by here again. Whoever wants to deliver the e-press here can do it. The angry big mouth gull flew very fast and sent Chu Lang and his friends to Chi Shu's house in less than 10 minutes. Chu Lang apologized to the big mouth gull as much as he could, hoping to get it forgiveness. His hill is a remote area. Ordinary couriers don't go there. The big mouth gulls raised by the post office deliver the items. If the big mouth gulls don't go there, he will have to come to the city to pick up the items in the future. Finally, after Chu Lang paid the price of 10 low-level energy cubes, the big mouth gulls reluctantly forgave Chu Lang. You are quite polite, little guy. Kong Ming looked at Chu Lang with a smile and liked him more and more. Although he himself didn't have much manners, it didn't affect his love for polite disciples. After these disciples left, others would definitely praise him for his good education, right? Haha. Kong Ming laughed loudly and walked towards the gate of the electric gym without realizing that he had already become notorious. Is Chi Wen at home? Go and ask your eldest disciple to cook. I won't leave your house tonight. Nai Xiao Yi, who was hiding on the second floor. Who can send this old man away? He doesn't want to cook. Chapter 147. Two charcoal servant. Teacher, aren't the media promoting Orange University all the time recently? And two also feel that Orange University is quite close to Zahai City and Donghai City. Why don't you consider teaching in another school? On the way to the living room on the second floor, Chu Lang asked curiously. Kong Ming didn't think much and casually said the secret that a group of people had been guarding the deserted island for half a month. Do you think Orange University will appear out of thin air? What will happen to the sophomores, juniors and seniors? It can't be empty all the time. The Ministry of Education has decided that the main part of Orange University will still be the former Jida. At that time, the faculty of Jida, that is our teachers, will bring the sophomores, juniors and seniors to Orange University. As for your admission letter, it seems that because those who know your grade and identity have signed this confidentiality agreement, no one can find your identity. Hearing this news, Chu Lang was completely shocked. What can make so many people sign confidentiality agreements? Is it possible for him, a high school graduate, to know? Kong Ming noticed Chu Lang's e-pression and smiled softly. It's okay. The strong have the obligation to protect the world, but they also have the right to know things that others don't know. As my disciple Kong Ming, you must have the thinking of a strong man, because with your talent plus my protection, you will definitely be famous in the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Secrets like this you will know more in the future, just don't pass them on to ordinary people easily. Okay. Chi Wen trotted down the stairs from the first floor to the second floor. Teacher, why did you come so hastily? I didn't have time to prepare. Kong Ming waved his hand at some things at the school and they have been resolved now. By the way, where is your eldest disciple? I think he is good. Call him out quickly. Qi Wen was a little excited when he heard Kong Ming praise Nai Xiao Yi. As Kong Ming's registered disciple, what he hoped most was to be looked at differently by the teacher. Teacher, what's good about him? The dishes he cooks are good enough to eat with rice. Qi Wen, I understand, master. I'll call him down to cook. Do you have any dishes you want to eat today? Just make something that Kishu like. Kishu is the hero of our family today. Qi Wen, Kishu? Qi Wen didn't dare to ask his master what was going on and winked at his daughter. Master, how am I a hero? Because Qi Wen was only a registered disciple and because of Chu Lang's reasons, Kong Ming asked Kishu to follow Chu Lang and call him master. Kong Ming laughed. Because you brought Chu Lang into our sight, you are a hero. Let's go. I got a lot of rewards this time. I brought back 2 Pokemon. 2 Tan Xiao. Chu Lang was a little surprised. Yes, at least Xiao Kishu also called me master. I can't be partial to one over the other, right? After hearing Kong Ming's word, Chu Lang and his companions were all a little excited. They originally thought that Kong Kongming would bring back at most a king-level Tan Xiao for Chu Lang, but they didn't expect that he would bring back one more. With Kongming's status, the Pokemon that he could bring back must be at least gym owner level, but he didn't expect that he would bring back two. I just don't know what the qualifications of the other Tan Xiao are. If it is also a king, Kisha will soon have enough pets to be promoted to a king-level trainer in the future. Everyone here is a junior to Kongming, so his thoughts are naturally not hidden from his eyes. Let's go upstairs to eat first and then I'll show you the Tan Xiao I brought. Okay teacher, you go first. Kiwen quickly made a gesture to invite Kongming to go upstairs. Kongming had just walked around the corner of the stairs when Kiwen couldn't wait to shout at the disciples who were training. Don't practice for now, find Nai Xiao Yi and let him cook. Remember, there must be squirrel, mandarin fish and pine nut corn in it, otherwise you will have to practice twice as much tomorrow. After 3 rounds of wine, Kongming mysteriously took out 2 poke balls from his waist. Chu Lang, Kisha, you two come sit net to me. Chu Lang and Kisha did as they were told and took the poke balls from Kongming's hands. Open it and see if the Pokemon inside is compatible with you. Chu Lang and Chi Shu did as they were told and pressed the Lu Yuri balls in their hands at the same time. The net moment, 2 striking red lights appeared, printing the entire room in a light red. 2 charcoal servants appeared at the same time, curiously looking at the people in the room, and finally each of them set their sights on Chu Lang and Chi Shu. The 2 charcoal servants looked like a black little fireman with a black body and a small amount of orange-yellow embellishment. There was a ball of orange-yellow flame on their heads with black stripes on the flame which looked like its hair, and their eyes were red. So cute. Before seeing the charcoal servants, Chi Shu had always thought that Chu Lang's choice was not rational enough, but now it seems that Chu Lang is so rational. With such a good-looking appearance, what else does he need to fight? It's so cute. The 2 little guys spit fire at each other, then laughed and each ran towards Chu Lang and Chi Shu with flame. Haha. Chu Lang and Chi Shu squatted together, surrounded the 2 charcoal servants and played around looking like a family of 4. Xiao Shu, do you prefer which one? After playing for a while, Chu Lang chose to let Kisha choose first. Judging from the performance of young Kiras, it is relatively easy for his elf to improve their individual values, so Chu Lang doesn't care much about the individual elves as long as they get along well. Kisha was stunned when she heard Chu Lang's word. Before she could speak, Kiwen and Zhang Yu interrupted her. Xiao Lang, you choose first. Teacher ran so far just to find an elf for you. Why do you let Xiaoshu choose first? Teacher, please help point out which one is the elf with the qualifications of the king level and let Xiao Lang collect it first. Kongming smiled without saying anything, looking at Chu Lang with a look of satisfaction. With these few times of getting along, he is more and more satisfied with Chu Lang as his disciple. Good aptitude, strong comprehension, and most importantly nostalgic. In Kongming's view, nostalgia is even more important than aptitude and comprehension. After all, they are from the same master. If the disciple trained does not have a sense of belonging to the master, no matter how powerful the disciple will be in the future, he will not have much to do with the master. The aptitudes of these 2 elves are indeed different and they are worlds apart. Since Yao Lang is interested, let Xiao Shu choose first. Chapter 148, 2 Heavenly Kings. Seeing that Kongming really let him choose first, Chi Shu was a little panicked. No master, this is something you found specifically for Xiao Lang. How can I snatch it from him? Besides, I should specialize in the electrical system in the future. It would be a waste to give this thing to me. Kiwen and Zhang Yu both stopped him and said, yes, let's give it to Xiao Lang. Xiao Lang and Xiaoshu are together anyway, so it's more cost effective to give the high quality elves to Xiao Lang. We all see Xiao Lang's training level. He can definitely train the charcoal servant quickly. Maybe he can become a good fighting force in the future. Kongming looked up at Chu Lang. What do you think? Let Xiaoshu choose by himself or let the 2 charcoal servants choose by themselves. It's hard for them to come here without seeing us. It's not bad to give them the right to choose independently. Okay, then I'll listen to you. Kongming made the final decision, leaving no room for rebuttal. The 2 charcoal servants were surprised to hear that they could choose their masters. They also have their own favorite things and their own favorite partners. Although the old man, who was very good at fighting, had said when he brought them here that their 2 masters would always be together and would not be separated for too long, but other partners are also very important. One charcoal servant glanced at the chattering Magneto, blinked his eyes, and exchanged a few words with another charcoal servant. He wanted to go over there. He liked chatting the most. The other charcoal servant glanced at the domineering looking Gulden, ran over and carefully poked Gulden's tail. Tantan, yeah. Chu Lang, oh no, another warmonger has come. Chu Lang heard the charcoal servant's words just now clearly. Big guy, do you like group fight? Gulden's answer was even more terrifying. As long as it's a fight, there's no one I won't fight. After both charcoal servants had chosen their masters, Chu Lang curiously opened his elf eye, wanting to see how big the difference was differences between the two talents that Kongming had evaluated as being worlds apart. First he looked at his own one. Charcoal Servant level 20, a small Mars Pokemon whose lost life resided on burning charcoal and became a Pokemon. Even when facing a strong enemy it will fight with burning wool. After reading the attributes of the Charcoal Servant, Chu Lang was a little amused. He didn't expect that he still got this Heavenly King level. I wonder what the qualification of Kishu's one will be. Curious, Chu Lang used the Eye of the Elf again. After reading it, Chu Lang was completely stunned. This one is also Heavenly King level. Unlike his own Charcoal Servant, the Charcoal Servant that chose Kishu is female and has better special attack. If his Charcoal Servant is more suitable for evolving into the Azure Blade Ghost, then the Charcoal Servant of Kishu must be more suitable for evolving into the Red Lotus Kaiki. Teacher, which of these two elves is the owner and which one is the Heavenly King? After Hulang and Kishu selected the elves, Kiwen couldn't help but ask his guess. Kongming leaned back in his chair and crossed his leg. Owner, you underestimate your teacher too much. These two Pokemon are all king. Kiwen was shocked and sobered up. All of them are king. As a gym leader trainer, Kiwen knows the difference between kings and gym leaders. It's not an exaggeration to say that there is a world of difference. Although Tanzayashi's race value is incomparably weak, if he really grows into a king level Pokemon he will definitely be stronger than most gym leader level Pokemon. Kongming got two Pokemon of this caliber at once. Enjoying the shocked looks of the crowd, Kongming closed his eyes comfortably. It has been a long time since he showed off in front of his disciple. This feeling is really good. When he went to find that old friend to ask for the Charcoal Servants, the two Charcoal Servants were unwilling to separate. Considering the relationship between Chu Lang and Chi Shu, he simply spent a little more and took both Charcoal Servants back. It seems that the effect is not bad now and the whole sect is happy. After knowing that the two Charcoal Servants are both king level, the whole room is full of laughter. Even Chu Lang was shocked by Kongming's generosity, as he expected of a king level trainer worthy of being the lord of a city so rich. When everyone was having a good time, Nai Xiao Yi's faint voice suddenly came from the corner. So do you want to have a midnight snack? Chi Wen only realized that Nai Xiao Yi was still waiting for them to finish their meal. Ha ha ha, let's go, let's talk tomorrow. Early the NET morning, Chu Lang woke up at home. Young Kira's was still ear-sizing, but this time he was accompanied by a curious little Charcoal Servant. Chu Lang touched the little Charcoal Servant's head and didn't rush to make a training plan for him. Tomorrow is the day when Orange University start school. Chu Lang has never been to college, nor does he have any brother or friend who has been to college. He doesn't know what the process will be tomorrow, so he wants the elf to keep some physical strength. Chu Lang walked a few steps towards the back mountain past the pasture where the braided sheep often graze and looked at the scene inside Orange University from a distance on the cliff. Orange University has only one side of land and the remaining three sides are all surrounded by the sea, and there are also tall walls. The walls are 100 meters high and as thick as an 8-lane road in both directions, enough to accommodate 7 or 8 city dragons charging together on them. The outer perimeter of the city wall is pitch black, looking solemn, but from Chu Lang's direction you can see the scene behind the two walls. The principle of this wall should be like the one-way glass he had seen at Kishu's house. You can see outside from the inside, but you can't see anything from the outside. If a large-scale battle occurs, the people inside will have a visual advantage. Battle City. Chu Lang looked at it for a while and couldn't help but give this evaluation. Even if the water-type elves of the king level attacked Orange University from the sea, even if there were no trainers and elves on the orange side, they could probably hold out for an hour just by relying on the buildings. In an hour the strong men of Orange University can do so many things. I'm so looking forward to being a college student of this school tomorrow. Chapter 149. School is starting. The NET day, Orange University's first day of school. Chu Lang got up early as usual and prepared food for all the elves in person. Lauvith, wake up. Go to the room and wake up Zoroark and Gul'dan. Young Helis, Tanzayashi, you two should stop practicing for now. Come and have dinner. Everyone eat well today. We will go to the university at 8 o'clock to register and start a new life. Hearing about the university, all Chu Lang's elves became interested. Except for young Helis, none of Chu Lang's elves have ever been to school. Now that they heard that they had the opportunity to go to school, they were naturally excited. Yeah, Gul'dan directly knocked Chu Lang open. The door of the room rushed out. Master, are there many elves there? Are they itchy? Chu Lang, when you go there you must unite with your classmates and don't think about those things all day long. University is a place for learning. Where are there so many trainers who will let their elves do whatever they want? Yeah. Hearing Chu Lang's words, Zoroark and Gul'dan lost interest in the university at the same time. Fortunately, young Kiras told them some interesting things about the school which made the two elves regain their interest in the school. As for Lalulas and Tanzayashi, the two little guys were born not too long ago and are in a period of curiosity about everything. everything. They all ate their meals with a grumble, looking forward to entering the school as soon as possible. Soon the time came to 7:30. Chu Lang told the tearful lizard to take good care of the house and then led the other elf to the cliff of the back mountain. Today is the official opening day of Orange University. Because of the insufficient reception capacity of Zhai City during the last EM, many candidates had to sleep on the streets, so not many freshmen of Orange University came to Zhai City in advance, and they all came this morning. It must be said that their choice was correct. Although the infrastructure construction speed of Orange University has been very fast during this period, the infrastructure construction speed of Zhai City has not kept up, and there is not much difference between it and before Orange University settled down. As for the old students and the new students from Jida, Chu Lang estimated that they had to report to Jida first before they knew that Jida had merged with Orange University, so the people crowded at the school gate today were all new students who came to Orange University. Thanks to the vigorous publicity of the Dragon Country Alliance, Orange University has surpassed other top universities before the formal classes. Parents all felt proud that their children were able to be admitted to Orange University, and almost all those who had time came to send their children to school. That's why the entrance of Orange University is almost full of Lu Yuri cars and high-level elf, gym-level elves that are rarely seen are almost like cabbages here. Lu Yuri cars that are even rarer than gym-level elves are lined up from the entrance of Orange University to the beach. Chu Lang couldn't help but exclaim, with so many Lu Yuri cars, if two gym master level trainers fight here, I'm afraid they can't make up for the loss of the cars even if they work for 10 lifetime. And there are high-level elves flying in the sky. The extremely rare and domineering Charizard has almost become a standard here. Even the even rarer Tanabata Bluebird, Chu Lang saw more than a dozen of them. Chu Lang admitted that their appearance postures were indeed full. It's a pity none of them were as handsome as the appearance posture he had been thinking about for a day yesterday. Zoroya, get ready. Comfortable. Chu Lang jumped down from the 100-meter cliff. Zoroya beside him instantly turned into a sound wave dragon, circling and rushing down, catching Chu Lang steadily on his back. Young Kira's Tanzayashi and Lalulus also jumped down one after another. When they were about to land, they were instantly moved to the back of the sound wave dragon by Lalulus. Gulton roared louder than Chu Lang and fell directly to the ground. As the god of fighting Gulutan had reached the extreme control of his own body, the impact of 100 meters high was nothing to him. After landing, Chu Lang drove the sound wave dragon at a low altitude and headed straight for Orange University, half a kilometer away. Hearing the movement from Chu Lang, the students and parents at the gate of Orange University, which was bustling with noise, couldn't help but put their eyes on the sound wave dragon. Even the vendor selling grilled sausages at the gate couldn't help but stop grilling sausages and stared blankly at the gliding sound wave dragon and Chu Lang on his back. A student who was dressed simply but had two gym leader level cubs by his side couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Damn, didn't you say to be low-key when you go to school? Why is this person so high profile? Beside him, a middle-aged man who was also dressed simply glanced at his son. If you can contract a sound wave dragon at this age, your father will be more high profile than him. Everyone stop looking at the sound wave dragon. Look at the Ralts net to him, it's shining. A little lowly who was only 5 meters tall and wearing a puffy skirt jumped up twice. Ah, there is a shining Ralts over there, let me take a look. Girl, you really don't have much advantage in this kind of thing. You should raise a flying elf when you have time. A woo. A little bear net to the girl yelled at the person who teased the little girl fiercely, saying that their bear tribe can also grow tall in the future. Ha ha ha. Everyone will be alumni in the future, and no one took the little bear's anger seriously, just thinking he was cute. Guili, please help lift up the little bear baby and the little girl so that they can see the shining Lalulus. Wow, it's really a blue Lalulus. Which rich second generation is this? I'm really envious. Before they could express too much emotion, they saw a red streak appear where Chu Lang jumped just now. Golden jumped down. The impact of his jump was even more violent than the appearance of Lalulus. This was a 100-meter high cliff converted to the city. This height is more than 30 floors, which is the highest height of the civilian community. Damn, look at that motorcycle lizard. How dare this guy jump off a 100-meter cliff? Is he going to die? His trainer is so abstract. This motorcycle lizard is obviously a different color flash, which is rarer than ordinary flash motorcycle lizard. But this person made this motorcycle lizard risk its life like this. Wait, I seem to know who this trainer is. Everyone start live broadcasting and have a chance to collect Kulinan fragment. Chapter 150, The God of Learning. Live broadcast. Hearing this, a small internet celebrity who often shares school life and has more than 1,000 fans quickly started live broadcasting. Why didn't he think of it? No wonder he has been broadcasting for 3 years and has less than 2,000 fans. He didn't broadcast live even with such a good opportunity as the opening of Orange University. This career ambition is seriously lacking. He needs to change it. Thinking of this, Zhao Yunao immediately started live broadcasting and aimed the camera at the logo of Orange University. Hello brothers and sisters, today I will broadcast a live broadcast of the opening of Orange University for everyone. Because of some fan base, his live broadcast room quickly began to be crowded. Soon more than a dozen viewers stayed in the live broadcast room, and there were some comment, "Hey, congratulations to the top student for getting into the university of his dream. How come he still has time to live broadcast after school start?" Zhao Yunao knew this ID. He was his classmate. Zhao Yunao could only smile bitterly, switched the camera to Chu Lang and patiently explained, "There is a big guy who is too good at pretending. Now everyone is watching his performance. We are blocking the entrance of Orange University and can't get in. Let's just broadcast for a while to see if we can get some fans." The camera just cut away for a while and Zhao Yunao planned to cut the camera back. After all, it was a bit impolite to shoot a stranger like this. Just then his classmate suddenly typed 3 exclamation mark. "Brother Ao, don't cut it yet, there is Fugui." Fugui? Zhao Yunao was confused. He just heard others say that now live broadcast there will be Kulinan fragment, but after broadcasting for a while he found that there was not much traffic. "Yes Yugui, zoom in for a minute. The person you are shooting seems to be a big internet celebrity." Zhao Yunao did it with a confused look on his face. He knew that although his classmate was a poor student, he was a very good person and would definitely not cheat him. It's just the image of a big internet celebrity. He is not a big internet celebrity. Will there really be many people watching it? Soon Zhao Yunao's doubts were swept away and all turned into joy. His live broadcast room was full of yellow words that XX users had entered and hundreds of messages were instantly swiped. Zhao Yunao hurriedly greeted the new viewers who entered the live broadcast room. "Hello everyone." After saying that, Guan Shui gave Golden a smile and ran to the principal's office with a silly smile. "Go get beaten first, then come back and take off." Kong Ming's office. Kong Ming smiled at the 5 little ones sitting in front of him and nodded excitedly. "This time the Sky Hunter team is pretty good. Wang Ji from the Dragon King family, the main elf is Dratini. Zhang Ming from the Sword family, the main elf is Paper Sword. Jia Zhen from the Jizhongjia family, the main elf is Bulbasaur. The strange tree native to the Wesi, the main elf is currently Magneto." When Kong Ming pointed to a person, that person stood up and raised his hand to the others as if to introduce each other. When it came to Chu Lang, Kong Ming's tone was obviously more proud. "The disciple of the Lord of the East, Chu Lang, the owner of the Wave Power, the main elf motorbike." After hearing Kong Ming's introduction to Chu Lang, Jia Zhen, who had not reacted, looked at Chu Lang's direction with some surprise and quietly raised a thumb. Since the first time he saw Chu Lang's ruthlessness, he knew that Chu Lang would succeed. Kong Ming knocked on the table with satisfaction, feeling very happy. He liked this team so much. "Everyone, you are the top 5 in this EM, so you are also the top elite students of our Orange University. You have seen the tasks of others. Basically they are to destroy the Elf Kingdom and a few are to capture some fugitives in the inland of Dragon Kingdom. And your task?" Jia Zhen raised his hand. "Uncle Kong Ming, let me interrupt. It seems that one of us has not come yet. Since that person is Brother Lang's friend, why don't we wait for a while?" Kong Ming did not shy away at all and said directly, "That guy is an undercover. I do not wait. The task of the school is handed over to you. It is related to this undercover organization. It should also be known that the current high-level human beings are busy dealing with another thing, so this plasma group is given to us." In addition to Qi Shi, everyone nodded. Wang Ji, Zhang Ming, Jia Zhen and the family of 3 people knew that the war outside the sky. "Do things okay, don't tell the undercover classmate. Plasma group only knows that our human senior officials are fighting in the sky, but I don't know who we have sent and what strength on the ground. If the undercover classmate asked, you answered ambiguous answers, that's all." Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Kong Ming smiled. Come on Guan Shui, please come in. "Just now Chu Lang told me a lot about your strength and said that when you were in the dormitory you were willing to live in the elf food room just to take care of all the elves of your classmate. I hope you can continue to carry forward your style and take care of everyone in our team." Guan Shui looked at Chu Lang excitedly. "Great brother, you really do the work when you are paid." Just now he was still thinking about how to build good relationships with several other team members on the road to pave the way for future things. Now Chu Lang has already paved the way for him before he comes. Awesome. Just now the incident of being spanked by the Flash Mother monster in the principal's office became fun. In order to consolidate his image in the minds of other team members, Guan Shui bowed 90 degrees and introduced himself to the other members. "Okay, now that everyone knows each other, I will start to arrange tasks. The task of the 5 of you this time is to defeat the Phantom Monkey Elf Kingdom without the teacher leading the team. This Elf Kingdom invaded my Dragon Kingdom. After investigation, this Elf Kingdom is dominated by 2 abandoned monkeys and imprisoned and enslaved a large number of monkey Pokemon. Your military training task this time is to wipe out this phantom monkey elf kingdom, kill all the plasma group members in it and release innocent Pokemon on the spot. Okay, choose a captain and then let Jia Zhen tell you the intelligence of the phantom monkey elf kingdom. Except Jia Zhen, everyone else was a little confused. Everyone was a freshman. Why did he tell the intelligence of the phantom monkey elf kingdom? Hehe. Jia Zhen scratched his head. The last time the phantom monkey elf kingdom invaded our dragon kingdom's Sahai city, it was my father who did it. Now the monarch of the phantom monkey elf kingdom is still sweeping the streets in my house, so I know a little bit about them. Everyone, then I will tell you about the other party's intelligence first and then we will proceed with other procedures. The phantom monkey elf kingdom is not a particularly powerful elf country. Most of the elves were condensed by the abandoned monkey captured by my father with force. Now they should still have a female pavilion master level abandoned monkey to lead the overall situation. That is to say, as long as we can implement the decapitation plan and kill the female gym leader level abandoned monkey, we can largely disintegrate most of the forces in that elf country with the strength of everyone present. Although the decapitation plan is difficult, it is not impossible to complete. After hearing the word decapitation, Chu Lang's Gulden scratched the elf ball with one claw and appeared in the office. Yeah, it's not difficult, I promise. Chu Lang, brother, we're in a meeting. Gulden, can you go back first? If decapitation is possible, I'll call you out as soon as possible. Chapter 157 Live Preview. Chu Lang persuaded Gulden with all his might and finally persuaded him to go back, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. These guys, except for young Kiras and Lalulus, the other elves are too worrying. After Chu Lang appeased Gulden, Jia Zhen had almost finished explaining the situation. To summarize, there are mainly 3 cities over there and they need to go to the central city to kill or capture the female pavilion master level abandoned monkey. Okay, well said. Kong Ming praised Jia Zhen and took the lead in applauding, and others also applauded. In the future everyone will be colleagues fighting side by side, and it is still very necessary to have a good relationship. Even Guan Shui has to be coed. This guy is very useful. Okay, then I won't care, you can choose a captain by yourselves. By the way, you are not allowed to use your family power, everything needs to be done alone. Considering Guan Shui's instance, Kong Ming pondered for a moment and added another rule. If you can't complete this mission, all of you will be eliminated from the Sky Hunter team. After saying this, Kong Ming walked out of the office leisurely with his hands behind his back, leaving everyone confused. This Sky Hunter team is still an elimination system, and this mission only half a month to kill a gym leader level elf. And in the base camp, the SI people looked at each other and finally nodded in unison. Choose the captain first. After 5 seconds of intense discussion, the first 5 people all set their sights on Guan Shui. Finally Wang Ji spoke first. Brother Guan, we heard from Brother Chu that you are from the northwest. Although the teacher said that we are not allowed to use the help of the family this time, it is still easier to have a local force to check some intelligence. Our families are mostly distributed in the east, and this time we will probably have to trouble you a lot. How about you be the captain this time? If there is nothing particularly important, we won't change it in the future. What do you think? Guan Shui was stunned by the sudden happiness and nodded quickly. Look, father, how awesome I am. Are you still calling me an idiot? I am Guan Shui awesome. Chu Lang tried to suppress his smile, nodded solemnly. In fact, in those 5 seconds, Chu Lang had used the power of Waveguide and the superpowers of Lalulus to hold a small meeting with others. Finally they reached a consensus. If the captain position was given to Guan Shui, he would do everything he could to complete this task in order to keep this position. Even if they really couldn't handle this ghost monkey elf country, the top leaders of the plasma disc would definitely let the female abandoned monkey find a way to deliver it. The captain position of the Orange University Sky Hunter team is worth it. Soon they agreed on a meeting place tomorrow's Sahai City high-speed railway station. As for the supplies, Guan Shui said he would take care of it. After just half a day of getting along, Chu Lang also roughly understood the personalities of several people. First of all, Guan Shui, who was stupid. Then there was Wang Ji, who was more like a real captain, who was very concerned about the overall situation and would consider everyone's feelings except Guan Shui. Then there was Zhang Ming, who was very similar to his identity as a Yujian family and was very frugal with words. Chu Lang has known Jia Zhen for a long time. This big boy who is feared by outsiders is actually a warm-hearted person. At the beginning he wanted to help him. After leaving contact information with each other, Chu Lang and Qi Shu did not stay in the school for too long and went directly to Sahai City. They finally got some free time, so they would not let it go easily. Xiao Shu, what do you want to eat today? I want to go to barbecue. Okay, but you are not allowed to get drunk today. Last time when I was planting trees at home, you got drunk and insisted on sleeping on them. Don't I have any face? Qi Shu hashtag carrot hashtag //. Damn it, how can such a thing be said in school? Chu Lang, don't run, I'm going to kill you. Haha, you can't catch me. Early the NET morning, Chu Lang opened his eyes tiredly through the chattering Magneto and the chattering charcoal servant NET to the pillow out of the room and climbed up the tree again. Damn it, you suppressed me in the second half yesterday. I wonder if you can still do it now. Kishuawu, I'm going to bite you to death. Come on, who's afraid of who? When Chu Lang and Kishu went out, his elves were looking at the chattering Magnemite and the chattering Tanzayashi with resentment, especially Zoroya, whose eyes were full of murderous intent. These two guys were noisier than their two masters yesterday, so they had to run out to train at 5 o'clock in the morning. This is too fatal for female elf. The chattering Magnemite and Tanzayashi didn't feel any pressure at all, and they were still performing crosstalk in the elf world for other elves. Chu Lang, these two guys are pretty good. Even he couldn't wake up Zoroya and Gulden, but these two little guys could wake them up easily. It seems that in order for his elves to become successful as soon as possible, he must live with Kishimore. Yes, this is for the elf. Everyone has trained. Is it almost have you dinner? The elves shook their head. Is this the new year? The owner actually allows them to beat people. The flash of chi brushed at the door of the University of Orange. Chu Lang immediately asked Lawless to teleport them all to the school to prevent Chi Shu from being photographed by these paparazzi. It's not that he didn't want to make an official announcement, but he was mainly afraid that Chi Shu would be harassed by the media. Xiao Lang, I didn't expect you to have such a big influence, just like a star. I didn't expect it either. Chu Lang smiled, but it seems that I have to find time to start a live broadcast, otherwise it will be troublesome if there are always people following to take advantage of it. Now these people can take advantage of it because Chu Lang himself doesn't broadcast live. After he starts the live broadcast, those viewers will definitely come to see him in person. Thinking of this, Chu Lang took out his mobile phone and took a video of the Soundwave Dragon in the state of the Soundwave Dragon. Have you seen this Soundwave Dragon? Now I will give you a challenge to let the Soundwave Dragon learn the evil wave. Everyone can come up with any idea, no matter how outrageous or reliable it is. I will start the live broadcast in a few days and then let her practice skills in your way on the spot. Chu Lang thought clearly. He had obtained Kong Ming's permission yesterday, allowing him to go to the Jida treasure house to select treasures. There is a high chance that Tan Sama will be able to evolve as an assassin in the team. Zoroark can only speed up his training if he wants to avoid being eliminated by the Azure Blade Demon, and Zoroark is a Pokemon whose special attack is greater than physical attack. Although he can go the dual blade route, the biggest emphasis should still be on special attack attribute. Only in this way can he form a complementary relationship with the Azure Blade Demon rather than a competitive relationship. Chapter 158 Powerful Treasure House Manager. After putting down their phones, Chu Lang and Chi Shu first went to the dormitory to get the elf meal that Guan Shui had prepared for the elf, and then went straight to the treasure house of Orange University. The agreed meeting time of their team was in the afternoon, so they could take advantage of this time to go to the treasure house to see if there was any armor needed for the evolution of Tanzayashi. The treasure house of Orange University was not hidden very deep. It was located in the administrative building. Although the place was easy to find, there should not be many people who would covet it. The reason is very simple. There are more than 2 king-level trainers and more than 10 king-level elves in this administrative building. If you want to rob this treasure house, it is easier to destroy hundreds of elf countries. The effort and reward are not proportional at all. The treasure house is located on the first floor of the office building. Unlike other rooms, the walls here are inlaid with gold coins, which looks magnificent. It's really poor, only money is left. Chu Lang couldn't help but touch it, wanting to pick one off, but he didn't dare at all. Who knows what the temper of the guarding teacher here is? It would be bad if he was chased away. Hello teacher, is there anyone inside? Chu Lang pulled Chi Shu to the door of the treasure house and knocked on the door. No one squeaked. No one responded. Chu Lang knocked on the door again. Hello, we are freshmen. If there is someone, just squeak. What squeak? I won't squeak. A irritable voice suddenly came from inside. That's the sound of mice. Why would our cute cat squeak like that? A cat opened the door of the room and looked at Chu Lang impatiently. You said this is a good place. What a hammer cat. I'm staying well in the village, but Wang Hao, that old guy, called me out to beat me. Damn it, a cat is watching the treasure house. Will this work? Chu Lang subconsciously opened the elf eye. Meow meow, level 79, an outlier among meow meows, full of energy regardless of day or night. This is actually a heavenly king of the highest rank. Chu Lang stepped back subconsciously and began to wonder if the sound of his knocking on the door just now was a little louder. If this heavenly king teacher Meow Meow gets angry, he might not be able to withstand a single scratch from her. Fortunately, the Meow didn't seem to be too angry, but was in a daze as if he had just woken up. He looked at Chu Lang's belt and rubbed his eyes. Key ring Meow. Key. Chu Lang looked at the farm key on his waist in confusion. Although it looked like a key ring, it was just a model and had no characteristics of an elf at all. Even if this guy could hide the difference from the elf's eyes, he couldn't have said nothing for so long, right? He could understand what the elves were saying. Senior, you are wrong. This is a key that looks like a key ring. Well, teacher Kongming asked us to come here to choose 2 treasures. He said that we should do it according to his authority. Do you think it is convenient now? It convenient, meow. I don't know why, but Chu Lang always feels that the attitude of this meow has changed a lot, but this is a good thing. This meow teacher can reach level 79, so he must have survived in the treasure house for a long time. If he can like me, the probability of getting the item for the evolution of the charcoal servant will be much greater. Where do you want to go, meow? Chu Lang was stunned. Shouldn't he ask meow meow where he can go? Why is it the other way around? Can I choose this one? Of course you can, meow. Meow meow said as he picked up a piece of the best quality thunderstone that was bright yellow and had no impurities at all and handed it to Chi Shu beside Chu Lang. Here, this is for you. The thunderstone used when the electric-bellied frog evolved is not very useful. How about this one to make up for it, meow? And this leftover thing, take it to your young Kiras. It's a secret treasure, meow. Do you want to take 2 of these naughty thunder eggs? They have been tamed by me and are very safe, meow. Looking at his and Chi Shu's hands being stuffed, Chu Lang was stunned. What's going on? Is the treasure manager of Orange so arrogant? Secret treasures are given away at will. Top grade attribute stones are given away at will, and naughty thunder bombs of more than level 40 are given away at will. That teacher meow meow, I want to ask, are we related? Chu Lang meant to ask meow meow if she had any special relationship with Kongming, but meow meow was directly confused. Did he show it so obviously? Not now, meow. It's very dangerous to be targeted by the enemy. He shook his head vigorously. Of course not, meow. It's just that you are the first couple to visit the treasure house of Orange University, so I'll give you some treasures. Chu Lang pointed to a student who came out from inside. What about him? Meow. Meow was very calm. He is the first one. You are the first pair, no problem. Chu Lang Chi Shu. The student was even worse and cried with a wow. Oh my god, someone is bullying singles. Is there anyone to take care of it? Facing strangers, meow meow became impatient again. That kid, if you cry again, the price of your glasses will be doubled. Chu Lang felt a chill and quickly pulled Chi Shu away from meow meow. This teacher meow meow has a bad temper. Don't let them take it back again. Looking at Chu Lang leaving, meow meow smiled and took out his phone to take a photo of Chu Lang's back and him. My first meeting with my nephew, so beautiful. Chapter 159. 2 armors. The treasure house of Orange University is magnificent even compared with the Caterpie breeding house. Chu Lang and Chi Shu were almost dazzled by the selection. If we can empty this treasure house, we can save 10 lifetimes of hard work. Xiao Lang, look at the treasures over there. They are piled up into a small mountain. Are they so arrogant? Sunstone, moonstone, firestone, thunderstone, and fossils, focusing mirrors, soft sand, so many. Chu Lang pointed to the side of Chi Shu. Your right is terrifying. There are not many things over there, but they are all secret treasures. Meow meow is too bold. He actually let us 2 in. Thinking about meow meow's terrifying strength, Chu Lang forcibly retracted his sight. Don't think too much. Although meow meow is a little bit big, we can't push it too far. Summon the 2 charcoal servants first. Let's see if there are any things I want to find on them. If not, we will retreat and try our luck later. Kishu did as he was told, and at the same time he was a little confused. Is there anything you want? Also, why do you want to summon the charcoal servant? Chu Lang smiled and said the words he had thought of long ago. I have seen a guess in an ancient document that the charcoal servant is likely to have an evolved form, but the conditions required for evolution are a bit harsh. Combined with the fact that our master easily got 2 king-level charcoal servants a few days ago, I am more certain of this guess. If they are really a very weak race, the king-level elves should be particularly difficult to obtain. Combined with the fact that the place where the charcoal servant first appeared is in the Jizhong area, so I guess the secret of their evolution is likely to be in Jizhong. Kishu's eyes lit up and he began to answer. So their evolution may be like the GIE, requiring special items, right? Yes, that's why I said to summon them and let them see for themselves if there is anything they feel familiar with. The 2 charcoal servants on the side looked at the treasures around them, their eyes shining, and ran to the 2 pieces of charcoal in a flash, pointing at the charcoal happily. Tan. Chu Lang grabbed the 2 charcoal servant. Let's go upstairs first and see if there are any other things you like. Don't take more today. If not, I'll give you a charcoal secret treasure each. Tan. The 2 charcoal servants were all excited and couldn't wait to run upstairs. Let's go up quickly to prevent the 2 little guys from doing anything upstairs. Chu Lang and Chi Shu hurriedly followed. The 2 charcoal servants were waiting obediently at the door and pointed to the door handle that was 2 heads higher than them. Tan. Master, I can't get in here. I'll try. Chu Lang put the identity certificate given by Kongming in the card reader area near the door handle and patted the heads of the 2 charcoal servants lovingly. You 2 little guys must remember in the future that you must abide by the rules when doing things in other people's places. Just like now, now you can't open this door by yourself, but look at the same city page of Douyin video. The first message. Chu Lang clicked on it immediately. News. In the center of the video there is a forsaken monkey constantly telling something and net to him there is a human trainer relaying the general meaning of the forsaken monkey. The forsaken monkey said that he was tired of this life of being controlled by the sect and being hostile to humans and wanted to find a potential trainer as a partner and let the partner help deal with the wealth of the entire elf kingdom. The way she selects her master is a ring battle and the use of gym leader level elves is not allowed during the process. Chu Lang narrowed his eyes. This guy feels the danger and wants to avoid sanctions by becoming a human trainer elf. Can't let her do what she wants. Wang Ji. It is also possible that he wants to use this method to hold the genius trainer of Dragon Country hostage so as to settle himself. Classmate Kishu, what do you think? Kishu looked at Chu Lang and smiled. I feel that Chu Lang is right in what he does and says. Zhongming, damn it, stop showing off. Paper sword hug. The sour smell of love will only affect the speed of his sword. Jia Shen looked at his phone and curled his lips. I'm annoyed by these elf countries that jump back and forth always making trouble in secret. It would be great if they stand up and say they are hostile. Then you don't have to go. I can overthrow their entire country by myself. When Jia Shen said this, Chu Lang and the others stopped discussing for a moment and all of them secretly moved away from Jia Shen. This guy is too dangerous. Wan Shui stared at the news in a daze and he was completely dumbfounded. His father had clearly agreed with the organization to let the monarch of the Phantom Monkey Elf country find a way to give him merit, but these guys actually wanted to surrender. This is too unethical. Captain Guan, why don't you say anything? Give me some advice. Wan Shui gritted his teeth. Fight them. We must not let them get what they want. If you need anything just tell me. My Guan family has paid for it. Chu Lang's eyes lit up. How embarrassing is this? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Since I've joined the team I'm sworn enemies with the Phantom Monkey Kingdom. Don't be polite to me. If you are polite you're treating me as an outsider. I'm in the northwest, so how can I ask you to spend money? Then I won't be polite. Chu Lang took out Gulden's pokeball. Just feed him. I've been a little short of money recently and Gulden has a big appetite, so he hasn't had a full meal for a while. That's all I ask for. Except for Chi Shu. The other four were all stunned. They thought Chu Lang would take the opportunity to blackmail them, but they didn't expect it to be such a simple request. Brother Chu, don't worry, I'll feed him in a while. Although my family conditions are not as good as Jia Shen, Wang Ji, Zhongming and others, it is still very easy to feed your elf. Come, we're at the farmhouse, let's go eat first. Gulatin will open a separate table. After eating have a good rest and then tomorrow we will go directly to win the first place in that arena and we will never let the plan of the Phantom Monkey Elf Kingdom succeed. The place where they got off the car was a huge farm which was about 10 times the size of Chu Lang's home. After entering the farm a large area of ordinary cattle and sheep came into view and there were all kinds of elves inside. Wan Shui held a card in his hand and handed it to the service staff who came up. Remember these elves we brought. Don't ask my opinion on all the consumption today. They can eat whatever they want and as much as they want. Even if it's something you don't have in this farm, as long as they want, go out and buy it immediately. Do you understand? The waiter glanced at the card in his hand and nodded quickly, not daring to neglect it at all. Understood, Master Guan. I will definitely take good care of your friend's elf and will definitely not disturb you. Gullerton looked expectant, holding the waiter's hand and heading straight to the back of the farm. Finally he could eat the big one. He saw clearly just now that the fruits behind the trees were almost piled up into a small mountain, and there were also energy cubes as well as rations containing fighting and dragon energy which could at least make him half full. Gullerton turned around and glanced at Chu Lang with disdain. This is called a farm, okay? Chu Lang noticed Gullerton's gaze and waved his hand with a smile. Go with Captain Guan. In the future you will definitely be able to eat enough often. But this sentence changed its meaning in Guan Shui's ears. Gullerton often doesn't have enough food. This is a good opportunity to rebel. As long as Gullerton is dissatisfied with Chu Lang he is likely to join their organization, but he has experienced Gullerton's combat effectiveness. If he could turn Gulden around it would be another great achievement for him. Thinking of this, Guan Shui stretched his neck and acted very righteous. What do you mean by eating well often? Since you and I are roommates, Brother Chu, I will make sure you eat well every day. I'm putting this on the ground. If you are hungry one day just come and kill me. Chapter 162. The money in the card is gone. Watching Chu Lang and the others leave, Gulden hugged the pterosaur. Yeah, Xiaolong, if I eat a little more you can't go back with your master to report it, right? The pterosaur looked tense and shook his head frantically. He didn't dare to say a word for fear that he would be beaten if he said something wrong. A big beating. He had a deep understanding of the combat power of this red mutant motorcycle lizard, which was definitely higher than most elves at level 30. Since you don't say anything I assume you won't report the news. You follow me tonight and don't leave at all. The fossil pterosaur nodded frantically. practically. As long as he didn't get beaten, everything was fine. Young Kiraz took the other elf and separated from Gulton. He was afraid that he would starve to death if he ate a buffet with Gulton. The whole restaurant was not enough for him to eat, and Chu Lang still had the two newly evolved charcoal servants by his side. Even if they walked a little further, they didn't have to worry about the safety of their master. After watching young Kiraz go away, Gulton patted the staff's shoulder and grabbed the fossil pterosaur and walked towards the fruit area. The staff was a little stunned. That's the fruit area. Your master's friend has a black card which is very rich. Don't you want to eat something good? Gulton shook his head and continued to walk towards the fruit area. It's ridiculous. Isn't it normal to eat some dessert before dinner? There aren't many fruits, just enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. Gulton took a big step and soon appeared in front of his favorite lotus fruit and began to eat it. This fruit contains a trace amount of fighting energy, which is the best fruit for fighting elves. The fossil pterosaur on the side couldn't stand it. Although this big motorcycle lizard hurt a little when it hit people, it has a really good personality. His owner said that he would let this big motorcycle lizard eat whatever he wants, but he still came to eat the fruit, even if it only costs a few dollars to eat dragon energy cubes. A minute later, the fossil pterosaur looked a little horrified. He admitted that he was young just now and he actually thought that this motorcycle lizard was saving money for his owner. No wonder this motorcycle lizard is so powerful, it eats too much. In just a short while he has eaten up a warehouse. After eating all the warehouse, Gulton licked his lips with satisfaction and then walked to the direction of the berry fruit. Start eating, finish all in one go. This thing is not as good as the lotus fruit, so Gulton almost swallowed it whole when he ate it. It only took 50 seconds to eat a warehouse this time. When looking at other warehouses, Gulton's eyes were already a little worried. These tree fruits are really not very delicious for him, but if he doesn't eat them he will definitely not be full. Eat some. Gulton pinched his nose and continued to output the tree fruits in those warehouses and soon emptied all the warehouses. The fossil pterosaurs on the side and the waiters who followed them were all stunned, especially the fossil pterosaurs. He still had half a lotus fruit in his hand, which was what he got when he first came, and now he hasn't finished eating one. Gulton has already eaten 18 warehouses. It's really a bit abnormal. Ah! Gulton patted his slightly bulging belly, licked his lip and walked to the waiter, making a gesture of an energy cube. Eat the energy cube. It was the first time the waiter received such a big business and he was in a state of confusion. He hurriedly asked his leader whether he should ask Wan Shui for his opinion. In just a few minutes Gulton had swallowed more than 2 million yuan of food. For eating this, e-pence is already very high. If he spent more than 10 million yuan without saying anything, the Guan family might come to trouble the hotel. Although he usually looked down on the leaders of the hotel, his inner sense of responsibility still made him want to remind them. Soon the voice of the waiter's leader came from the intercom. Are you out of your mind? Master Guan said that the card can be used at will. This is his VIP. If you neglect his spirit, then pack up and get out. But the waiter hesitated. He wanted to say that if he continued to eat at this speed, the card would most likely be emptied. But is bullshit. Don't you know that the customer is God? You can't say but to God you have to say yes. The waiter nodded and didn't continue to eat plain. Anyway, it wasn't his fault. He was just reminding his leader out of humanitarianism. Since the leader is not afraid of the Guan family's anger, it doesn't matter. Okay leader, well you did a good job. Use this energy to serve your guests. By the way, don't forget to wash my car tonight. Your goldfish is very good at washing cars. The waiter pouted and hung up the phone directly. Washing the car? Wash your sister's car. I shouldn't have called you. After finishing this order, my commission will be more than you earn in your lifetime. The waiter made a gesture of invitation to Gulton, this strong elf. In addition to these tree fruits, our hotel actually has a batch of more valuable dragon fruit. Dragon fruit can improve your defense after use, but the price is a little expensive. Do you want to try it? Hearing that it can strengthen defense, Gulton waved his hand without thinking. This chapter is not over yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading. Eat. What's the big deal? There are enemies to pay for them. The guest is really generous. Please follow me. I will help you arrange the best route. After eating dragon, after the results, we can eat those energy cubes and rations immediately. We must let the guest eat and drink well in the shortest time. Do you think it's okay? Gulton rarely gave the waiter a thumbs up. This little guy, he's smart. In the private room of the farmhouse under Guan Shui's deliberate flattery, Chu Lang and the other SI were having a great time, and the table was already full of wine bottles. Zhang Ming, who was the least talkative, had become a big tongue, kneeling on the ground and chatting with the chatty Magneto, who was charging in the socket. From time to time a ball of colorful things appeared in Jia Zhen's hand and he shoved them into the wine bottle. Handsome, I tell you, if you drink this wine I guarantee that you will die without any pain. Wang Ji and Guan Shui backed away, desperately fearing that their wine bottles would fall into Jia Zhen's hands. Others drugged to get themselves, but this guy drugged to get their lives. Chu Lang and Qi Shu sat in the corner and laughed, looking at a few interesting people. Apart Apart from the fact that Guan Shui was an undercover agent, they were still quite happy together. Guan Shui dodged Jia Zhen and staggered to Chu Lang. Brother Lang, when you hit me I really didn't accept you, but today I was convinced by you. I always say I'm a wine fairy, but you're a wine barrel. Wine? Where's the bartender? Didn't you see that I didn't have any wine in my glass? Bring some more wine. The bartender at the door poked his head out and said weakly, Mr. Guan, there's no money in your card, how about recharging it? Chapter 163 Golden Upgrade. Hearing the bartender's word, Guan Shui immediately became angry. No money in the card? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? There was a full 10 million in the card I gave you when I came in. I just ate a roasted whole lamb and you told me that the money in the card is gone. If I'm not mistaken, this sheep is an ordinary animal, not a braided sheep with king level qualifications, right? The bartender scratched his head looking nervous. He didn't know what was going on. Although Guan Shui and his friends had a good meal, it only cost 2000 yuan at most. Given Guan Shui's status, even if it was 2 million, the farm wouldn't have locked Guan Shui's overdraft. Just then Golden patted his stomach and returned to the room, sitting net to Chu Lang with a happy face. Oh, master, it was a good meal. Bring me to this kind of occasion more often in the future. Chu Lang, how much did he eat to make Golden look so lazy? Golden level 25/level 100 fighting dragon with another Golden equals current recommendations. After reading Golden's panel, Chu Lang almost couldn't help laughing. Although this meal cost a little more, the results were also remarkable. Golden had been raised in his house for such a long time and had stolen countless gym energy to reach level 24. Now he had reached another level in just one meal. He also packed some dragon clear fruit. Chu Lang knew that this fruit could increase the defense of the elves after use. He had thought about planting it before, but this fruit was too expensive, costing more than 20,000 yuan per piece, and the survival rate was very low, so Chu Lang gave up the idea. Now that he has it, he can ask Golden to save a fruit core for him and try planting it when he goes back. Try. At this time the manager and the waiter who had been serving Golden walked into the room and looked at Guan Shui nervously. After knowing that Golden had eaten so much, the manager felt like the sky had fallen. That's the Guan family. It is a family with great influence in the entire Northwest. If you don't count the Northwest University and the Pokemon Center, which have absolute ruling power, the Guan family's strength can be ranked in the top 3 in the Northwest. But Guan Shui owes too much and he has overdrawn 30 million. If this money is not recovered, their farm will suffer a great loss. The manager rubbed the sweat on his hands and walked to Guan Shui with a smile. Master Guan, do you want to take a look at the bill? Our hotel sees that you have a close relationship with these trainers, so we almost tried our best to entertain the Pokemons of these trainers. I have to say, those Pokemons really know how to enjoy themselves and they are worthy of being Master Guan's friends. The manager kept complimenting him, fearing that Guan Shui would get angry and refuse to pay. Although he could definitely get the money back with the assistance of the Elf Center, but that didn't mean he was willing to offend the Guan family, a behemoth. Guan Shui took a look at the bill and sobered up instantly. This is fucking. They and other elves spent a total of 20,000 and Golden spent 40 million alone. Golden smiled at Guan Shui. Yeah. Guan Shui pulled his hair hard and slapped his face hard. If this elf is not Golden and his master is not Chu Lang, he will definitely put the bill on the consumer. But he really can't beat Golden, and he can't let others help beat Chu Lang. They live in the same dormitory. If Chu Lang knows about this, won't he beat him every day? Besides that, he can't deny the debt. With the laws of the Dragon Alliance, refusing to pay is the stupidest behavior. Not only can he not deny it, but he may be kicked out of the Sky Hunter team. He can only endure it. Wait, Chu Lang, when our plasma group rules the world, we will make you pay back 1,000 times, 100 times, and 10,000 times. Guan Shui laughed more miserably than crying. Wait a minute, I'll go and mobilize the funds. Golden smiled and waved to Guan Shui, who was leaving, and said goodbye to the young man. When I regain my god level strength, I will make you the general of worship and worship me every day. Chu Lang was not idle either, and he came to the manager with excitement. We spent more than 40 million. There should be some gifts, right? I think your roasted whole lamb is good. You can take some time to send a few to my home. The manager nodded repeatedly. He could see that Chu Lang was the one who killed Guan Shui, but made Guan Shui dare not speak out. No problem, sir. I will give you 50. Call when you want to eat and we will send you to the address you need after we roast it. Okay, I live in Zhai City. Hotel manager playing. After arriving at the hotel, Chu Lang took a shower and lay directly on the bed using his mobile phone to browse. The day after tomorrow is the arena of the Phantom Monkey Kingdom. They must win the first place and disrupt the plan of the Phantom Monkey Elf Kingdom. It's not that easy to provoke the Dragon Kingdom and want to sneak into Chenkang. I wonder how the suggestions given by netizens are. In the battle the day after tomorrow, Chu Lang does not want to use the untrained charcoal servant for the time being, so Leton is not used. If he can. In the end the main elves should still be young Hylas and Zoroark. Zorua is stronger, so the probability of Litten spending money is smaller. Thinking of this, Chu Lang opened the video on his homepage. The last time Chu Lang launched a challenge he specifically mentioned Soundwave Dragon and chose a skill that both Soundwave Dragon and Zoroark have. I just want to try whether I can use the skill in both forms after learning it. If it can, Zoroark's potential will be much higher than Epected. Although her own attributes have not changed much, the change in attack methods is enough to overwhelm the opponent. I wonder what tricks the netizens can come up with this time. Chapter 164 Zoroark's preparation to be updated later. Chu Lang set up his mobile phone and turned on the live broadcast as soon as possible. Because it was morning, there were not many people in the live broadcast room at once, only about 2000. Chu Lang, what's going on? Are these guys so familiar? It seems that I have to update faster. My fans keep urging me to update in the comment area all day long, and they have become familiar with each other. Chu Lang greeted the camera. Hello everyone, didn't you say last time that you would broadcast the Soundwave Dragon learning the evil wave skill live? I just have time today, so I'll broadcast it. Chu Lang couldn't help but hold his forehead. What's going on? Why are fans of the same family fighting against each other? Don't send it off, brothers. Let's not talk about that Pokemon today. Let's talk about it later. How about letting the Soundwave Dragon learn the evil wave today? As he said that, Chu Lang walked to Zoroark, who had turned into a Soundwave Dragon, and introduced himself. Everyone's comments a few days ago. Yesterday I took a rough look at them at night and finally decided to let Sonic Dragon learn the evil wave by holding other Pokemon in his mouth. Here, this is the little Magnemite I borrowed. His size is just right, just enough to fit into Sonic Dragon's mouth. Chu Lang smiled and answered patiently. The little Magnemite I borrowed is a product of mechanical modification. The mechanical modifier gave him the skill of the evil wave. Little Magnemite used the evil wave skill on the young Kiras. Let the netizens take a look. Weird, Magnemite cried out, and with almost no signs or charging time he used the Darkness's signature skill, Darkness Wave. Young Kiras condensed a shield in his mouth, barely blocking Magnemite's skill. Chu Lang continued to introduce. When the machine was modified, the mechanical modifier was more willing to use materials. Magnemite's skill level should be at the proficient level, and it can be released in seconds without charging. We will try to let the Soundwave Dragon hold Magnemite to find the feeling, and then try to learn the Darkness Wave with a higher proficiency. Listening to Chu Lang's words, all the viewers in the live broadcast room were confused. No, can you directly learn a high proficiency skill? Chapter 167 The battle between Zoroark and young Kiras. More and more people entered the live broadcast room, and the number of viewers exceeded 10,000 in less than 10 minutes. Chu Lang was not in a hurry to let the Soundwave Dragon practice skills. Although he did not have many fans, they were all active fans. If he waited a little longer, more people should be able to come in. The barrage in the live broadcast room kept refreshing the screen, and everyone was puzzled by what happened to Chu Lang. Chu Lang smiled mysteriously. Actually, you don't need to take a notebook. This method is still relatively simple. I'm with a rich woman. This little Magneto is my wife's thing. My mother-in-law transformed it. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. What the hell? We all regarded you as an inspirational mentor and even imagined that you were working hard. And you actually said that you were with a rich woman? God damn it. After chatting for a while, the number of people in the live broadcast room increased instead of decreasing, and soon broke through the 50,000 mark. Chu Lang felt that it was about time and directly took out the elf ability certificate certified at the elf center last night. Everyone watch it. This Soundwave Dragon has not yet learned the evil wave skill. We will teach it on the spot later. Swiffeng, damn, even the elf ability test report is out. This blogger is too professional. Waiting for you downstairs. I got up so early just to see the blogger being e-posed. I didn't e-pect you to play it for real. Young Kiras's die-hard fans, ha 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 ha. You don't understand, the blogger has always been so real. Chu Lang fired his phone. Everyone, I'm going to start training according to the method you gave me. Sonic Dragon, you bite Magnemite, take him into the air and hover to attack young Kiras. Young Kiras don't practice strength, practice the special defense and anti-strike ability for a while. Roar. Young Kiras shook his head, looking at Zoroark flying in the sky with burning eyes. The little magnetron in the mouth of the Sonic Dragon instantly activated a wave of evil skills. This wave of evil skills was even more powerful than the one he used just now, and it obviously used more energy. The black light fell from the sky like thunder and lightning, and a faint sense of oppression appeared in the whole venue. Young Kiras did not hide, and there was no possibility of hiding. He held the shield in his mouth and chose to take the blow head on. Boom. The shield in young Kira's mouth had curved crack, and the energy waves generated by the evil wave could not continue to move forward, dispersing into countless tiny black waves that hit the surrounding. The ground instantly had waves of tiny crack, and even the training equipment made of alloys could not escape and became bumpy one by one. Chu Lang was stunned. He started the live broadcast to make money, so how could he accidentally smash the hotel's training room? Although the hotel room fee and deposit were given by Guan Shui, he couldn't take advantage of him like this. It's not good to make people angry. The audience was also stunned by the collision between Magnemite and young Kira. Chu Lang was directly amused by the comment at the bottom. Yes, it is to work hard to create miracles. Elves can't be lazy when training. Look at my elf. They make the treadmill spark. The whole barrage area was speechless. Training with this intensity indoors, are you sure these training equipment can withstand it? Even if the training equipment can withstand it, this room can't. Although Fairy Dream is cute and adorable, its destructive power should not be underestimated. A gym level elf can destroy an ordinary house with a casual attack, and a gym master level elf with full yin force thinking can instantly destroy a building. If you really want to practice like this, how much money is enough to squander? Chu Lang grinned. Don't be afraid, brothers, I have a rich woman besides my roommate is also a rich man. Damn it, can you do whatever you want just because you are handsome? Uncle, I want to call the police. Someone here took advantage of his handsomeness and seduced my boyfriend away. What, you said I'm a man? Who said men can't have boyfriends? Looking at the increasingly chaotic comment area, Chu Lang quickly retracted his sight, fearing that he would be polluted by these players whose gender orientation is not clear. Zoro in the Soundwave Dragon state is still holding Magnemite and colliding with young Kira. Zoro parry in such an easy battle for the first time and directly transformed into a bomber, hovering and letting Magnemite attack young Kira's from various angles. Young Kira's was not to be outdone, with rocks constantly appearing in his hands, and he used his shooting skills wildly at the 7 or 8 meter high roof. Little guy, you can beat me when you first came, but after such a long period of training it is still unknown who is stronger and who is weaker. The collision between the two sides was no longer limited to the evil wave skill but a real fire. Chu Lang was afraid that the two little guys would tear down the building, so he quickly opened the window to let Zarya fly out. You two go outside to fight, don't pull Xiao Guan ball. Our Guillardin still needs to be raised for a while. Chapter 168 Shocked Live Broadcast Room. The window opened and the two elves completely released their nature. The Soundwave Dragon used a Dragon Claw skill to slap young Kira's away, roaring into the sky. Young Kira's was not to be outdone and spewed out a mouthful of dragon's anger. Although the skill did not hit, the violent momentum appeared from his body, suppressing the Soundwave Dragon's flying speed. A large rock suddenly appeared and hit the wings of the Soundwave Dragon, knocking it to the brink of collapse. Young Kira's jumped down from the window and ran towards the direction where the Soundwave Dragon was about to land. Haha, I'm fighting two people alone. The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. When did young Kira's learn the dragon's fury? And he used it so skillfully. Even if the science in this world is not so easy to use, you should at least follow it a little bit, right? Brother blogger, please teach me what is the composition of this young Kira's. How did he learn the dragon's fury? The ordinary son of the evil king up, master, what going on? As long as you are willing to give up this technology, one can ask my father to give you 1/3 of the gym's income. Young master number 81 of Fengmen village. Oh, the real boss is here. From now on I am no longer the number 1 boss in this live broadcast room. Chu Lang didn't know how to explain it. He couldn't say that he was blessed by the gods, right? When he was young he was often hit by a trumpet bud, and then he was very angry and furious, so he practiced the dragon's fury. Everyone, do you have to be so outrageous? Even if you say that you have seen a shining super toucan when you were young, it is more reliable than this reason. Lang Ji's die-hard fan, the son of the evil king. Brother, you see my name has been changed. Please give me an address, I will go to you to chat privately. Chu Lang ignored the comments, jumped out of the window and ran after young Kira's and the others. This son of the evil king has the nerve to call himself the big brother. He doesn't have the demeanor of a big brother at all. He is reluctant to brush 10 big rocket. He is not as good as the two big brothers who quarreled in his live broadcast room at the beginning. After the Soundwave Dragon landed, the little Magnemite in his mouth was not affected. A full status evil wave skill hit the shield of young Kira's, knocking him back step by step. When Chu Lang landed, young Kira's had been slapped into the wall by the dragon claws of the Soundwave Dragon. Although it was not so difficult to dig it out, it could not withstand the continuous slapping of the Soundwave Dragon. Roar! Young Kira's used the same trick again and used the dragon's fury skill again, causing the Soundwave Dragon to fall into a state of unconsciousness. A ball of thick black energy suddenly appeared in his hand and slapped it hard on the head of the Soundwave Dragon, knocking her more than 10 meters away. A roar! The Soundwave Dragon let out a frustrated roar. Although it was convenient to fight with the little Magnemite in her mouth, it was also restricted her from using Dragon's Fury. She couldn't even open her mouth. Seeing that he and Sonic Dragon were about to be beaten, a faint yellow light appeared on his body. Chu Lang hurriedly stopped adopt him. You are not allowed to use other skills. You can only use the wave of evil in this battle. Shiny Magnemite 2 against 1, but actually at a disadvantage. How can I survive if it gets out? Especially that Chatterbow is still in the room. I don't know if he saw it. If he saw it, I would never dare to go home in my life. It's so frustrating. Free Zoro, give it some strength. Sonic Dragon frantically vibrated its wings, forcing itself to keep its balance, and continued to rise tremblingly. Magnemite also followed the wave of evil as soon as possible to prevent him and Sonic Dragon from being pressed to the ground by young Kira's again. Young Kira's was not afraid at all and moved forward madly with the shield in his mouth, Zhuwei Dai Huang Wan in his left hand and rock thrown in his right hand like a machine gun. Seeing the fighting style of young Kira's, Magneto was completely stunned. Last time this guy was also strong, but not to an outrageous degree. What about now? He actually has time to eat candy beans while fighting. The audience in the live broadcast room recognized the Zhuwei Dai Huang Wan in young Kira's hand, and they were more shocked than Magneto. Is this an advertisement? If not, how can the elf eat this? Seeing the barrage in the live broadcast room, Chu Lang posted a link to Zhuwei Dai Huang Wan. Same as the video. Take a picture if you are interested. In a little while, if the sound wave dragon can't learn the evil wave skill, I decide to accept everyone's punishment. Everyone can speak up. What if I lose? Lang Ji's die-hard fan, the son of the evil king. Brother, I will punish you by taking 1/3 of my family's shares and teaching me how to let young Kira's learn the dragon's wrath. Young Heela's die-hard fans, if the up can't teach the sound wave dragon skills, then the NET skill should be taught to young Heela's. Sweet Peach gift. If the up can't fulfill the promise, then give 100 tablets in the lucky bag. Okay? Chu Lang agreed. One by one, everyone can make any request as long as it can't be completed. I will satisfy them all. For this time's skill teaching, Chu Lang can be said to be extremely confident. After spending such a long time with Zoroya, he can see that Zoroya is not far from enlightenment. With this guy's bellicosity, can he tolerate being suppressed? This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the NET page to continue reading the exciting content. Now let's watch the battle first. The battle between my two elves is still quite interesting, right? The netizens in the live broadcast room agreed with Chu Lang's word. The battle between his two elves is not like the battle that can be fought by the elite level. Even the higher level gym level can hardly make such a noise. It can only be said that the elf trained by Chu Lang are gifted. The battle between young Kira's and Zoro has reached a white-hot stage. Even with the value of Zhuwei Dai Huang pills, young Kira's can no longer withstand this continuous consumption. Zoro and Magnemite in the sky are not having a good time either. As an assassin-oriented elf, Zoro has not specialized in defense and has been suffocated by young Kira's violent attack. The backup energy added by Magnemite's mechanical transformation has been consumed, and it has already used up its own energy. At most, he can't use his evil wave after using it about 10 times. At the same time, both elves launched a general attack. Young Kira's roared and used the Dragon's Fury skill with all his strength. With his movements, the cement on the floor of the hotel creaked and began to crack. Zoroya was not to be outdone and spit out the little magnetron in his mouth. The two elves looked at each other and used the evil wave skill at the young Kira's on the ground. The two evil wave skills merged instantly, forming a super evil wave with a diameter of more than 1 meter, which hit the young Kira's on the ground fiercely. The people in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Is it true that you can master it once you learn it?